You were once a top-tier genius who turned down offers from every research institute. 10 years later, you abandoned your human form and, in the guise of a walking house, sought out the government of your own accord. The sound of gunfire rang in your ears, and amid excruciating pain, your vision went black. The next second, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in your mind, vital signs fading, initiating backup protocol, quantum entanglement activated, consciousness carrier binding to material cottage. When you opened your eyes again, you had no eyes. Your field of vision encompassed the entire house. The foundation was your legs, and the vines on the walls became your swinging arms. You had become a walking anomaly. Rumble, rumble. A dull rumbling echoed through the dim night, a sound so rhythmic it was as steady as human footsteps. But looking down from above, it was clear this was no human footsteps at all. It was a single-story house moving forward. Under cover of night, using its foundation as legs and the vines on its walls as arms, it marched resolutely toward a small, remote rural police station. If most of the people from this small town hadn't moved to the city, this unusual occurrence would have been noticed long ago. But even so, the sound of the house's footsteps caught the attention of Wu, who was working the night shift. "Ha! What's going on? Who's renovating and tearing down walls in the middle of the night? I thought all the young people around here had moved to the city, only the old folks are left." Puzzled, Wu put down his work, walked to the front door of the police station, and peered outside. In the bright moonlight, he witnessed a scene that left him speechless. An old, single-story house had suddenly materialized right on the street just 5 meters away from the police station. If he wasn't careful, he might even walk straight into someone else's home. This bizarre sight made the corner of Wu's eye twitch violently. He instinctively rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he might have stayed up too late and was hallucinating. How could a single-story house just appear out of thin air on a busy street, no less, and right across from his own police station? After all, there had been nothing there at all during the day. So this had to be a hallucination. Yes, definitely a hallucination. After rubbing his eyes, Wu cautiously looked again, trying to completely dispel the absurd scene he'd just witnessed. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. Not only was the single-story house still standing there, but it had moved even closer to him, now only 2 meters away. Holy shit! Am I still asleep? Still unable to believe it, Wu reached out and yanked hard at his own hair. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared, unable to comprehend what was happening. Had he been possessed by a spirit? Suddenly, a light came on inside the previously silent bungalow, and an old, large color TV flew out the window. It hovered right in front of Wu. Amid a flurry of static and snow, an image appeared on the old TV screen revealing an intellectual-looking man in a white lab coat, wearing glasses. He had slightly wavy black hair and a light stubble. And though his face looked somewhat weary, his eyes were bright and alert. "Hello, I'm very sorry to disturb you so late at night," came the voice of a man with a slightly weathered tone from inside the large color TV. These sudden words instantly snapped Wu out of his daze. "Ha? Why you, who are you?" a flustered Wu asked, his voice trembling, unable to comprehend what kind of supernatural event was unfolding. I'm sorry," the man on the TV screen said with an apologetic look. "Although this may be hard for you to accept, this isn't magic. Scientifically speaking, it's probably that my natural form has entered an unknown state of quantum entanglement and superposition with particles, resulting in a series of changes that defy common sense." As he spoke, the man manipulated the foundation of the bungalow, altering its shape to form a pair of thighs, and then simply stood up from the road. This outrageous scene once again left Wu deeply shocked. Whatever semblance of a worldview he'd just managed to regain was now completely shattered. The house has actually come to life. Didn't they say spirits weren't allowed after the founding of the nation? Panicked, Wu dropped the baton he was holding. Without looking back, he ran into the police station, grabbed his handcuffs, and locked the front door. He hoped this would help him escape the clutches of that terrifying bungalow. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Suddenly, the vines on the bungalow's wall shot out, slipping through the gap in the door and effortlessly snapping the handcuffs. And the vines didn't stop there, they dragged Wu, who was searching for a weapon, right out of the station. "Sir, please calm down. There is absolutely no scientific basis for the idea that houses can come to life, the man on the TV explained in a very serious tone. Moreover, excessive tension will only make you more anxious and restless, which in turn will cause your blood pressure to skyrocket and your heart to race. In severe cases, you could go into shock or die from a ruptured blood vessel in the brain. This will only make the situation more complicated and uncontrollable. Wu, who had been struggling fiercely, froze for a moment upon hearing the man on the TV speak like this. He felt that this young man's tone and demeanor were a mix of a doctor and a mad scientist. Could it be that he'd been dragged into some kind of crazy experiment? However, judging by what the other person was saying, it seemed like they could communicate. Feeling a bit uneasy, Wu cautiously asked, You what exactly are you trying to do? Sensing that the other party had calmed down slightly, the man on the TV finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Given my current abnormal state, and to avoid causing unnecessary panic, I'd like to use your channels to report the situation step by step to higher authorities. That way, more specialized personnel can be sent to handle it. Otherwise, once daylight comes, it'll be even more troublesome to deal with. Upon hearing the man's request, Wu cast a cautious glance at the house, still unable to suppress a sense of fear. Supernatural phenomena like this were far beyond the capabilities of their small police station. He'd better report this incident to his superiors right away. He certainly didn't want to get dragged into such a massive mess. Ahem, I understand. Mr. House, could you please let me down? I'll contact my superiors right away. Okay, thanks for your help. Satisfied with the answer, the man manipulated the vines to release Wu. He watched expectantly as Wu walked back into the police station, then used the large desktop TV to follow closely behind him. Mr. TV, could you please move that house to the parking lot in the backyard? I'm afraid if it just sits there on the street, others might spot it, and then it'll be hard to explain. Oh? Sure, just call me Zay. The man named Zay agreed to Wu's request. He maneuvered his physical form, slowly moving toward the back of the police station. However, since the bungalow was quite large, the parking lot gate was, unsurprisingly, smashed to pieces. Upon seeing this, Wu could only silently shed a tear in his heart, hoping the damaged facilities would be covered by insurance. Otherwise, he might end up in debt. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the bungalow settled into an empty spot in the parking lot. The foundation, which had turned into legs, returned underground, and even the wildly flailing vines hung on the walls. It was as if everything had returned to the way it was meant to be, except that the combination of the bungalow and the parking lot looked strange no matter how you looked at it. It looked just like an illegal structure. With a helpless sigh, Wu turned his attention away from the parking lot. He took out his cell phone and dialed the chief's number without hesitation. As the dial tone rang, a stern voice soon came through the phone. Hello, is this Wu? Calling me in the middle of the night? Surely nothing has happened at the station, has it? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu glanced at the large color TV still floating beside him and steeled himself to begin his report. He recounted the series of supernatural phenomena he'd just experienced, hoping to elicit some understanding from the chief. But when he finished his report, he was met with a torrent of abuse from the chief. Listen, Wu, if you don't want to work the night shift, just say so. There's no need to make up such a ridiculous excuse. Look at what you've been saying: a house that grew 2 legs, vines that stretched endlessly, and an old-fashioned color TV that could fly on its own. Such outlandish stuff. Do you think you're writing a novel? At this point, the chief was so furious he started laughing. Ha! How about this? I'll give you a 20-year leave of absence so you can write a book. Who knows, maybe our police station will end up with a writer. What do you think? Bombarded by the chief's tirade, Wu was completely at a loss. He certainly didn't want to be sidelined for no reason, so he quickly spoke up to explain. Wait, Chief, I have proof. I'll send you the video link right now, and then you'll see I'm not lying. Skeptical, the chief stared at his phone for a long time. He looked at the video link Wu had sent and finally decided to click it. As the footage from inside the police station appeared on his phone, the chief's expression, which had been calm just moments before, began to change dramatically. He watched the large color TV flying through the air and the single-story house crouching in the parking lot. He realized that everything Wu had said was true. Things had really taken a turn for the worse. His tiny, run-down police station had somehow ended up handling a major incident. No, this had to be reported immediately, otherwise, his career as a small-town police chief would be over. In a panic, the chief hurriedly got dressed. While shooing his wife away from the bedside, he called Wu back. Wu, head to the monitoring room right now and remove the hard drive where the footage is stored. Then format your phone and destroy it while you're at it. Having already finished getting dressed, the chief suddenly remembered something else. Oh, right. Finally, go to my office. The key to the armory is in the third drawer. Take out all the equipment you can use, seal off the entire police station, and don't let anyone in, including the parking lot. If any suspicious individuals approach, I authorize you to open fire. Do you understand? Having received these solemn instructions, Wu quickly nodded. He saluted on the spot, his expression turning equally serious. I understand, Chief. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. As soon as the call ended, Wu sprang into action. Not only did he retrieve numerous handguns from the armory, but he also donned several sets of body armor. If this weren't just a remote little rural police station with no other truly effective weapons, he would definitely have set up a Barrett sniper rifle, a Vulcan machine gun, and the like. Then, forget about suspicious individuals. Even if he were attacked by a mob, he'd dare to go head-to-head with them. Half an hour later, the chief, already fully equipped, arrived at the police station and saw the so-called self-propelled bungalow. Through his secret conversation with Zay, he had discovered yet another ability the other party had revealed. Namely, the large color TV could not only materialize his appearance as he was in life but also possessed the ability to travel to another world. However, it was still unknown exactly what kind of world it led to. All of this needed to be explored. As long as he reported this matter, it would certainly be taken seriously by his superiors. His future would look bright indeed. Filled with excitement, the chief took out a police-issued cell phone and placed a video call to his superior. Through layers of chain of command, and after his superiors had gone through stages of skepticism, shock, and disbelief, the news spread like wildfire to the capital. It soon reached the Supreme Council of Elders, making those who held the power to decide the nation's fate aware of everything that had transpired in this remote region. After urgent deliberations, the elders decided to formally establish a new department dedicated to investigating the anomalous incidents that had been occurring with increasing frequency in recent years. This department was named the Anomaly Bureau, abbreviated as Anomaly Bureau, and was created to formally intervene and resolve anomalous matters. Intelligence regarding that bungalow was classified as Level 3 as confidential. All personnel with access to the information would be placed under strict control, required not only to sign various non-disclosure agreements. Secret observers were even assigned to monitor them around the clock to prevent any leaks of information. After all, the anomaly surrounding that cottage far exceeded the total of all anomalies in recent years, and it even involved another world. Faced with such immense temptation and stakes, even the slightest stir could lead to many untimely deaths. Overnight, the atmosphere became one of extreme vigilance, and the entire capital was plunged into a state of tension. Many night owls who were still awake were surprised to discover that the once deserted streets were now filled with heavily armored vehicles, and helicopters were flying off into the distance. This sudden change left those still awake feeling both nervous and excited. They had no idea what was actually happening. However, in keeping with the traditional virtue of the more the merrier when it comes to spectating, the night owls began searching online for relevant information and spread the news like wildfire. But no matter how they tried to share the information, all intelligence on the matter vanished without a trace. It was as if an invisible hand were controlling the internet, causing all sensitive topics to vanish into thin air. In the end, the night owls had no choice but to give up in frustration, becoming nothing more than bystanders. Meanwhile, the mobilized soldiers hurriedly boarded a special train bound for the scene of the incident. A few hours later, at 4 a.m., the night sky was beginning to lighten. With time running out, a train carrying a large number of soldiers silently pulled into a remote town in the north. As soon as the train came to a stop, the soldiers filed out in an orderly fashion. Following their orders, they headed to the town's major intersections and began setting up roadblocks to prevent anyone from passing through. If anyone asked them why, the soldiers would give a prepared response. That an outbreak had occurred requiring urgent action, no one was permitted to leave without authorization, and everyone must undergo a subsequent unified screening. People would only be allowed to leave once the danger had been eliminated. Fortunately, it was just past 4 a.m., and there were hardly any people wandering the streets of this remote rural town. This significantly eased the pressure on the soldiers' mission. Meanwhile, a humming sound filled the town's sky as several helicopters arrived on the scene, carrying many elderly men in white lab coats. As they looked down at the bustling activity below, the anxiety on their faces grew even more evident. "Hey, why aren't we there yet? I was woken up in the middle of the night. I hope you're not stringing an old man like me alone." Yeah. We've already signed the highest level confidentiality agreements, and officially, we're all considered retired. So what kind of top secret mission is this that requires such a huge fuss? Faced with the elderly men's questions, a middle-aged man also sitting in the helicopter smiled. Not only did he have long hair parted in a 3/7 style, but he was also wearing a white lab coat, and the name tag on his chest even bore the words Director of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital in large characters. Clearly, this was no ordinary figure. Please be patient, seniors. The reason we've gathered everyone here is that higher-ups have decided to officially establish the Anomaly Bureau, which is why we've brought together leading authorities from various fields of science and technology. Otherwise, given the scale of our Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, we're already struggling to handle the ever-increasing number of anomalous incidents. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentlemen all furrowed their brows. I see. So it turns out the urban legends causing such a stir online are actually true. I never imagined that anomalous incidents had already been occurring. And you've been locking them up in a psychiatric hospital under the pretext of mental illness. If that is the case, then the fact that higher-ups have decided to establish the Anomaly Bureau this time must mean that even more terrifying anomalous incidents have occurred, doesn't it? Hearing the elder's questions, the middle-aged man smiled without responding. He pointed in a certain direction, the implication clear. All the answers lay there. They had already arrived at the site of the truth now, they simply needed to witness it with their own eyes. As the helicopter slowly descended, in a remote corner of the small town, the police station was now cordoned off by layers upon layers of soldiers. Even the elderly residents living nearby had all been relocated to the opposite side of town under the pretext of epidemic control. An investigation was launched into the unusual events that had occurred a few hours earlier to determine if anyone had noticed anything out of the ordinary at the bungalow. If so, the matter would have to be handled confidentially to prevent any information from leaking. Even the surveillance footage along the entire route had been erased, all to ensure no trace was left behind. To avoid causing unnecessary panic. SSSS, a sound resembling a radio transmission rang out. Several heavily armed soldiers lay prone on the town's high ground, wearing night vision goggles and holding heavy sniper rifles, all with their barrels aimed at the bungalow. They were reporting to an unknown figure. Reporting, B1, C9, E5, and others are in position. All vantage points in the town have been secured, and the advance team has safely reached the designated location. Area drones have covered the entire town. We will now execute Directive 0. If the building codenamed Shack shows any suspicious activity, it will be destroyed by firepower to ensure the safety of all key personnel. Over. Crackle crackle, roger that. Authorize execution of Directive 0. Prioritize the safety of key personnel. After ending the call, the mysterious figure stepped out of the pitch-black shadows. Standing 2 meters tall, with a stern, scarred face, he exuded an aura of menacing intensity at first glance. It was as if one were being stared down by a ferocious beast of legendary proportions. No sooner had he appeared than he, accompanied by several soldiers, stepped forward to meet the group emerging from the helicopter. Reporting for duty. Former Colonel Hu of the XXXX Bureau, codename Hu, now appointed to the Security Investigation Division of the Anomaly Bureau. Awaiting instructions from Chen. The director of Qingshan Mental Hospital, who was leading the group, glanced at the newcomer, and his expression grew equally serious. He extended his hand and shook the other man's. "Hello, I am the newly appointed Anomaly Bureau, Chen, codename Chen. Just call me Chan or Chen from now on." After releasing the handshake, Hu glanced at Chen's name tag and instantly understood the meaning behind his codename. "I understand, Chen. I will now escort you all to the site of the anomaly incident." Taking the lead, Hu gave a subtle nod to the other fully armed soldiers, signaling them to surround and protect these leading figures. This was to prevent any further threats. After all, these people were national treasures, not a single one could be lost. Suddenly, Chen, who was following behind Hu, asked, "Hu, have you gathered any intelligence on Shaq? I need to get a better understanding of him right now." Hu, who had been surveying the area, paused upon hearing this. He pulled a tablet from his coat and showed it to Chun while explaining. Based on a database comparison, we've found information regarding Shaq's predecessor, Zay. This person lost both parents at age 10 and had no relatives or close friends, yet possessed a genius-level intellect and frequently invented strange and outlandish things. And thanks to his outstanding academic performance, he skipped several grades, completing numerous doctoral degrees by the age of 22. But when major renowned research institutes extended offers to him, he decisively turned them down. His reason was that he detested social niceties, flattery, and the constant toasting at gatherings. As a result, Zay eventually became a civilian scientist, that is, a so-called amateur science enthusiast, and has been secretly tinkering with things ever since. Until, at the age of 27, all records of him vanished completely. There were no traces of his life anywhere. He simply went missing. 10 years later, which brings us to today, Zay reappeared in the form of Shaq, and even the higher-ups were deeply moved by it. However, based on preliminary investigations and assessments, Shaq has not yet exhibited any aggression or other abnormal behavior. He is emotionally stable, articulate, and shows a willingness to negotiate. His danger level is tentatively classified as Class D. As Chen listened to Hua's eloquent explanation, a pensive expression crossed his face. Judging by the current situation, he was about to face someone who was extremely intelligent and didn't beat around the bush. Moreover, this person was highly independent-minded and held firm convictions. It was even possible that his transformation into the Shaq form was related to Chen's own reckless meddling. To reach an agreement with such a being, he would need to plan carefully, not just make empty promises. It seemed the real game was about to begin. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps echoed through the police station parking lot as the group from the capital, taking advantage of the early dawn, quietly arrived at their destination. Is this the Shaq mentioned in the intel? It really does look pretty makeshift. Chen, with his hands behind his back, stopped in his tracks and muttered to himself. The tech industry heavyweights trailing closely behind him also looked curiously at the single-story building. They were trying to figure out what exactly made it so special that it warranted such a massive operation. Clack, clack. The sound of bricks and stones grinding against each other rang out. And the once quiet, dormant one-story house began to shake. Right before everyone's incredulous eyes, it literally rose up from the parking lot. This left all the onlookers deeply stunned. Oh! My God, a house actually stood up, and its foundation reorganizing as if defying the laws of physics. This completely throws science out the window. The tech industry heavyweights, overcome with excitement, felt as though their worldview had been shattered, and in a way that made it impossible to piece back together. If someone had told them before that a house could stand upright, they would have scoffed at the idea. But now that the reality was unfolding before their eyes, they had no choice but to accept it. They could only gasp in amazement while trying to piece their shattered worldviews back together. Compared to the shock of the tech industry heavyweights, Chen and Hu were much more composed. Although their eyes also betrayed astonishment, both had encountered anomalous events to some extent. It's just that none of their previous experiences had been as mind-blowing as this one. Once everyone had calmed down a bit, the standing bungalow turned around, positioning its front door toward the crowd. Fragments of brick and stone flew up out of thin air, forming a floating stone staircase in front of the gate. It extended straight down to everyone's feet. Zzz, ladies and gentlemen, please come inside to discuss this further," a voice laced with electronic static drifted out from within the bungalow. Chen glanced at Hu, noticing him give a subtle shake of the head, then turned his gaze toward the elders. The implication was clear: if too many people went inside, their security would be compromised, and they might even become the other side's sitting ducks. This was a highly inadvisable last resort. They needed to wait until both sides had reached an agreement and confirmed the other party posed no threat before allowing others to enter. Otherwise, as a member of the Anomaly Bureau's Security Investigation Division, he could not recommend that everyone take such a risk. Understanding their well-intentioned concerns, Chen decided to adopt a conservative approach. He asked the excited elders to hold their ground for the time being, while he and Hu would enter the bungalow first to speak with Zhe inside. With Hu's abilities, ensuring his own safety would pose no problem. Otherwise, if too many people were involved, the situation would spiral out of control. After all, only by getting to the bottom of everything could everyone be put at ease. Having made up his mind, Chen shook out his white lab coat. Escorted by Hu, he resolutely stepped onto the stone steps. He walked slowly toward the tightly closed gate. At the same time, all the Special Forces soldiers hidden throughout the town held their breath. Ignoring the sweat dripping down their faces, they gripped their weapons tightly, not daring to let their guard down for a single moment. As soon as Hu gave the signal, they would pull the triggers, providing full cover for Hu and his team's retreat and leaving the enemy no chance to counterattack. Creak! Chen turned the handle of the rusty metal door. As it slowly swung open, a pungent smell of mold and dampness wafted into their noses. It choked the two men as they entered. Clearly, this house had been uninhabited for a long time. Not only was the furniture covered in dust, but even the appliances were clearly from over 20 years ago, exuding a distinct vintage feel. Suddenly, Hu, who was walking ahead, his eyes narrowing with intensity, grabbed Chen and pulled him behind him. He drew his weapon and slowly made his way to a sofa. There, he spotted a pair of exposed foot bones. Judging by how weathered they were, the remains had clearly been there for a long time. They might even be the remains of Shaq Zhe, which forced them to take the situation seriously. As the two approached cautiously, the full extent of the remains came into view. It was a skeleton, clad in a tattered jacket and clutching a homemade pistol. A hole the size of a bowl had been melted through the ribs near the chest, offering a direct view of the cervical vertebrae behind it. It was impossible to know what the deceased had endured in life to sustain such horrific injuries. Could it have been an attack by a laser weapon? Chen shook his head, feeling a deep sense of regret for Zhe. What a tragic waste of talent. Such a brilliant person, to die like this in his hometown. It's truly pitiful and lamentable. Just as Chen was musing, a voice interrupted his reflections at an inopportune moment. Excuse me, allow me to interrupt. Although, from a biological standpoint, I am technically dead, I must make it clear that I am not the owner of those remains. Ha! Chen looked in the direction of the voice and realized it was coming from the TV in the living room. At that moment, the image of Zhe himself appeared on the large, black, desktop-color TV, which had been turned off. The figure on the screen was even waving at Chen and Hu. Clearly, this was the subject of their investigation. Hello, Mr. Yang, right? You just said those skeletal remains aren't yours. What is going on here? Chen asked curiously, voicing his confusion. He simply couldn't imagine that there was another incident unfolding here. Actually, it's not that complicated, the old, large color TV floated upward. While I was conducting a critical experiment, a fugitive criminal suddenly burst in. Due to extreme nervousness, his modified firearm went off accidentally and hit me. This caused my bodily functions to start failing, and I gradually slipped into a state of death. However, since the experiment had already been initiated, that criminal was also eliminated. And those skeletal remains are his. At this point, the old color TV paused for a moment. It flew a full circle around the living room before continuing. As for my own remains, perhaps due to a side effect of my experiment, while my consciousness had not yet faded, my body, which retained its biological characteristics, and my consciousness entered a state of quantum entanglement with this material bungalow that had stood for decades. Consequently, they became intertwined, creating an extremely complex superposition state. Several comic strips appeared in Zayas' hand inside the TV, vividly illustrating the explanation he had just given. To put it simply, I became the house became me, and everything inside it is my internal organs, including the fugitive's skeletal remains. Click, click. The skeleton that had been lying on the ground as if in response to the big TV's words stood up in a eerie manner. It was as if it had come back to life. This, Chen and Hu were startled by this sudden scene and both widened their eyes in shock. They even raised their weapons. They looked ready to open fire at the slightest provocation. Don't worry, guys. I mean no harm, I was just showing you what I can do. Realizing they overreacted, Zay quickly offered a reassuring explanation, which finally diffused the tension. Phew, Mr. Zay, next time you do something like that, please give us a heads up first. Otherwise, it's easy for things to get out of hand. Things could get out of hand. Still shaken, Chen patted Hu on the arm. He motioned for Hu to put his weapon away quickly to ease the tension in the cottage, so as not to ruin the whole operation. Alright, I'll be more careful next time. Let us get back to business. Hearing this, Chen nodded in understanding. Although he was curious about Zayas' experimental results and the anomalous changes, the other party clearly didn't want to explain too much, so there was no need for him to make a fool of himself. After all, there was plenty of time ahead, and for now, the matter at hand was more important. With that in mind, Chen smoothed out his clothes, and a smile returned to his face. I understand. Let us get straight to the point, then. My codename is Chen. I'm with the Anomaly Bureau, and am the official in charge of handling this incident. I'm just wondering what exactly was Mr. Zayas' purpose in revealing himself. Aren't you afraid we'll use force to take you back for research? Faced with Chen's sharp questioning, Zay showed not the slightest sign of fear. He manipulated the large color TV to return to its original position, his expression as calm and composed as ever. Hello, Chen. Although this self-exposure was a last resort, it was the fastest and most efficient way for me to contact my superiors. And since I chose to reveal myself, I've naturally made thorough preparations and contingency plans. I'm not afraid of getting bogged down by unexpected circumstances. Zay, appearing on the TV screen, wore a confident expression. I trust that, with your discernment, you won't do something as short-sighted as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs or destroying your own Great Wall. After all, this is my ZU nation. I'd much rather reach a cooperative agreement with you than be forced into a deal. Cooperation? Chen raised an eyebrow. Staring at the confident gaze on the large TV screen, he realized his opponent had come well prepared. And he'd already secured an escape route and arranged a contingency plan. With a genius this meticulous, it would indeed be unwise to resort to the most primitive and brutal methods. With that in mind, Chen ran his finger over the stubble on his chin. I wonder what kind of cooperation Mr. Zay has in mind. We can discuss it in detail. No rush. Please take a seat, both of you. Whoosh, a sofa flew into place behind Chen and Hu. The two glanced at it, paid no mind to the layer of dust covering it, and simply sat down. At that moment, Zayas' voice continued to emanate from the large TV. Chen, given my current form, I can offer the following partnership. This large color TV in the bungalow, aside from displaying my image and facilitating communication, also possesses the ability to open up other worlds, allowing you to gain resources from one or more additional worlds out of thin air. This will free China from being held back by other nations and give it the opportunity to truly take off. Wo Chen and Hu were instantly thrown off balance. Although they had already learned of this through intelligence reports, actually hearing Zay admit it in person left them unable to calm down. Even the leaders in the distant capital learned of all this through the hidden camera Hu was wearing, and they came to understand the profound significance of Zayas' existence. If Zayas' abilities could be verified, they would be willing to pay any price to meet his demands. Even if Zay had his own ulterior motives, as long as they didn't endanger Huagua, they would tolerate them. The excited officials immediately set aside their work and issued urgent orders. Through the hidden earpiece Chen was wearing, they granted him the broadest possible authority, as long as his requests did not violate the law, breach discipline, or go against basic human ethics. they would agree to them unconditionally. All to prove that the parallel world truly existed. Soon, Chen, who had been looking down in deep thought, received the orders. By then, he already had a clear plan in mind. Since his superiors had granted him the broadest possible authority, he could proceed without hesitation, without worrying that the other party might make any demands he couldn't meet. Brother Zay, as long as you can prove the reality of the other world, we'll do our best to meet all your needs. Now, could you please demonstrate it? So we can all get a better idea of what's going on. Sure, Zay nodded from the large TV screen. But I can only maintain the portal for 1 minute before you fulfill my request. Moreover, we have no way of knowing the conditions on the other side, whether there are any dangers there or not. But I can guarantee one thing: bacteria, viruses, and air from the outside world won't be carried through the portal. This will save you the trouble of sealing and sterilizing the area. It'll make both worlds safer. Upon hearing Zay's suggestion, Chen exchanged a glance with Hu. After a brief whispered discussion, Hu used the intercom to call in one of their most skilled drone pilots. He was assigned to carry out this mission. To evade spy satellites in the sky, Hu even had soldiers quickly erect a makeshift canopy over the parking lot to shield the operation from aerial reconnaissance once daylight broke, preventing any leaks. At the same time, a makeshift isolation chamber and observation chamber were quickly set up to prevent any unexpected incidents. If a virus or something similar were to actually get through, they could handle it in advance and prevent it from turning into a human catastrophe. After all, in their line of work, they never took anyone's word at face value. They always had to be prepared for every eventuality. Once the soldiers had finished setting up all the facilities, drenched in sweat, Chen and Hu followed the giant TV out into the open. The moment they appeared, the tech industry heavyweights who had been waiting impatiently were immediately gripped with anticipation. The floating giant TV, in particular, piqued the heavyweights' curiosity about how it worked. What kind of cutting-edge technology was this? Was it electromagnetic levitation, electrostatic levitation, or perhaps quantum levitation? Could it possibly be anti-gravity technology still in the testing phase? The scientists, their eyes sparkling with excitement, gazed at Zay in this form, eager to begin their research immediately to resolve their doubts. Unfortunately, Chen stepped in to stop them and kindly persuaded them, which temporarily dissuaded the elders from pursuing the matter. However, this left a look of dissatisfaction on their faces. If we can't study it, we can't study it. But that kid inside the TV, he looks kind of familiar, said a white-bearded elder, frowning as he looked at Zay on the screen. Hearing this, the other elders all turned to look as well. Ah! That's right. This kid does look familiar. I seem to remember. Oh, right, a balding elder said, a lightbulb moment striking him. Isn't this the child prodigy from over 10 years ago? The one who earned multiple doctorates by the age of 22? It caused quite a stir back then. Even I took notice and considered taking him on as a student. Too bad time wasn't on his side in the end, he faded into obscurity. I never would have guessed he was the one behind this incident. It really is a twist of fate. Hearing this, the other scientific luminaries began to murmur among themselves. Their gazes toward the television were now tinged with a touch more curiosity, which made Zay feel extremely uncomfortable. The reason he hadn't gone on to pursue further studies at the research institute was that, having been lonely and isolated since childhood, he had developed a somewhat reclusive personality. And didn't particularly enjoy interacting with too many people. That was why he had ultimately chosen, without hesitation, to become an independent researcher. Even with limited resources, at least he had freedom and didn't have to kowtow to others. All he had to do was focus on achieving his own goals. With that in mind, Zay made the TV float into the air, moving away from the elderly men who were trying to keep him there, and returned to Chen's side. The quick-witted Chen immediately caught on, realizing that Zay was annoyed. To avoid disrupting the upcoming exploration mission, he decisively blocked the bigwigs who were approaching and, with just a few words, persuaded them to leave. He then assigned tasks to everyone, instructing each expert to analyze the data from the live feed to determine what the parallel world was like, whether it posed any dangers, and whether people from their world could enter it safely. Every expert assigned a task wore an excited look on their face. Exploring a parallel world was a first for them in their decades of life. It held immense scientific significance. Who knew whether the biology, astronomy, physics, and geography over there would be the same as here? The excited experts were stationed by who in a makeshift observation room, where a collection of cobbled-together scientific instruments had been set up opposite the large color TV. Meanwhile, the many soldiers who had been dispatched to the scene were all on high alert. They were prepared to face the unknown dangers that might emerge once the portal opened. Once everything was ready, countless guns emerged from the parking lot and the surrounding buildings, all barrels pointed in the direction of the parking lot. Clearly, they were in a fire suppression mode. This made the atmosphere on the scene extremely tense. The slightest disturbance could lead to terrifying consequences. Tap tap tap, a soldier dressed rather unusually walked over. Not only was he clad in full camouflage, but he also carried a large box on his back and wore a device resembling VR goggles on his head. Clearly, this was a member of a special unit. Reporting, codename, Peace Dove, is in position. Awaiting orders. The soldier stood at attention and saluted Who with a sharp, firm salute. Good, Who nodded. This exploration mission is assigned to you. It must be completed flawlessly. Understood? Understood. I guarantee I'll complete the mission, said Peace Dove, whose face was also painted with camouflage, his expression turning very serious. He slid the VR goggles down from his head, and a complex remote control appeared in his hands. As soon as the remote was activated, a small drone hidden in his tactical backpack slowly flew out. It flew straight into the isolation chamber and came to a stop 3 meters away from the large color TV. Seeing that Peace Dove was ready, Who turned his scarred face toward the floating TV. Mr. Zay, please open the passage. Okay, Zay nodded from inside the TV, and the image of a human figure suddenly vanished. A beam of light shot out from the large TV, forming a 3-meter wide ring of light in front of it. The interior of the ring glowed a pale blue, resembling a mirror made of rippling water. Everyone instinctively looked inside and discovered a forest on the other side, filled with ancient, towering trees with lush foliage and countless exotic flowers and plants. Many plants that were clearly not native to Blue Star bloomed right there in this forest. They came in all shapes and colors, weaving together to form a lush natural landscape. However, though the scene was beautiful, the actual sky was nowhere to be seen. The shadows of the massive trees cast down from above, making the forest appear quite dim. It felt as if an oppressive atmosphere was lingering, weighing heavily on every soldier, as if some danger were lurking just ahead. In contrast to these soldiers, the domain leaders did not share this feeling. On the contrary, they were all excited. Because the floating big color TV and the appearance of the portal had ignited an almost intoxicating thirst for knowledge within them. They were eager to figure out the underlying principles immediately. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and Who had no time to let them study it. He could only wave to Peace Dove, instructing her to quickly pilot the drone inside. Bzzz, the hovering drone's motors roared at full power, emitting a loud hum. And it plunged headfirst into the portal at 60 kilometers per hour, creating concentric circles of blue ripples in its wake. The group, who had been waiting in the observation room, watched the large screen before them and discovered that there was no delay in the signal whatsoever. In fact, through the portal, the signal between both sides achieved a lossless connection. It now appeared that there was absolutely no need to activate Plan B's automatic cruise mode. They could simply proceed according to the original plan. As the drone entered the other world, its laser radar began scanning everything around it at full power. Following its pre-programmed obstacle avoidance protocol, the rapidly flying drone began weaving through the forest. And it flew higher and higher. After all, to determine whether this was truly another world, all they had to do was ascend to a high altitude there. By observing the stars in the sky, they could confirm the truth of the matter. Rustling huge leaves made a sound as they were gently caressed by the breeze. These tree species, unlike anything they had ever seen before, made the eyes of the leading experts in environmental and natural sciences light up with excitement. They carefully examined every image and piece of data transmitted by the drone and began analyzing the ecological environment on the other side. Based on the forest's overall topography and the growth patterns of the vegetation, they suspected the area might be a subtropical environment with high oxygen levels. In other words, this oxygen-rich environment would promote rapid growth and increase size in flora and fauna, making it highly likely that large, dangerous creatures could emerge. This posed unknown risks for their upcoming exploration. Whoosh! The rapidly flying drone finally burst out of the forest. Although it hadn't encountered any creatures along the way, the towering trees averaging 100 meters in height and their dense branches still caused P-Stuff to break out in a sweat. He finally lived up to everyone's expectations and reached the sky they had all been anticipating. At that moment, time in the other world corresponded exactly with that. Here it was just as the sun was rising. Against that azure sky, two enormous moons were clearly floating, having not yet set. Based on the moon's color, size, and number, leading astronomers could confirm without even consulting reference data that this was definitely not the original world. It was undoubtedly a parallel world. Who would have thought that just as his life was about to come to an end, the nation would offer him new hope? This moved the tech industry leaders to tears of emotion. Some could hardly contain themselves. Seeing everyone so moved, Chen let out a deep sigh of relief. As long as it was all real, that was all that mattered. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to his superiors. Roar! Suddenly, a muffled roar echoed across the sky. The drone, which had been flying above the forest, felt its field of view go dark all at once, as if a dark cloud were looming overhead. Unfortunately, before the drone could fully reposition its camera, a colossal creature over 10 meters long dove down, instantly destroying the drone. Fortunately, however, the drone managed to capture a blurry clip before the signal was completely lost. Upon seeing what was on the screen, everyone watching the live stream fell silent. The sight was simply beyond words. Every face was etched with shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. Even many tech industry heavyweights began to question the very nature of reality. They wondered if they'd encountered too many outlandish events today or if they were actually dreaming. Whoosh! The portal projected onto the large TV screen slowly faded away, and Zay's face reappeared within it. He looked at the people with their strange expressions in silence, his own face betraying uncontrollable curiosity. Chen, judging by the expressions on your faces and the fact that the drone hasn't returned, it seems a very dangerous incident has occurred in the other world. Faced with Zay's inquiry, Chen, his brow deeply furrowed, pursed his lips, looking as if he wanted to speak but couldn't bring himself to do so. Well, Brother Zay, there has indeed been a turn of events over there, but this turn of events was so sudden and unexpected it's hard to accept, and it even made my vision go black. Unbelievable? Zay, watching from inside the giant TV, looked pensive as he subconsciously pushed up his glasses. That's right. Take a look at the last footage that was transmitted back. Curious, Zay maneuvered the giant TV to fly in front of the observation room's screen, where the final footage was currently playing on a loop. It was a massive figure, its appearance very much like the dragons described in Western fantasy. But if that were all, it would have merely caused a moment of surprise, not the sheer terror and dizziness that had overcome everyone. After all, they'd even witnessed people traveling to other worlds. A Western dragon was hardly a surprise. At most, it would be nothing more than a particularly large flying lizard. The reason they lost their composure like that was because this colossal creature that had suddenly appeared truly resembled a Western dragon only in appearance. The rest of its body bore no resemblance whatsoever to a dragon. Take the dragon's head, for example. According to their guesses, it was made of cookies mixed with butter and chocolate. The dragon's horns and fangs were made of dark chocolate, its eyes were red cherries, and its translucent tongue was made of jelly. The dragon's neck consisted of layer upon layer of mille-feuille, extending all the way down to its belly, where donuts of various colors and sizes were strung together to form its massive body, stretching all the way to its tail. As for the dragon's limbs, they were entirely sculpted from fondant, featuring not only intricate patterns but also numerous small embellishments embedded within. Even the dragon's wings were woven from strands of noodles, giving them the appearance of a sweater. The entire dragon gave off an impression of being as bizarre as it could possibly be. Because of this, Zay watched the video over and over again, yet he still couldn't help but marvel at the creator's ingenuity. Faced with such an incredible creature, he really wanted to dissect and study it to see if its physiological structure and cellular arrangement were worlds apart from those of ordinary organisms. Just as Zay's eyes were sparkling with excitement, the previously quiet room erupted into a new argument among the silent tech industry heavyweights, with everyone arguing until they were red-faced and hoarse over their own theories. Some wanted to immediately dispatch a team to the other world to capture this candy dragon and study it thoroughly. Others believe this approach is too risky without a clear understanding of the other side's ecosystem, habits, and capabilities. It's easy to fail miserably, making the costs far outweigh the benefits. It's not even certain whether those sweets contain cells or tissues. How could they be so hasty in sending troops there? It's sheer nonsense. The bigwigs from every field of science and technology were all voicing their own opinions, turning the scene into a chaotic hubbub reminiscent of a farmer's market. Chen glanced at these elders but did not step forward to stop them. He needed them to maintain their current passion. After all, no matter how the exploration ultimately unfolded, it would be up to him to make the final decision. Moreover, a message had just come in from the elders, now that the existence of the other world had been confirmed. A consensus could be reached on the deal with Zay. He could now mobilize all available resources to meet Zay's demands, but only on the condition that everything be handled in strict confidence. Other nations must not detect any anomalies. Otherwise, China would face pressure from every country in the world, and Zay's unique existence could no longer be concealed. If that happened, the situation would spiral toward the worst possible outcome. Therefore, China needed to proceed with a low profile and quietly amass great wealth. Only by building up sufficient reserves could it stand firm against any threat. Chen, his eyes growing increasingly bright, led Hu to the large color TV. At that moment, he radiated such vigor and confidence that it was impossible to imagine he was the director of a psychiatric hospital. Mr. Zay, the higher-ups have already approved our collaboration. Feel free to make any requests you have. As long as they do not violate the law or ethical standards, we will fulfill them. Oh? Zay, staring at the screen, saw the golden light in his eyes grow ever more profound. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As long as the other party could meet his demands, it would be equivalent to having unlimited funding to research whatever interested him. This was incredibly exciting. Chen, actually, my request isn't difficult. To use the interdimensional portal, one must consume power of time, and there are only two ways to obtain it. One is for me to fall into a deep slumber and accumulate it gradually. And the other is to absorb the power of time accumulated in famous antiques. Only then can I gain the ability to keep the portal open for an extended period. Otherwise, even if you asked me to open it again, I wouldn't be able to. Hearing Zay's request, Chen furrowed his brow. Resting his chin in his hand, he asked, "You need antiques, is that right?" "That's not a problem. But what exactly is this power of time you're talking about? I don't think anyone has studied this kind of power before." No, Zay on the TV screen quickly shook his head. "I need famous antiques at the very least. They must have some reputation. Otherwise, they're just old objects, no different from rocks, and completely useless to me. Only from famous antiques can I absorb the power of time. As for what you call the power of time, you can think of it as a faint quantum entanglement between the antique and people. The more famous the antique, the stronger the entanglement. And I need to absorb that quantum entanglement to maintain the interdimensional portal and keep my own consciousness stable. So to open the portal, I need famous antiques." A stack of photos suddenly appeared in Zay's hand, clearly depicting top-tier antiques from various countries. Items like these very famous and rare carry more power of time, allowing the portal to remain open for longer. In fact, once I've accumulated enough power of time, I can even grant abilities to other items in the house. At that point, you'll be able to use them by expending power of time as well, which will better help you explore other worlds and deal with other nations. Faced with this new temptation from Zay, Chen felt both intrigued and a bit daunted. If they were just ordinary antiques, there would be as many as we wanted. But when it came to famous antiques, they weren't so plentiful. Moreover, we didn't know what would happen to the antiques after their power of time was absorbed or whether they'd be returned intact. We didn't even know the conversion rate, so we just have to take it one step at a time. All right, I understand, Mr. Zay. We'll source the antiques from major museums and guarantee they'll be authentic. However, given your current form of existence, we'd like to conduct some experiments and research on you. We hope you'll agree. Hearing their assurances, Zay didn't care at all about their experiments and research as long as he handed the artifacts over. This step was unavoidable anyway. After all, with such a huge prize right here, how could they not want to figure out the anomalies in the bungalow? Unfortunately, this was destined to be a futile effort. After transforming into this form, he had quietly wiped out the underground laboratory, leaving not even a trace of its existence. He certainly didn't want to see a second version of himself appear in the world, undermining his own unique value. So even if they wanted to study it, they wouldn't be able to discover anything. Convinced of this, Zay gave the other party a meaningful nod. No problem, Chen. I'll cooperate with your research. Now, when are we moving to a new location? No rush, Chen said, leisurely straightening his white lab coat and glancing up at the sky. It's just past noon now, when the sun is at its peak, and the satellites in space are very active. If we want to move to a new location, we'll have to wait until nightfall. That's the only way to ensure safety and secrecy. Otherwise, if we act now, we'll be easily exposed. Oh, I see. Zay understood. On the TV screen, he let out a huge yawn. In that case, I need to catch up on some sleep now. Otherwise, without absorbing the power of time, my body's functions will be severely impaired. Especially since I just opened a portal to another realm for a minute, it's causing me to shut down. Chen watched Zay, who was exhaling clouds of breath, and nodded with a smile. I see. Well then, you should go rest right away. I'll come wake you up when it gets dark. Okay, goodbye. Watching the TV screen fly farther and farther away, Chen's face, which had been smiling just moments ago, returned to its usual impassive expression. Taking a tablet handed to him by a soldier, he quickly walked out of the parking lot, leaving the tech industry heavyweights behind to analyze the situation in the other world. Have you located where Shaq used to live? What's the situation there now? We need to determine the cause of Shaq's formation as soon as possible, especially the experiment Zay mentioned that's the most critical trigger for the anomaly. Who had been silent until then, twitched his ears. It's been located. It's 1 kilometer southwest of the police station. Should we go to the site for an on-site investigation now? Yes, let us head out immediately. Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He and Hu climbed into a jeep and sped toward the target location. By the time the two arrived, the scene had already been cordoned off by soldiers. Where Shaq had originally stood, only a large, pitch-black hole remained. According to the on-site team's survey, it was approximately 50 meters deep, with an elliptical opening. The surrounding cliff walls were incredibly smooth, reflecting light like glass. At the bottom of the massive pit, there was nothing inside, just a smooth surface, as if everything there had been completely erased. Skeptical, Chen and Hu peered down into the hole, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Although Zay was young, he really left no stone unturned. Who knows what method he used to create such a massive hole? It seemed impossible to spy on their experimental results through this opening and uncover their secrets. At this point, their only option was to truly cooperate, otherwise, letting the situation escalate would be disastrous. Chen let out a long sigh and summoned the site supervisor. He ordered him to quickly bring in several bulldozers and some dead, diseased pigs to fill in the massive pit while the area was still cordoned off. While they were at it, they should smash the smooth walls as well, to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from discovering anything. Finally, they would take a few sets of photos to release to the media, claiming that a terrifying strain of swine fever, one capable of infecting humans, had broken out in this small town, but that the situation had now been resolved and everything had been buried. Even the infected individuals had already received medical treatment. That would make the news of the town's lockdown seem perfectly reasonable. As long as there are no slip-ups during the final cleanup, the whole affair will be swept under the rug. Before long, evening quietly fell. The sun, high in the sky, slowly sank toward the west. After a day of secret cleanup efforts, the townspeople who had initially been in a panic were reassured and returned to their normal lives. There was no sensational coverage of the incident online either. It was merely described in a few simple sentences accompanied by a few photos. After all, the occurrence of natural disasters within a country is quite normal and doesn't attract much attention. Especially since this incident had been downplayed. So when midnight struck, the town was completely silent. All the streetlights were turned off to facilitate the covert transfer of Shaq Zay. Meanwhile, in the police station parking lot, everything was ready. Even Zay's physical form was covered with several layers of tarpaulin. However, to facilitate movement and transport, Zay manipulated its physical form, transforming the single-story building into a long, rectangular box. Perfectly sized to be loaded onto large transport trucks and trains, making the upcoming secret transfer easier. Sizzle report: all police checkpoints have been set up, the main road leading to the train station has been cleared, and all personnel are on standby. Copy that. Initiate the escort mission. Hua's stern, sharp voice echoed through the quiet parking lot. And the convoy, which had been on standby, started their engines simultaneously. A low hum of engines filled the air, becoming the only melody at that moment. As the convoy moved forward slowly, the cleared-out route was completely silent. Every vehicle participating in the operation had its headlights off, relying solely on the driver's night vision goggles to proceed with utmost caution. They took the utmost care to prevent any unnecessary noise from the vehicles, lest it attract undue attention and lead to the mission's failure. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time passed slowly. Just as the convoy was about to reach the train station, an unexpected turn of events suddenly struck. Hu, at the front of the convoy, received a signal from his subordinates. Through the thermal imaging display, he saw several moving heat signatures around the corner ahead, approaching their position. Clearly, an unforeseen breach had occurred in the evacuation operation, leading to this unexpected situation. Feeling angry, Hu slammed the steering wheel, but still sent a stop signal to the entire convoy. As for himself, he listened quietly to the conversation on the walkie-talkie. It turned out that at a corner 500 meters ahead of the convoy, several foreigners had suddenly appeared. They were holding cell phones, recording while talking. Family, I told you so. China is really backward. Look at this place. Not only are there nothing but shabby one-story houses, but now there is not even electricity or cell service at night. As they spoke, the men pointed their phones at the nearby buildings and started filming. And as they filmed, they continued to rant. Look, these bricks are already rotting, and the plaster is falling off the walls. Even the biggest hotel we're staying at is in this condition. Especially with this pandemic going on here, they're trying to trap us. What a joke. We men from Curry country don't like being restricted. If they want to control us, a mere Chinese soldier won got it. The arrogant man gave his companions a nod, and they all burst into gleeful laughter. They'd just gone to great lengths to slip past the guards' watchful eyes, and today, they intended to seize this opportunity to expose China's worst side. They wanted the whole world to understand that their Curry nation was the leading power in the East. As for China, it remained that poor, backward country. Just as these foreigners were gloating, in the darkness, numerous hidden gun barrels were already trained on them. If Huan Ti held back from giving the order to fire, these guys would have been riddled with bullet holes long ago. But even so, Hu had no intention of letting them off the hook. Director, according to the highest security protocols, these people from Curry Nation might discover something unusual in the town, which could lead to Shaq's exposure. Should we handle this discreetly? Upon hearing Hua's question, Chen stroked his chin and shook his head. No. We can't do that. It would make this place even more suspicious. It would make it easy for Curry Nation to latch onto us and make a big deal out of it. How about this, Chen said, pointing toward the large crater where the shack had once stood, a mischievous look crossing his face. We're staging a mutant swine fever outbreak, right? We'll need a few corpses to make it believable. Aren't the corpses practically being delivered to our doorstep right now? Send someone to subdue these people shortly, then make it look like they all died from the virus. Afterward, send the photos and videos back to Curry country. We'll say these people engaged in more than just friendly interactions with the pigs and ended up becoming carriers of the pathogen. All the outbreaks in the town were caused by their debauchery. Make them compensate us for our losses. Basically, we'll muddy the waters so the other side has no way to act, and there'll be no witnesses left to contradict us. This is more effective than just shooting them. Well, his face covered in scars, was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected the director's methods to be so ruthless. No wonder he was the director of a mental hospital. He could handle both mental illnesses and special anomalous incidents. Now, thanks to your intervention, Curry Country's tradition of everything can go beyond friendship has become even more infamous. However, thinking of how these Koreans had slandered his own country, who felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His expression gradually turned more and more ferocious. Soon, a series of orders were issued. And the warriors who had been hiding emerged from the shadows, forming a ring that completely surrounded the few people from Curry Nation. This imposing, battle-ready stance frightened the group who had been filming. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you handcuffing us? We haven't broken any of your country's laws. You can't treat us like this. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Protest. I'm filing a protest. We're going to contact our embassy. Damn it, you Chinese are so arrogant. Are you picking on me just because I'm unarmed? I hope you have a daughter." The cursing Curry Nation nationals were hauled away by the fully armed soldiers, and all their electronic devices were destroyed on the spot. The fate awaiting these men would be agony worse than death. They had only themselves to blame for disobeying orders and sneaking out to court their own doom. Under normal circumstances, they would have gotten nothing more than a stern lesson, but now, they lost their lives and in a way that left them in the dark about what had even happened. Buzz. After this minor incident, the stalled convoy slowly resumed its journey toward the train station. However, due to the sudden incident, security measures had been tightened even further. The slightest disturbance could be met with a merciless attack. Fortunately, the final leg of the journey passed without incident. The escort team finally arrived safely at the train station and secretly transferred Zay onto the train that had been waiting there all along. The soldiers who had participated in the escort and protection also boarded the train at the same time. From now on, these men would serve as the Anomaly Bureau's direct combat unit. Meanwhile, the large contingent of soldiers responsible for the other areas of the town would continue to garrison the town until this outbreak charade was over. Chug chug, chug chug. The freight train, designed specifically for cargo transport, slowly pulled away. Zay, who had kept everyone on edge, finally set off for his final destination, the capital. There, everything was being arranged in an orderly fashion. All in preparation for the arrival of this important target. A few hours later, just as dawn was breaking, the train carrying Zay finally arrived on the outskirts of the capital. This area was not only picturesque but also home to many mountains and forests. Standing on a mountaintop and gazing into the distance, one could see a modern metropolis rising in the direction of the morning sun, a bustling imperial capital filled with towering skyscrapers and a constant stream of traffic. In stark contrast to that bustling scene, the train, nestled deep within the mountains, had already entered a dark, deep tunnel. Through a series of track switches and complex mechanical maneuvers, a hidden section quietly emerged. Once the train disappeared into this section, a camouflaged train that had been standing by for some time emerged from the other end of the tunnel and sped off toward an unknown destination. Such a seamless maneuver made it impossible for anyone to detect that the train had, in fact, been secretly swapped out. Rumbling loudly, the speeding train weaved through the dim interior of the mountains. Following the passage excavated by a tunnel boring machine and passing through layer upon layer of checkpoints, it soon arrived at a mysterious platform. The area was not only completely open but also filled with soldiers standing at the ready. Dim light shone from all around, making the place feel as oppressive as a steel prison. Once the train came to a gradual stop, the soldiers involved in the mission were the first to disembark. Following Hu's instructions, they led the leading figures in the scientific community ahead to the underground base laboratory. Afterward, they would take up quarters in the base camp, awaiting their next mission. Meanwhile, the key figure aboard the train, Zay, had already removed all the tarps covering the windows. He turned on the TV and surveyed the vast station. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected, the government really knows how to do things on a grand scale. Brother Zay, welcome to the QS-01 experimental base. This facility is located 50 meters underground at the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, Chen said with a smile as he stood beside the single-story building, introducing the site to Zay. From now on, this will officially serve as the headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau. Come on, let us pass through that massive steel door and reach the final destination of our journey. Alright, I'm really looking forward to it. Zay, on the other side of the TV screen, smiled as well. He looked at the massive steel door, sensing it was a gateway to another world. A chilly air permeated the long corridor. And dim, yellowish light scattered from the ceiling, casting a steel-gray glow. Once he stepped out of the passageway, the true underground base came into view. It resembled a labyrinth built of steel, silently guarding humanity's secrets. Everywhere were rows of tall metal cabinets and cold control panels. Many researchers in white lab coats stood there, their gazes focused and serious, their faces etched with the marks of time and responsibility. Some were peering into the microscopic world through microscopes, while others were recording data or pondering the next step in their experiments. Each of them was immersed in their own scientific exploration, seemingly long accustomed to their surroundings. As the aircraft moved forward slowly, a specialized containment area came into view. Constructed entirely of special materials, this area not only allowed for observation of the contained specimens but also permitted other researchers to enter and study them. The flying television caught a glimpse of these specimens, and even Zay, watching from within, couldn't help but look surprised. This sight filled Chen, standing nearby, with a sense of pride. Zay, come on over. Let me give you a quick introduction to some of our containment subjects here. Look at that one, Zay said, following the direction of Chen's hand. Inside a pure white space that appeared to be made of glass, a human sat on a bed, his head bowed so that his features were obscured. As the TV and Chen drew closer, the human who had appeared to be deep in thought suddenly raised his head, revealing a face composed entirely of pixelation. Upon closer inspection, one could roughly make out his facial features, but because his entire face was covered in square-shaped pixels, his exact appearance remained completely indistinguishable. Only a general outline was visible. Brother Zay, this is the Mosaic Man, codenamed Mosaic. For unknown reasons, his face has turned into a mosaic. That's why, when he was first discovered, it even sparked an urban legend. Netizens generally believe that if you watch too much porn, you'll end up with a face like this. Feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, Zay looked at the face that seemed to belong to someone with severe myopia. He felt a certain sympathy for the man, but as a researcher, he was more interested in investigating the cause of his abnormal condition. Chen, based on the principles of pixelation, its effects primarily affect vision. At this point, the moss eyes have degraded in tonal detail, creating a scrambled, blocky effect. So everything he sees right now must also appear pixelated, right? Upon hearing this, Chen nodded in agreement. That's right. His eyes have indeed been mosaic-ified. However, based on our research, we've already reverse-engineered the mosaic effect on his eyes. Right now, there's a pair of special glasses sitting by his bed. As soon as he puts them on, his vision will return to normal, allowing him to see everything once again. With a look of understanding, Zay pushed up his glasses and followed Chen toward the next containment room. In this pure white space, there was another short-haired human male. However, Zay couldn't immediately discern what was unusual about this person. Take a look, Zay. This is a stutterer codenamed Stutter. As the name suggests, his anomaly is stuttering. In other words, it's as if he has encountered a blue star bug. He frequently freezes up, or teleports, suddenly appearing here and there. It's truly incredible. Hearing Chen's explanation, Zay looked over with interest. The man who had been standing there suddenly took a few steps forward. But just as Chen had said, the moment he took a step, his body froze in place, as if suspended in midair. By the time Zay looked back, the man had already punched the wall. It looked as if the video had skipped a frame. It was as though some inexplicable force had removed key frames, leaving him in this jerky state. How long am I going to be stuck like this? Is it because I used a lag-inducing cheat while playing CF? God, this is so unfair. Why don't you do anything about those great golden immortals and the like? Why are you singling me out to torment? With a face full of grief and indignation, Stutter knelt on the ground and burst into tears. He'd been tormented by this situation for years. Although he'd managed to master the basics of stuttering, this stutter-filled life was still driving him to the brink of collapse. He longed to experience a normal life, otherwise, he'd be doomed to a life of loneliness. Even if he found a wife, on their wedding night, he'd probably be unable to experience the process. He'd reach the finish line in an instant. What was the point of living a life like this, when he didn't even know if his own children were really his? Zay watched Ketan weeping uncontrollably and thought he was yet another unfortunate soul. However, his anomaly was even more intriguing. It looked a lot like teleportation. He just didn't know where the limit of this freezing effect actually lay. "All right," Chen said, patting the TV. "Don't pay any attention to that self-destructive brat. He needs to let off steam every day, otherwise, he'll end up bottling it all up. And don't let the fact that he is locked up here fool you. He is just undergoing routine experiments. Once the experiments are over, they'll be free again and able to move about the base as they please." Zay, having taken it all in, gave his companion one last look before following Chen toward the other containment chambers. Along the way, he encountered all sorts of strange and bizarre things. Like the static bird, which could hover motionless in midair. The BJ-375 bus that drove itself every night, and streetlights that flickered automatically even when unplugged. There was even death gas that would kill anyone instantly with a single breath. A déjà vu cube that induced a sense of familiarity, and interpenetrating trees that could inexplicably slip through and into any object. The array of anomalous objects was dazzling. Each one captivated Zay's attention, sparking a strong desire to study them. When the entire escort team reached the very end of the base, they found the most heavily guarded containment chamber. Looking through the transparent observation panel, Zay was astonished to discover that inside that containment chamber was, to his surprise, a small black hole measuring 30 centimeters in diameter. Its appearance was exactly the same as what one would observe through an astronomical telescope. Not only was the black hole itself a pitch-black sphere, but it was also surrounded by a halo and an accretion disk. The matter within the accretion disk generated intense light as it heated up due to friction. But for some unknown reason, this black hole had not generated a massive gravitational pull capable of obliterating the entire Earth. Instead, it simply remained there quietly within the base. Chen, walking ahead, noticed Zay's confusion and kindly explained. "Brother Zay, isn't this spectacular? It's the most dangerous containment specimen in the underground base, codenamed Death Star. Don't be fooled by its harmless appearance right now. In reality, anything that comes within 5 meters of it will be sucked in. However, according to our investigations, it doesn't project its gravitational pull or absorb atmospheric components, which is why Blue Star has managed to survive. Even so, the Death Star remains the most dangerous entity of all, because no one knows when it might erupt. And the reason the base was built here is precisely because it was already here when it was discovered. To address the potential threats posed by it and other anomalies, the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital was established." Zay looked at Chen, whose face was etched with gravity, and understood his concerns and considerations. It seemed they'd brought him here with another plan in mind. If the black hole really did erupt, they'd have him use the teleportation channel to send it to another world. In that case, better the friend die than the monk, and Blue Star would be safe. This was indeed the best solution available at the moment. Feeling a touch of admiration, Zay stopped focusing on the black hole. Right now, he urgently needed to replenish his power of time, otherwise, if he delayed any longer, he would fall into a deep slumber. As for when he might wake up, that was anyone's guess. This was also one of the reasons he was so eager to collaborate with the higher-ups. "Chen, let us put the Dead Star matter aside for now. When will you deliver the antique you promised me?" "Antique?" Chen froze for a moment before catching on. He looked at Zay, whose expression remained impassive, yet he could sense a sense of urgency emanating from him. It seemed the power of time was truly vital to him, so much so that he momentarily lost his composure. With that thought, Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry. The items have already arrived. Smack, smack as two sharp slaps rang out, several soldiers pushed a small cart over from a short distance away. Inside were several heavily sealed large crates. Take a look. These are renowned antiques transferred from the prefectural level museum. As for higher grade pieces, time is limited, so we'll need to schedule and rotate them. After all, we need to be prepared to replace the genuine articles with replicas. Chen gave a knowing look. The real reason, however, was that he didn't want to bring out the most valuable antiques too early. If he satisfied all of Zay's demands at once, it might lead to undesirable consequences. So even if the other party needed antiques, he would only increase the stakes layer by layer to test just how big his appetite really was and how long the prefectural level antiques could keep the portal open. These were all factors he needed to weigh and test. Zay, who had been waiting nearby all along, didn't care what schemes Chen was hatching. He'd chosen to cooperate with the higher-ups precisely because it would maximize his profits. Otherwise, acquiring these antiques on his own would not only be extremely difficult but also illegal, and it might even force him to reveal the anomaly in his own body. In the end, he'd go from being in control to being at the mercy of others. By then, it wouldn't be the kind of cooperative arrangement they had now. Snap, snap, several sealed boxes were opened by vines extending from the cottage, revealing more than a dozen neatly arranged bronze artifacts and some ancient garments inside. Judging by the traces of age on them, these items were clearly very old. Brother Zay, what do you think? Will these work? Hearing Chen's question, Zay used his powers to move the TV over for a closer look. Through his special vision, he could see fine, blue glowing threads floating within the artifacts. These threads intertwined and twisted, shifting back and forth to form the shapes of the artifacts. However, depending on the fame of each artifact, the quantity of blue threads contained within varied. But overall, there was enough to meet his needs. Yes, Zay nodded from inside the TV. These are indeed well-known antiques. I can absorb the power of time imbued within them. To use that to open a stable portal to another realm. Great, 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 Chen laughed heartily. Then get to absorbing them right away. After all, the higher-ups are pushing us hard to get this project up and running. Understood, Zay said without further ado. Using the vines extending from the bungalow, he reached out to grab the antiques. This scene led the onlookers to believe the antiques would be crushed, but once the vines wrapped around them, it was as if they entered another dimension, sending out ripples in concentric circles. When the vines emerged from the ripples, the blue glowing lines previously invisible to the naked eye now appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. What made it even more incredible was that these lines formed the outlines of the antiques. Wow, how does this work? What are those lines? Could it be that we've been approaching antique research from the wrong angle? It's possible. Who would thought such a marvelous thing was hidden inside an antique? It really just goes to show the world is vast, and nothing is too strange. Wow, wow, wow. I guess the appraisal of antiques is about to enter a whole new era. One researcher after another marveled at the sight, and even the bigwigs in the tech industry were equally amazed. The only two people on the scene who roughly understood what was going on were Chen and Hu. That was because Zay had briefly explained it to them earlier. That blue mass was likely quantum entanglement on the antique, the so-called power of time. Once the blue threads had completely left the antique, they seemed to lose their restraint and suddenly scattered, slithering like snakes along the vines and surging into the interior of the bungalow until they vanished entirely. Zay's expression on the TV screen shifted slightly. He could feel the nourishing effects of the power of time, though the amount wasn't very large. Still, it was enough to keep him temporarily awake, preventing him from falling into a deep slumber, and allowing him to use the large color TV's interdimensional portal ability to a limited extent. This effect would last for about a week. As for the antique that had absorbed the quantum entanglement, there were no visible changes on the surface. It still looked exactly the same. Brother Zay, are you done absorbing it? Chen, who had been waiting nearby, asked curiously. Yeah, all done, Zay replied firmly. Now I can keep the portal open for about a week. Great, 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 Chen said happily. As long as the antique wasn't damaged, that was good enough. So, do you still need these remaining antiques? I need to return them. Sure, Zay said, retracting his vines and glancing at the antiques before offering a helpful reminder. Chen, although I've absorbed all the power of time accumulated on these antiques, as time passes and more people take an interest in them, they start accumulating quantum entanglement again. The effect won't be as strong as before, but it's better than nothing. They still provide some power of time. Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing Zay's words. It seemed he didn't need to worry about completely depleting all the antiques. However, for them to accumulate power of time again, these antiques would need to be put on display, so more people could learn about them and establish a connection with them. It seemed that Zay, that young man, was probably counting on exactly that. Sure enough, he had his own reasons behind every move he made. With a smile on his face, Chen patted his chest and promised. I understand, Brother Zay. From now on, I'll ship a batch of famous antiques over every day so you can complete the absorption. But over the next few days, the Anomaly Bureau needs to set up a dedicated interdimensional exploration zone here to observe and study the culture, geography, and environment of other dimensions. We'll even have to install various defensive facilities to prevent any dangers from the other side from rushing through the portal into the base. That would be a real mess to clean up. Zay, fully understanding the situation, nodded. No problem. I'll follow all instructions. However, while you're making these preparations, I'll need a dedicated laboratory and some scientific equipment to prepare for some upcoming explorations of the other world. Oh? Brother Zay, are you planning to travel to the other world as well? Chen's brow furrowed deeply. He certainly didn't want this precious asset to face any danger. At a time when this world was growing increasingly strange and turbulent, Zay's presence was truly indispensable. No, Zay on the TV shook his head, refuting the director's speculation. As a researcher, I would never put my physical body in danger. Even if I were to travel to another world, I'd only send that outlaw's skeleton. But before that, I need to make some mechanical modifications to the skeleton and install some devices. Otherwise, when I open the portal, I'll lose my field of vision and won't be able to help you. Hearing Zay's plan, Chen let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, I see. That really gave me a scare. No problem. As long as you don't send your physical body, we'll meet all your other requirements. Having settled all the terms, both of them broke into smiles. This outcome satisfied both parties. And so, Zay in his bungalow form made the Anomaly Bureau's base his permanent home. To better carry out interdimensional exploration missions, the entire base began operating at full speed, with everyone bustling about. Even the soldiers on standby joined in the intense construction efforts. To this end, a vast area within the underground base was specifically cleared out for the installation of the teleportation gate and hazard prevention measures. The specialized equipment required by many high-ranking officials also began to be secretly transported from their research institutes and universities. If supplies were insufficient, dedicated channels would be used to place orders domestically for a batch of custom-made instruments, the most advanced currently available in the country. As for why they didn't use foreign equipment, it was simply out of concern for security breaches. After all, there had been quite a few scandals involving foreign devices. Not only could they be remotely controlled, but they could also be remotely detonated. If such equipment were imported, who knows what might happen? Hurry up, hurry up! A furious shout rang out through the base. Who was carrying building materials, looked at the soldiers approaching him and wore a look of displeasure. Haven't any of you eaten today? You're moving so slowly. At this rate, how many days will it take to complete the base's initial renovation plan? Did you slack off during training? Is that why your physical fitness isn't up to par? With performance like this, do you even deserve to participate in the upcoming interdimensional exploration mission? The soldiers, each carrying several pieces of building material, heard Huas roar and, like startled quails, suddenly picked up their pace considerably. They began sprinting while carrying the building materials, shouting 121, 121 in unison, clearly brimming with fighting spirit. After all, a special mission like this might only come once in a lifetime, and they certainly didn't want to be cut from the team for not trying hard enough. Humph, bunch of brats, who snorted coldly, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly despite his naturally commanding demeanor. A few days later, the turmoil caused by the outbreak in the small town had completely subsided, and the soldiers who had arrived from all corners of the country boarded the trains. The entire remote town returned to normal life, except for the ruins of the sealed-off bungalow, which due to residual traces of the virus would remain off limits to others for the time being. As for this sudden incident, it had been swept under the rug thanks to Chen's tactics of misdirection and deception. Now the entire international community knew that the Curry Nation had actually gone to Huagua to prey on their pigs, and sick pigs at that. Just how desperate must one be to commit such a deranged act? However, when people thought of the Curry people's glorious deeds, they felt they could somehow accept it. The resulting public outcry completely overshadowed all other events. For a time, even if Curry Nation tried to issue a clarification claiming those individuals were live streamers from a high caste who would never do such a thing, no one believed them. After all, their track record speaks for itself, and Huagua had provided supporting evidence. As the saying goes, public opinion is a formidable force with no way to defend itself against the chorus of accusations. Curry Nation could only silently swallow this bitter pill. Their plans to squeeze China for hefty compensation were quashed. But the matter didn't end there. China, determined to play the game to the fullest, turned the tables and demanded compensation for the losses incurred over the past several days. Both sides quickly became mired in a stalemate, providing the people of the world with a juicy scandal to feast on. This completely diverted all attention away from the small town. Meanwhile, over the course of these past few days, a secret observation team composed of experts in psychology, behavioral science, and micro-expression analysis began around-the-clock analysis of Zay through hidden cameras within the base. After working day and night, they finally submitted a report to Chen. According to the analysis, Zay currently exhibits no anti-human tendencies, nor has his ideology turned dark. He fully meets the standards of a normal human being. Although he shows little interest in conventional emotions, he harbors a keen interest in scientific research, the contained entity, and the alternate world. His behavior aligns with that of a researcher, and there is currently no threat of mutation. However, for safety reasons, this expert team will continue to monitor Zay through long-term observation to verify the accuracy of their hypotheses. After all, since the security of Huagua is at stake, no one dares to be even the slightest bit careless. Their mission is to nip any danger in the bud. After finishing the report, Chen picked up the coffee on his desk and took a sip. Phew, I hope everything goes smoothly. He stood up and walked slowly toward the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. From there, he could clearly see the interior of the base. He was currently in the top-floor office carved out of the wall. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of slightly hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Reporting for duty. Shaq is looking for you. He says he has an important matter to report. A soldier stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Oh. Chen, holding his teacup, raised an eyebrow. He set the cup down, followed the soldier into the elevator, and soon arrived at the large open plan level at the very bottom. The underground experimental base, which had once been like a maze, had now been completely transformed. The research labs and containment facilities had all been dismantled and moved in modular sections, stacked and cleared to the sides of the base. This left the vast underground space entirely open for exploration of other realms. Only the most dangerous Death Star could not be moved and remained at the farthest end of the base. Brother Zay, I heard you had something important to discuss with me? What's on your mind? In a secluded laboratory within the base, Chen pushed open the glass door. He looked at the skeletal frame standing with its back to him, his face filled with curiosity. In just a few days, Zay had transformed the skeleton into something resembling a Terminator robot. Please have a seat, Chen. The skeleton turned around, revealing a somewhat different appearance. What had once been the remains of a ruthless bandit had now been fitted with mechanical components by Zay. Embedded in its hollow, skeletal eye sockets were two cameras, zooming back and forth just like a camera. While its chest cavity was filled with a dense network of circuit boards and mechanical structures, and what appeared to be batteries packed the entire abdominal cavity. Even the skeletal remains of his limbs contained complex steel transmission mechanisms. The slightest exertion of his hand bones would trigger these mechanisms to generate powerful auxiliary kinetic energy. This perfectly compensated for the disadvantage of his skeletal frame lacking muscles. However, due to current limitations in batteries and materials, the mechanical exoskeleton Zay controlled could only operate for about 4 hours on a full charge, and that was only because his skeleton itself carried power and provided self-balancing capabilities. Otherwise, it would likely only last an hour or two before running out of power. Even so, Zay wasn't discouraged after all. There were plenty of backup power sources at the base, so if one ran out, he'd just switch to another. As long as it didn't overheat or overload. Putting aside his current task, the skeleton walked over to a workbench piled high with parts and pulled out a second-hand laptop. "Chen, the reason I asked you to come over today is to show you this." Curious, Chen took the laptop the skeleton handed him. He examined it closely and realized this thing was practically an antique. Not only was it extremely worn out, but it was probably over a decade old. Since Zay had brought it out, Chen knew it had to be something special. It might even have some unique capabilities. Just like his TV. Growing more and more excited as he thought about it, Chen decided not to beat around the bush. He cut straight to the chase. "Hey, Zay, don't make me guess. Just tell me what this laptop can do. Otherwise, I'll go bald from all the stress." Hearing Chen's banter, Zay realized his friend was trying to strike up a conversation. Although he wasn't fond of social niceties, he wasn't about to give someone the cold shoulder when they showed him goodwill. "Chen, I've named this notebook's ability 5 special effects. As the name suggests, as long as it consumes the power of time, it can transform all attacks captured by the camera into 5 special effects, rendering them harmless. However, the more powerful the attack, the more power of time it consumes. That's something to keep in mind." After hearing Zay's explanation, the excitement on Chen's face grew more and more evident. He never expected this unassuming laptop to have such powerful capabilities. This kid really knew how to surprise him. "I just wonder what the limit of this thing is. Could it even neutralize a salvo of nuclear missiles?" Curious, Chen voiced his question, causing even Zay to rub his chin thoughtfully. Theoretically, it's possible. But the consumption of the power of time would likely be enormous. You'd better let me store up a massive amount of the power of time. That way, even if a black hole erupts, I'll be able to use this laptop to eliminate the danger." Chen, who had been excited moments ago, froze for a second. He glanced at the skeleton in front of him and realized the other's true motive. So this guy thought the antiques I gave him weren't enough to absorb that SYED come up with a new containment object over the past few days, with the sole purpose of making it impossible for me to refuse. But when it comes to a blatant scheme within a blatant scheme like this, he really couldn't resist. As long as he could verify the laptop's authenticity, he'd consider himself defeated by this kid. At that point, forget about antiques. Even if the kid asked him to rob a tomb, he'd do it without hesitation, grinning all the while as he dug up graves. Shin sighed deeply. "All right, I get it. Now, while the base is still under renovation, come with me to another base. There, we have dedicated facilities for testing various explosive and attack techniques, which will fully demonstrate this notebook's capabilities. Plus, I'll arrange for a batch of antiques to be brought in specifically for you to absorb and use in your experiments. Is that okay?" "Okay," Skeleton Zay nodded. He picked up a white lab coat and slipped it on, then put on a monkey face mask. As for his legs and hands, he pulled on a pair of pants and a pair of gloves. Now he no longer looked like the Terminator he had moments ago. Instead, he resembled a normal human wearing a mask. He returned to the pile of materials, pulled out a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and very carefully placed them over the mask. As for why he did this, it was simply out of habit. Without glasses on his face, Zay always felt like something was missing, and he would easily become restless. "All right, we can leave now." Chen glanced at the fully outfitted Zay, puzzled by his decision to wear both a mask and glasses, but he respected his choice. Although he wanted to voice his inner criticism, he held back for the sake of the upcoming experiment. The moment the two of them stepped out of the lab, who had been waiting outside, sealed off the area and evacuated everyone without the proper clearance from within a 100-meter radius. This was to prevent any important information related to the notebook from leaking. After all, orders had already come down, anything involving Zay must be handled with the utmost confidentiality. Especially since the notebook was no ordinary item, it could very well become a strategic defensive weapon. So the fewer people who knew about it, the better. In an instant, the entire base was gripped by a sense of alarm. People kept their mouths shut, dared not ask too many questions, and hurriedly stayed away from the area. Everyone went back to working on their own tasks. Meanwhile, the two men, now fully prepared, were escorted by soldiers aboard a special train to another secret experimental base located even deeper underground. It was used for observing and conducting experiments on small-scale nuclear explosions. Its defensive capabilities were extremely robust, ensuring enemies could not detect their activities. By the time the three arrived, personnel without the proper security clearance had already been screened out. Only those with verified identities remained in the entire base. Many antique items and specialized equipment required by Zay were transported here as well. Led by specialized staff, they arrived at the nuclear explosion observation room. They began setting up external devices to connect to the laptop. After all, the laptop was far too old. Its specifications were too low to meet current demands, so external servers and workstations were needed to share the computational load. This allowed the laptop to function solely as a command center, while other tasks including camera feeds, signal transmission, and image simulation were handled by the servers and workstations. Once everything was set up, Zay had also absorbed all the antiques that had been delivered. This allowed it to store a vast amount of the power of time within its core. To dispel any suspicions or speculation from his superiors, Zay wrote a small program on another computer and implanted it into the second-hand laptop. This program visualized the storage and consumption of the power of time in numerical form, preventing his superiors from thinking he had embezzled it and thus avoiding unnecessary suspicion. As for whether there was actually a slush fund, that was a matter of personal interpretation. Chen glanced at the program displayed on the laptop and wore a look of satisfaction. Zay was truly clever. Not only was he highly intelligent, but he also possessed strong emotional intelligence. The reason he disliked social niceties was likely because he didn't want to waste his limited energy on trivial matters. Talent like this was exactly what they needed most. With a sense of admiration, Chen waved to the others. The experiment officially began, and a series of reports followed. Report: the laptop has booted up. All systems are normal. External cameras are in place. Signal is strong. The server array has been activated. Cooling functions are normal. The nuclear blast chamber has been sealed. Countdown is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown began, everyone watching the experiment held their breath. Even the elders in the capital were watching this incredible live broadcast, eager to see if that laptop truly possessed the ability to neutralize a nuclear explosion. Inside the sealed nuclear explosion chamber, a miniature nuclear bomb was placed in the center. It resembled a plump little missile, roughly 40 to 50 centimeters in size. Its round shape looked rather cute, but once detonated, it would unleash terrifying energy and radiation. It would reduce everything in its immediate vicinity to nothingness. Numerous cameras mounted on the walls surrounding the bomb were trained on it. If the bomb were to actually explode, not a single one of these cameras would survive, they would all be destroyed. Now was the moment to test the notebook's capabilities. When the countdown reached 2, the enter key on the laptop was pressed prematurely, triggering the 5-mile special effects ability one step ahead of schedule. However, since the nuclear bomb hadn't been detonated yet, the effect hadn't taken hold. This caused a bead of cold sweat to form on everyone's forehead. Through their special sunglasses, they stared unblinkingly at the observation room's window, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Suddenly, everything in the room changed. The previously silent nuclear bomb exploded like a firecracker, and a giant Chinese character 4 boom floated above it. That's right, it was a Chinese character, and a 3-dimensional one at that. Immediately afterward, a mushroom cloud composed of simple line drawings slowly rose, and numerous other characters began to drift out from all around it. Startled, the onlookers quickly removed their sunglasses to take a closer look, only to discover the words radiation, extreme heat, and shockwave. These characters were slamming into the walls at breakneck speed, causing a crackling sound. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes and mouths twitched uncontrollably. Was this what they called 50-cent special effects? It really wasn't worth even an extra 10 cents. Seriously, isn't this just childless play and completely absurd? Some of the researchers in charge of monitoring the experiment were plunged into self-doubt. They felt that everything they learned and knew was a joke. If a nuclear bomb ended up like this, then other forms of attack would probably be even more ridiculous. The silence of the crowd made the scene eerily quiet. Only Zay had long anticipated this outcome. After all, this was a contained entity he bestowed through the power of time, and he understood its capabilities quite well. Suddenly, an instrument operator let out a startled cry. "Oh my God, what is going on? Where did those things go?" Hearing the operator's exclamation, everyone turned their gaze toward him. "What's wrong?" Chen asked curiously. "What's gone? Is it the text that appeared after the nuclear explosion?" "No, not that," the staff member said, his expression odd as he pointed to the data on the instrument. According to the data, all existing radiation readings inside the nuclear blast chamber have been reset to 0. The environment inside is now completely normal. In other words, all the accumulated nuclear radiation and radioactive contamination from our previous nuclear tests inside have vanished. That's truly unbelievable. Whoa! The observer's words sent shockwaves through the room once again. No one had expected that the notebook had not only neutralized the exploding nuclear bomb but had also erased all previous effects, transforming them into cheap special effects, turning them into text, and causing them to simply fall to the ground. Gulp, some people instinctively swallowed hard. He looked at the laptop connected by various cables and fully grasped its significance. At that moment, Zay, in his skeletal form, broke the silence of their astonishment. Looking at the crowd with their eyes wide open, he asked calmly, "Everyone, are you satisfied with the experimental results?" Faced with Zay's question, Chen, who had been momentarily dazed, cleared his throat. "Ahem, satisfied, more than satisfied. This laptop's 5-mile special effects capability is nothing short of revolutionary. It can eliminate all danger before it even arises. With this, our country will be invincible. It could even become a new defensive measure within the South Heavenly Gate project. Let us just call it the Skynet defense system." Growing more and more excited as he spoke, Chen carefully picked up the laptop. His eyes shone with a brilliant light. "From now on, this will be our national treasure. Headquarters has already approved connecting this notebook to the latest third-generation superconducting quantum computer. It will be kept under strict 24-hour surveillance to monitor everything and counter unknown threats." At this point, Chen patted Zay on the shoulder. "Brother Zay, you've done China a huge favor once again. Don't worry. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know." Having achieved his goal, Zay shrugged and pointed at the small program on the laptop. The power of the ages, which had once been abundant there, had now been depleted by 1/10. Clearly, this was a gold-devouring behemoth that was hard to satisfy. Chen glanced at it and smiled nonchalantly. It's no big deal. Given China's scale, this level of consumption is nothing. With our 5,000 years of history, even the known antiques we currently possess are as numerous as feathers, more than enough to support the construction of the Skynet defense system, for now. And even if it's not enough, we can always borrow some from abroad. After all, they've been monopolizing our antiques for long enough. It's about time we collected some interest." Chen, exuding an air of dominance, stood with his back straight. Clearly, thanks to the notebook, he was brimming with confidence and no longer had to worry about this and that as he had before. "All right, then I'll leave the notebook to you to handle," Zay said, making no objection to Chen's words. He glanced at the power of time stored in his main body. He had divided those blue threads into 2 portions, one large and one small. The larger portion corresponded to what the notebook's program displayed, the public ledger, which he was not allowed to use at his own discretion. After all, it was tied to the construction of the Skynet defense system. The smaller portion, however, was his own private slush fund. After all, to avoid falling into slumber, he needed the power of time to sustain himself. Moreover, he recently discovered that the more power of time he stored, the faster his physical body's cottage would be upgraded, that is, evolve. When that happened, the items inside the house would expand, and more wondrous artifacts would be created. Just thinking about it made his inventive spirit restless, leaving him feeling a bit anxious. So, in order to quickly gather the power of time, Zhe had no choice but to concentrate the power of time he absorbed over the past few days into the notebook, using it to break through the restrictions Huagua had placed on his acquisition of antiques. At the same time, he hoped to dispel their suspicions about him. With his sharp mind, he had long since figured everything out from the fact that he was only allowed a few antiques each day, and he understood their concerns. That was why he had decided to hand over the notebook today. A few minutes later, calm returned to the once noisy observation room. Several staff members in sealed suits, equipped with various instruments, opened the thick iron door that everyone had been eagerly awaiting. After going through complex procedures and a series of security checkpoints, they cautiously entered the nuclear blast chamber. Through scans and monitoring by the instruments they wore, all harmful substances such as nuclear radiation and radioactive contamination had completely disappeared. In their place, a large number of Chinese characters had appeared on the ground. These three-dimensional characters were visual representations of various forms of radiation, and they themselves did not carry any hazardous substances. They were nothing more than ordinary cubes. A curious staff member picked up one of the characters to examine it but detected no additional information on its surface. Clearly, the nuclear blast chamber was now completely safe. However, to further verify the authenticity of the data, live organisms needed to be used for practical testing, as this would provide greater credibility. Over the next few hours, animals such as rabbits, mice, and monkeys were brought into the nuclear blast chamber one after another. Through observation, the staff discovered that these organisms had not undergone any genetic mutations. Their DNA structures were stable, with no signs of damage. Chromosomes, cells, physiological functions, and genetic material were all in normal condition. Clearly, the laptop possessed the ability to completely eliminate nuclear radiation. Once Chen and his team verified this experimental report, the heavy burden weighing on their minds was finally lifted. From now on, China would have an important trump card at its disposal and would no longer need to worry about nuclear radiation contamination. As long as they consumed the power of time, any aggressive threat could be rendered harmless. Now, he would carefully strategize on how to acquire more power of time to make the Skynet defense system even more powerful. With the testing here wrapping up, Chen and Zhe wasted no time and returned together to the Anomaly Bureau headquarters to continue preparing for the interdimensional exploration. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. It was already the 7th day since Zhe had arrived at the base. On the open grounds of the experimental base, not only had isolation chambers and various specialized devices been set up, but heavy firepower and soldiers on high alert had also been deployed all around. Drones, mechanical wolves, upgraded versions of mechanical dogs, tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft guns had all been positioned within the base and were on standby. This was to prevent any attack on the portal. It was also to prepare for any threats encountered during the exploration of the other world that might require fire support. The entire base was a hive of activity, with everyone working up a sweat. When the clock struck 1 p.m. sharp, all preparations were complete. The first expedition into the other world would begin with robotic dogs carrying instruments to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the other world's atmosphere, soil, vegetation, and other components, to determine whether humans could safely enter. Otherwise, should any unexpected situations arise, the consequences would be difficult to manage. Beep beep. Attention all departments, a pleasant female voice rang out over the base's public address system. All logistics personnel, please evacuate critical areas. The first expedition into the other world is about to begin. We ask all staff members to return to their posts, fulfill their duties, and carry out their missions. The crowd, which had been wrapping up their work, looked up toward the source of the announcement, and everyone's movements quickened considerably. They ran out of the area in no time, leaving it to the actual exploration team. Upon seeing this, Chen knew it was time to begin. He nodded toward the television that had been waiting nearby. "Brother Zay, I'm counting on you." "Got it." The television flew to the designated area and once again projected a 3-meter wide, pale blue portal. Everyone in the base held their breath as they watched this unfold. Their hearts were filled with both longing and trepidation, unsure of what exactly they were about to face. Suddenly, his face covered in scars roared, his fierce gaze sweeping the surroundings. "All soldiers, listen up. Keep a close watch on that portal. If anything breaks through, you don't need orders, open fire immediately and kill on sight. Is that clear?" "Clear." The resounding reply echoed throughout the entire base, deafening in its intensity. Every soldier raised their weapon and stood at the ready. Even the tanks and armored vehicles did the same, aiming their barrels at the portal. At the slightest sign of anything unusual, they would unleash a barrage of fire, ensuring that every carbon-based life form was obliterated without a trace. Finally, the tense atmosphere eased slightly. The lead scientists were ready. They gave Chan and Hu the thumbs up. Next, they simply needed to deploy the mechanical wolves to guard the perimeter, then send the specialized equipment through the portal, at which point the instruments would automatically collect the relevant data. Chun understood the signal at a glance and waved his hand broadly. "Everyone, the interdimensional exploration officially begins. Please be extremely careful." "Yes," the group replied in unison, their faces solemn, and set out to prove their commitment through action. More than a dozen mechanical wolves on standby simultaneously activated their limbs and stood up. Unlike the robotic dogs displayed at the Tech Expo, though their overall appearance was similar, they lacked the wildly spinning 3D navigation laser radar on their heads. Instead, they were equipped with 2 cameras, one above and one below. On the mechanical wolves' backs was a rectangular box equipped with various cameras and sensors. The box featured 2 antennas. This device served as a radar for receiving signals and detecting the surroundings. If danger was detected, the rifle mounted on the side of the box could deliver precise strikes against enemies. It is a high-tech product that combines reconnaissance, surveying, comprehensive support, and precision strikes all in one. Moreover, there are many types of mechanical wolves. Some carry rocket launchers, others carry robotic arms, and still others are simply empty boxes capable of carrying various supplies. Each type of mechanical wolf has its own specific purpose. Beep beep. All instruments and devices are functioning normally, signal is strong, personnel are ready, and the mechanical wolves are ready. We are about to begin data collection in the other world. An observer at the Central Control Center began the announcement. Looking in the direction he was pointing, the mechanical wolves, which had been on standby, slowly began to move. Marching in unison, they resolutely headed toward the teleportation gate. Creak. Creak. The only sound in the quiet base was the mechanical whirring of their gears. Soon, the mechanical wolves passed through the pale blue portal and arrived in the other world they had briefly glimpsed before. The dense jungle and towering trees that blocked out the sky made the new staff members and soldiers, seeing it for the first time, hold their breath and unconsciously clench their fists. Some didn't even realize that beads of sweat were dripping onto the ground. Buzz, the mechanical wolves that had passed through the portal activated their radars and onboard cameras at full power. One breathtaking image after another was transmitted back to the base. Every researcher and senior official in charge of analysis began their intense work. As they observed the vegetation glowing with various colors and lights, they couldn't help but feel it created a beautiful yet deadly illusion. Based on the previous drone's encounter, this forest undoubtedly harbored many dangers. Therefore, during the upcoming exploration, no one could afford to be careless. Everyone needed to be on high alert. This tense atmosphere quickly spread to the mechanical wolf operators. Remotely piloting these mechanical creations, they cautiously reached a clearing 10 meters from the teleportation gate. There, the mechanical wolves, which had originally been arranged in a rectangular formation, began to shift into a circular formation. Weapons were aimed at the forest from every direction, ready to counter any impending threat. After about 10 minutes, no creatures emerged from the somewhat noisy forest, so the area was temporarily deemed safe. Data collection and related tasks could now proceed. At that moment, the specialized instrument located at the base slowly began to move. resembling a lunar rover, with a trail of power supply cables trailing behind it. It passed through the teleportation gate under everyone's watchful gaze and successfully reached the position guarded by the mechanical wolves. Report. The environmental scanner is in position. According to the pre-programmed protocol, it has detected basic conventional data, a staff member said, looking at the monitor in front of him with an excited expression. The temperature in this alternate world is 24 degrees Celsius, humidity is 70%, atmospheric pressure is 101,346 pascals, and the air contains gases such as nitrogen, oxygen, argon, and carbon dioxide, with proportions essentially identical to those on Blue Star. There are no other toxic gases or viruses present normal lifeforms may enter. Such encouraging news sent a wave of excitement through everyone waiting. However, adhering to the principle of safety first, animal testing was required before personnel could officially enter, to prevent any instrument malfunctions that might lead to inaccurate data. Soon, a batch of cages was brought over. Several on-call robotic dogs returned and pulled the cages containing monkeys, rabbits, and mice into the portal. After a long wait, the small animals that had arrived in this new world showed no signs of distress. They were able to breathe normally and did not experience any difficulty breathing. There were also no signs of viral or bacterial infections causing immediate illness or death. Clearly, the other side was safe for the time being. This was a second home suitable for human habitation, and now it had been discovered first by the Huagua. This immense sense of accomplishment caused the researchers throughout the base to cheer, instantly dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere. Ahem, quiet, please, Chen said, picking up the microphone to quiet the crowd. Nothing was certain yet, these people were celebrating too soon. It was still unknown whether there were any dangers on the other side. That candy dragon that had attacked them might still be lurking somewhere. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression gradually grew serious. He signaled to the operators in the control room with a glance, instructing them to begin the next phase of exploration. They would officially collect samples from the forest and deploy the robotic wolves to gather data on the forest's species. This would facilitate the scientists' research and investigations. Buzz, the robotic wolves, which had been on alert, cancelled their standby and guard orders. They moved their short limbs and set off nimbly in all directions. Along the way, the robotic wolves collected information on the appearance of various plants as well as samples. Using their additional robotic arms, they sealed these plants in small vials, awaiting further research. Warning, warning! Mechanical Wolf Unit QS-101 appears to be under attack by a native species. The sudden alarm immediately caught everyone's attention. Chen quickly ordered the team to pull up the live feed to see exactly what the mechanical wolf was facing. Based on the mechanical wolf's path, there was a fallen tree ahead of it, half suspended above the ground, leaving a gap of about 1 meter high enough for the mechanical wolf to pass through. As the mechanical wolf approached, it noticed numerous gourd-like plants hanging upside down from the suspended tree trunk. They were about 20 centimeters in size and had a mottled yellow color. Just as the mechanical wolf drew near to collect a sample, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The gourds instantly rotated 180 degrees, revealing large mouths lined with fangs on their undersides. Their vine-like tails extended downward and retracted, quickly landing right in front of the mechanical wolf. Before the mechanical wolf could react, the gourds bit into its body. After a series of crunching sounds, piercing screams erupted from the gourds' mouths. It turned out their teeth had been snapped off. Clearly, the mechanical wolf had shown them what true hardness was. After all, mechanical wolves capable of participating in otherworldly expeditions were built at great expense. Their most notable feature was their rugged durability. Every material used in their construction was genuine, high-grade equipment. The gourd's biting attack merely scratched the mechanical wolf's exterior coating. Other than that, it caused no damage whatsoever. Quick, tell the mechanical wolves to be careful, don't hurt these little cuties. They're all extremely precious otherworldly creatures. I'm counting on dissecting them alive. A biologist excitedly shouted at the operator, leaving the latter speechless. It was obvious that the mechanical wolves were under attack by otherworldly creatures. Why on earth should they be told to be careful? The operator was already doing him a favor by not ordering the mechanical wolves to kill them outright. Besides, this wasn't T concern at all, it was clearly the mindset of a living devil. It would be far more merciful for them to die by my hand. Before the operator could offer a word of defense, the other mechanical wolves also began detecting the situation one after another. Various alarms blared throughout the base, creating a dizzying spectacle. Watching through the large screens, the mechanical wolf's camera feed now showed numerous otherworldly creatures with bizarre appearances. For example, there were chickens that looked like dandelions only 30 centimeters long, shaped like white spheres. As soon as a gentle breeze blew, they would float along with the wind from a distance. They resembled a giant dandelion. Those two slender, long legs were actually the dandelion's root stem. These white, fluffy chickens chirped as they drifted off into the distance. Surrounding them was a group of 15-centimeter tall creatures that looked very much like miniature elephants. Though their ears were enormous, by flapping their ears, they could fly at high speeds. After discussion, biologists named them flying elephant mice. Also flying through the air were large creatures 2 meters long that closely resembled turtles. Their front and hind limbs, originally used for crawling, had evolved into giant fan-like wings. These land turtle birds were darting through the forest, preying on other small creatures flying overhead. On land, the mechanical wolves also discovered many creatures, including the ostrich trees 10 meters tall, with bodies and legs composed entirely of trees which would flee in panic at the slightest loud noise. There were also rock whales hidden beneath the ground, with only a large mouth protruding outward. They lay in wait, hoping their prey would walk right into their mouths. Each otherworldly creature possessed its own unique characteristics. In the base's control room, thanks to the vast amount of data fed back by the mechanical wolves, the biologists began working feverishly. One after another, data files on these otherworldly creatures were created, documenting every species they had discovered and assigning them names. Next, they would capture and study these creatures to thoroughly understand their habits, blood composition, DNA sequences, and other data, to see exactly how they differed from the life forms on Blue Star. Soon, night fell. According to the scientists' observations, time in this other world flowed at the same rate as on Blue Star, a 24-hour cycle. In just that one afternoon, the mechanical wolves had identified 38 species of animals, 243 species of insects, and 780 types of vegetation for the base, each requiring careful study by the scientists. However, this came at a cost. Several mechanical wolves were severely damaged after being ambushed by large creatures. It seemed the mechanical wolves still had significant room for improvement in terms of agility and radar capabilities. As night fell and the sky grew darker, the 2 full moons in the sky became increasingly visible, and scattered moonlight filtered through the gaps in the ancient trees, casting a shimmering glow below. This made the forest, which already shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, appear even more enchanting and vibrant. At that moment, the mechanical wolves that had been out on patrol returned to the base simultaneously, each unit bearing some degree of external damage. Clearly, these otherworldly creatures were not particularly friendly. Based on the mechanical wolves' damage reports, Shin decided to cancel the nighttime exploration and instead set up lighting equipment to observe everything on the other side through the portal. This was to prepare for the official deployment of troops to collect samples the next day. His decision left the scientists deeply dissatisfied. Just when everyone's interest had finally been piqued, he was calling it quits? This did nothing to appease their restless spirits. Unfortunately, Chen had already made up his mind. Ignoring the old-timers' complaints, he firmly sent them back to bed. After all, only by resting up could they be ready for tomorrow's exploration. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. There was no need to rush. As for the soldiers on guard, they needed to take turns keeping watch, constantly monitoring the portal so that the remaining personnel could continue collecting data on Blue Star's small creatures. They wanted to see if the creatures would die after spending the night there. And so, the first night passed without incident. No threats emerged from within the portal, and the magical creatures stayed 100 meters away from it. They did not attack the small animals inside the cages. Based on the observations of the staff left behind, they suspected that the lights might have acted as a deterrent, leading the magical creatures to believe the area was dangerous, a trap, which is why the night had been so quiet. But whether this was the actual reason remained to be investigated. Report. A staff member knocked on Chen's door. Once it was opened, he handed Chen a stack of paper files. Based on a comparison of experts' data and physiological studies of the recovered animals, we can now confirm that the area across the portal is suitable for human habitation and poses no other potential threats. Chen took the files and examined them carefully, realizing it was time to begin the next phase. After dismissing the staff member, he had just put on his white lab coat when an alarm suddenly sounded in the room. This clearly indicated that an abnormal situation had occurred. Without a moment to spare for his appearance, Chen rushed to the base. When he arrived at the teleportation gate, all the staff and soldiers were already at their posts, on high alert, with their guns uniformly aimed at the gate. Even Zay was standing to the side, controlling his skeleton. What is going on? What happened? In response to Chen's question, a staff member stepped forward. Reporting, according to footage from the cameras stationed around the teleportation gate, after dawn broke, large groups of blue monkeys appeared in the giant sky trees surrounding the area. Some of these monkeys are large, while others are small, with an average height of about 50 to 80 centimeters. Furthermore, they all have abnormal physical features. They appear to have mutated. Mutated? Chen entered the control room and looked at the footage being transmitted to the large screen. He discovered that the monkey horde was densely packed, at least 1,000 strong, and possibly even more. At that moment, the monkeys were gathered around the teleportation gate, particularly intrigued by the lighting fixtures. They didn't understand what this thing was. Director, what should we do? Because of these monkeys, our exploration today will face unknown dangers. Should we send troops to eliminate them? An observer asked cautiously. No, we must not act rashly under any circumstances, the other biological experts exclaimed in alarm upon hearing this, quickly interrupting as they watched the screen and explained. Based on our observations, these monkeys are not ordinary. Just look at their appearance. Some have abnormally large hands, some have unusually muscular legs, and others have exaggerated facial features. These abnormally shaped monkeys clearly have something wrong with them. Combined with the fact that they're surrounding us without attacking in an orderly manner, it's evident they possess a stable social structure. They may even have developed their own civilization. The monkeys holding wooden spears are the best proof of that. Facing a troop like this, if we launch an attack first, it will turn into a fight to the death, which would be detrimental to our future exploration. So I suggest we let the biologists go over and try communicating with them using sign language. Let us see if we can communicate with these otherworldly monkeys. Upon hearing the biologist's explanation, everyone felt their argument made sense. But if the biologists were sent over, there was an 80 to 90% chance they wouldn't return. No one could guarantee the monkey troop wasn't aggressive. The moment danger arose, given how weak and defenseless these biologists were, they would surely die there. That was not what Chen wanted to see. Just as Chen was torn between options, Zay stepped forward. Let me go. I have some knowledge of biology and sign language, and since I'm just a set of machinery and a skeleton, there is no risk to my life. He is the perfect choice for this mission. Everyone looked at Zay, who had volunteered, and began whispering among themselves. Eventually, they unanimously agreed he was reliable. Given his expertise, he was undoubtedly the best choice for this mission. Seeing that everyone approved of Zay, Chen didn't consider anyone else and agreed to let Zay lead the mission. Alright, I'll leave this interdimensional exchange in your hands. If you're in danger, send us a signal. Our weapons will teach those monkeys a lesson. Alright, but I hope I won't have to use them. Zay turned, waved, and strode quickly toward the portal. All that remained was the sound of his footsteps, tap, tap, tap. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as Zay stepped through the portal, the monkeys in the trees let out a chorus of cries. They stared at the heavily wrapped Zay, their faces filled with curiosity. Some monkeys with keen senses of smell sniffed intently at him but detected no biological scent on Zay's body. Instead, they picked up a very strange odor. It was a scent they had never encountered before. Suddenly, several blue monkeys wielding spears leaped down from the trees. Raising their weapons, they hopped around Zay, surrounding him. This dangerous scene nearly caused the warriors on the other side of the portal to pull the trigger. However, since Zay hadn't sent them a signal to teleport, they held back. Just then, there was another commotion among the monkey troop. An elderly monkey, about 1.8 meters tall, leaped down from a tree. Leaning on a cane, he shuffled slowly toward them. His blue fur had nearly faded to white, and his face was adorned with long eyebrows and a beard, giving him the appearance of an elder. When this massive monkey reached Zaya's side, the other blue monkeys quickly stepped aside, making way for the old monkey. Clearly, this old monkey held a very prestigious status. Just as everyone held their breath, expecting the monkey to communicate through sign language, a sharp slap rang out. Zay, the skeleton wearing glasses, was slapped right across the face. Immediately afterward, a more intense barrage of slaps followed, and Zaya's face was pelted by a storm of slaps and punches. The attack was highly rhythmic, as if following a pattern of up, down, left, right Alibaba. In an instant, even his glasses and mask were knocked off. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone at the base. Just as Chen was about to order an attack, Zaya's voice came through the computer in the control room. "Please don't attack. I've figured out these monkeys' tactics. Based on my initial observations in this beating, I've discovered that these otherworldly monkeys don't communicate through sign language, they express themselves by slapping. Right now, I'm decoding their communication protocol. Please give me some time." Hearing this, Chen nearly choked on his words. It was the first time he'd ever heard of communicating through slaps. Was this truly what one would expect from a monkey tribe from another world? It was truly unbelievable. But could one really crack the enemy's language system just by getting slapped? Skeptical, Chen cancelled the attack order and continued watching alongside the others. By this point, the old monkey had stopped slapping Zay. He stared at the skull and mechanical head hybrid across from him, a huge question mark appearing above his head. He couldn't figure out what on earth this thing was. He'd been greeting it for quite some time now, yet it hadn't responded at all. Just as old monkey was thinking this, a steel-clad fist slammed into his eye socket, followed immediately by a flurry of slaps. The immense force sent old monkey spinning in place. By the time he regained his footing, he had a black eye, and even his lips were swollen. Rubbing his face, old monkey looked somewhat taken aback. This strange fellow really didn't hold back. From their brief exchange, he roughly figured out what the other party was trying to say. They didn't understand blue monkey language very well, so he need to demonstrate more with actual objects. With that in mind, old monkey glanced toward the teleportation gate and decided to give them a proper taste of their own medicine. Let this strange hunk of iron feel their warmth too. After all, there was no harm in it. This was his turf. No one would be allowed to run amok here. Moreover, he was curious about the true intentions of these suddenly appearing creatures. After all, they'd been secretly observing them for a full day and night. They still hadn't figured out where these metal creatures came from, but based on the blue-eyed monkey's observations, they weren't bloodthirsty. Even when threatened, they rarely fought back. As for the humans hiding behind the teleportation gate, the blue-hearted monkey with its ability to sense good and evil scanned them and found they harbored no ill will. On the contrary, many possessed a will of steel, as if forged from 100-fold tempered steel. This was truly different from the humans of this world. That's why the old monkey decided to come over and make some contact, to see what kind of humanoid group they were. The old monkey, whose face had returned to normal, chirped a few times at the tree trunk, then began frantically slapping himself all over up, down, left, and right. This made it clear to the blue monkeys in the tree what they were supposed to do next. They exchanged glances, their expressions gradually turning amused. Since the Grand Elder had said they should welcome the visitors with great enthusiasm and teach them the blue monkey language, they couldn't be rude. Some monkeys plucked a branch from the tree, others picked a few wild fruits, and still others gathered various other unidentifiable objects. Then, they jumped down from the tree and formed a long line on the ground, stretching deep into the forest. At the very front of the line stood Zay. Each blue monkey's goal was to slap Zay's hand to tell him what the item in his hand was, thereby enriching his vocabulary and, incidentally, teaching him their blue monkey language. Zay looked at the line of about 1,000 monkeys and quickly sent an urgent message to the base. "Chen, please prepare a large supply of replacement parts for me. My neck and face are about to suffer from metal fatigue and abnormal impacts." On average, I'll need to replace parts every few minutes, otherwise, I won't be able to complete the decryption of the blue monkey language. Chen, feeling both amused and exasperated as he read the message on the screen, was deeply impressed by Zay's composure and decisiveness. If it had been anyone else, they would have been slapped to death long ago. True to his reputation as a man dedicated to technology, Chen couldn't let him down. Logistics department, mobilize all necessary parts immediately. We'll replace them as soon as Shaq returns. Yes, sir, a group of logistics personnel sprang into action. They rushed to the warehouse, hauled out every usable part, and assembled a team of mechanical engineers to prepare for Zay's rapid replacement. It was all like an F1 race. The focus was on lightning-fast replacement, only this time they weren't swapping tires, but parts in the neck and head. Meanwhile, Zay, now fully prepared, began receiving hands-on instruction from the blue monkeys. Each blue monkey in line delivered a slap right next to Zay's skull-like face. In just a few short minutes, Zay's facial mechanisms began spewing a torrent of sparks and white smoke, clearly having reached their breaking point. Watching Zay's head teetering on the brink of breaking, the blue monkeys all began scratching their heads in confusion. They thought they'd beaten this strange hunk of metal to death. It wasn't until Zay's steel hard fist slammed into one blue monkey's face that the others realized the hunk of metal before them wasn't dead after all, though it seemed he was about to replace some parts. Curious, they watched as Zay supported his skull, which was tilted to one side, with his hand and strode quickly into the teleportation gate. One by one, they began to wait anxiously. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Shaq is back. All logistics personnel and mechanical engineers, get ready. We can't waste a single second. We mustn't let the monkey horde lose patience with our teachings. Chen's roar echoed throughout the base. As soon as Zay stepped through the teleportation gate, the mechanical engineers and support staff who had been waiting rushed over, some carrying mechanical parts, others holding tools. In the blink of an eye, they replaced the damaged parts with brand new ones. The blue monkeys watching this scene through the teleportation gate all stared wide-eyed. Those running back and forth on the other side looked like humans, didn't they? But why was it a human skeleton covered in metal that was communicating with them? It really piqued the monkeys' curiosity. A minute later, Zay returned to the monkey group and continued to receive the blue monkeys' comprehensive instruction. Watching the slap on the big screen so fast it left an afterimage, everyone instinctively touched their own faces, feeling a stinging, burning pain there. If they were to learn the blue monkey's language with their flesh and blood bodies, who knows what would become of them? His head would probably be smashed to pieces. And so, every few minutes, Zay would return to have a part replaced, then rejoin the enthusiastic learning session. His ability to decipher the blue monkey's language began to skyrocket. He soon reached a level of proficiency where, just by hearing the sound of a slap, he could understand what the other monkey was saying. Watching him reach such a level of proficiency was almost heartbreaking. Finally, the last blue monkey finished slapping him, and by this point, Zay could be considered a blue monkey language expert. He cracked his slightly stiff neck and slapped the old monkey as it walked back up. Crackle, pop, clang, clang, clang. Thanks for your help. I've learned blue monkey language. Clang, clang, crackle, pop. To show my gratitude, please try a specialty from our hometown. The old monkey, who had been slapped again and was now spinning in circles, was a bit dazed. He felt like this guy's blows seemed even stronger. Could he be settling a personal score? But it had to be said, this guy had earned their respect. In the history of the blue monkeys, no one had ever withstood the greetings of the entire blue monkey tribe. He was the only one. He could truly be called a warrior. The monkey elder shook his head. The swelling on his face had completely disappeared. He signaled to the other blue monkeys to wait together. Soon, several trucks drove through the teleportation gate, loaded with all kinds of fruit. These fruits were meant to be after-meal snacks for the entire base, but now they'd been urgently called upon. Moreover, they conducted experiments by feeding some of the small creatures from another realm captured by the mechanical wolves to the monkeys, and found that eating blue star's food didn't cause them to die suddenly or exhibit any other physical abnormalities. All the small animals were able to digest this food normally. However, with safety as the top priority, Zay kindly reminded the elder monkey. Elder monkey, these are specialties from our homeworld. Since you may not have eaten them before, it's best to have a monkey try them first to avoid any physiological issues. The old monkey, having received a slap, indicated he understood. Although he had kindly taught them blue monkey language, as an elder of the tribe, he also needed to take responsibility for his people. When it comes to food given by strangers, it's best to test it first, just to be on the safe side. At that moment, some blue monkeys who couldn't resist the temptation stepped forward. Wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths, they volunteered. "Chirp, chirp, Grand Elder, we're willing to try these fruits that look so juicy. If we die as a result, please bury us beneath the tree according to the ritual. Let us return to the embrace of the ancient tree of life." The Grand Elder, somewhat speechless as he watched these greedy monkeys, had no choice but to agree to their proposal. He instructed them to climb that strange steel structure, pick a few of each kind of fruit, and lay them out on the open grassy area. A fragrance one that humans could barely detect wafted through the forest, causing every monkey that caught a whiff to begin chattering excitedly. As they gazed at the colorful fruits, they felt their genes begin to stir. Every blue monkey stared intently at the spread. Unfortunately, under the Grand Elder's orders, they could only watch as the few blue monkeys who had volunteered devoured the fruits whole, without even spitting out the skins. "Ooh, chit chit, yummy, yummy, so delicious. The sweetness of this fruit isn't found in our forest, especially that yellow crescent-shaped one. It feels like it was born just for us monkeys. Why haven't we ever tasted it before?" Wah! The blue monkeys, feasting to their heart's content, slapped their cheeks wildly as they ate, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. This exaggerated scene made the other monkeys even more eager. Every monkey fidgeted anxiously, waiting for confirmation that the food was safe. Once that was confirmed, they would definitely devour every last bit of fruit from those steel structures. Half an hour later, the monkeys who had led the charge were already lying on the ground, their little bellies round and full, looking completely stuffed as they burped loudly. "Hey! What is going on with you guys? Is there anything wrong with this food?" One monkey stepped forward and slapped the other, but all he got in response was a loud belch. Clearly, the monkey lying on the ground was too full to move and couldn't answer at all. Seeing this, the other monkeys could wait no longer. They dashed toward the trucks in a flash and began devouring the fruit on top with frenzied abandon. The Grand Elder, who had been maintaining his composure on the ground, was nearly driven to his wits' end by these monkeys. These creatures were truly beyond control. They showed him no respect even in front of outsiders, daring to start eating first. How was he ever going to lead the monkey troop to grow stronger now? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The monkey elder tossed aside his walking stick, tensed his body, and with a slight effort, his originally hunched frame instantly swelled into a form bursting with muscle. His height shot up from 1.8 meters to 2.5 meters, and his bulging muscles were even more terrifying than those of a bodybuilder. With a furious leap, he instantly stamped two small pits into the ground. The entire monkey slammed into the truck, leaving a massive dent in its side. The truck was nearly toppled over by the impact. This immense strength and physical prowess left Zay and the humans at the base utterly ashamed. They had truly witnessed the terror of a creature from another world. Earlier, they assumed this was just a decrepit old monkey, but they never expected him to be so vigorous in his old age. It truly proved the old saying, "You can't judge a book by its cover." The monkey elder, having climbed onto the truck, flung the other monkeys into the air one by one, successfully taking control of the vehicle. Then, paying no heed to the stares of others, he went on a wild eating spree, devouring food more voraciously than any other monkey. In fact, given the physical constitution of the Blue Monkey clan, they could even stomach poisonous food, let alone these ordinary fruits. They were, after all, known as the rulers of this forest. No other magical creature dared to provoke them. Not even the ordinary humans of this world could stand up to them. Zay watched the monkey troop, now in a frenzy, and silently retreated back through the teleportation gate to have the engineers repair the parts on his body. Meanwhile, a small meeting at the base had just concluded, where Chen, Hu, and the others discussed how to establish relations with the Blue Monkey clan. After all, given the current situation, this was a group of monkeys possessing human-level intelligence. They couldn't simply treat them as mere monkeys. That would not only be an insult to the Blue Monkey clan but also a denial of their very existence. As citizens of China, they needed to approach all things with a sense of reverence, adhering to the principle of strategically underestimating the enemy while tactically taking them seriously. Only then could they remain invincible. As for Zay's return, they had also noticed it. Chen was leading Hu and the others to the teleportation gate, where they greeted Zay, who was in the midst of replacing parts. "Brother Zay, you really went through a lot just now." Hearing this, Zay waved his hand. "It wasn't hard at all, it's what I'm supposed to do. Once everyone has rested tonight, I'll use the computer to compile a Chinese blue monkey language glossary of what we learned today, to make it easier for everyone to study." At this point, Zay paused and offered a friendly warning. "But those blue monkeys don't hold back. If you're not in good physical shape, don't try to learn it, you could easily end up beaten into a vegetable or paralyzed by them." The biologists and linguists who had followed him couldn't help but feel their eyes twitch violently at Zay's words. Wasn't he talking about them? Given their physical condition, it did seem they wouldn't be able to withstand even a few slaps. No way with such a wondrous monkey tribe and unique linguistic art, how could they give up now? The opportunity was right before their eyes. At worst, they'd just have to start training from now on. Given the level of expertise here, they were confident it wouldn't take long for their physical condition to catch up, and by then, they'd be able to communicate with the Blue Monkey tribe. Then, their various research papers and scientific achievements would explode in a veritable flood. Chen looked at the scientists, who were brimming with fighting spirit, and didn't dampen their enthusiasm. On the contrary, he was heartened to see them so motivated. Only by maintaining this energy could they devote themselves more wholeheartedly to the investigation of this alien world. "Brother Zay, until we learn the Blue Monkey's language, we'll still need you to act as our translator. Otherwise, I'm afraid we might have misunderstandings with these monkeys." Zay, who had already finished replacing all the parts, nodded in agreement. "No problem, leave it to me. But the base needs to stock up on more bananas. Those monkeys are clearly more interested in bananas. If you need to collaborate with them later, these bananas will serve as bargaining chips." Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. He glanced across the teleportation gate and saw the monkeys scrambling for bananas, showing little interest in the other fruits. At this rate, all the fruit would be devoured within minutes. Fortunately, he had already instructed the logistics department to urgently procure a large batch for this interdimensional diplomatic mission. "Don't worry, Brother Zay. Our country has as many bananas as we need, enough to stuff these monkeys to death. But right now, we need to extract some intelligence from those monkeys to get a general sense of this world. So I'd like to ask you, Brother Zay, to go over there and act as an interpreter, helping us convey a series of questions." "Got it," Zay said, pushing up his glasses, and stepped back into the other world. By then, the monkey troop had already devoured all the food from the truck, and every monkey wore a contented expression. When they saw Zay approaching, the wariness on their faces had faded considerably. Instead, they offered somewhat forced smiles. After all, this strange hunk of metal certainly knew how to treat guests, and the Blue Monkey tribe welcomed people like that. At that moment, the Grand Elder who had just finished his feast also stepped out. He shed his earlier frenzied demeanor and reverted to his usual appearance, a hunched, pale blue and white old monkey. However, just looking at his belly, which looked as if he'd been pregnant for 10 months, made it clear just how much fruit he'd eaten. "Crackle, crackle, crackle, pop, stranger, you have earned the friendship of our mimic Blue Monkey clan. Clap, 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 and by accepting the slap of honor from all of us, you have proven yourself a true warrior. We acknowledge your courage. Feel free to make any requests you may have." After his head had spun around several times, Zay straightened it back up and, following Chen's lead, asked, "Excuse me, where is this place? Are there any other intelligent species here?" The old monkey, patting his belly, looked surprised. He glanced at the metal contraption in front of him, then stretched out a hand and pointed at the driver inside the truck's cab. "Friend, you're currently in the Enchanted Forest. As for the other intelligent species you mentioned, there are plenty of them. Among them, humans are the species we've encountered most often, just like the guy in that metal box. But the human you brought with you is really too frail. I merely touched him lightly, and he was so scared he started trembling. He is nothing compared to the humans who venture into the Enchanted Forest. Those guys are all incredibly fierce, they're constantly clashing with our blue monkey tribe. Zay's eyes lit up as he took in this information. He hadn't expected there to be so many intelligent species in this world, and the fact that humans appeared so frequently suggested the existence of numerous civilizations here. The level of danger was about to skyrocket. Chen and the others at the base also overheard the conversation and grasped the significance of those few brief sentences. It seemed that for Huagui to gain a foothold in this other world, they would need the help of the local monkeys. After all, as the saying goes, even a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Until everything was fully understood, they had to keep a low profile, otherwise, it would lead to unnecessary losses. They weren't like those pirates and bandits from the beautiful country, they came from a land of etiquette, where the principle was, as long as others didn't provoke them, they wouldn't provoke others. If others attack us, then we'll have to let them see just how formidable truth can be. The people of Huagua aren't afraid of any enemy's threats. With a clear plan in mind, Chen sent the questions he wanted to ask to Zay and waited for the monkey tribe's response. After an hour of back and forth banter, Huagua obtained a great deal of crucial information. They were currently in a forest called the Enchanted Forest, within the territory of the Blue Monkey clan. According to the old monkey's explanation, the Enchanted Forest was located on the northern continent and was home to many magical creatures and humanoid races. The most famous among them were the long-eared elves, who were naturally attuned to nature and could blend in completely with the forest, making it impossible for others to detect their presence. They are the true rulers of the entire Enchanted Forest and the guardians of the ancient Tree of Life. As for what the ancient Tree of Life is, the old monkey explained that it is their mother. Without the ancient Tree of Life, the Enchanted Forest would never have come into being. Therefore, the ultimate dream of every creature born in the Enchanted Forest is to return to the embrace of the ancient Tree of Life, so that their souls and flesh may be elevated. As for the humans the old monkey mentioned, they all come from the Western continent, a land of countless nations. There, not only are there numerous races, but there are also innumerable countries. In order to obtain magical creatures to strengthen their nations, they frequently send people through that small country to the south to steal the young of the animals from the Enchanted Forest and take them back to breed. And some even more despicable humans disguise themselves as hunting parties, secretly entering the Enchanted Forest to abduct humanoids, turning them into slaves to sell for a hefty profit. The monkey elder deeply despised these humans who constantly harassed them, but unfortunately, no matter how many they killed, there seemed to be no end to them. The reason they didn't attack Say today was solely because they were intrigued by the appearance of that skeleton, Taegada, so they decided to wait and see. This gave Huagua the opportunity to establish friendly relations with them and win the friendship of the Blue Monkey tribe. Having grasped the general situation, Chen led the scientists at the base in sorting and comparing all the information they had gathered. Through information found on the external internet and content from novels, they discovered that the alternate world they were in had a strong Western fantasy style, featuring humanoid creatures such as candy dragons and elves. This meant there was a possibility that terrifying creatures like undead, beastmen, goblins, demons, and celestial beings might also appear. In response, they needed to prepare appropriate emergency contingency plans and, if necessary, activate the Skynet defense system in advance to eliminate any impending lethal threats. This would clear all obstacles for Huagui's establishment in the alternate world. Everyone, Chen's resonant voice echoed throughout the base. We've already mapped out the general framework of this alternate world. In the coming days, I'll have the logistics department procure a complete collection of fantasy novels. I hope everyone will actively read them. Gaining a thorough understanding of the worldview and settings within these stories will be very helpful for exploring this alternate world. The researchers at the base exchanged bewildered glances, staring at one another in disbelief. Having spent half their lives studying textbooks and academic papers, they never imagined they'd be ordered to read novels today. Wasn't this just slacking off on the job? Some of the older experts and senior figures were just as baffled. At their advanced age, their eyesight was already failing, and they relied on experience to lead their teams. Now they were being asked to read books with tiny print that drive their old eyes completely blind? But if they wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the other world, this step was unavoidable. Everyone at the base could only wait for the books to arrive. When they did, they'd have to read through them over and over again with the same intensity they'd apply to a research paper. Meanwhile, deep within the enchanted forest, the Grand Elder and Zay had finished their conversation. At that moment, both the skeleton and the monkey looked quite comical. The Grand Elder was black and blue all over, while Zay was spewing sparks and lightning, with thick plumes of smoke billowing from him. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought he was about to transform into the Ghost Rider. Click. Zay, who was holding his head with one hand, popped out a shattered camera lens and looked with his single eye at the Grand Elder, who was rubbing his face. His originally battered and bruised appearance vanished instantly after a round of rubbing. This freakish regenerative ability was simply too amazing. Zay really wanted to dissect him right then and there to study him, to see exactly how it worked. Friend? Elder Monkey's few slaps snapped Zay out of his reverie. Next, we're going to throw a banquet for you. Please try some of the fruits from the enchanted forest, they're quite delicious. Zay, who was on the verge of being scrapped, shook his head decisively. No, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't in one tea eat any food. Just think of me as a dead man. Oh? Is that so? That's such a shame, the elder monkey said, scratching his head in disappointment. He turned his gaze toward the several large trucks that had driven out of the teleportation gate earlier, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Friend, what are those 4 hunks of metal? Why are they moving on their own? I don't see any creatures pulling them from the front. Upon hearing the old monkey's question, Zay also turned his gaze toward the trucks. By now, the soldiers sitting inside the trucks had shed their earlier panic. Instead, they were interacting with some of the blue monkeys and demonstrating how the vehicles were operated. This had the blue monkeys alternately surprised and cheering. The scene was one of pure joy. Seeing this, Zay kindly offered the old monkey a brief explanation. That's our mode of transportation. It's called a cargo truck. It runs on gasoline, and the engine generates powerful kinetic energy. The driver simply operates it from the cab to haul large amounts of cargo. It doesn't need any creature to pull it from the front. Huh? The old monkey was even more puzzled. What is gasoline? And what is an engine? After a moment of silence, Zay glanced at the old monkey and used his final palm strike. I'm sorry, but these things are complicated to explain. Please let me go back and replace the parts first. I'll explain everything in detail later. I promise you'll understand it completely. All right, then go ahead. The curious old monkey nodded, completely unaware of what awaited him. A few minutes later, Zay returned, restored to his former self. He looked at the elder monkey before him, and a gleam seemed to burst from the camera lens. To a monkey so eager for knowledge, he as a researcher would be more than happy to teach. He had to make sure the other understood exactly what a truck was. Are you ready to hear the answer? The bewildered elder monkey tilted his head, but eventually nodded. All right, then I'll begin. Zay rolled up his sleeves, revealing an arm composed of internal bones and mechanical parts. Every component in his body began operating at full power. Many of the bearings creaked as a result, just like a clock that had been fully wound. While the Grand Elder was still bewildered, Zay's palm swung so fast it left after images, and the 1.8-meter tall old monkey was sent flying through the air, his feet leaving the ground. His entire body was struck from all angles by the slap, and like a spinning top in midair, he began to spin at high speed. He even seemed to be rising higher. Seeing this, the other monkeys all wore expressions of admiration. No wonder this was the guy who mastered their blue monkey language in just a few short hours. He truly was a prodigy. It was just that the meaning he conveyed was completely incomprehensible to the monkeys. What did he mean by gasoline's main components are C5C12 alkanes and cycloalkanes? What is a reciprocating piston internal combustion engine? And what about terms like intake stroke, compression stroke, power stroke, and so on? They recognized these words individually, but when put together, they were completely lost. Still, it sounded pretty impressive. Hopefully the Grand Elder, the smartest monkey among them, would understand they certainly couldn't count on the others. It would be more practical to spend this time figuring out which fruits taste good. And so, Zay's slap went on for a full 15 minutes or so. When he stopped, The mechanical parts at many of his joints had turned bright red and were even emitting white smoke clearly. They were severely overheated. Even his power supply, which was supposed to last 4 hours, had been drained down to about 1 minute's worth. Now it was sounding an alarm frantically. Woo woo woo, a somewhat mournful whimper rang out. The Grand Elder, finally freed from the clutches, spun like a gyroscope that had lost its balance and plunged into the grass beside him. Not even half of his body had sunk in. Only a pair of monkey feet remained outside, trembling slightly. This absurd scene made everyone at the base gasp in shock. They truly hadn't expected Zay to take it so seriously. Not only did he strike with full force, but he also explained the entire car's mechanics and components in detail. For these monkeys, who had absolutely no background in science, it was like listening to a foreign language. How could they possibly understand? It was completely like playing the piano for monkeys. Ouch ouch, the monkey elder, stuck in the grass, was dragged out by the other monkeys. He shook the dirt off his body, revealing a head swollen like a pig's, and grimaced as he let out a pained groan. Upon seeing this, Zay hurried forward, intending to use a slap to gauge how well the other monkey had understood. This action startled the Grand Elder. He quickly waved his hands in protest. Then grabbed a monkey standing nearby and began slapping it hard across the face. The general meaning was this: next time there was something to say, use another monkey as an interpreter. He was too old and past his prime, and couldn't withstand such enthusiasm. Let the younger monkeys have their chance. They needed the practice. After watching the elder monkey's slap language, Zay nodded in understanding, then grabbed a monkey and began slapping it as well. I understand, Grand Elder, but did I explain it clearly enough for you? Clear, clear, the pig-headed Grand Elder replied frantically through the other monkeys, even knocking out one monkey's teeth in the process. This showed just how overwhelming the barrage of unfamiliar knowledge had been for him. If this strange friend hadn't suddenly stopped, he felt he might have had to return to the embrace of the ancient tree of life prematurely, and then how could he possibly show his face to the other monkey ancestors and monkey patriarchs? Do you really understand? Zay looked at the monkey elder, nodding frantically, his mechanical skeleton's face etched with disbelief. Really, my friend? If you don't believe me, I'll show you. The monkey elder put 2 fingers to his mouth and blew hard. The monkeys, who had been playing with the truck driver, immediately lit up. As if responding to some call, they all gathered behind the old monkey. They stood there like soldiers, awaiting the old monkey's command. My little ones, transform into the blue monkey truck. As soon as the command was given, all the monkeys glanced briefly at the truck, then immediately embraced one another. In just a few short seconds, 10 trucks formed by the monkeys linking up with each other appeared near the portal. These trucks looked almost exactly like the ones that had driven out of the base. Not only did they have a cab and a cargo bed, but they even had tires, headlights, and exhaust pipes. The only difference was that these components were formed by the monkeys holding hands or hugging one another. Even more amazing was that the monkey troop had a clear division of labor. The monkeys forming the tires were blueback monkeys, a subspecies with mutated backs. These monkeys possessed powerful defensive capabilities and exceptional toughness, making them ideal for forming tires that function just like real ones. The monkeys forming the headlights are blue-eyed monkeys. This species has enormous eyes that not only see exceptionally far but can also emit light. At that moment, just like car headlights, they emitted 2 beams of light, illuminating the dim forest ahead. Some of the larger monkeys opened the driver's door of the blue monkey truck and climbed inside with great solemnity. They placed their hands on a monkey's head, which served as the steering wheel, and, mimicking truck drivers, began turning the key by twisting the monkey's tongue, shifting gears using the monkey's tail, signaling left by pressing the monkey's nose, pulling the handbrake using the monkey's hand, and pressing the accelerator using the monkey's foot. After going through this series of maneuvers, it looked as if they were the real deal. Once the blue monkey truck started up, a blue fart monkey at the rear let out a stinky fart, effectively serving as the exhaust pipe. With the monkeys working in unison, the massive truck began careening left and right through the forest. It was as if every large blue monkey operating the truck were a seasoned driver, skillfully maneuvering this biological vehicle they'd only just begun to handle. This utterly mind-bending scene left the base on the other side of the portal completely silent. Whether they were researchers hard at work or soldiers standing guard, everyone watching the speeding truck felt completely thrown off balance. They'd seen monkeys before some could even mimic human movements, but mimicking a truck? What on earth was that? Could a creature like that even mimic a truck? It was simply unheard of and unseen. It was even more absurd than that giant candy dragon that had appeared in the sky. Could it be that these monkeys were cheating? With their sanity on the verge of collapse, people didn't even realize the files and coffee cups they were holding had fallen to the ground. They just stood there, staring blankly at everything on the screen. At that moment, some of the scientists could take no more. They felt this could no longer be explained by science. It was a complete violation of biological norms. They could only grab their own hair and tear at it frantically, trying to salvage some semblance of their worldview and sanity. As a result of this, their already sparse hair rapidly gave way to complete baldness. It looked like there wouldn't be much left soon. Enough! Chen bellowed. Look at yourselves. Are you really the elite gathered from all over the country? It's just a monkey that turned into a truck. Is that really so hard for you to accept? He paced back and forth as he berated the scientists. His face betrayed a look of frustration at their failure to live up to his expectations. Look at that other world over there. Since the portal opened, has anything been normal? You need to be open to new things, not stand still and become complacent. Who knows what even more outlandish things we might encounter in the future? When that happens, are you going to fall into self-doubt just like you are now? Chen's expression turned stern. Remember, we have the entire nation backing us. Nothing can bring us down, not even common sense. Now, all of you, pull yourselves together, return to your posts, and continue researching the relevant topics at hand. The group, having been reprimanded, exchanged glances, their faces flushed with shame. They had indeed lost their composure for a moment, which was why they acted so unprofessionally. This absolutely must not happen again, otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the nation. Having returned to their work, the group resumed watching the footage on the large screen. At that moment, Zay was also watching the blue monkey trucks racing back and forth. Using his sharp mind, he had already figured out how they worked. Although they didn't have engines, they had some larger monkeys that could serve as laborers to power the blue monkey trucks. Simply put, this was a bio-powered monkey-powered vehicle that consumes several hundred genes of fruit per 100 kilometers. What do you think, friend? The old monkey asked. Do you think we grasped it thoroughly? After a moment of silence, Zay clapped his hands. Although the other party might not have understood the underlying principles, in terms of appearance and function alone, he considered himself to have grasped it thoroughly. Moreover, more than that, he was now even more interested in this monkey troop. No wonder they called themselves Mimic Blue Monkeys. Grand Elder, can you mimic everything you see? Zay asked, voicing the question on his mind. We should be able to. After all, we're called Mimic Blue Monkeys. It's our natural talent, the monkey elder replied with a confident expression. I see. Zay fell deep in thought. He contacted the base via signal and had a soldier bring over a rifle. He then demonstrated how to operate the weapon for the elder monkey. When the rifle fired, the sheer power of the blast made the elder monkey's eyes light up. He hadn't expected such a small piece of steel to shatter trees into flying debris. If it hit another creature, it would surely leave it riddled with holes. Moreover, this thing had neither a blade nor a hilt. It didn't look like a crossbow bolt either, but rather resembled the fire-starting sticks used by humans. If something like this possessed such power, who knows what other terrifying contraptions these human-like creatures might have. It seemed he had been right not to clash with them. Grand Elder, Zay spoke up, interrupting his train of thought, can you replicate this? Elder Monkey glanced at the firearm in the warrior's hand and finally nodded. We can. He called over a blue-beaked monkey with a mutated mouth and motioned for it to replicate the firewood stick. Under Zay's watchful gaze, the blue-beaked monkey began hopping about, picking up small pebbles from the ground and clenching them in its hands to serve as a magazine. Immediately afterward, the blue-beaked monkey, about 50 centimeters tall, leapt into the monkey elder's hand. It straightened its body, transforming itself into the shape of a long stick. Its hands hung downward, and it stuffed numerous pebbles into its mouth. At this moment, its feet served as the stock, its body as the receiver, its head as the barrel, its arms as the magazine, and its tail as the trigger. By the time the elder monkey picked it up, the blue-billed monkey had become a rather inept firearm. Woo roar! Somewhat excited, the Grand Elder let out a long roar to the heavens. Holding the blue-mouthed monkey rifle, he imitated the warriors by raising it in front of him and fixing his gaze on the hill behind him, as if taking aim. As the Grand Elder pulled the trigger, the blue-mouthed monkey, now in the form of a firearm, shuddered violently. Pebbles spewed from its mouth, flying like bullets toward the trees ahead. Bang! 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 A deafening roar echoed through the forest. Debris flew from the struck trees, and many stones became embedded in the wood. Clearly, the blue-mouthed monkey rifle possessed tremendous firepower. It was fully comparable to a standard assault rifle. And this was despite the fact that they lacked a traditional barrel and fired irregularly shaped pebbles using compressed air. If they were equipped with a barrel and loaded with real bullets, their power would certainly reach the level of a sniper rifle or even exceed it. It seems these monkeys have a lot of potential. Inside the experimental base, the scientists who had been reprimanded by Chen were now able to accept all of this with composure. Although the trigger mechanism of the firearms caused them some physical discomfort, there really wasn't a better alternative for the monkeys to serve as triggers. Given the current situation, only by cultivating a strong mindset could they continue to perform this job competently. Otherwise, if they fail to adapt, they'll be replaced. That's not a scenario anyone wants to see. Meanwhile, the blue monkey trucks that had been speeding through the enchanted forest have returned, their beds filled with all kinds of fruits from another world, each one looking fresh and juicy. Clearly, they hadn't just been speeding around, they'd been out gathering wild fruits on purpose. Now that the trucks are fully loaded, it's time to head back. My friend, the Grand Elder slung his arm around Zay's shoulder and tossed aside the blue monkey rifle he was holding. These fruits are a token of gratitude from our blue monkey tribe. Please accept them. Well, Zay pondered for a moment, then nodded after receiving consent from Chen and the others. All right, then, I'll humbly accept your offer. Ha! What does better to comply than to be polite mean? The Grand Elder looked puzzled upon hearing Zay's idiom. It's nothing, it's just a polite way of declining an offer back home, Zay kindly explained. Oh, I see, the Grand Elder nodded in understanding. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. By the way, I still don't know where you're from. Which country are you from? You just seem so out of place on this continent. And to have a permanent magical teleportation gate, it's truly incredible. Faced with the Grand Elder's nonchalant inquiry, Zay chose not to answer, because this wasn't a question for him to address. It was something to be discussed by Chen and the experts. Every possible answer could lead to different consequences and determine how the Blue Monkey Clan's attitude toward them might change. As for these thankless questions, let the higher-ups deal with the headache. He just needed to act as a messenger. With that in mind, Zay shrugged. Elder Monkey, regarding this matter, I need to go back and swap out some of my parts. Would it be okay if I gave you an answer later? Sure, the Grand Elder didn't refuse and replied decisively. This prompt reply made the sharp-eyed Zay sense something unusual. It seemed the matter was indeed more complicated than it appeared. This old monkey wasn't as easy to fool as he seemed on the surface. Once several trucks had returned to the teleportation gate alongside Zay, the old monkey who had been silently gazing into the distance narrowed his eyes. He stroked his beard with great composure, exuding the calmness of a wise elder. In the base's control room, Zay had heard the arguments inside long before he arrived. At that moment, the control room was divided into two factions. One faction believed they should be upfront about the facts, explaining that they were visitors from another world, thereby demonstrating their sincerity and allowing the monkeys to completely let down their guard. The other faction believed they should conceal the truth, claiming they came from another continent, a closed-off nation, to avoid revealing the existence of the interdimensional portal and inviting unnecessary danger. Every scientist clung to their own opinion, arguing until they were red-faced and hoarse. This back-and-forth bickering was giving Chen, seated at the head of the table, a terrible headache. Especially since higher-ups had told him to decide which plan to adopt. If he made the wrong call, the consequences would be far too grave to bear. Just then, Chen spotted Zay arriving. As if he'd found a savior, he hurriedly ushered Zay to his seat of honor. "Brother Zay, you're finally back. You've seen the situation for yourself. We're split into two factions. Which one do you think we should choose?" Faced with Chen's inquiry, Zay didn't offer any opinion. Instead, he said, "I'm sorry, but I've taken too many slaps today. My thoughts are a bit muddled, so I need some time to regroup. As for the question you asked, please let these more qualified experts answer it. I trust the expertise of the bigwigs." Zay's response was flawless. He managed not to offend either Chen or the scientists, who were now red-faced and fuming. He simply wasn't going to get involved in this mess. That way, if things went wrong later, he wouldn't have to take the fall for others. He always kept as far away as possible from this kind of thankless task. Seeing that Zay wasn't offering any input, Chen could only sigh in resignation. He focused all his attention on the scientists arguing on both sides, listening to the information they had compiled. A few minutes later, based on the speculations and concerns from both sides, Chen already had a rough idea of the situation. Analyzing the current circumstances, those monkeys all possessed special abilities, and in a world where magic might exist, they might even have the ability to detect whether words were true or false. Furthermore, even if they wanted to impersonate the natives of that world, they knew absolutely nothing about the local customs and information there, so they simply couldn't pull it off. As soon as they exchanged a few words, their true identities would be exposed the moment they were asked a question. Moreover, their behavior, technology, social structure, and other aspects differed significantly from those of the other world, making it easy for anyone to detect something amiss. Given these circumstances, there was little point in lying. It was only a matter of time before they were exposed. It would be better to admit it openly and treat them with sincerity. After all, they held the power to open the portal, and if any unmanageable threat were to arise, they could shut it down immediately. Moreover, given the current strength of the Hua Kingdom, conventional threats simply did not exist. As the saying goes, fine wine for friends, a hunting rifle for beasts. Though they were hospitable, they also held the truth in their hands. Having sorted everything out, Chen clapped his hands, bringing the two groups of scientists who were in the midst of an argument to a halt. He then stated his position. Seeing that the matter had been settled, the others had no choice but to comply with the arrangement. They stopped arguing and returned to their respective posts. "Brother Zay, let us go. I'll formally go meet that old monkey and extend the courtesy of our huagua." "All right," Zay said, standing up after a brief rest. He and Chen strode out of the control room and soon reached the edge of the portal. Looking at the pale blue portal, Chen took a deep breath. Although he wasn't among the first humans to pass through the portal, he still felt quite excited standing there. Because true inter-world diplomacy was about to begin, and he was representing China. In another world, deep within the enchanted forest, an old monkey, feeling a bit bored, was helping other monkeys pick out lice when he noticed movement in the direction of the portal. That strange friend was leading a human toward him. Judging by his attire, he was indeed quite different from the humans back home. "Hello, I'm Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chen held out his hand, intending to shake the old monkey's. At that moment, Zay, who was following alongside, quickly grabbed a blue monkey and slapped it repeatedly, conveying Chen's message to the old monkey. "Oh, hello. I am the Grand Elder of the Blue Monkey Clan. You may simply call me Grand Elder." The old monkey, extending his hand as well, expressed his goodwill. "All right, Grand Elder," Chen smiled. "Regarding the question you just asked, I can now formally answer you. We are from the Huagway of Blue Star. With the goals of mutual respect, equality, mutual benefit, and win-win cooperation, we wish to establish peaceful and stable diplomatic relations with the Blue Monkey tribe. I wonder if the Grand Elder is open to this." A hint of surprise flashed across the Blue Monkey tribe's Grand Elder's face. He had known these humans weren't ordinary. They were indeed not from this world. No wonder they possessed all sorts of strange steel contraptions. However, these visitors from another world were far better than the humans here. According to the blue-hearted monkey's observations, they weren't as greedy or evil, and their actions did indeed align with the objectives they had stated. At the very least, He could see that they treated him and his fellow monkeys with respect and as equals, unlike the humans on other continents, who always shouted for blood whenever they saw them, treating them as nothing more than beasts. For this reason alone, he approved of these humans from another world. I see. You humans wish to forge a friendship with our Blue Monkey clan, is that right? To become partners who can trust one another? That is correct. You could put it that way. Chen nodded in agreement. In that case, the old monkey paced back and forth a few steps, his eyes narrowing slightly. How exactly will this mutual benefit and win-win cooperation manifest itself? Hearing the question get to the heart of the matter, Chen waved his hand toward the teleportation gate. Several trucks that had been waiting drove back in this time. They were loaded with only one type of fruit, bananas. When the Grand Elder and the other blue monkeys saw the bananas, they couldn't take their eyes off them, and drool began to drip from every monkey's mouth. It was as if they were about to rush forward at any moment. Seeing this, the corners of Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Grand Elder, mutual benefit and win-win cooperation mean we can try to make a trade. You can use the resources you have on hand to exchange for the resources we have. By sharing what we have with one another, we achieve the goal of mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. Neither side loses out, both gain benefits. Having roughly grasped the meaning, Elder Monkey averted his gaze from the bananas. He saw sincerity in the eyes of the humans standing before him, and as far as he knew, humans were a bunch of greedy, cunning, despicable, and shameless creatures. He wondered if humans from this other world were like that too. Feeling some hesitation, Elder Monkey glanced toward the teleportation gate but ultimately decided to give it a try. After all, the true rulers of this forest were those haughty elves they blue monkeys were, at best, merely gatekeepers. Their role was to prevent humans from venturing into the inner reaches of the enchanted forest. Since these humans wished to settle here, let them clash with the other humans who had already entered the forest. Then he would see exactly what these humans were made of, whether they were just as greedy, cunning, despicable, and shameless as those who had stormed into the forest. If that were indeed the case, he would terminate all cooperation with them and expel them from the enchanted forest. The Grand Elder, who found the plan increasingly sound the more he thought about it, smiled. I understand, Chen of the human race. We, the mimic blue monkeys, are willing to try trading with you. I hope we can reach a mutually satisfactory outcome. No problem, rest assured. Everything is negotiable. A huge weight was finally lifted from Chen's heart. Over the next few hours, the Monkey Elder and Chen engaged in a heart-to-heart conversation. They discussed the purchase, development, and construction of the territory, as well as assisting the Blue Monkey clan in monitoring human entry. During this time, Zay collapsed from exhaustion several times. Not only did his components overheat and malfunction, but his batteries also had to be replaced numerous times. Only then was Chen's entire speech relayed, word for word, through the slaps. This consumed dozens of monkeys used as slapping tools for the first time. They realized just how inconvenient slap language was for communication once a long-winded speech began. Not a single monkey could endure it. It seemed it was time to invent a new language. By evening, Chen and the Grand Elder concluded their conversation, both parties satisfied with the day's negotiations. On one hand, they used 100 metric tons of bananas per month as leverage to secure the right to use 50 square kilometers of land, an area in this other world equivalent to the combined total area of several neighboring townships. On the other hand, they traded some largely useless land for a large quantity of precious fruits from this other world. And as a bonus, they got humans to help guard the enchanted forest to prevent other humans from entering. Why not? Both sides felt they'd come out ahead, and satisfied smiles spread across their faces. In truth, Chen was still somewhat disappointed. His original plan had been to purchase the land permanently, but unfortunately, that old monkey was too cunning. He simply wouldn't sell. Moreover, he was only willing to sign a 1-year contract with them. If, during that period, they engaged in large-scale hunting of the animals in the enchanted forest or abducted the humanoid races living there, the contract would be terminated immediately. All humans would be required to leave the enchanted forest. If no such actions occurred within that year, the contract could be renewed. These requirements were no problem at all for Huagua. They didn't engage in human trafficking, and they were already struggling to protect the animals of this other world, so how could they possibly hunt them on a large scale? At most, they might need a few animals for related experiments, but deaths were rare. That's why, after an afternoon of negotiations, the talks between the two sides went so smoothly. Alright, Shaq, let us head back. We've still got a lot of preparations to finish. Glancing at the sky, Chen stood up from a rock. This time, he didn't call Zay brother Zay, but instead used his codename. After all, in this foreign realm, it was safer to stick to codenames. That way, they could avoid running into anyone with curse magic it wouldn't do to accidentally fall victim to a spell. Got it, Zay said as he stood up as well. He exchanged a brief greeting with the Grand Elder, then returned through the teleportation gate with Chen. When the two arrived at the brightly lit base, the staff erupted in cheers. Today's haul had been truly bountiful. Not only had they met the wondrous shape-shifting Blue Monkey tribe, but they also established stable diplomatic relations with them and even secured the rights to use a vast tract of land. Starting tomorrow, they would no longer have to explore the surroundings with such caution. They could boldly begin preparations for constructing the otherworldly base around the teleportation gate. By leveraging their relationship with the Blue Monkey tribe, they could build armament factories, residential areas, and commercial districts on the outskirts of the base, all to establish diplomatic ties with other nations or races in this other world. They would also be able to successfully develop and exploit the other world's resources, thereby benefiting China and strengthening the nation. 3 days later. Time flew by. After a few days of adjustment, relations between China and the Blue Monkey tribe had grown much more harmonious. However, due to communication limitations, quite a few monkeys had to suffer each time. Upon witnessing this situation, Zay had no choice but to accelerate the development of the translation software, working in close collaboration with other computer scientists and linguists at the base. They had already developed a small animation that displayed the Blue Monkey's slap language visually. Whenever Chinese was spoken, the little monkey on the tablet would frantically slap itself, translating the words into the corresponding slap gestures so the Blue Monkeys could understand what was being said. Similarly, if the Blue Monkeys want to express their thoughts, they simply slap their own faces. The tablet's audio system then converts the sound of the slap into Chinese based on its intensity, allowing the people on Blue Star to understand what the monkeys are saying. To further improve accuracy, the tablet can also use its camera to capture the other party's image, which enhances translation precision. Unfortunately, after their preliminary tests, the beta version of this translation software achieved only a 50% accuracy rate. It couldn't provide perfectly accurate translations and could only convey the general meaning. After all, the development time had been far too short. To continue improving it, further follow-up and upgrades would be needed to achieve 100% accuracy. In the noisy, fantastical forest, the skeleton Zay shut off the tablet in his hand and turned his gaze toward the vehicles pouring in. That pale blue teleportation gate had already been expanded to about 15 meters in size using the power of the ages, and many engineering vehicles dispatched to the site were driving into the other world in an orderly fashion. Although the terrain here was forested, the trees were so enormous that there was plenty of open space. Therefore, these vehicles were permitted to enter. Moreover, Chen had informed Elder Monkey in advance that they would fell some of the ancient giant trees to build the base. Afterward, unless absolutely necessary, they would not cut down any more of these giant trees, but would instead use them to create unique ecological structures such as treehouses to protect the forest from overlogging. This would achieve a harmonious coexistence between humans and nature. When the monkey elder heard of Chen's vision, he found himself even more baffled by these visitors from another world. A group of humans actually pursuing harmony between humanity and nature. Could they be the true elves? And were the local humans running around on the ground actually monkeys? The Grand Elder, somewhat stunned, stared wide-eyed at the series of renovation plans for giant tree ecological architecture that Chen had brought out. Although he couldn't make out the various annotations on the plans, the breathtaking beauty of the renderings made the Grand Elder wonder, shouldn't the Blue Monkey clan also have such living conditions? Instead of living on tree branches and limbs like savages, as they do now. Perhaps in time, the elves would come to envy their living conditions, rather than them envying the elves' primal, savage way of life. Growing increasingly excited as he thought about it, the Grand Elder decisively approved Chen's construction plan. Eager to see the treehouses take shape as soon as possible, he even gathered all the blue monkeys from his territory, a number that, at a glance, must have numbered in the tens of thousands. The dense crowd of blue monkeys dotted the forest's towering trees like blue stars. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought they were preparing for war. However, due to the sudden appearance of these blue monkeys, no other dangerous creatures dared to approach the vicinity of the Huagua base. This provided a secure environment for Huagua to develop its territory without having to worry about external threats. Consequently, Chen urgently contacted his superiors and requested a contingent of construction troops from the capital to assist with the initial development of the territory. As for maintaining the secrecy of these personnel, the higher-ups had already made clear arrangements. In the future, these personnel would be assigned to the logistics department of the Anomaly Bureau, specifically tasked with construction, expansion, and related duties. This avoids the need to seek out construction teams from the mainland, which could lead to information leaks. The construction vehicles now appearing in this alternate world come from this very unit. Report. A soldier arrived on site, saluted Chen, who was planning the construction blueprints, and handed him some files. The first batch of construction equipment is ready. The remaining equipment will arrive in secret within 3-5 days. Should we begin construction now? Chen took the files and glanced at them. All right, let us get started. First, clear away these giant trees. We need a plot of land to lay the foundation. Yes, sir. The soldier, having received the order, saluted again and ran briskly toward the engineering team to relay the instructions. Soon, several vehicles designed specifically for logging pulled up in front of the ancient trees of the celestial forest. Since the giant trees in the fantasy forest averaged a diameter of about 10-15 meters each, it took roughly 30 adults to encircle one. Standing before such colossal behemoths, the standard logging trucks looked minuscule. To fell one of these giant trees, the saw blades at the front of the logging trucks would need to be modified. Alternatively, equipment specifically designed for logging in this otherworldly realm would have to be developed. However, that would take a very long time. Therefore, the best strategy for now is to have several logging trucks attack a single tree simultaneously. As long as they clear away a few dozen giant trees, there will be enough space to build the outpost. At that point, with the front-end loaders and excavators working together, even trees with extensive root systems can be completely dug up. As for the felled giant trees, a small portion will be transported back to the base for research, while the rest will serve as building materials for future projects. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the construction site. Warning! Warning! Tree number 001 is about to topple. All personnel in the northwest direction, evacuate immediately. Repeat. All personnel in the northwest direction, please evacuate. The sudden alarm interrupted everyone's work, and they all turned their gaze toward the northwest. The 100-meter-tall tree, which stood like a colossal pillar reaching to the sky, toppled over at the sound of the alarm, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A massive cloud of dust and vibrations spread throughout the area, making people feel as if they were experiencing a minor earthquake. Countless birds and animals flew out of the forest, frantically fleeing the source of the noise. Cheep, 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 cheep. The blue monkeys watching from the treetops also grew restless. As they observed the humans from this strange world engaged in massive construction, they felt both intrigued by and frightened of those wondrous steel contraptions. Even if they, the blue monkeys, wanted to fell a giant tree, it would take them a very, very long time. But these humans managed to bring down a giant tree in less than 30 minutes. Such terrifying efficiency truly sent a chill down the blue monkeys' spines. The Grand Elder, who was also watching from the sidelines, wore an expression of awe on his monkey face. These humans were truly extraordinary. The variety of iron contraptions in their hands was simply overwhelming. In just the past few days, he had seen four-legged dogs, vehicles with claws, and data devices shaped like fire-burning sticks. And now, huge arms that could buzz while cutting down trees, as well as large iron contraptions capable of digging and pushing earth. These unheard of things had completely overturned the monkeys' understanding of the world. They had no idea how the humans across the way had managed to create them. As the elder monkey thought about all the car-related knowledge Say had taught him, his face suddenly began to burn with embarrassment again. Those unfamiliar terms sounded so unsettling, almost like some kind of spell. He hoped he'd never have to hear them again. HM? What's that? Suddenly, the Grand Elder's ears twitched. His keen intuition seemed to have detected something unusual. In the sky above the treetops, there might be some danger, and this danger had a vaguely familiar feel to it. No, for the safety of the monkey tribe, I need to go check it out. Sensing that something was wrong, the Grand Elder entered combat mode. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly, and his height once again reached about 2.5 meters. As he pushed off with his feet, the tree trunk beneath him quietly shattered. And a pale blue shadow darted swiftly through the forest, quickly reaching the treetops. The Grand Elder raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting up at the sun high in the sky. And noticed what appeared to be two black dots rapidly growing larger. Oh no, it's that damned dragon. The Grand Elder turned pale with shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a shrill, chirping cry, sounding the alarm for the entire Blue Monkey tribe. He ordered them to evacuate the area immediately. Otherwise, if they waited too long, they would all perish in the dragon's flames. As for the humans below, the Monkey Elder had no time to worry about them now. He could only hope that these humans weren't all talk, that they actually had what it took. At the same time, alarms also sounded at the Anomaly Bureau's base. The appearance of those two black dots had also been detected by the well-prepared base. Having been attacked by the Candy Dragon during their first exploration of the otherworld, they had arranged for numerous drones to patrol the tops of the giant forest trees 24 hours a day after reaching an agreement with the Blue Monkey tribe. This was precisely to prevent sudden emergencies like the one unfolding now. Now that the former threat had returned, it was time for them to redeem themselves. Deep within the enchanted forest, Chen, who had just finished assigning tasks, suddenly looked up. He, too, had heard the alarm sounding from the direction of the teleportation gate. At that moment, who was leading a group of soldiers running swiftly toward him. Report! Chen, aerial drones have detected two colossal figures approaching. Based on their projected path, they're heading straight for the area we just cleared. Upon hearing Hu's report, Chen's expression turned grave. I understand. Organize the evacuation of all non-combat personnel with full force. I don't want to see any casualties on our side. Yes, sir, Hu saluted respectfully, then led the group of fully armed soldiers to begin the emergency evacuation. All personnel involved in the construction project were required to abandon their vehicles. Even tools that were too heavy were not allowed to be carried, to prevent them from being lost here due to unforeseen circumstances. The construction site, which had been bustling just hearing Hu's furious roar, the evacuating engineering team's expressions changed in unison, and they all moved much more swiftly. Soon, they had all entered the teleportation gate. All that remained was a pile of logging vehicles in the enchanted forest. Roar! Woo roar! Two massive roars suddenly rang out, and an invisible shockwave swept down from the treetops, knocking Hu and the others who hadn't yet entered to the ground. Their eyes were filled with stars, their ears were ringing, and their minds were momentarily clouded. It was as if they were drunk. Ugh, damn it, that lizard sure has a loud voice, said Hu, feeling a bit dizzy as he shook his head. He looked up at the sky and saw two dark shadows looming overhead, casting the clearing back into darkness. Even so, he could still make out what was happening above. 100 meters up in the air, two figures, each over 10 meters in size, were battling each other. Judging by their appearance, one was the sweet-toothed dragon that had once attacked them, while the other was a giant dragon with a completely snow-white body. This dragon had a slender build, not as bulky as the sweet dragon, and every movement she made appeared graceful. In particular, huge hexagonal snowflakes formed by magical arrays drifted around her. These snowflakes would sometimes combine into shields, and at other times begin spinning at high speed, slicing through the sweet dragon's incoming attacks. Through Hu's keen observation, he could clearly sense that the white dragon was already at a disadvantage. No matter how she boom! A massive roar startled Hu awake. He quickly glanced around and realized the sound was coming from the giant snowflakes and sweets falling from the sky. And there were still many more falling from above. It was clear they were about to crash down right on top of them. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Who roared? "The engineering team evacuates first. We'll bring up the rear and ensure their safety at all costs." Yes, the soldiers nodded in unison upon receiving the order, following in Hua's footsteps as they carefully escorted the last group of the engineering team toward the teleportation gate. But as the battle in the sky grew more intense, more and more chunks of ice and sweets rained down. Large fragments struck the ground like grenades, pitting the ground with craters. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu quickly signaled, and all the soldiers raised their weapons in unison, shattering the smaller falling objects. As elite soldiers selected from 10,000, each was a sharpshooter capable of hitting every target. To them, these falling objects were nothing more than moving targets. Thanks to the soldiers' precise, targeted fire, not a single falling object struck the retreating personnel. All of them shattered into even smaller fragments while still in the air. Suddenly, Hua's expression changed drastically as he retreated. He sensed the sky above him growing dark, which was clearly abnormal. As he sprinted, he quickly looked up. To his shock, he saw a giant durian-shaped candy at least 15 meters in size plummeting toward them like a meteor. If it hit them, the immense kinetic energy and shockwave would instantly turn them into mincemeat. They would all die on the spot. And they had less than 5 seconds to dodge it. That was clearly not enough time for everyone to get out of the way. The blue monkeys, watching the scene from afar, covered their eyes with their paws, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. Although they hadn't spent much time with the humans. To be honest, they really liked them. Unfortunately, faced with the Dragoness attack, they had no choice but to flee. It was a fear ingrained in their genes. After all, dragons were at the top of the food chain. Not them, the monkeys. Just as the durian candy was about to strike the group, and Hu and the others were about to meet their end, a sudden, urgent alarm sounded from within the portal. "Warning, Skynet defense system activated. Target, within the territory." Buzz, 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 buzz. Several drones burst out of the portal, their cameras all trained on the various objects falling from the sky, including that giant durian candy. Swish! An invisible ripple seemed to sweep across the sky. All the falling objects instantly transformed into wispy, three-dimensional text. Even the largest durian candy turned into a simple sketch consisting only of lines in basic colors. When it crashed down on the crowd, they didn't feel any hardness or weight. Instead, it was soft and springy, like cotton. After just a few light bounces, the sketch-like durian candy flew off to the side, rolling away like a gourd. Few heavy panting filled the air as the people who had been sprinting felt as though they narrowly escaped death. Just moments ago, they all thought they were doomed, but to their surprise, they survived. What exactly was that Skynet defense system? It was simply unbelievable. Could it be some kind of new secret weapon? Filled with doubts, the group urged on by Hu finally made it safely through the teleportation gate. They were now far away from the battlefield where the battle was raging. On the other side, the blue monkeys who had been grieving just moments ago were now collectively stunned. They stared at the text and simple sketches rolling back and forth on the ground, though they didn't understand what they were. But to neutralize a Dragoness attack, that ability was just too insane. After all, dragons are the rulers of this world, yet these humans had merely deployed a few iron birds to completely eliminate the aftereffects of the battle before they could even manifest. With such power and capability, could it be that these humans are also the rulers of their own world? Harboring this thought, the Grand Elder gazed at the location of the teleportation gate with an even more solemn expression. He decided that once the dragons had retreated, he would definitely establish good relations with them. By then, the Blue Monkey clan would no longer fear the dragons. Meanwhile, in the main control room of the Blue Star Anomaly Bureau base, Chen, who had returned first, put down the phone. Moments earlier, through communication with headquarters, he had urgently activated the Skynet defense system, which was still in the debugging phase. Diverting a portion of its computational power to the base to defend against unconventional attacks from another world. After all, no one knew what capabilities the other side possessed, so it was essential to be prepared for any eventuality. Otherwise, construction of the outpost would come to a permanent standstill. Is everything okay with the evacuated personnel? Hearing Chen's question, Hu wiped the sweat from his face. Yes, they've all returned safely. Chen, those two giant lizards suddenly invaded our airspace and are fighting fiercely. I request deployment of the experimental bipedal fire support platform to coordinate with the Skynet defense system and completely annihilate them. Well, Chen hesitated slightly. He glanced at the footage on the large screen and decided it was best to proceed cautiously. Let us wait a moment. I'll have the drones that were on patrol earlier issue an expulsion warning first. If they don't withdraw from Chinese airspace, it won't be too late for us to take action. After all, the no first shot principle is our guiding principle. It'll prevent us from giving others and factions from other worlds any grounds for criticism later on. Hu paused, a slightly odd expression crossing his face. Chen, even if we issue an expulsion warning, they won't understand it, will they? Ahem, so what if they don't understand? Chen glanced at Hu, completely unfazed. We're issuing the warning out of courtesy and caution. As for them not understanding, well, isn't that just perfect? Anyway, we haven't studied the anatomy of dragons at the base yet. If worst comes to worst, we'll just ask them to cooperate with our research. It'll count as compensation for our losses. Hu, whose eye was twitching wildly, finally understood Chen's motive. This guy was as scheming as ever. It turned out he had his sights set on those two dragons all along. Now he wanted to use this as a pretext to take them down. But that wasn't his concern. Right now, he just wanted to let these two arrogant bastards feel the power of the truth. Buzz, 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 buzz. Several reconnaissance drones in the enchanted forest flew in front of the two dragons engaged in battle. While dodging the aftermath of the fight, they issued a warning. Warning! This area is within the territory of Huagua. You have violated our national airspace. Please evacuate immediately. Otherwise, we will initiate a forced expulsion by force. Warning! Please evacuate immediately. Otherwise, we will initiate a forced expulsion by force. The white dragon, having just unleashed its freezing breath, glanced at the steel flies buzzing chaotically around her. Curiosity was written all over her dragon face. However, she had absolutely no energy to spare for these intriguing little creatures. Her primary target was the assimilated dragon before her. If the giant dragon could have glanced down at the forest below at that moment and noticed the unusual three-dimensional Chinese characters and simple sketches on the ground, she might have changed her mind. She might have started paying attention to the drones swarming around her. Unfortunately, she had focused all her attention on her opponent and was completely oblivious to anything else. As for the Sweets dragon, who held the upper hand, he hadn't noticed the anomaly below either. He was merely annoyed by the drone's incessant buzzing. This enraged the Sweets dragon, causing him to shift part of his attention to the drones. When the drones approached him once more to issue a warning, the sesame seeds covering his body resembling scales trembled in unison. Once they reached a certain threshold, the sesame seeds scattered like a shotgun blast, shooting in all directions through the air. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react, causing the drones that hadn't activated the Skynet defense system to be hit directly. A large hole instantly appeared in their bodies, and they plummeted toward the ground as if they lost power. Upon witnessing this scene from the base's control room, Hua's scarred face broke into a sinister grin. Chen, can I activate that experimental unit now? Go ahead, Chen replied, choosing not to stop Hu but instead granting him the freedom to act as he saw fit. Zhe, standing nearby, looked on with curiosity, eager to see what the experimental unit actually was. He informed Chen of his plans and, with a sense of curiosity, headed toward an armory. There, numerous staff members were bustling back and forth. Some were hauling ammunition, others were moving massive firearm components, and still others were directing vehicles into the warehouse with red and blue batons. When Zhe arrived, he saw the experimental bipedal fire support platform that Hu had mentioned. The weapon's appearance closely resembled the bipedal mechs found in sci-fi video games. In other words, it was a humanoid mech. Though this one was an unmanned system with no head or arms. Mounted on either side of its torso were dual rows of 6-barrel Gatling guns firing 30mm ammunition, making it fully capable of rivaling anti-aircraft cannons. Moreover, its ammunition capacity was a staggering 10,000 rounds. Suspended beneath the Gatling gun arms were Gauss flamethrowers and high-pressure liquid nitrogen launchers, designed to attack enemies at close range. Anyone even slightly touched by its flames would be completely incinerated. Alternatively, if liquid nitrogen were splashed in their face, they'd turn into an ice pop within seconds. As for the top of the mech's chest, it's equipped with a twin-barreled 12-round missile launcher. Each missile carries a homing warhead, capable of delivering precise fire coverage on targets. What stands out most about this entire mech is firepower, and more firepower. I guess this is what you'd call the Chinese fear of insufficient firepower. Reading this, Zay shook his head. Although this mech is incredibly cool, its flaws are also quite obvious. First, it's too bulky and not agile enough on flat terrain, it's nothing but a sitting duck. Second, it consumes a lot of power with current battery technology, it can only operate for 10-20 minutes. Third, since it's bipedal, once damaged, it'll be nearly impossible to move, and its balance system and other software aren't perfected yet, making it walk like an old man. As for the rest of the issues, Zay couldn't be bothered to dig any deeper. The base is deploying this mech right now solely because of the Skynet defense system, otherwise, this thing would be taken out the moment it showed its face, let alone go on a rampage. However, this is also a good opportunity to test the mech in actual combat. Zay, now slightly more interested, walked up to Hu. He noticed that Hu was already seated in a special chair covered in intricate circuitry, wearing a VR headset, and holding 2 rotating joysticks covered in buttons. At his feet were what appeared to be accelerator and brake pedals. Clearly, this was the mech's control console. As a series of announcements rang out, red lights illuminated the chest of the experimental mech. Beep. System check in progress. Automatic fire control system normal. Drivers normal. Experimental bipedal fire support platform activation complete. Click, click, click. The mech, which had been in standby mode, slowly rose to its feet. Its height instantly reached about 5 meters. Clearly, this was already a colossal machine. Clang! Clang! The clanging of steel echoed throughout the base. The mech, moving on its 2 legs, walked toward the teleportation gate. Behind it, several long, thick tubes were connected to its body, supplying the entire mech with a steady stream of energy. Otherwise, given the mech's speed, by the time it passed through the teleportation gate and was ready for battle, it would have almost no energy left. Watching this scene from a distance, Zay chose to return to the central control room. Next, he intended to carefully observe the results of pairing the Skynet defense system with such powerful firepower. Inside the enchanted forest, the pale blue portal rippled like water. A massive steel monster emerged from within. Its colossal form and unusual structure caught the attention of the old monkey, who had been surveying the area, alerting him to the anomaly. He narrowed his eyes at the cold hunk of metal, his body shuddering involuntarily. What is that? It gives me a really dangerous vibe. Could it be that these humans have sent some kind of monster? The old monkey mulled it over in his mind and decided to distance himself from the battlefield for the time being to see what the humans from this other world were actually up to. That way, if a conflict really did break out between the 2 sides, he wouldn't have to worry about getting dragged into it. Creak, creak. The bipedal mech trudged across the muddy ground and arrived at a cleared area where trees had been felled. The ground here was now covered with 3-dimensional Chinese characters and simple sketches. Several drones serving as the Skynet defense system were operating at full capacity. As soon as the mech appeared, the drones quickly flew to its surroundings and began acting as its defense system. They were there to prevent the aftershocks of the 2 dragons' battle from affecting him. Boom! A massive roar echoed through the air. And a white figure sliced through the sky, crashing straight into a giant tree. The impact snapped the colossal tree, which was about 15 meters in diameter, in two, sending a massive cloud of dust and smoke billowing into the air. The mech, which had been about to attack, halted its next move upon witnessing this scene. After scanning and mapping the area with its 3D laser radar, the mech discovered that the figure within the dust cloud was indeed the White Dragon, though she was in poor condition. After all, the recoil from shattering a giant tree about 15 meters in diameter must have been terrifying. Even with her formidable physique, it was now quite a struggle for her to even move a muscle. Moreover, as the smoke cleared, it became evident that the White Dragoness injuries went far beyond that. Half of one of her wings had been melted away, and the severed edge was slowly transforming into candy. The rest of her body was covered in scrapes, cuts, and bite wounds, with many areas suffering from fractures and deformities. Clearly, she was struggling to breathe, exhaling more than inhaling. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest once more. The Candy Dragon, soaring through the air, dove downward. Greed and madness shone in his eyes as his gaping maw, a mixture of chocolate and milk, lunged straight toward the immobilized White Dragon. He intended to end her life once and for all with a single bite. "Hey! You big reptile, have you forgotten whose turf this is?" Who, controlling the mech from a distance, roared. Without hesitation, he activated the automatic fire control system. And with the system's assistance, 30mm rounds were fired at a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. The terrifying rat-a-tat-tat shook the very soul, as two whiplash-like barrages swept toward the plummeting Candy Dragon. "Ha! What?" The highly perceptive Candy Dragon's soul leapt in fear. He sensed a deadly threat closing in. In the blink of an eye, several 10-meter-wide magical arrays materialized out of thin air, blocking the bullet's path. They rapidly formed a shield made of cookies. Boom! 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 Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Every spinning bullet carried immense kinetic energy. The instant they struck the cookies, as hard as steel, they were, unsurprisingly, shattered on impact. Each bullet left a hole the size of a basketball in the cookie shield. The bullets even penetrated through to the next layer of cookie shields behind it. In just a fraction of a second, the 5-layer shield of cookies was completely shattered. A metal storm swept over the entire body of the Candy Dragon. And the dense barrage of bullets, resembling specks of light, gave it a taste of the ultimate assault from kinetic weapons. At this point, no matter how strong the Candy Dragon's regenerative abilities were, its massive body was still being torn apart bit by bit. Even the thought of falling from the sky had become a pipe dream. It could only be mercilessly mowed down like a living target. "Humph, looks like you're not all that great after all," who, piloting the mech, snorted. He raised the trigger in his hand, allowing the overheated 6-barrel Gatling gun to cool down. However, although the gunfire had ceased, the twin 12-round missile launchers atop the mech activated. With a series of whoosh 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 sounds, missile after missile darted toward the free-falling Candy Dragon like rattlesnakes, trailing trails of smoke through the air. The Candy Dragon watched the rapidly approaching, smoking metal rods, its cherry-red eyes filled with confusion. "What is going on? What kind of attack has this dragon encountered? Why does it feel like I'm about to die? Wasn't I just moments in the upper hand, about to reap the fruits of victory? How did things turn out like this?" Those specks of light, falling like rain, actually shattered my cookie shield and even tore apart the cake armor that could withstand magic. If this keeps up, how am I ever going to complete my decapitation mission? With that thought, the sweet dragon roared furiously toward the sky, summoning the last of his strength from his already shattered core. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, a special breath erupted from his mouth, a superheated solution made of colorful syrup, whose vibrant hues made it look quite beautiful. However, who had been watching the battle, knew that this breath was as beautiful as it was deadly. Even the slightest contact would cause one to be transformed into candy. It was this very breath that had injured the White Dragon's wing. Clearly, the sweet dragon intended to transform the test unit into one of its own kind, thereby rendering this side incapable of fighting. Unfortunately for him, his plan backfired. Several drones circling the mech simultaneously stepped in front of the breath, turning the spray of high-temperature syrup into cheap special effects. The originally terrifying mutated breath was transformed into colorful ribbons, fluttering gently in the breeze. Ha! What? Where is my breath? Before the candy dragon could even figure out what was happening, 12 missiles struck him simultaneously, and a series of massive explosions echoed through the forest. Massive flames and billowing smoke scorched everything in their path. Amidst the inferno, all that remained was the candy dragon's agonized wail. His battered body tried to reassemble itself, but with its core destroyed, it could no longer return to its original form. It could only melt away bit by bit in the flames, finally letting out a cry of resentment. Who is it? What kind of magic is that? I know I want to accept this. Only after the sound had completely faded did Hu finally snap out of it. He'd been so engrossed just now that he'd actually forgotten to leave the giant lizard's body intact. He had no idea what might still be left in the sea of fire. No, he had to rush to salvage what he could. With that in mind, Hu activated another weapon system on his mech, a high-pressure liquid nitrogen sprayer. Click! On the opposite side of the machine gun, a new barrel extended, its muzzle emitting a faint white mist. However, since the liquid nitrogen jets had a short range effective only within 5 meters, Hu had no choice but to maneuver the mech closer to the burning dragon's remains. Then aimed the liquid nitrogen injectors at the flames, unleashing 2 streams of white, high-pressure mist. The flames, which had been raging fiercely, were instantly extinguished by the ultra-low temperature and inertness of the liquid nitrogen, and even rapidly froze into a layer of frost. Soon, the spot where the dragon had fallen turned into a vast expanse of white. The raging flames had completely vanished under the spray of liquid nitrogen. All that remained was a pile of white debris, emanating a bone-chilling cold. Whoa! The old monkey hiding in the tree sucked in a sharp breath. That pitch-black hunk of metal was truly terrifying. A giant dragon that had been completely assimilated into a sweet treat had actually been killed just like that? After all, it was a force akin to a natural disaster. Equally stunned was the white dragon lying motionless on the ground. She had watched the entire battle with her last ounce of willpower. Though she felt a sense of disbelief and curiosity, she had no energy left to ask any questions. She could only slowly close her heavy eyelids. Sizzle. Reporting, Chen. Territory expulsion mission complete. A severely wounded giant lizard has been detected. Should we eliminate this potential threat? Hu, piloting the mech, sent the report to Chen while aiming the gun barrel at the white dragon, clearly intending to shoot it down as soon as the order arrived. Rustle, rustle, rustle. No need. Please preserve the creature's intact form. Also, keep watch over the airspace to prevent any follow-up attacks. Understood, orders received. The mech lowered its gun barrel, retreated to the center of the cleared area, and remained on high alert. A few minutes later, there was finally movement near the teleportation gate. The gate, which had originally shrunk to 4 or 5 meters in size, instantly expanded to over 10 meters. A large number of reconnaissance drones and suicide drones flew out from within, and, following their operators' instructions, formed a massive square formation at an altitude of 100 meters to monitor all unusual movements in the sky. Should anything approach, the suicide drones would show them exactly what fire coverage meant. As for the ground, mechanical wolves fighting in formation and mechanical tigers armed with Gatling guns had also entered the alternate world. Operating in small squads, they spread out in all directions through the forest, securing every intersection to prevent any creatures from approaching. Even the blue monkeys hiding in the trees now dared not venture close to the ground. They feared the enemy might get carried away in the heat of battle and wipe them all out as well. After all, these were beings who dared to slay even dragons, and without much effort at that. So it was better to wait and see what these humans would do next before making any decisions. Hurry, 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 a voice rang out from the teleportation gate. Codename, Frost Dragon, requires a containment operation. Transported back to the base immediately. A staff member holding a baton stood in front of the teleportation gate, waving it vigorously. One by one, soldiers ran out of the base and stood on either side of the teleportation gate, standing guard like statues. Before long, several scientists and a few large vehicles slowly drove out from inside. Some were in charge of carrying, some of hoisting, and others of securing it with chains, all to prevent the dragon from attacking them once it awoke. By the time the dragon was successfully transported back to the base, she had already been tightly bound. The alloy chains were wrapped layer upon layer, left and right, making it nearly impossible for her to even move a single toe. Reporting, a staff member approached Chen, codename Frost Dragon, has been successfully contained. She is currently detained in Area A2 and undergoing various examinations. Okay, I got it. Chen dismissed the staff member and headed to Area A2 with Sei. By the time the two arrived, the dragoness body was already covered with various instruments and circuits, and a group of scientists was gathered around it, arguing heatedly. Chen listened carefully. The discussion centered on how to treat this precious creature, as any further delay could very well lead to its death, which would be a complete waste of such a rare specimen. However, the group had no idea how to treat a dragon and wasn't sure whether to administer anti-inflammatory drugs or other medications. For now, the only thing they could address was the dragoness' external injuries. For example, they could suture the scrapes, lacerations, and bite wounds. They could even use powerful cutting tools to remove the cursed candy that had solidified on its wings. But when it came to the dragoness' broken bones, they were at a loss. First, they didn't understand the dragoness anatomy. Second, surgery would result in massive blood loss, and they didn't have any dragon blood for a transfusion. So now they're stuck in a dilemma, unsure of how to set the dragoness' broken bones. Chen, having understood the situation, also began to feel a headache coming on. He didn't want to lose such a powerful dragon either. Because according to speculation from experts in other fields, this dragon might have connections or powerful backers, and given its status, it could bring China many advantages in this other world. He really didn't want to pass up an opportunity like this to build a good relationship with a giant dragon. Chen Zhe, who had been silent all along, spoke up. If there is truly no other way, I suggest you seek out some experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. They're the most skilled at setting bones. Besides, my physical form is massive. I can step in personally to help set the dragoness bones. Hearing Zhe's suggestion, Chen and the other scientists' eyes lit up in unison. This was indeed a great idea. Originally, even if they wanted to find someone to realign the dragoness bones, they lacked a giant capable of doing so. Now that Zhe had volunteered, wasn't that just perfect? Given the size of his house, realigning the dragoness bones should pose no problem. Once everyone agreed the plan was sound, Chen wasted no time. He exercised his authority and began searching the capital and nearby cities for renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, especially those most skilled in bone setting. Through a quick database comparison, 7 candidates quickly met the requirements. Their ancestors for 3 generations had been citizens of Huagua, with no records of traveling abroad or contact with foreigners. They were eligible to participate in this covert operation. Once Chen finalized the selection, special agents standing by outside went to pay them a friendly visit. After their patient persuasion, these gray-bearded elders, looking completely bewildered, were ushered into an honorable retirement and escorted to an unknown train station. Meanwhile, the process of suturing the dragoness wounds had already begun. Some doctors and specialists first used the dragoness body tissue to test for drug allergies. Only after confirming there were no adverse reactions did they begin disinfecting the dragon. In an instant, the entire underground base was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Sizzle log 001, beginning. We are now performing surgery on the creature currently designated as codename Frost Dragon. Please ensure all subsequent experimental records are fully documented. This will be a valuable asset to humanity. Understood. A doctor in a white coat, holding a camera, wore a serious expression as he watched the surgeon holding the scalpel and aimed the lens directly at him. How is the anesthesia working? A doctor preparing for surgery asked his assistant standing nearby. Unknown. It's impossible to predict whether the anesthetic has taken effect. But we've already administered a dose 30 times that of an elephant. Barring any surprises, it won't wake up. The doctor wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded. This was his first time performing surgery on such a massive creature. The largest animal he'd ever operated on before was just a lion. He never imagined he'd get to operate on a giant dragon today. He probably felt just like the first person to set foot on the moon. Both were making history. With slightly trembling hands, the doctor tentatively made a cut with his scalpel, only to discover that the dragoness flesh was far too tough. The scalpel couldn't even make a dent. In fact, if he applied too much force, it would even chip the blade. Seeing this, the doctor immediately furrowed his brow and shouted at his assistant. "Go to the supply department and get me some power tools, things like an angle grinder, a power drill, a chainsaw, and a nail gun." "Huh?" The assistant standing nearby looked completely bewildered. "Those weren't surgical instruments at all." "What do you mean, huh? Can't you see I can't handle this at all? Hurry up and go." The doctor shot the assistant a scornful glance. Oh, I get it. I'll go right away." After being scolded, the assistant dashed off to relay the order. A few minutes later, a large number of power tools were brought in. The doctor took just one look at them, then grabbed an electric saw and burst into laughter. "Ah, now that's a real scalpel. I don't believe there's any flesh it can't cut through. Quick, go sterilize all these surgical instruments." The assistant, at a loss for words, glanced at the tools and had no choice but to sterilize them all as requested. Once everything was ready, a bone-chilling sound rang out from Area A2. The chainsaw ground violently against flesh and blood, and the doctor used it to saw off the already rotting, decayed flesh. Upon seeing this, the other doctors followed suit, switching to chainsaws as well. In an instant, doctors were frantically cutting away with chainsaws all around the dragon front, back, left, right, and even on its body. To the uninitiated, it would have looked like a corpse was being dismembered, rather than a giant dragon having its wounds treated. The entire scene was filled with sounds of sizzling, thudding, and clanging. Each doctor seemed to have picked it up instinctively, picking up these construction tools and using them as surgical instruments. They used electric drills to drill holes and nail guns to stitch up wounds. Soon, the dragoness' various external injuries were completely sutured, though the results didn't look very good. It resembled something out of Frankenstein. Especially at the sight of the severed wing. To deal with the constantly eroding and transforming candy-like substance, they had no choice but to bring in a logging truck to sever the dragoness' entire wing at the root, preventing the condition from spreading further. That half-wing has now been strictly quarantined and stored in a containment room. Specialized scientists will conduct research and investigations on it later. As for the other decayed flesh and biological tissue excised from the dragoness body, it will serve as valuable research material for the scientists. Once this tense surgical procedure was finally over, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners everyone had been eagerly awaiting arrived at the Anomaly Bureau's base. As they examined one containment specimen after another, expressions of shock never left their weathered faces, especially when they were led in front of the dragon. The white-bearded elders were left completely speechless. What on earth is this thing? Has a lizard taken on a spirit form? And why does it have a single wing? Is it a mutation? Clearly, the elders had no idea what a Western dragon was. They had devoted their entire lives to traditional Chinese medicine. They hadn't paid much attention to knowledge in other fields. "Oh, welcome. I'm Chen from the Anomaly Bureau. Welcome to our base, esteemed elders." The very enthusiastic Chen stepped forward to greet them and shook hands with each of the elders. This snapped the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, who had been momentarily dazed, back to their senses. "Chen, were you the one who brought us old-timers here?" "That's right," Chen nodded firmly. "We've run into some difficulties and need your help." "Difficulties?" The elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctors exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their confusion. "What kind of difficulties? Surely it's not about treating patients, is it?" Upon hearing this, the director shook his head. "No, not at all. We just need your help setting a bone." "Oh, what?" The elderly doctor's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Setting a bone? Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? You've mobilized such a large team just to have us set a bone." That's right," Chen pointed to the white dragon behind him, "though the subject of the bone setting is a bit different." What? You want us to set the bones of that giant lizard?" The senior TCM practitioners nearly popped their eyes out of Their sockets. Their faces alternated between pale and crimson. Are you kidding? We're just old geezers with one foot in the grave, not martial arts grandmasters or immortals. Do you really think we can fly through the skies or burrow through the earth? Yeah. If it were a human, we'd do it without hesitation, but this kind of bizarre creature. We don't understand its skeletal structure or the arrangement of its muscles. How are we supposed to set its bones? It would be easier for you to just use a scalpel. Exactly. A creature this big, even if we could set its bones, how are we supposed to manipulate its skeleton? I'd guess that if this giant lizard so much as twitched a finger, we old geezers would have to start making funeral arrangements ahead of time. Chen and the other scientists listened to the veteran TCM practitioner's eloquent discourse and realized they were asking too much of them. But now that things had come to this, they had no choice but to press on, even if it meant biting the bullet. Otherwise, if this dragged on too long, even with this giant dragon's tenacious vitality, it would be difficult for it to survive with such extensive fractures throughout its body. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, man can conquer nature. Nothing is set in stone. Although we've never tried this before, we can't just give up like this. This giant dragon is truly vital to our country, China. I implore you, esteemed elders, to please lend your assistance. The elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners exchanged glances, their faces betraying a look of distress. They, too, understood the gravity of the situation. After all, they were already here. And all around them lay all sorts of baffling secrets. It was clear they had already touched upon that hidden side of things. This meant they had no way out. They had no choice but to try anything, no matter how unlikely the success. All right, we'll give it a try. After discussing it among themselves for a moment, the veteran TCM practitioners finally gave their answer. This brought smiles to the faces of both Chen and the scientists. Great! Let us get ready, then. Shaq will assist you with the bone setting in a moment. He can act as your extra set of hands to handle the most difficult part. Following Chen's gaze, the veteran TCM practitioners looked toward a single-story building approaching them. The moment the two groups made eye contact, the TCM practitioners' eyes twitched violently. After all, a walking house was simply too mind-boggling for them to comprehend. Fortunately, having seen many strange things before, they were just barely able to accept what was before them. Over the next hour, the base was abuzz with intense activity. One X-ray machine after another was connected in series to take images of the white dragon, examining the dislocations of her internal bones. If they were merely ordinary fractures, traditional Chinese bone setting could handle them. But if it were a comminuted fracture or something similar, surgery would be necessary. Fortunately, after comparing various records, the fractures on this dragon weren't too severe. Just a few broken ribs and limbs. As long as the right techniques were used, they could be set back into place. With a clear plan in mind, the team began devising a treatment strategy based on the X-rays. Soon, Zay's true form appeared. Following the senior TCM doctor's instructions, he first laid the giant dragon flat, then manipulated the vines on the thatched hut to wrap around the fractured areas, gradually realigning them in the direction guided by the doctors. Crack. With Zay's help, the dragon's previously deformed claws gradually returned to their normal shape. Several layers of steel plates were also secured over the area to stabilize it. The senior traditional Chinese medicine doctor and the other physicians took a look and nodded in satisfaction. Next, through everyone's concerted efforts, every fracture on the giant dragon's body was successfully corrected. As a result, the once pure white giant dragon was now not only completely wrapped in bandages but also studded with steel plates all over its body, making it look as if it had been mechanically modified. Fortunately, they had successfully saved the dragon, marking the completion of a landmark major surgery. In an instant, everyone at the base erupted in cheers. Even Chen clapped his hands in applause for the team. The immense roar of celebration reached the ears of the old monkey, who was wandering back and forth in the enchanted forest. He glanced toward the teleportation gate, his curiosity fully piqued, wondering what exactly these humans were so happy about. At that moment, the drones, mechanical wolves, and mechanical tigers that had been patrolling the skies all began returning to the teleportation gate at the same time. Even the mech piloted by Hu followed suit. Dragging a massive power cable behind him, he moved with heavy, slow steps, trailing right behind the mechanical wolves. Together, they retreated to the interior of the base to recharge. There was no helping it though this new combat style was terrifying, its drawbacks were also obvious. With their current battery technology, they couldn't sustain prolonged combat. So every so often, they needed to recharge the machines that had been out on missions. Moreover, after today's series of events, it was nearly dark outside, making it unsuitable to continue reconnaissance and defense missions. Now, they needed to be in top condition to face whatever dangers might arise on the second day. Inside the base, those who had finished their tasks began the final cleanup. The dragon, whose entire body had been reinforced with steel plates, had already been transported to Area A10, the zone housing the micro-black hole in Zay's main body. If the dragon were to awaken with any hostile intentions, Zay could, depending on the level of danger, either toss it into the black hole or subdue it using his own body. In any case, Shen had granted Zay full authority to handle the situation. This was essentially a multi-layered safety measure. Zay, having received the assignment, did not refuse. As a researcher, he harbored a natural curiosity about creatures from other worlds, especially creatures as defiant of logic as dragons. That made him all the more eager to study it thoroughly. To that end, he moved his temporary laboratory here and began researching the dragon on site. Early the next morning, the sun had just risen in the east. Having conducted experiments all night, the skeleton Zay set down the petri dish in his hand, and red lights began to flash on his body. Click, he removed a dead battery from his chest and placed it on the charger beside him. He then replaced it with a new battery. Once he was done, skeleton Zay turned around, picked up a book, crossed his legs, and began reading right there in front of the white dragon. It was as if he were waiting for something. 10 minutes slipped by quietly, and the dragon remained unconscious. But if you looked closely, you could see her eyelids trembling slightly, as if she were about to wake up at any moment. That hurts. Where am I? Having regained consciousness, the dragon finally opened her weary yet innocent eyes, and a sweet, girlish voice emerged from her dragon mouth. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you're saying. Our languages aren't compatible. Zay closed the book and looked apologetically at the colossal creature before him. Ha? Are you an undead? The dragon looked utterly puzzled, then shook her head. No, I don't sense any aura of the dead or soul fluctuations coming from you. That's really strange. The two were talking at cross purposes, each responding to the other's random remarks. Finally, the carefree dragon realized there was a problem with their communication. She couldn't understand a word the other was saying, which was simply impossible for a dragon. After all, their heritage included the languages of every race on the entire continent, unless this odd creature before her came from another plane. With that in mind, the dragon attempted to summon the surrounding magic to form 2 runes of universal language comprehension. Only to discover that the space around her was as stagnant as dead water, devoid of any magical elements. It felt very much like a magic-free zone. With no other choice, she had to draw upon the meager magic reserves in her core to barely conjure 2 simple runes. She imprinted them on herself and the skeleton, Zay. Oh? What's this? Zay pulled out a mirror and looked at the skeleton's forehead, discovering a glowing symbol gradually sinking into it and entering the processing chip inside. This is a single language comprehension rune. It'll let you understand the common tongue spoken across the continent, said the dragon, lifting its head high and blinking its bright, large eyes. It wore a completely harmless expression. A rune? What a delightful creation, said Zay, who could now understand the dragon's words. He carefully touched his forehead, eager to figure out the rune's structure and how it worked. Just then, the dragon tilted her head and asked, Hey, kind and strange creature, was it you who saved me? Coming back to his senses, Zay glanced at the dragon in front of him and shook his head honestly. No, it wasn't me who saved you, it was everyone in the entire base. It was their combined efforts that saved you from the brink of death. Ha? Everyone? The clueless dragon finally caught on. She quickly looked up and scanned her surroundings, her dragon face visibly filled with astonishment. Whoa. What on earth is all this? I've never seen anything like it before. Why are there steel structures everywhere? It's even more extravagant than a dwarf-esque bunker. The dragon, glancing around frantically, was like an old woman from the countryside visiting a grand estate for the first time. She gasped in amazement at everything she saw. This drew the attention of the others, who realized the dragon had awakened. Quick, quick, everyone step aside. We need to examine the awakened dragon. A group of biologists and doctors pushed through the crowd, rushing over with various devices. They examined the awakened dragon and attached numerous instruments to its body. This made the dragon feel a bit uncomfortable. Excuse me, what are they doing? This really tickles. And climbing all over a lady like this is very rude. Hearing the dragoness complaints, Zay kindly explained. Don't worry, Ms. Dragon. They're all doctors. They're examining your wounds to see how well you're healing so they can develop a follow-up treatment plan. Otherwise, if your wounds worsen, it could still be life-threatening. Huh? Is that so? Well, thank you very much. The innocent dragon bowed her head slightly in gratitude. Her unconditional trust left Zay momentarily speechless. She is so easy to fool. This dragon must not be fully grown yet, and she has had very little life experience. She basically believes whatever anyone tells her and has a strong sense of curiosity, just like a young girl who knows nothing of the world. I wonder how she managed to grow up this way. It seems her elders must have protected her too well, otherwise, she wouldn't have been raised like this. Shaking his head, Zay spotted Chen and Hu approaching. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen got straight to the point. Brother Zay, you're saying that through the power of magical runes, you can now communicate with dragons? That's right, Zay nodded. It's a truly magical power. It directly embedded the common language of that world into my processor chip and completed the Chinese translation. It's as if everything happened so naturally, saving a lot of tedious learning work. This allows me to update the content from the chip into the recently developed translation software via the server, enabling everyone to communicate with the other world through an external translator. Really? Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yes, but it'll take some time. And I suspect these runes work both ways. The dragon just created one for herself, so she might now understand our Chinese as well. I see, I understand. Go ahead and update it. Chen called over a few staff members, gave them a few quiet instructions, and had the others prepare the translation goggles and speakers. Even if she understood Chinese, he still needed to test whether the translation software would work. 1 minute and 1 second passed, and the translation software at the base began processing the new language. About 10 minutes later, Zay finished updating the database. Somewhat impatient, Chen picked up a pair of translation goggles handed to him by a staff member and put them on. Through the screen on the goggles, he selected the common language of the other world. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? The dragon, who was undergoing a physical examination by medical staff, paused for a moment. She looked at the metal box emitting the sound and nodded in confusion. I can understand you, but is it this black thing that is talking? Seeing that the dragon had focused her attention on the speaker, Chen's face immediately betrayed a look of exasperation. However, based on the conversation just now, it was already clear that the translation software was working. Now, through his glasses, he could see her reply. Hello, Lady Dragon. I'm the one speaking to you, the one with the side-parted hair. Since we don't speak the continent's common tongue, we need to use an external device to communicate with you. Oh, I see. The dragon understood. Instead of replying in the Mandarin she'd been granted through magic, she continued to ask questions in the continent's common tongue. Who exactly are you guys? And how did you even come up with all these weird things? Faced with the dragoness questions, Zay, standing nearby, began to squirm with excitement. He loved nothing more than explaining things to others. Upon seeing this, Chen quickly grabbed Zay's shoulder and shook his head sternly at him. He was genuinely afraid that Zay would talk this dragon into a state of confusion. After all, the old monkey's tragic fate was still fresh in his mind. Now that they'd come across a dragon, a rare occurrence, they had to treat it like an endangered species and protect it. Ahem, we can talk about all that later. For now, let us get to know each other. It would be rather rude to keep calling you Lady Dragon without knowing your name. Ha! You're right, I don't think I've introduced myself yet. The extremely absent-minded dragon suddenly snapped out of it. She'd been awake for so long, yet hadn't introduced herself. That was truly rude. Realizing this, the dragoness expression turned serious. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Shirley Frost. I come from the great sacred Dragon Isle, and I am a princess of the Frost Dragon lineage. I'm currently on the run from home. Hearing her introduction, everyone present fell silent. This guy was actually a princess and on the run, no less. With her absent-minded and scatterbrained demeanor, she just didn't seem very reliable. If they hadn't taken down that sweet-toothed dragon earlier, this clueless dragon princess would probably have ended up as a pile of manure by now, right? Feeling a bit ashamed, the group shared an awkward smile. Just then, Chen broke the awkward silence by bowing. Hello. I'm Chen, from the Anomaly Bureau of Huagua. This is Shak, our base's special scientific advisor. You were severely injured when you were attacked by other creatures while passing through our territory earlier, so we had no choice but to treat your wounds without your permission. We hope you'll understand. Standing nearby, who heard Chen say this, and his stern expression was on the verge of cracking. How shameless! How could you say that? It was clearly the other side that invaded our airspace, which is why you ordered the attack. You even wanted to eliminate both dragons. But now that you've heard she is a dragon princess, your tone has done a complete 180. He changed his tune faster than you can turn a page. No wonder he made it to the Anomaly Bureau as Chen. Just for that alone, I feel I fall short in comparison. The others reacted much like who did. They all felt their faces flush with embarrassment, a sense of shame so deep they wanted to sink into the ground. However, for the sake of the greater good, no one chose to call Chen out on his words. Shirley, on the other hand, being rather naive, believed every word Chen said. With a look of deep gratitude on her face, she nodded. No. Even though you bandaged me up pretty badly, I don't blame you at all because you really did save my life. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Hee, Chen chuckled nonchalantly. Princess Shirley, our country, is a land of courtesy. We always come to the aid of the seriously injured, not for the sake of a reward. So please don't mention repayment. We consider you a friend. Is that so? Shirley tilted her head in bewilderment, a look of surprise flitting across her dragon face, followed by a hint of hesitation. But you saved a great dragon, and the dragon must repay you. That's the rule on Sacred Dragon Island. As great dragons, we cannot be indebted to others. Hearing this, Chen realized there must be powerful masters on this so-called Sacred Dragon Island. It seemed these dragons had long understood the difficulty of repaying favors, which was why they established this rule. In that case, he'd have to maximize his own benefit. I understand, Princess Shirley. Since you insist on repaying us, please serve as our magical advisor for the Chinese Empire for the time being. We need to learn about magic and some general knowledge of the continent. That is fine, Shirley didn't refuse this time. She glanced toward the teleportation gate and shook her body, which was completely wrapped in bandages. Could you transport me back through that gate? I'm really uncomfortable in this magic-free space. It's like a fish out of water. Also, I need to replenish my magical energy to heal my injuries, otherwise, I won't be able to use magic again. Oh? I see, Chen raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. No problem. We'll take you back right away, but you can't move for now, otherwise, your fractures will dislocate again. Understand? Got it. I'll just stay still. Shirley lay there obediently. She let the staff strap her down and haul her onto a large transport truck. An hour later, Shirley the dragon finally returned to her own world. She breathed in the magic in the air and felt a long overdue sense of relaxation. The wounds inflicted by the candy dragon also began to heal little by little. Injuries that would normally take several years to heal could now be fully recovered in just 1 month. The healing speed was immeasurably faster. But just as Shirley was about to flap her wings, she was shocked to discover that one of her wings was missing. Recalling how she'd been hunted down by that sweet-toothed dragon, she instantly understood what had happened. It seemed that to recover from her disability, she'd have to return to Sacred Dragon Island, but since she couldn't fly, that was simply impossible. She'd just have to wait for her elders to come find her. Plus, now that she'd become a magical advisor to these humans from another world, wouldn't that give her a legitimate reason to stay here for a long time? She wouldn't have to go back to that dull and boring Sacred Dragon Island. It was just perfect. Shirley, secretly delighted, wasn't the least bit troubled by her new disability. She was now deeply intrigued by Zay and his group, eager to figure out what those hunk of metal were and why they managed to kill the Candy Church's sweet dragon. Moreover, that massive base was filled with all sorts of new gadgets she'd never seen before. She intended to study every single one of them. With these thoughts in mind, Shirley finally drifted off to sleep, bit by bit, and began to focus all her energy on healing her injuries. The people watching over her breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing this. They truly feared that this dragon might cause some trouble and ruin their friendship with the blue monkeys. After all, ever since the dragon attack, the blue monkeys had been too scared to come down from the trees, daring only to watch from afar as if they were observing some kind of ferocious beast. Now that everything had been resolved perfectly, it was time for the blue monkeys to finally put their minds at ease. At Zay's call, the blue monkeys in the giant tree began chattering excitedly, and soon the monkey elder swung down on a vine to land right in front of Zay. He slapped his own face. "Friend, what's the story with this giant dragon? Did you help heal her?" In response to the monkey elder's question, Zay tentatively replied in the continent's common tongue. "That's right. Unless it truly intends to attack us, we won't take the initiative to kill it. This dragon has now become a magical advisor to our Huagua and will answer our questions about magic and general knowledge of the continent. She won't attack your blue monkey tribe." Upon suddenly hearing the common tongue of the continent, Elder Monkey glanced at Zay in surprise. "I see. That's actually a good outcome. At the very least, you haven't alienated the dragon clan. Otherwise, no nation could withstand their retaliation. It seems our fantasy forest won't be ravaged after all." Elder Monkey let out a deep sigh, and a look of relief spread across his face. He had genuinely feared that Huagua would go to war with the Dragon Clan, in which case, his side would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Now, thankfully, everyone was happy. The old monkey, smiling, patted Zay on the shoulder. "My friend, cherish your friendship with the Dragon Clan. Because of their pride and power, they rarely befriend others. This time, you've turned misfortune into good fortune. That little ice dragon's background is definitely no ordinary one." Zay looked in the direction the old monkey was pointing and nodded in agreement. "That's right. Her background is indeed extraordinary. She is a princess of the frost dragon lineage." "What? A princess?" The old monkey's face was filled with disbelief. He scrutinized the frost dragon closely, his eyes betraying deep shock. "By the ancient tree of life, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. It seems that Sweet-Toothed Dragon intends to fully provoke the Dragon Clan's fury. And then, taking advantage of the situation, frame the elves of the enchanted forest, forcing them to fight on two fronts. How utterly shameless. What do you mean by that?" Curiosity flashed in Zay's mechanical eyes. He felt as though he caught a glimpse of the political situation on the continent. The old monkey, faced with the question, sighed helplessly and unconsciously stroked his beard. His eyes revealed a world of weariness. Actually, that candy dragon comes from the Candy Church on the eastern continent. That continent has long suffered invasions from various planes, so it's extremely chaotic. It's known as the Realm of Chaos. The Candy Church borders the enchanted forest, and the two sides have extensive territorial disputes. To stop these creatures from invading and spreading, the elves have deployed most of their combat forces to the border, halting the enemy's further expansion. So, in order to crush the elves, They took advantage of the dragon princess's escape to launch a surprise attack on her using the sweet giant dragon that had been lying in wait all along. As soon as the dragon princess dies, the other dragons will sense her location. At that point, no matter how much the elves in the enchanted forest try to clear themselves of suspicion, the dragons, with their pride, won't listen. A fierce battle between the two sides is inevitable. Having grasped the full context, Zay pushed his glasses up on his mask. He hadn't expected the elves' situation to be so dire. No wonder the crucial task of guarding the entrance to the northern continent. Not only were they difficult to excavate, but they were also extremely dense. And dealing with these routes alone took nearly 10 days. However, the Anomaly Bureau hadn't been idle during this time. The construction plan for the outpost had long been finalized and sent to various armories. They were instructed to expedite the production of prefabricated modules. The base would be built using a combination of 3D printing and prefabricated construction. This would save the most time, allowing them to focus on preventing unexpected incidents. Meanwhile, deep within the enchanted forest, Chen had also assigned numerous tasks. Under the protection of soldiers and blue monkeys, engineers began installing cameras, radar, and other devices on the giant sky tree, and set up solar panels at the treetop to power these devices hidden within the forest. In emergencies, these panels could even provide a brief recharge for drones. This allows them to return safely to base. And so, the entire outpost underwent dramatic changes day by day. First, the foundations were quickly laid. Next, the ground was leveled and concrete poured. Those prefabricated building modules, manufactured in advance, quickly rose from the ground under the coordination of the warriors and large 3D printing machines. They reached heights of over 10 meters. This lightning-fast construction speed even stunned Elder Monkey, who was silently watching from a tree. Although he had never seen how other humans built things, he knew full well how the elves did it. Given the elves' slow pace, it often took them years to build a single treehouse. If they were tasked with constructing a steel fortress like this, it would likely take at least several hundred years. Yet these visitors from another world had accomplished it in such a short time. It was truly incredible. The old monkey, who had watched the entire process, let out a sigh of admiration, and at that moment, exactly 1 month had passed. The base was already taking shape, complete with all manner of defensive facilities, anti-aircraft guns, bunkers, perimeter walls, barbed wire, and more. In addition, the command center, communications hub, barracks, and mess hall had all been completed. Next, the base would begin phase 2 of its long-term construction project, building weapons and equipment depots, a shooting range, a tactical training ground, civilian facilities, eco-friendly housing, a commercial district, and other amenities to enhance the diversity of the outpost and its diplomatic capabilities. In the future, phase 3 of the project would even be launched, involving the construction of rocket and satellite launch silos, an airport, and more. Once all of this was completed, Huagua would fear no threat. Aha! A yawn echoed through the air. And Shirley, who had been asleep for a month, finally awoke. She opened her slightly heavy eyelids and shook her bandage-wrapped body vigorously. The wounds that had been torn open by the sweet-toothed dragon were now fully healed, and large amounts of bandages, metal pins, and steel plates fell from her body, revealing snow-white scales without a single scar. The entire dragon looked crystal clear, as if she were a snow elf, though sadly, the loss of one wing marred the overall harmony of her beauty. That was such a satisfying sleep, Shirley said in perfect Mandarin as she stretched out her dragon claws to rub her eyes. Her dazed consciousness finally cleared completely. But when she focused her gaze on her surroundings, her sapphire blue dragon eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Didn't I just sleep for a month? How did this place turn out like this? There are towering steel walls and buildings everywhere, and the ground is so hard that even my dragon claws are struggling to break through it. Hasn't this place turned out exactly like the inside of that teleportation gate? Completely bewildered, Shirley dug at the concrete floor with her dragon claws while observing everything around her in shock. Excuse me, could you please stop damaging public property? This will force the construction crew to redo their work. It's a complete waste of time. The sudden voice snapped Shirley back to her senses. She turned her head and saw that it was Zay, wearing a mask and glasses. He was sitting in a chair, leisurely reading a book. Snap! Zay closed the book. He stood up and walked over to Shirley, his hands clasped behind his back as he asked, "So, how are you? Have your injuries healed? Do you need us to give you another full body checkup?" Shirley looked down at her body and shook her head decisively. "No, thanks. I'm in great shape. Apart from not being able to fly, nothing else is affected." "Oh, I see," Zay said, sounding a bit disappointed. He had hoped to continue studying her for a while longer. Based on this month's experiments, he had discovered that dragons and other otherworldly creatures carried a certain factor within their bodies. And this factor might be the reason dragons could use magic and blue monkeys could transform their bodies. However, he currently lacked sufficient data and test subjects. Further follow-up and research were needed. This would be a long-term project. Just as Zay was lost in thought, Shirley, the dragon beside him, suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Shak, this dragon form is just too inconvenient. I think I'll shift back to human form." "Human form?" Zay looked over curiously. He noticed a massive magic circle suddenly appear above Shirley's head, inscribed with various complex magical runes and rotating slowly. By the time Zay turned around, the massive magic circle had begun moving rapidly downward, settling directly atop the dragon Shirley's head. It was as if her head had been severed. It simply vanished. Next to go were her dragon body and tail. When the magic circle finally touched the ground and disappeared, all that remained was a cloud of white mist. And within the mist stood a tiny figure, about 1.2 meters tall. As the mist above slowly dissipated downward, the first thing to emerge was the head of a little girl. Not only did she have white hair and white eyebrows, but her eyes were also pure blue. Her features were exquisitely delicate and kawaii, and floating prominently atop her head was a crown made of ice, from which faint snowflakes were drifting. If the camera could have lingered on this scene forever, she would have been a princess in every sense of the word. Unfortunately, as the mist completely dissipated, the little girl's body was revealed. It was no human form, but a miniature version of a dragon's body. The little girl's head was simply set atop the dragon's neck. Upon seeing this scene, the camera in Zay's eye began zooming back and forth. He felt that all the fantasy novels he'd collected hadn't provided even the slightest bit of insight. This human form completely reshaped his understanding of dragons. Clap, clap, clap. Zay found himself clapping unconsciously. "It's truly perfect, Princess Shirley. I never imagined a dragoness human form could be so unique. If you have time, please be sure to explain to me in detail how you transform." Flattered by the compliment, Shirley reached out with her dragon claw to scratch her little head, a look of obvious embarrassment spreading across her face. "Oh my, not at all. My magic isn't quite up to par yet." Just then, Chan and the group of scientists arrived. They looked at the 1.2 meter tall baby dragon, especially its human head. This made everyone's lips twitch uncontrollably, and they could only begin to whisper among themselves. "What is going on? What on earth is this? A Western version of the candle dragon? And it's got a human face and a dragoness body. That's way too unusual. Yeah, I don't think we've ever read about this form in those fantasy novels. Looks like we've been reading for nothing. I think who knows? It might actually be related to the Eastern divine dragon. Probably the result of some kind of hybrid. Give me a break. That's clearly a woman's head. It suggests she might be a type of palace dragon." The ancients said, at an extraordinary age surpassing 5 dragons, 1,000 years old yet still an infant, the empress is the ruler, with 5 brothers, all with human faces and dragon bodies. Take a look, everyone. Doesn't that describe this little girl? The scientists chimed in one after another, offering every possible interpretation of Shirley's human form. "All right, everyone, please calm down," Shen interrupted the scientists in the midst of their discussion. "Shak already told me this is Shirley's human form. It's not some candle dragon or palace dragon. All your guesses are completely wrong." "What? Human form?" Upon hearing Chen's explanation, everyone instinctively glanced at Shirley again. For the first time, they began to doubt the very concept of a human form. Forgive their ignorance, But shouldn't a human form mean transforming completely into a human? How could it be just the head that changes? Even the monsters described in Eastern folklore generally have animal heads in human bodies. A creature like this with a human head and an animal body was truly bizarre and out of the ordinary. Sure enough, this other world was abnormal. It exuded strangeness at every turn. Even creatures like dragons had been distorted here. Excuse me, is there any food? I haven't eaten in over a month, Shirley asked shyly, blinking her big, watery eyes as she looked at the group expectantly. Chen was taken aback. It was just too jarring to see such a cute face on her. Even a seasoned veteran like him was having a hard time handling it. He had no choice but to pull Zay over from the side. Brother Zay, since you don't have anything else to do, why don't you take Princess Shirley to the cafeteria for a meal? Let her experience the culinary culture of our Hua kingdom. Feeling Chen's pat on the shoulder, Zay nodded. All right, leave it to me. I've actually been wanting to discuss with her what magic really is. Seeing Zay's enthusiastic agreement, Chen led the group of scientists and vanished in a flash. Inside the new base's cafeteria, Shirley's new form drew a crowd of onlookers. As everyone gazed at the tiny, single-winged white dragon, they realized this was the frost dragon that had been contained. Still, the combination of a human head and a dragoness body piqued their curiosity. Wow, that smells amazing. What kind of food is that, anyway? It gives off such a delicious aroma. Shirley twitched her nose, and a trickle of drool began to form at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were fixed intently on the food in the cafeteria. She was this close to pouncing on it and devouring it whole. Realizing she must have been hungry for a long time, Zay had the cook serve her a portion of each dish and place them in front of Shirley. Please help yourself. Don't be shy, there is plenty of food here. Really? Then I'm digging in. Shirley, who had been waiting impatiently, reached out with her dragon claw, grabbed a plate of food, and shoveled it into her mouth. She polished off an entire plate in just a second or two. Her lightning-fast eating pace put the other diners in the cafeteria to shame. As for Zay, who was unable to eat, he took out a notebook and began recording information about Shirley for future research. An hour later, the area next to Shirley was piled high with plates, and even the floor was stacked with them over a meter high. Zay did a rough calculation. This creature had consumed at least 2 metric tons of food. Her appetite was simply off the charts. Sure enough, a dragoness digestive and absorption systems defy all logic. Even when their bodies shrink, they can still consume food many times their current size. Burp. Shirley patted her little belly and let out a contented burp. This was the fullest she'd ever felt in her entire dragon life. Compared to the food on Sacred Dragon Island, it was like the difference between heaven and hell. She was really afraid she'd never get to eat this again. At that thought, Shirley's eyes lit up, and her not-so-bright brain finally kicked into gear. If she wanted to keep eating this delicious food for the long term, she'd have to follow the human customs described in the ancestral knowledge and pay for her meals and leave tips. Otherwise, with her appetite, she'd definitely be kicked out. No, she couldn't let them kick her out. Shirley wiped her mouth, and a small magic circle appeared in her tiny dragon claw. She waved it forward, and instantly, a massive amount of gold coins, treasures, and all sorts of random items spewed out from the magic circle. It quickly piled up into a small mountain about 1 or 2 meters high. The sight of all that glittering gold instantly stunned everyone in the dining hall. Even the cook in charge of serving food dropped the ladle from his hand without realizing it. Oh my goodness, is all of this gold? There's way too much of it. That must be several metric tons. How much is that worth? I don't know how much it's worth, but this one-headed dragon, no, the dragon princess, she is definitely a true millionaire. The scientists and warriors gazed at the treasures, their eyes filled with deep astonishment. However, since they were all hand-picked elites with their own duties in this strange world, their gaze upon these treasures held only astonishment, not greed. They understood that greed would be pointless. This was all hers, not theirs. Zay was equally stunned, though his focus differed from the others. The gold coins held no appeal for him. Instead, the jewels and gold jewelry were what truly captivated him. That's because these items were all enveloped in a powerful aura of the power of time. If he could absorb them, it would mean a vast fortune enough to keep the Skynet defense system running for a very long time. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly sent a message to Chen. He told him to hurry over and handle these treasures. What? You can absorb antiques from another world too? No problem, I'm on my way right now. Upon receiving the message, Chen led the scientists as they rushed headlong toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Shirley, who had already taken a tiny fraction from her own little stash, ran up to the cafeteria cook, clutching a pile of treasures. She placed the treasures directly on the counter. An innocent smile spread across her face. This is the money for the meal from earlier. Is that enough? If not, I'll get you some more. The cook, who had just picked up a spoon, looked at the glittering gold coins and unconsciously swallowed. Well. Little girl? I can't accept this money. You'd better take these treasures back right away. Otherwise, aren't you forcing me to make a mistake? Huh? Why? Did I give you too little? Shirley looked completely bewildered. Regardless of whether the cook refused her, she simply left the treasures there and walked away. Then she returned to the pile of treasures, grabbed some gold coins, and handed them out to the other onlookers. Ha, there's something for everyone. Here's a little tip from me. I hope you'll look out for me in the future. By the time Chen and the others arrived, the mountain of treasures had already been completely distributed. And everyone in the cafeteria was decked out in a dazzling array of glittering gold. Even Zay was no exception. Shirley had paid him special attention. Not only was he covered in gold and silver jewelry, but he also wore a crown on his head and armor made of solid gold. He looked just like a golden saint, and at that moment, he was completely frozen in place. Seeing this, Chen helplessly raised a hand to cover his face. It was simply too embarrassing to watch. Was this the corrosive power of money? Look at those warriors and researchers, once as tough as steel. Now they were so terrified they didn't dare move a muscle. They could only stand there like clothes hangers, letting Shirley drape them in gold and silver. It was as if a single step would leave them utterly powerless against that blatant temptation. Even Zay couldn't resist the power of time emanating from the antique. He had already been won over by her extravagance. Come on, Princess Shirley, that's not how you're supposed to spend money, Chen said as he rushed over and quickly grabbed Shirley, who was still handing out money. He explained patiently and earnestly, even though you eat a lot, just a few gold coins would be enough. Handing out this much all at once, aren't you just corrupting the morale of our people? Quick, take it all back right now. Shirley, who had been having the time of her life, immediately puffed out her cheeks upon hearing Chen's explanation. What's the big deal? I'm just giving tips, I'm not paying for the meal. The meal's already covered by that pile of treasure. Chen looked in the direction Shirley was pointing and saw that the cook serving the food had been completely buried under the treasure. Only one hand was still sticking out, waving his ladle. It was as if this were his last act of defiance. Chen was completely stunned. He knew this dragon princess was rich, but this was just too outrageous. She was even richer than the richest of the rich. He'd seen people throw money at others before, but this was the first time he'd ever seen someone bury someone in treasure. It seemed the wealth accumulated by the Dragon Clan was simply beyond description. Shaking his head, Chen issued an order to everyone present. Everyone, return this ill-gotten gain to Princess Shirley. We won accept rewards we haven't earned. We can't bring shame upon the nation. Yes, sir, the soldiers and researchers replied in unison, breathing a collective sigh of relief. Although they enjoyed the feeling of being decked out in gold and silver, the sense of unreality made them uncomfortable. Now that they could return it all, it was certainly for the best. One by one, the soldiers and scientists stepped forward to Shirley, stripping the treasures from their bodies. There was not a trace of reluctance in their eyes. Even the cooks who served the meals joined the ranks, and together they piled the treasures back into a 2-meter-high mound. The dazzling golden glow, reflected by the lights, was so bright it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Very well, all the treasures have been cleared away. Princess Shirley, please take them back. Hearing Chen's words, Shirley felt a bit displeased. She had finally found a way to share the joy of the delicious food she'd eaten. But now he was actually refusing to let her, which reminded her of her rotten father, who restricted her every move. All day long, it was "you can't do this and you're not allowed to do that," which was exactly why she'd run away from home. Now this Chen was just like her rotten father, and she was determined not to let him have his way. With a mischievous grin on her face, Shirley suddenly started acting all coy. "Uncle Dean, if I buy your stuff with money, that shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, you just said yourself that my meal would cost a few gold coins." Chen watched the little lowly with a dragoness body and a human face acting all coy, and a shiver ran down his spine. He couldn't take it, he really couldn't. If he were to judge by her face alone, he'd treat her like his own granddaughter. But when he considered her as a whole, it felt as if he were being bewitched by a demon. This strange sensation was terrifying. "Ahem, we do sell things, but we only deal with national-level clients, we don't do private transactions. I hope you understand." Upon hearing this, Shirley's eyes lit up instantly, and she suddenly became very clever. "Well, isn't that perfect? I'm a dragon princess, I represent the nation. I'm going to buy something right now." Feeling defeated, Chen gave Shirley a deep look before finally asking with a sigh, "What do you want to buy?" "I'll take that one," Shirley said, glancing around frantically. She plucked a button off a soldieress uniform and slipped a gold coin into his hand. "See? That's what I'm buying. 1 gold coin each, it's a great deal, right?" Chen was so exasperated by this little girl that he couldn't help but laugh. He was truly getting a taste of what the rebellious phase was all about. He clearly didn't want her to spend recklessly, so she wouldn't get scolded by her parents later. But this little one was being stubborn, deliberately going for deals that would lose him money. What else could he do? He couldn't go back on his word, after all. Resigned, Chen waved his hand listlessly. Fine. Buy whatever you want, but you're only allowed to spend 1 gold coin per item. Don't go over that limit." Okay, Uncle Dean." Shirley stood tall and proud, like a triumphant rooster, and slipped a gold coin into each person's hand. Everyone looked at the exquisitely crafted gold coins in their hands and, for a moment, turned their gaze toward Chen. "Why are you all looking at me? Things are complicated over here in this other world, so just go with the flow. Keep these as souvenirs, but don't circulate them on your own, understand?" The crowd exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Understood." "All right, you may all go." Chen dismissed the crowd in the cafeteria, then turned his gaze back to Shirley, who was bouncing up and down. "You should put all that treasure away, too. Otherwise, if it's left out for too long, people's greed will get the better of them." "Oh, okay." Shirley, back to her usual adorably clueless self, conjured another magic circle and sucked all the treasure on the ground into it, leaving only a few colorful stones behind. The scientists, who had watched the entire scene, now had a gleam in their eyes. They were utterly fascinated by the magic of this other world. What principle could possibly allow for the manipulation of space to absorb and store objects? If China could figure this out and replicate it, then firearms would have unlimited ammunition, and missiles would become spatial jump projectiles launched here, arriving there instantly. The enemy would have absolutely no time to react. Moreover, many other applications could be developed, such as the spatial devices, warp drives, and space warping force fields found in fantasy novels. All of these would become possible. The excited crowd's gaze toward Shirley grew increasingly intense, as they yearned to catch a glimpse of the mystery behind it all. These burning stares made Shirley feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chen stepped forward and stopped the scientists, who were on the verge of losing their minds. Changing the subject, he pointed at the colorful stones and asked, "Princess Shirley, why don't you put these away? Aren't they your treasures too?" Shirley glanced at them and shook her head decisively. "No, these are things I picked up along the way after I escaped just because they're pretty. But I don't like them anymore, so I'm not keeping them." Hearing that she no longer wanted them, the others didn't pay much attention except for Zay, who crouched down and reached out to touch a red, cylindrical stone. His unusual behavior immediately caught Chen's attention. "What's wrong, Shaq? Is something off?" Holding the redstone, Zay nodded. "There's something unusual. First of all, it's highly unlikely for a stone of this shape to occur naturally in the real world, but considering we're in another realm, anything is possible. Secondly, I'm equipped with various miniature outdoor detection devices. After preliminary tests including elemental analysis, or magnetism, XRF, and spectroscopy, its composition is quite unique. It's a new type of material that, like graphene, could be used to make batteries." "What? A new material? That's a major discovery." The scientists, who had been captivated by the magic array just moments before, instantly turned their full attention to him. "That's right, though my readings might not be accurate, the instruments I'm carrying are too small. We'll need more specialized, large-scale equipment for testing." "No problem. The Anomaly Bureau's headquarters has the specialized equipment we need. Let us head over there right away to test it." Chen led the way out of the cafeteria, with the others following close behind. Even Shirley followed along. She was curious as to why the stone she discarded had them so excited. One by one, they seemed to have been blessed by magic, on the verge of transforming into berserkers. A dozen or so minutes later, the group returned to headquarters via the teleportation gate. In a laboratory, several scientists placed the redstone pillar on various specialized instruments, running test after test. Every so often, the expressions on their faces would change dramatically. One moment they were stunned, the next delighted, and then puzzled. This left the crowd watching from a distance through the glass feeling as if their hearts were in their throats. One by one, they paced back and forth anxiously. Finally, after a thorough examination, the scientists in charge of the testing ran out excitedly. Without even wiping the sweat from their faces, they handed the redstone pillar to the group. "Chen, great news, absolutely fantastic news. Based on our tests, this redstone pillar is a rare material with high energy density. For the same volume, it's 3,000 to 5,000 times more powerful than a standard lithium battery, comparable even to nuclear batteries, despite their numerous drawbacks. Moreover, its structure is extremely stable and radiation-free. Even if subjected to massive external force or puncture, it will only shatter at 1T explode. It's simply the perfect material for making batteries. With this, unmanned technology and battery technology are about to take a quantum leap forward," said the scientist in charge of the explanation, tears of excitement streaming down his face. The other scientists gathered around were just as moved. Every one of them wore an expression of sheer excitement. They scrutinized the redstone pillar closely. Some scientists even licked it with their tongues to see what it tasted like. This exaggerated scene left Shirley, who had tagged along, utterly bewildered and deeply puzzled. These humans from another world are really something, aren't they? They're not the least bit interested in treasure or anything like that, yet they're getting so excited over a lousy rock. Isn't stuff like this found all over the world? Just as Shirley was pondering this, Chen patted her on the shoulder. His expression was very serious. "Princess Shirley, do you still remember where you got this redstone pillar? We need to find its source." Shirley, who had been asked the question, glanced at the redstone pillar and tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she recalled the location. "I remember now. I think it was at the entrance to the forest in the northwest. There's a sinkhole there, and the bottom is full of these beautiful red pillars. I thought it looked interesting at the time, so I took one to keep. I didn't realize you guys would like them so much. If I'd known, I would brought more." Hearing that Shirley actually remembered where the redstone pillars came from, everyone began to get excited. "Chen, my side job is as an exploration expert. I request to lead the team on this investigation. Come on, give it a rest. What's an exploration specialist anyway? I'm an exploration engineer and a mineralogist. I should be the one leading this. I guarantee I'll map out this vein completely." Chen watched the scientists arguing with each other but didn't immediately agree to their request. Because this expedition was fraught with unknowns and uncertainties. Sending all these people who weren't even strong enough to tie up a chicken out there would essentially be sending them to their deaths. This enchanted forest was no idyllic paradise. Danger lurked at every turn, and a single lapse in attention could mean certain death. Therefore, reaching the source of the redstone pillar would require further preparation. With that in mind, Chen raised both hands in a gesture of calm. All right, everyone, stop arguing. You can go if you want, but the group can't be too large, 5 people at most. Next, I'll have Hu organize an exploration team. We'll take various vehicles and equipment to investigate the redstone pillar's source. You must follow Hu's orders to the letter. Otherwise, you'll be permanently excluded from future missions. Is that clear? Hearing this, the group shouted in unison, understood. We'll follow all instructions. Very good. Now go back and get ready. The exploration convoy departs tomorrow. Don't forget to bring your devices when the time comes. As the group dispersed, Chen turned his gaze back to Zay and Shirley, his expression somewhat meaningful. Shaq, you've earned a spot on the expedition. Take Princess Shirley with you. With her there, I'm confident the ordinary animals in the enchanted forest won't attack us. That's a basic safeguard. Also, go get our little princess the best room available. We can't very well have her sleeping on the floor. Got it, Zay nodded. He had roughly grasped Chen's meaning. He was being asked to keep an eye on Shirley to prevent any mishaps. After all, one must always be on guard. Shirley, who had been completely bewildered the whole time, was led out of the lab by Zay and headed toward the newly built staff dormitory just outside the teleportation gate. Mr. Shaq, are we going to eat now? Zay, who had been walking out, stopped in his tracks. He turned around in surprise to look at Shirley, who was bouncing up and down, and the entire skeleton fell silent for a moment. Haven't you had enough to eat? Shirley looked a bit sheepish. I just finished eating, but now I'm hungry again. After all, repairing my body consumed a lot of energy, and I need to replenish it. Your food is delicious, but it doesn't provide enough energy. So I can't really help it. I see. Zay pushed his glasses up on his mask. He thought she had a point. Food from Blue Star really couldn't compare to food from other worlds. They were fundamentally different. It seemed this was a direction worth exploring. He needed to jot it down right away. Pulling out his notebook, he ignored Shirley's tugging and began writing, gesturing as he went. All right, let us head to the cafeteria now. Hopefully, they haven't closed yet. Closing his notebook, Zay led Shirley back to the cafeteria. Their sudden appearance startled the cook, who was in the middle of cleaning up. What the hell? They're back? They really want to work me to death, don't they? When the cook heard Shirley's request, he felt like the sky was about to fall. It's this late at night, and you still want to eat? Are you trying to wear me out? No way. I've got to call in the entire kitchen crew. As the saying goes, share the good times and the bad. Now was the time to prove their camaraderie. Rolling up his sleeves, the cook's face was set with determination. He refused to believe there was any stomach they couldn't fill. And so, with over 100 cooks taking turns preparing meals, Shirley gorged himself on a feast all night long. She kept eating until broad daylight the next morning. By then, the cooks in the mess hall were already sprawled all over the place, their spoons still clutched in their hands, their faces etched with resignation. Defeated, utterly and completely defeated. Every last bit of food in the new base had been used up, and yet they still hadn't managed to fill her stomach. This was a chef's greatest shame. Next time, they would mobilize more cooks and wage a truly well-prepared battle. Princess Shirley, the group is ready to assemble. We need to head out. Zay closed his book and looked at Shirley, whose little belly was now round as a ball from all the food. Burp, okay, let us go. But Mr. Shaq, could you give me a hand? I feel a little stuffed. With a sigh of resignation, Zay reached out his bony hand, grabbed her by the neck, and carried her out of the mess hall. His behavior, which made him look as if he were carrying a little chick, drew the curious glances of passers-by. Soon, the human and the dragon arrived at the base entrance, where a convoy had already assembled. It was a convoy of 7 infantry armored vehicles. The first 3 carried Hu and a group of soldiers, while the rear 4 were loaded with scientists and various equipment. including batteries, ammunition, rocket launchers, and several small signal reception and relay stations. This would ensure that Zay and the exploration team wouldn't lose signal and remain in contact with the base. To be on the safe side, 2 of the armored vehicles were filled entirely with mechanical wolves and mechanical tigers, as well as numerous drones. These would provide the exploration team with powerful fire support and aerial reconnaissance. Although the entire team was small in number, it was well-rounded. When Zay and his group arrived, some logistics personnel quickly replaced Zay's batteries and inspected all the parts on his body. Just then, Shirley let out a gasp of surprise. "Wow! What are these metal boxes? I saw quite a few of them driving back and forth yesterday. Are we going to ride in one of these today?" A curious Shirley circled the armored vehicle, darting back and forth. One moment she detouched this part, the next she detapped that part. The whole dragon seemed like a curious little kid. "Ahem, Princess Shirley, now is not the time to discuss this." Chen stopped Shirley, who was darting back and forth, and lifted her onto one of the armored vehicles. "If you want to know what these are, you can ask Shaq to explain it to you along the way. I'm sure he'd be happy to." Zay, who had also boarded the vehicle, indeed showed a look of interest in his electronic eyes. He loved nothing more than explaining things to the uninformed. The naive Shirley took Chen's word for it and waited expectantly for the convoy to set off, completely unaware of what lay ahead. "All right, let's south hit the road. We don't know how far it is yet. You might even have to spend the night in the forest. Safety comes first, got it?" "Got it, Chen. I'll take full responsibility for them." Hu, sitting in the passenger seat, patted his chest, a grim smile spreading across his menacing face. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted into it. "Everyone listen up, the exploration team is officially on the move. Destination, the Redstone Pillar Cavern. Princess Shirley, please show us the way." "All right," Shirley, swept up in the excitement, stood up straight like a soldier. She extended her dragon hand and pointed to a spot. "Right there. Head that way, and you'll reach your destination." With their direction set, the convoy sped off into the enchanted forest. The roar of the engines startled the birds and beasts all around, sending them scattering in all directions. Even larger, strange beasts that tried to approach were deterred by the aura emanating from Shirley in the lead vehicle. They abandoned any thought of approaching. And so, the convoy began its long journey, enduring the bumpy ride through the rugged forest. Sometimes they had to stop because vines had entangled their vehicles. Other times, they became stuck in muddy swamps and couldn't move. Every stretch of the road was fraught with hardship, and there were always unknown challenges waiting for them to overcome. Finally, after more than 6 hours of hardship, the group reached the northwestern edge of the forest. Through the gaps between the giant trees, bright sunlight dazzled their eyes. For a moment, no one could make out what lay ahead. Once the convoy burst out of the forest, the blinding sunlight finally faded, revealing a landscape bathed in a deep crimson hue. It was as if they had arrived at an ocean made of blood. "Where is this? The scenery is breathtaking. Look at those plants, they're nature's finest works of art." The exploration scientists inside the armored vehicle marveled through the windows. At that moment, Zay nudged Shirley beside him, hoping to get some information. "Huh? What's up? Does gasoline need to be mixed with 92-grade screws to blow up the engine? Or does mixing antifreeze with windshield washer fluid affect the anti-rust coating in the cylinders?" Shirley's words made no sense. Her 2 blue eyes were darting wildly back and forth. Zay had been force-feeding her knowledge the entire way, leaving her now somewhat disoriented. 6 hours of this ear-splitting dribble had made Shirley realize, for the first time, just how terrifying knowledge could be. Her brain felt foggy, and she desperately wanted to just fall asleep. Hu, sitting in the passenger seat, saw this and realized he wouldn't be getting any useful information from her for the time being. He ordered the entire convoy to stop at the edge of the forest. It happened to be noon anyway, so they decided to grab some lunch and take a break while setting up the final signal relay station. This would maintain communication with base. The soldiers pulled out their military issue ready-to-eat meals. Since there were scientists present, they opted not to eat their rations. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the makeshift camp. And Shirley, who had been feeling a bit groggy, instantly twitched her little nose. "Wow, that smells like a feast. I want to eat." Zay, seeing that Shirley had recovered, stopped her from rushing toward the table. If she were allowed to start eating, everyone else would go hungry. "Wait a minute, Princess Shirley, didn't you eat all night yesterday? Do you really need to refuel?" Shirley, having regained her composure, scratched her head sheepishly. "Aha, just a reflex, just a reflex. It's mainly because the food you guys make is just too delicious. Even if I'm not hungry, I still want to try some." Hearing Shirley's explanation, everyone at the table shook their heads in exasperation. This little dragon really was a glutton. But she was blessed with a special gift. No matter how much she ate, she never gained weight. How could you not be envious? Just then, who walked over carrying a tray and handed it to the dragon princess. "Here, go ahead and eat. It's all just pre-made food anyway." Shirley was taken aback for a moment as she took the tray. She looked at Hu, whose face was covered in scars, and broke into a sweet smile. "Humph. Go ahead and eat." Hu, who was all talk but had a soft heart, walked away without looking back. He took his new tray and went out for some fresh air by himself. The others watched the whole scene unfold and barely managed to keep from laughing out loud. Even this tough, no-nonsense guy had his moments of embarrassment. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their meals. The soldiers packed up all the trash and loaded it into the armored vehicle. They left no scraps behind outdoors, so as not to pollute the environment. Hu glanced at the group and instructed everyone to organize their gear and equipment. According to Shirley's description, the redstone pillars she had discovered were located right at the edge of the forest. Next, they would conduct a search around this area. However, although this place was called the Red Plains, the terrain was as undulating as a desert, with many things hidden in the low-lying areas. Now that Shirley had lost her ability to fly, they would have to rely on feeling their way inch by inch to locate the exact positions of the redstone pillars. After getting back into their vehicles, the group began circling the outskirts of the forest in their armored vehicles. Along the way, they saw many wondrous sights, such as an endless sea of flowers in the distance, composed entirely of giant blooms over 10 meters tall. According to Shirley's explanation, those flowers were all man-eating plants. Without the proper countermeasures, anyone who entered would become their prey. On the other side, the ground was covered with red terrestrial corals. Each one shimmered with a crystalline luster, like precious gems, making it feel as though they had stumbled upon a treasure trove. However, though these corals looked beautiful, they were extremely sharp. If they drove straight into them, all their tires would burst, leaving them unable to move an inch. Aware of the danger, the convoy carefully bypassed these two areas and headed in another direction. Here, the landscape was covered with 1-meter-tall red grass, which severely obstructed their view ahead. However, compared to those two dangerous spots, this section was clearly much easier to navigate. After driving for about 10 minutes, on a relatively steep incline, the convoy finally spotted the sinkhole Shirley had mentioned. At a glance, the sinkhole appeared to be at least 15 meters across. It was filled with redstone pillars of various sizes, some 10 centimeters long, others 30 or 40 centimeters. Varying in length and thickness, yet all uniformly red. Excited, the exploration scientists caught sight of these long-sought-after objects through the vehicle windows and couldn't wait to open the doors. Unfortunately, Hu stopped them. At his command, the soldiers went on high alert, and the mechanical wolves and robot dogs on standby inside the vehicle were simultaneously deployed to perform 3D scanning and mapping of the surrounding terrain. This was to prevent any sudden threats from catching the group off guard. A few minutes later, the soldiers quietly reported to Hu that no danger had been detected so far, and there were no other living beings in the area. "Good, I understand. Continue on alert and secure the high ground." "Yes, sir." The soldiers saluted and began pairing up in twos to fan out and set up sentry posts. Each squad carried drones and robotic wolves, initiating comprehensive monitoring of both the air and the ground. Unfortunately, just as the drones took flight, a sudden turn of events occurred. A giant tree in the distance, resembling a redwood, suddenly began to tremble, and the leaves rustled loudly. Then, like a peacock spreading its tail, all the leaves fanned out in every direction, forming massive wings. The entire tree soared into the air as if out of thin air, transforming into a gigantic dragonfly. It lunged toward the drone in the air. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. They all raised their weapons, ready to attack. But Shirley stopped the soldiers. Wait a moment. These redwood dragonflies have a strong sense of territory and only attack aerial targets. If you fire, they'll attack you too. Hearing Shirley's words, everyone turned their gaze to Hu, waiting for his orders. Remain on alert for now. If these dragonflies show any signs of diving toward us, you have permission to open fire. Yes, sir, the soldiers replied, keeping their eyes fixed on the giant dragonflies in the sky, not daring to let their guard down for a single moment. A few minutes later, the circling redwood dragonflies returned to their original positions and camouflaged themselves as redwood trees. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, with safety as his top priority, Hu still had the soldiers remain on alert for a while longer. Only then did he open the car doors and let the anxious exploration scientists out. Oh my gosh, seriously, we were about to suffocate in there. Yeah, we couldn't even open the windows in that vehicle. Listening to their complaints, Hu remained completely unfazed. He simply held out a hand in a gesture of invitation. This made the scientists feel they'd made fools of themselves, so they didn't bother arguing with him. They could only take the specialized equipment from the vehicle into the sinkhole and begin conducting meticulous inspections. That's right, these really are all redstone pillars. And the larger ones can store even more energy. A conservative estimate puts their capacity at several times that of ordinary redstone pillars. This is a real nuclear battery. Growing increasingly excited, the scientists used their instruments to scan the ground, attempting to locate veins and determine the exact reserves of these redstone pillars. But after circling the entire sinkhole, they didn't receive any data indicating the presence of mineral veins. Instead, they discovered that these redstone pillars were only a few dozen meters deep. Could this just be a small open pit deposit? Puzzled but unwilling to give up, the scientists abandoned their equipment and began digging with their bare hands. They wanted to see if these redstone pillars really only amounted to this small amount. Hey, a sudden, deep, resonant voice rang out, instantly startling everyone present. Why are you guys digging in the dirt over there? Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw a red, spherical rock emerging from the ground. It was about 5 meters tall, with short arms and thighs protruding from its round body, and in the center was an exaggeratedly large rock face. It looked completely out of place, hilarious and exaggerated. This new development caused all the soldiers on alert to swing their gun barrels in that direction, and Hu was no exception. He hadn't expected that even after scanning the surroundings so carefully, he still hadn't detected anything hiding there. It seemed that once they returned, they would need to develop a detection method specifically tailored to this other world. Otherwise, it could easily lead to massive losses. With that in mind, Hu pulled out the translation goggles he'd prepared in advance and asked Zay, who was standing beside him, what the other person had just said. He asked why the scientists are digging up shit. Digging up shit? Hu froze for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the red stone pillars inside the sinkhole, and then to the red stone sphere, as if he suddenly realized something. Her scarred face flashed through a series of expressions. Princess Shirley, are you collecting that guy's excrement? Faced with Hu's accusation, Shirley didn't answer directly. Instead, she tossed a huge pile of treasure at him. I don't want this money anymore, it's all contaminated. I never expected that redstone pillar to actually belong to the Gullo giant itself enough to drive this princess crazy. Why isn't this in the ancestral memories? That's just too much of a letdown for a dragon. Hu glanced at the treasures and felt a sense of helplessness. Sure enough, this dragon princess was a completely unreliable presence. The intelligence he'd obtained from her had even backfired on him. She was completely untrustworthy. From now on, he'd have to take what she said with a grain of salt. With that in mind, Hu took a deep breath. He ordered the soldiers to cancel their aim and return to their normal patrol mode. He also dispatched a few men to load the treasure Shirley had discarded into an armored vehicle to take back to Chun for disposal. As for the scientists conducting research in the sinkhole, he called them up as well. He also informed them that they were actually working inside the enemy's outhouse. What? You're saying we're in his outhouse? Good heavens! I even tasted it yesterday. Spit, spit, spit. Ugh. Several of the scientists in charge of exploration were on the verge of a breakdown, especially the one who de-licked it. He was kicking himself so hard he could VE turned green with regret. Who would VE thought a rock was actually excrement? This other world truly has no end to its oddities. Ignoring the scientists' reactions, who led Zay and Shirley over to the Gullo giant. As they walked, he explained. Shaq, you'll handle the negotiations from here on out. I'm not an expert, I'll just be responsible for everyone's safety. You can communicate with Chen at the base via the signal and make decisions together. I want to be involved. Zay nodded. Got it. When the group put on their translation goggles and approached the creature, the round Gullo giant spun around once and bowed its head. Are you here to answer my question about why I'm digging up shit? Silence, deadly silence. No one expected this stone sphere to still be harping on that question. Just how persistent was it, anyway? How were they supposed to answer that? It was too embarrassing. Just as the others were feeling utterly humiliated, Zay replied without hesitation. Yes, Gullo giant, we from Huagua intend to develop these redstone pillars. We hope you'll sell them to us. We can discuss the terms. Huh? You want to buy this stuff? You humans sure are a strange bunch. The Gullo giant scratched his body with his stubby hands, causing a large amount of dirt to fall off. He glanced at Shirley in the human group and found this combination quite interesting. Here's the deal, even though these things are useless, I can't make the decision on my own. Come back to the tribe with me, and let the chief decide. Is that so? All right then. Zay agreed readily. I wonder how far your tribe is from here. As for the distance, it's right behind that mound. After all, we come here to use the restroom, so it can't be too far away. Everyone looked in the direction the Gullo giant was pointing and saw that it was only about 500 meters away. There was a hill there, and they guessed the tribe was behind it. If only the drone hadn't been damaged, they would have spotted the tribe. But it didn't matter, it was still quite close. Once everyone was back in the vehicle, Zay checked the signal strength and confirmed there wouldn't be any dropouts. However, the power reserves in those small base stations weren't very large. They could support operations for at most 1 day and 1 night. Provided they weren't destroyed by other wild beasts. Otherwise, if the signal were lost, he would lose all visual and sensory perception. That was the greatest drawback of technology. With that in mind, Zay pulled Shirley aside and asked, please tell us about the Gullo giants. We need to understand them a bit better. The driver of the armored vehicle and the co-pilot, both pricked up their ears, waiting for the answer. Oh, you mean those stinky rocks? They're the rulers of the Red Plains. Their tribes are everywhere. The closer you get to the central mountains, the more numerous and powerful they become. Plus, these guys have petrified armor, so their defense is formidable. Most of them feed on rocks and debris, and they literally devoured this entire region, which used to be nothing but mountains until it became the Red Plains. They're clearly eating away at their own resources. They're barely scraping by. Right now, they're probably going hungry 9 out of every 10 days. Zay pulled out a notebook and began jotting down notes rapidly, continuing to ask questions as he wrote. So, are these Gullo giants warlike? Do they pose a threat to our safety? And what abilities do they possess? Upon hearing these questions, Shirley's eyes suddenly took on a dazed, innocent look. She held out her dragon hand, palm up. I don't know. My ancestral memories only contain what I just mentioned, plus a comment from the elders. What comment? Zay asked curiously, already sensing something. They're too tough, not enough meat, don't taste good, just a bunch of penniless wretches. Give them a wide berth. Clap, clap. Clap. Applause rang out. Zay closed his notebook, feeling like he'd asked a pointless question. Nice one. You're as reliable as ever. Shirley blushed at the compliment. Ah, not at all. We dragons are all very knowledgeable. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Hu and the driver, who had been listening the whole time, were speechless. Zay was clearly taking a dig at you. He wasn't really complimenting you at all. Who would VE thought that even the usually calm Shaq would be at a loss for words? By then, the entire convoy had been organized, and all the equipment had been packed away, including the mechanical wolves, mechanical tigers, and drones. This high-tech gear piqued the curiosity of the Gulu giant, who was shuffling along on his stubby legs. Wow, you guys are different from other humans. They all wear armor and use magical creatures to pull their carriages. But you're wearing strange outfits, holding fire-breathing sticks, and have animals made of iron blocks, along with iron boxes that can walk on their own. It's truly incredible, incredible. Who was in the car, saw the Gulu giant's interest and replied proudly, "That's because we're from China, and we use the latest technology. It's nothing like what those guys with swords and knives have." The Gulu giant, who only had a vague understanding of the situation, tilted his head. Although he still didn't understand what all these humans were wearing, he could sense their confidence. That confidence signified the power behind them, especially since there was a giant dragon in their group. If that was the case, he should definitely introduce them to the chieftain. All right, it's getting late. Let us head back to the tribe. I'll lead the way. With that, the Gulu giant retracted his limbs and face into his body all at once. He transformed completely into a sphere and began rolling rapidly downhill. True to their name, they rolled along with a steady rumble, rumble. Hurry, keep up! Who shouted, and the entire convoy sped up, charging down the slope together. They followed right behind the Gulu giant. The 500-meter distance vanished in an instant. The Gulu giant had already rolled up the steep slope on the other side, then leaped off, soaring into the distance. It left a trail in the air. The convoy did the same. They leaped high into the air and plummeted heavily back down. Shirley, sitting inside the armored vehicle, couldn't help but let out a cheer. This felt so much more exciting than flying on her own. She'd already fallen in love with this sensation. Once they got back, she was going to ask Chen to buy her one. Then she could fully experience this feeling of wild speed. Squeak! The convoy slammed on the brakes, leaving a long skid mark across the red plain. Once the vehicles came to a complete stop, a massive primitive tribe came into view. The tribe's gates and walls alone stood about 20 meters tall. The entire tribe was constructed from the skeletons of various giant animals, vines, and trees. Not a single stone was used. But that made sense after all, their food was literally stones. So why would anyone use their food to build a house? Inside the tribal gates and walls, many Gulu giants of varying sizes were bustling about. The smallest were only 1 meter tall, while the tallest reached 10 meters. However, the average height was around 5 meters. At that moment, these Gulu giants were looking out through the main gate with curious expressions. "Welcome, everyone, to the Red Rock Gulu tribe," said the first Gulu giant to arrive, extending his limbs and face once more to introduce himself to Zay and the others in the convoy. "This is my home. Come, follow me to meet the chieftain." The convoy parked outside the gate didn't move. Instead, the crew grew even more wary. At that moment, Zay said to Hu, "Shirley and I will go in to negotiate. Hu, you and the others wait outside just in case it's a trap. After all, one should never intend to harm others, but one must always be on guard. If I send you a signal, don't hesitate. Get everyone out of here safely. You know my situation, after all." Hu nodded solemnly. "I understand. Go ahead and don't worry. If anything unexpected happens, I'll make sure everyone else gets out safely first. Then I'll go change my battery first." Zay walked over to an armored vehicle, replaced the power source he was carrying, and only then headed into the heart of the tribe with Shirley. Watching them walk away into the distance, Hu understood exactly what Zay had meant. Before they arrived, Chen had secretly instructed the two of them to keep an eye on Shirley and watch for any unusual behavior. Don't let her harmless appearance fool you. So they needed to remain vigilant at all times. Now that an unexpected turn of events had occurred, Zay naturally had to remove this unstable element. He couldn't leave any threat behind for the convoy. Having figured everything out, Hu discreetly signaled the soldiers with a few hand gestures. Everyone went on standby and chambered around in their weapons. Even the automatic fire control machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles were activated by the soldiers. All barrels were aimed at the tribe, awaiting Zay's return. Meanwhile, Zay and Shirley, having entered the tribe, looked around and felt as if everything had been scaled up proportionally. It made them feel like little people in Lilliput. Every few steps they took, they were surrounded by a crowd of Gulu giants. There were even many small Gulu who had transformed into spheres, circling back and forth around them. Clearly, these were the children of the Gulu giants. Zay surveyed the scene, eager to study the Gulu giant's physical structure, wondering if they would sell his corpse after his death. After walking for a few minutes, a massive tent appeared ahead. The entire tent was about 30 or 40 meters in size, entirely sewn together from the hides and bones of various animals. It certainly had an exotic look to it. "You too, our chieftain is inside. Please come in." "All right," Zay said, pushing aside the massive curtain and leading Shirley into the tent. A massive Gulu, about 12 meters tall, was seated atop a colossal canine skull. He held a bone staff in his stubby hands and wore a feathered crown on his head. He certainly looked the part. He had a distinct Native American vibe. However, paired with their round, stocky build, the sight was rather comical. "You are? The princess of the Frost Dragon lineage?" A deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the tent. The Gula chieftain, seated atop the skull, wore a solemn expression. Glancing at the crown on Shirley's head, he had already guessed her identity. He never imagined that his small tribe, situated on the fringes of the land, would welcome the arrival of a dragon princess. He truly didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Shirley, who had been looking around, looked up at Chief Gulu upon hearing this and acknowledged it with great seriousness. "That's right. I am indeed the princess of the Frost Dragon lineage, Shirley, Frost. And the person next to me is a special, what is he, an advisor from Huagua?" Having forgotten her lines, Shirley tilted her head towards Zay. "Special scientific advisor, Shaq. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chief Gulu of Red Rock." Zay, a skeleton wearing a mask and glasses, bowed in respect. "Special scientific advisor? What's that?" Chief Gulu looked thoroughly puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it. "Never mind. Let us talk about the purpose of your visit. I trust that the Dragon Princess's personal visit must mean something major has happened." "Oh, regarding that, actually, we from Huagua wish to purchase your excrement, that is, those redstone pillars. We hope the chief will be willing to part with them." With a deadpan expression, Zay explained the purpose of their visit. This nearly caused Chief Gulu, seated in the seat of honor, to topple right off his chair. He adjusted his askew feathered hat and looked at Zay and the Dragon Princess with a look of utter shock. His expression was one of utter disbelief. Excuse me, I didn't quite catch that just now. What did you say you wanted to buy? And you want me to part with them?" Thinking the other party hadn't heard clearly, Zay repeated himself. "We in Huagua need those redstone pillars, that is, your excrement. If the price is reasonable, we'll be purchasing them on a long-term basis. To establish a permanent partnership." This time, Chief Gulu was absolutely certain he hadn't misheard. The Dragon Princess had indeed brought a strange human here to buy shit. Since when have dragons and humans shared this particular interest? Those piles of excrement have been sitting on the Red Plains for hundreds of thousands of years, turning the entire land red, yet no one has ever come to buy them. They're nothing but worthless rocks, so why are they making such a big deal out of buying them today? Is the end of the world coming? Is our Red Rock Gulu about to be destroyed? Plunged into doubt, the chieftain felt as if he might be dreaming. It was all too surreal. It wasn't until Zay shouted a few times that the chieftain snapped back to reality. "Ahem, well, that joke of yours isn't very funny. A dragon princess of such stature coming here to buy that? You'd better leave right away." The chieftain's expression turned serious as he stared intently at Zay and Shirley. He noticed that the princess was looking at him with a look of utter astonishment. "Hey, Who said this princess is buying it? It's Mr. Shaq from Huagua, okay? How could I possibly need something like this? That's right, it's our Huagua that's making the purchase. Zay picked up where Shirley left off and continued. Rest assured, Chief, I represent my country. I want to play games with you. His firm words finally put Chief Gulo's mind at ease. As long as they weren't trying to trick him, that was fine. Alright, since you really want to buy it, then so be it. Let us say. At this point, Chief Gulo paused, his eyes darting back and forth as he decided to squeeze every last penny out of them. Let us trade it for 50 metric tons of rocks, otherwise, forget it. Zay fell silent upon hearing the demand, not because the price was too high, but because it was too low. A single dump truck can haul 18-20 metric tons of rocks, and rocks are very cheap. 50 metric tons would only require 3 dump trucks. And based on the estimated number of redstone pillars in that sinkhole, there would be enough to fill at least 40-50 dump trucks. It was an incredibly good deal. Faced with such a highly profitable opportunity, even Chen at the base got excited. He immediately gave the go-ahead to purchase at that price. Upon receiving the order, Zay nodded. No problem, Chief Gulu. 50 metric tons it is. We'll take all the redstone pillars in that sinkhole. The stones will arrive tomorrow, and you can inspect them then. Ha! You agreed? The chief looked stunned. He thought he'd asked for an exorbitant price and that the other party would surely haggle with him. After all, that's exactly how other merchants on the continent operated. Since their region could only produce animal hides and bones, while the Gulo giants needed nothing but stone. Trading with them meant hauling those heavy, cumbersome boulders, which is why merchants were generally reluctant to do business with the Gulo giants of the Red Plains. They all considered it a thankless task. Now this human across from him had agreed to the deal in one go. Had he asked for too little? Or was the other party just too generous? But whatever the reason, this human had done the Red Rock Gulo tribe a huge favor. It had alleviated part of their food crisis. For the time being, they wouldn't have to raid other tribes. With that thought, the Gulu chieftain stood up abruptly and shouted toward the entrance of the tent. Oh Gulu Gulu Gulu! Quickly prepare the Red Plains specialty delicacies for our guests. Today, I'm going to treat them to a proper feast. The massive roar echoed throughout the entire tribe, and all the Gulu giants heard it. Following the chieftain's orders, one by one they transformed into wildly rolling spheres and shot out of the tribe in a flash. This startled Hu and the others, who were standing guard outside the gate. They nearly opened fire. If they hadn't also heard the chieftainess roar through their translation goggles, they might have actually attacked. However, to be on the safe side, the entire convoy retreated about 50 meters, leaving the entrance completely clear. The people in the vehicles watched the frenzied, rolling spheres and realized these creatures had actually begun hunting the native wildlife of the Red Plains. Each sphere was incredibly ferocious, like a living tank. With their petrified bodies, a single falling meteorite could crush a giant redwood dragonfly to death. Even the sea of carnivorous flowers in the distance couldn't inflict the slightest harm on them. Everything had become the prey they craved. In an instant, the area near the forest descended into chaos, with red figures rolling back and forth everywhere. Observing this scene, Hu and the warrior confirmed one thing: these spheres were highly aggressive, not as comical as they appeared. Fortunately, they hadn't clashed with them earlier, otherwise, there would have been no room for reconciliation. Just as Hu was feeling relieved, his brow suddenly furrowed. He pulled out a pair of binoculars and turned his gaze toward the sea of red coral. A massive cloud of dust was rising over there, rushing toward them at the speed of a sandstorm. Through the high-powered binoculars, Hu saw that the front of the dust cloud was filled with a swarm of new spheres, and their numbers far exceeded those of the Red Rock Gulu tribe. Clearly, these newcomers meant business. From their current position, they were obviously in the enemy's path. Trouble. A new development. Turn the convoy around, head in the other direction. Yes, sir, the driver replied, leading the entire convoy in a dash toward the opposite direction. The moment they made a move, they caught the attention of the new Gulu group. A 13-meter-tall stone sphere at the front bellowed. Go! Take those strange iron boxes, they might be worth some stones. More than a dozen 5-meter-tall Gulu giants instantly changed course and gave chase after the retreating convoy. This infuriated who was sitting in the passenger seat. He slammed his fist hard against the bulletproof glass in front of him. Damn it, why are these guys chasing us? Did they have to drag us into this mess? Well, if that's the case, we'll just have to let them taste a bit of reality. With a grim determination, Who glanced at the rearview mirror, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and issued his orders. Attention, everyone. Activate the roof-mounted fire control system and fire a warning shot. If they still choose to pursue us, you have permission to eliminate them. Crackle. Roger that, order received. Over. The automatic aiming anti-aircraft machine guns mounted on all 7 armored vehicles fired up. Millimeter steel core bullet belts automatically chambered, and the black muzzles all aimed at the rolling stone spheres. Rat-a-tat-tat, a deafening roar erupted. A chain of light dots. The bullets swept toward the front of the sphere, blasting the ground there to pieces. This sudden scene startled the stone spheres. But that was all. The Gulu giants were highly confident in the defense provided by their rock armor. Ordinary attacks simply couldn't penetrate it. This was one of the reasons they had become the rulers of the Red Plains. Although they didn't know what kind of attack that running iron box had launched, they didn't care. Oh, Gulu Gulu Gulu. Capture the iron box and trade it for stones. Capture the iron box, trade it for stones. One by one, the stone balls grew excited. They seemed to be on a sugar high, charging recklessly toward the armored convoy. They chose to face the anti-aircraft machine guns mounted on the rooftops head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The convoy, no longer holding back, opened fire simultaneously, and a dense barrage of bullets pounded into the stone balls. Sparks and rock fragments began to fly everywhere. In just a short time, one Gulu was riddled with bullet holes. When he finally came to a stop, lava poured out of the wounds. After swaying a few times, he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. It was as if this lava were their blood. Seeing this, the other Gulu giants felt no fear. Instead, their fighting spirit was stoked. They charged toward the convoy with even greater ferocity. It was as if they had no regard for their own lives. This unusual change did not escape the keen observation of Who. Everyone, pay attention. These creatures aren't backing down. Change the convoy's formation and switch to suppressive fire mode. At the same time, pull up the cameras around the armored vehicle and activate the Skynet defense system. Yes, sir, the soldiers replied, beginning to operate the controls inside the armored vehicle upon hearing Who's orders. However, the soldiers soon relayed some bad news. Report, signal is spotty. We've drifted out of range of the small signal relay station. Current signal strength, 75%, 74%, 73%. Who shot a cold glance toward the rear. It was all because of those damned bastards who suddenly appeared and cut off their retreat. He wanted to get entangled with them and cause a diplomatic incident, but he expected these guys to push their luck this far. Since that was the case, they would use the Skynet defense system to withstand all attacks, then blast them to pieces with the vehicle-mounted machine guns. With that in mind, Who shouted, "Turn the vehicle around, annihilate the enemy." Yes, sir, the soldiers chorused in unison, each brimming with fighting spirit. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang. A crossfire from the 7 armored vehicles riddled the rapidly approaching stone spheres with holes. Before their shards of rock and lava could even splash onto the armored vehicles' surfaces, they were transformed into 3-dimensional text by cheap special effects and rolled away. When the half-dead Gulu giants crashed into the armored vehicles, the expected scenario, the vehicles being knocked over, did not occur. Instead, the Gulu giants were sent flying. As for why this happened, it was because when they collided with the armored vehicle, the powerful impact was transformed by the 5-mile special effects into text such as tumbling effects, dents, damage and deformation, and impact. As if someone had pressed a stop button on them, only these words shot out from the point of impact. The armored vehicle, however, remained completely undamaged. Using its immense kinetic energy, the armored vehicle took advantage of the momentum to send the now motionless Gulu giants tumbling like rolling gourds, and the recoil completely extinguished their last breath of life. However, the armored vehicle did pay a small price for this. The front end was slightly dented. After all, the Skynet defense system can only defend against attacks captured by its cameras. It cannot defend against attacks in areas it doesn't cover. So while this system is powerful and terrifying, it is by no means invincible. Moreover, its detection criteria remain rather mysterious. Meanwhile, the Gulu giant chieftain leading the ambush also noticed the sudden turn of events. As those metal boxes emitted a rapid tap-tap-tap sound, he witnessed the sacrifice of his own people. Such a terrifying, high-intensity, continuous, and dense attack made the chieftain leading the raid realize who the true threat was. It was obvious that their plan to raid the Red Rock tribe and seize their stone reserves had fallen through. All because of these iron boxes. No, such powerful weapons must be destroyed, otherwise, once the Red Rock tribe recovers, they will surely use these iron boxes to attack their own tribe. If that happened, caught in a pincer movement, they would be completely overrun by the enemy. And as chieftain, his fate would be nothing but death, an outcome he certainly did not want to see. With a grim resolve, the chieftain shouted the all-powerful cry of "O Guru, Guru, Guru" to his tribesmen who were charging forward. All 100+ rolling spheres came to an abrupt halt at the sound, their mouths emitting the same "O Guru, Guru" sound. At the same time, they changed direction and charged toward their chieftain. Bang, 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 bang. One Gulu giant after another leaped into the air, their bodies sticking together as if they were adhesive, quickly forming a massive human-like silhouette. This humanoid figure was entirely composed of over 100 petrified spheres, with their chieftain prominently positioned at the head. The entire giant stood 70 to 80 meters tall, equivalent to a 20-story skyscraper, and was roughly the same height as the Mechsin Pacific Rim. Boom! Boom! The giant took 2 steps, causing the earth to rumble and tremble. He glanced at the convoy in the distance trying to flee into the forest, and the giant's entire body began to crouch low. The Gulu giants positioned at its feet, their spherical bodies began spinning frantically, even showing signs of turning red, which sent a massive cloud of dirt and dust billowing from the red plains, accompanied by a roar resembling an engine. With a whoosh, the combined Gulu giant vanished from where it stood. And, gliding like a skater, it charged at breakneck speed toward the convoy ahead, paying no heed to the Red Rock tribe members closing in from behind to intercept it. To secure his position now, he had to eliminate that threat and then return to regroup. He had to prevent retaliation from the Red Rock tribe. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The frantic pursuit on this side alerted Hu's group to the dozens of meters tall giant closing in behind them. Though they were stunned by the colossal figure, their hands never stopped firing. 7 vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, laying down a barrage of fire on the fused giant. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of bullets struck the giant, sending rocks flying from its 100-meter-tall body, but since they had fused, their defense had multiplied. The machine gun fire was no longer enough to kill the fused Gulu giant. It only inflicted some damage on him. Report. Ammo reserves below 50%. Target damage rate approximately 10%. Should we switch to the latest model of portable anti-tank missiles? Who had been watching the screen the whole time, nodded. Switch to them. Have vehicles 1, 2, and 3 fire. Break his legs for me. Yes, sir. The soldier who received the order quickly contacted the other vehicles via the intercom. Each infantry fighting vehicle opened its rear hatch. Several soldiers, shouldering rocket launchers, worked together with their comrades to mount an anti-tank missile on each vehicle. The fused giant, watching this scene from afar, froze for a moment. Could there actually be humans in strange outfits inside those metal boxes? And what were they doing? Carrying a fire-breathing stick? Before the fused giant could figure out what it was, several anti-tank missiles, trailing flames and smoke, rushed toward him at breakneck speed. What? Is this another new type of attack? The fused giant's mind raced. He knew the power of the weapons inside those metal boxes. He learned his lesson and didn't dare to take on this unknown attack head-on. So, in the blink of an eye, he used the massive wheels beneath his feet to change direction, narrowly dodging the onslaught of the anti-tank missiles. So that's all there is to it. The arrogant combined giant roared with laughter, prompting Hu, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, to snort derisively. "Oomph, you idiot. With all that superheated magma inside you, do you really think the thermal imaging systems on those anti-tank missiles are just for show? Right now, your massive size will only make you a sitting duck." As Hu's words fell, the anti-tank missiles that had been dodged made a sharp 180-degree turn. They attacked the pursuing combined giant in unison from a blind spot. Boom! 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 Massive explosions and a cloud of smoke engulfed the upper half of the fused giant, accompanied by the distinctive, agonizing screams of the Gulu giants. When the smoke cleared, the right side of the giant, which had once stood over 70 meters tall, had been blown to pieces, with magma spewing everywhere. Many shattered pieces of the Gulu giant fell from its body, splattering onto the ground like rotten persimmons. The sheer scale of the destruction left everyone in the convoy stunned. That shouldn't be possible. The main destructive power of their anti-tank missiles came from shaped charges, designed to penetrate armor. Given the enemy's massive size, they should have only blown a few holes in it at most. But how did this cause such massive destruction? Just then, a mineralogist seemed to have a realization. "I get it. These Gulu giants feed on rocks. Their bodies contain blood and digestive organs that resemble magma. Even their feces alone is countless times more powerful than the graphene we've been researching. You can imagine just how much energy is contained within them. When the missiles hit and exploded, they must have triggered a chemical reaction with this high-energy liquid inside them. That's what led to this incredibly powerful explosion far beyond our expectations. I have to say, this is a new discovery." Hearing the mineralogist's explanation, the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the fusion giant made a new move. He decisively shed the injured half of his body. The giant, which had originally stood over 70 meters tall, was now reassembled into a smaller version, just over 40 meters tall. He glanced at the Red Rock tribe pursuing him from behind and realized that this battle was now hopeless. He had even suffered severe damage. If the battle continued, everyone would die here. It seemed the only option was to flee back to the tribe and then migrate. Given the power of these iron boxes, the rise of the Red Rock tribe would be unstoppable. Once the fusion giant had come to this realization, he wasted no time. He began a rapid retreat in his current form, heading back toward the Coral Sea. Unfortunately, while his plan sounded promising, reality was cruel. Who knew one truth all too well: it's better to strike first and prevent 100 blows. Since the enemy had taken the initiative to attack, he naturally had to wipe them out completely and intimidate the Red Rock tribe in the process, lest they start hatching their own schemes. A loud shout rang out from within the convoy. "Turn around! Pursue the enemy! Fire the remaining missiles! Aim for his head!" "Yes, sir." The soldiers received the order, and a new round of anti-tank missiles was mounted. This time, they opened the side doors of the armored vehicles. Several soldiers pulled one of their comrades out, forcing him to lean halfway out of the vehicle to aim at the 40-meter class fusion giant fleeing ahead. "What? Those humans have that kind of thing too?" The fusion giant, fleeing frantically, had been keeping a watchful or perhaps unconscious eye on the situation behind him. When he saw that weapon emerge once again from one of those metal boxes, fear instantly gripped him. His posture, which had been that of a bipedal runner, instantly shifted to a beast-like quadrupedal form, with wildly spinning wheels beneath each foot. He was running so fast that sparks were flying. But even so, he couldn't outrun the missiles. Each anti-tank missile hurtled toward the fusion giant at over 400 meters per second. Their long trails of smoke heralding the arrival of death. Having already suffered a major setback, the fusion giant realized that his massive frame had become a sitting duck. Now, his only chance to evade the attack was to abandon his fusion state. Boom! A loud explosion rang out from the fused giant's body. The instant the anti-tank missile struck, the entire fused giant shattered like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, flying off in all directions. In the blink of an eye, countless heat sources appeared in the air, serving as thermal decoys. This forced the incoming missiles to target the nearest heat source. Boom! 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 Several spectacular, massive fireworks bloomed in the sky. Some Gulu giants who NT managed to scatter in time were caught in the blast. They never imagined they would die this way one day. And to be blown up by their own comrades, no less. Those struck by the missiles turned into human bombs, one after another. As a result, only about 30 Gulu giants survived, and most of them were injured to some degree. At that moment, they scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. Enough! Stop the pursuit, who ordered the convoy to halt. He knew the principle of not pursuing a defeated enemy. The enemy had already scattered and fled. Pursuing them further served no purpose. They could easily fall into a trap. It would be wiser to save some ammunition in preparation for the Red Rock Gulu tribe. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A rumbling sound came from behind the convoy. The Gulu giants who had been out hunting had arrived. Since they had been so scattered earlier, it took them a long time to regroup. If Hu and his group hadn't drawn the enemy's attention, their tribe might have been ambushed. In that case, not only would the children have died, but their stockpile of stones would have been completely plundered as well. In the end, they would have grown weaker and weaker, slowly heading toward extinction. With this in mind, the Gulu giants who had come to a halt raised their short little arms. Their enormous faces were solemn and serious as they all shouted in unison. Gulu warrior! Gulu warrior! Gulu warrior! The mighty roar echoed across the nearby plains, causing the already frightened animals to flee in even greater panic. That day was nothing short of a symphony of roaring sounds. Just then, the Gulu giants parted to the sides, and the Red Rock Gulu chieftain wielding a bone staff and wearing a feathered crown stepped forward. Beside him stood a white dragon over 10 meters long, and perched atop its head, Zay sat with an air of utter composure. They had noticed the battle breaking out from inside their tent, which was why the man, the dragon, and the orb had rushed over. Fortunately, the situation hadn't spiraled out of control. Everything was still manageable. Otherwise, Zay would have activated the pinpoint signal locator inside his body to send his coordinates to base, instructing them to use him as a reference point and launch medium and short-range missiles. Even without satellites, they could rely on radar, infrared, and laser guidance to deliver a lethal strike against the target. As for whether he himself would be caught in the crossfire, that didn't matter. After all, this skeleton had only one ability: immortality. Nothing could destroy it. They could just retrieve it later. Click! The side door of an armored vehicle swung open, and Hu jumped out. No sooner had he stepped outside than the shouts which had just died down erupted once more. The Gulu giants gazed at Hu with fervor, hailing him as the hero who would save their tribe. This made Hu feel extremely uncomfortable. He glanced in Zay's direction, confirmed that he was okay, and then climbed back into the vehicle. He led the entire convoy away from the Gulu giants' position and resumed patrol. Now he didn't trust any of the Gulu giants. He had to be on guard against all of them. Upon seeing this, the Gulu chieftain paid it no mind. He turned his head to look at Zay atop the dragon's head, his face betraying a mix of admiration and apprehension. Guest, are those iron boxes new weapons developed by you humans? They look not only intricate but also incredibly powerful. To actually drive a combined Gulu giant into a headlong retreat, that is something that has never happened before. I really don't know how your blacksmiths managed it. It's simply miraculous. Zay, who had been asked, shook his head and began to explain with a serious expression. No, those are just one type of our troop transport unit's standard vehicles. To put it in your terms, they're animal-drawn war chariots with people sitting on top. As for blacksmiths and such, we in Huagua phased them out long ago. Now is the age of industrialization. Everything is mass-produced. The sudden appearance of so many unfamiliar terms left the chieftain completely bewildered. He didn't quite understand what Zay was saying, but he sensed that it was something incredibly impressive. Not only had they dealt with the hostile tribes that frequently harassed them, but they were also spending a fortune to acquire that thing of theirs. A benefactor like this simply couldn't be equated with the greedy humans he was used to. One could only say that, as a nation chosen by the dragon, it was truly one of a kind. Pushing aside all his jumbled thoughts, the chieftain decided to build a good relationship with the other party. After all, their request was simple. Those outhouses were everywhere. Some had even piled up for so long that they deformed mineral veins, which they called shit mountains. And just in their tribe alone, hundreds of outhouses had accumulated over the centuries. If they exchanged all of them for stone, would that be 1,000 metric tons? Or 10,000 metric tons? Never mind, it's just a lot of metric tons. Chief Gulu, who wasn't very good at math, let a smile spread across his stony face. Guests, please don't use those hard-to-understand words. We Gulu giants can't think about such complicated problems. Just come back to the tribe with me quickly so we can properly thank you for your help this time. There'll be all kinds of rare delicacies for you to enjoy to your heart's content. Delicacies? Really? Before Zay could reply, Shirley, in her dragon form, spoke up first. She looked at Chief Gula with anticipation, a trickle of drool forming at the corner of her mouth as her mind began to imagine what these rare delicacies might taste like. Would they be even more delicious than the food in the cafeteria? With that thought in mind, she urged the chief to hurry back, and the entire dragon, carrying Zay, hopped and skipped toward the tribe's location. The chief watched the dragon running off into the distance, his expression shifting back and forth. He had always wondered how the dragon princess had lost one of her wings, and why she hopped around like a free-range chicken. Who on earth was bold enough to injure her so severely? Their clan must have been wiped out by now. Shaking his head, Chief Gula called out to his people, and they began rolling along the ground, following in the dragoness footsteps. Who, watching this from a distance, ordered the caravan to follow as well. Eventually, they came to a stop on a high hill 100 meters outside the main gate. From this vantage point, they had a wide field of view and could spot approaching danger more quickly. It also gave them time to retreat, ensuring they wouldn't be drawn into the war between other tribes. They certainly didn't want to go through something like this, being forced into battle again. Meanwhile, back at the tribe. It was now evening, and the sky was gradually darkening. Torches were lit throughout the entire tribe, illuminating every corner and creating a scene of joyful harmony. Many Gulu giants were rolling around a massive bonfire, stretching their limbs and occasionally leaping up to pass through the flames. They were performing a ball dance that was both comical and full of flair. Zay watched their revelry and took out his notebook to begin taking notes. Beside him, Shirley, in her dragon form, was staring at the massive wooden table in front of her, which was laid out with all sorts of oddly shaped flowers, fruits, and shattered animal entrails along with charred, rotten meat. The unappetizing appearance of this food instantly killed any appetite she had. As expected, you can't set your expectations too high. These stone-headed fools can only eat rocks. Asking them to prepare meat and blood-based delicacies is nothing short of self-torture. Feeling somewhat reluctant, Shirley picked up a piece of roasted meat with her dragon claws and tentatively took a bite. That single bite nearly made her vomit on the spot. What on earth was that strange taste? It was extremely salty, extremely bitter, and extremely astringent, utterly incomparable to the food back on Earth. This was basically just a pile of garbage. Well, Princess Shirley, are you satisfied? The humans who pass by always say our food is delicious. Shirley rolled her eyes at the question. She had no idea what kind of taste buds those humans had, but she certainly couldn't get used to this. If it weren't for the other party's excessive enthusiasm, she'd have thought they were just stringing her along. Well, the flavor is quite unique, but I was already full when I arrived, so I won't waste it. You can save these delicacies for future human visitors. I'm sure they'll say they're delicious too. Is that so? That is truly a shame, the chieftain said with a look of regret on his face. He hadn't expected that his tribe's signature dish wouldn't win the dragon princess's favor. In that case, let us see if this peculiar human from China likes it. Guest, won't you try some? This is a specialty of our Red Plains. Zay, who had been taking notes, raised his masked head. He glanced at the food on the table, then removed his mask, revealing a face that was a fusion of a skull and machinery. Thank you for your kindness, but as you can see, I am unable to eat, so I'm afraid I cannot partake. Let us save this food for someone more fortunate. Upon seeing Zay's appearance, the chieftain's stony face visibly flinched with shock. This form, neither human nor ghost, barely resembled a human at all. That Hua kingdom really was a mystery. Very well, since you cannot eat, please enjoy our dance. This was prepared specifically to celebrate the birth of the Gu warrior. It is reserved solely for the hero who saved the tribe. This time, Zay did not refuse. Through the camera in his eye sockets, he transmitted the footage to the armored vehicle in the base. Meanwhile, one group was resting and maintaining watch, while the other was organizing the stones needed by the tribe. To this end, Chen at the base had reached a new cooperation agreement with the Blue Monkey Elder. They hired the Blue Monkeys to serve as an escort, ensuring that several dump trucks loaded with stones could safely travel to the edge of the forest and reach the Red Rock Gula tribe. In addition, planning for a new road construction project has begun. By utilizing the massive gaps between the giant trees of the blue sky, it will be entirely possible to pave a two-way roadway over 7 meters wide. By then, the efficiency of transporting stones and redstone pillars will increase exponentially. Once everything was arranged, the new convoy was fully assembled. Leading the way was a mimetic infantry fighting vehicle formed by blue monkeys, followed by 2 real armored vehicles. Behind the armored vehicles were 5 dump trucks loaded with stones, construction waste and other materials, cement blocks, concrete, etc. Many blue monkeys clung to the tops of the dump trucks, serving as guards to prevent other creatures in the forest from attacking. Although the convoy was small in number, it held immense significance. It would determine whether Huagua could complete its first long-distance trade, acquire the long-coveted redstone pillars, develop new battery technology, and achieve a technological breakthrough. By then, on Blue Star, it would no longer be China constantly facing supply constraints. Instead, they would be the ones imposing those constraints on the rest of the world. As for new materials like these, which do not exist anywhere else in the world, even if others tried to reverse engineer them, they would be unable to do so. Finally, the massive convoy set off, using the cover of night to plunge into the enchanted forest. Many nocturnal predators had set their sights on the vehicles. Without the deterrent of dragons, these nightstalkers were fearless even with a small number of blue monkeys on board. They launched their attack. Unfortunately, while their plans seemed promising, reality was brutal. The blue monkeys were no longer what they used to be. They had received a large supply of ammunition and backpacks from Chen. Each tall blue monkey was equipped with a blue-mouthed monkey, serving as a blue monkey rifle. Furthermore, these tall blue monkeys were adorned with coiled ammunition belts, and their backpacks were equally well stocked. This fully armed presence transformed them into battlefield gods of war. Every blue monkey holding a blue monkey rifle pulled the blue-mouthed monkey's trigger so hard that sparks flew. Bullet after bullet spewed from the blue-mouthed monkeys' mouths, riddling the advancing enemies with holes. As a result, many blue-mouthed monkeys were foaming at the mouth. It was unclear whether they had overheated or fainted from the pain caused by pulling the trigger too frequently. In any case, after this wild barrage of fire, many fierce beasts chose to retreat. On the other side, at the very front of the convoy, the blue monkeys disguised as infantry fighting vehicles were even more outrageous. Finding the heavy machine guns insufficiently thrilling, they had 6 blue-mouthed monkeys huddled together to form a 6-barreled Gatling gun, firing millimeter-caliber bullets. The destructive power could only be described as sweeping everything away. However, every few seconds of firing, the blue monkeys would pause briefly to let their red-hot mouths cool down. Otherwise, if they kept firing non-stop, they'd be thoroughly cooked. Moreover, the capabilities of the blue monkey infantry fighting vehicles didn't stop there. In addition to eliminating enemies, they could also clear a path, which was precisely why they were positioned at the very front. Whenever they encounter vines or thickets, the vehicle extends numerous arms, each wielding a chainsaw, covering the vehicle's front, back, and both sides. A buzzing sound fills the air as they saw through any obstacles blocking their path. Once the path is cleared, the chainsaws are retracted into the vehicle, ready for the next use. If they encounter a muddy swamp, the blue monkey battle chariot can disassemble itself and instantly make use of local materials using its chainsaws to cut branches and lay them down as a makeshift path, allowing the vehicles behind to pass through. This saves the entire convoy a great deal of time. Just as the sun was rising, the trade convoy had already burst out of the enchanted forest and arrived in the Red Plains. Woo. The excited blue monkeys let out a long, joyful howl to the sky, clinging to the edges of the dump truck and wildly waving their arms. This was their very first time leaving the forest and officially setting foot on this red land. That unfamiliar sensation filled all the blue monkeys with great joy. Back at the tribe, Zay, who had received the news early, was already waiting at the main gate with the chief and Shirley. From a distance, they could see a black speck rushing toward them, growing larger and larger. The chief, unable to contain his curiosity, squinted and realized the lead vehicle was actually a blue monkey in disguise. Could those wild monkeys really have left the forest? And were they actually serving these humans? Didn't they only obey the elves? This was simply beyond belief. Just as the chief was pondering this, a long, screeching sound rang out. And the first blue monkey infantry vehicle to arrive slammed on its brakes, leaving 2 long skid marks in its wake. The moment they reached the entrance to the tribe, they scattered in a frenzy, transforming into monkeys dashing chaotically across the ground. The chatter was so loud it made everyone's ears ache. Just then, the infantry vehicles and dump trucks from the rear arrived as well. They also slammed on their brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision with the monkey herd. Once all the vehicles had come to a complete stop, some soldiers got out and handed Zay a file. Reporting in, the first batch of stones has arrived safely, including the bonus gift. Please sign here. All right, thanks for the long journey, Zay said as he took the documents, signed his name, and handed them back. Go rest at Huas for now. Once the inspection here is finished, you'll need to head to the sinkhole to transport the redstone pillar back. Understood. We'll get the job done. The soldiers saluted, climbed back into the armored vehicles, and drove out through the tribe's gates toward the convoy stationed on the hill. Chief, the stones you requested have been delivered. Please inspect them. We Chen have also prepared a small gift for you. Those last 2 trucks are it. Oh? Curious, Chief Gulu shuffled forward on his short legs and walked up to the dump truck. Looking at the dump truck, which was about as tall as he once again marveled at Zay's country. To be able to build such a massive steel structure was simply astonishing. And it was so fast it had arrived here in just one night. When other countries shipped stones to them, it took anywhere from a few months to several years. How different from these people from China, their efficiency was truly remarkable. Feeling somewhat excited, the chief picked up a small stone from the dump truck, popped it into his mouth without hesitation, and began chewing. As the sound of the kaba filled the air, a look of pure bliss gradually spread across the chief's face. Delicious. It's a flavor I've never tasted before. There's a refreshing sensation to it. It's top grade among stones. Hearing the chieftain's description, the other Gulu giants all gazed longingly at the stone, their saliva unconsciously dripping onto the ground. But without the chieftain's command, they dared not step forward to taste it on their own. For on this red plain, stones were a rare commodity, and only the chieftain had the authority to distribute them. Otherwise, everyone would be condemned to prolonged starvation. After tasting a piece of stone, Chief Gulu walked over to the other vehicles. He discovered that the 3 iron boxes up front were all filled with the same small pebbles he had just tasted. But the 2 at the back were different. They contained many large, irregularly shaped chunks. Judging by their structure, they were completely unlike any type they had ever seen. Seeing this, he reached out his small hand, broke off a piece with all his might, held it up close to examine it carefully, and sniffed it. Interesting. This hard substance doesn't seem to be a stone, yet it looks like it might be edible. It's just like when we're so hungry we'll eat some dirt to stave off hunger. Let me try it and see what it's really like. The weathered chieftain popped the chunk of hardened cement into his mouth. He had barely chewed it twice when his eyes suddenly widened. What is this taste? It's spicy, and it crackles and pops in my mouth. It's a delicious flavor I've never experienced before. Standing nearby, Zay listened to the chieftain's description, a pensive look crossing his face. Based on his previous observations, these Gulu giants had extremely high internal temperatures, with magma-like furnaces and blood capable of dissolving substances like stone. Now that he'd eaten the cement, the material expanded at different rates due to the heat. Since the various parts inside expanded out of sync, it created uneven stress within, causing an explosion which explained the crackling sounds he described. And this was just the result of him chewing it to pieces. If he swallowed a whole chunk, the impact would certainly have been even greater. After savoring the cement chunk, the chieftain looked back at Zay with a satisfied expression. Not bad, guest. What's this called? It feels like it would go well with stone, just like how you humans add seasonings to your meals. We Gulu giants now have our very own seasoning. This is truly delightful. When asked, Zay replied with 2 words: cement. Cement? Mud made with water? What a strange name. The chieftain, exclaiming in wonder, walked over to the last dump truck. The truck's bed was loaded with chunks of concrete, all scrap from the construction site after the base was built, which the unscrupulous Chen had now put to good use. He wanted to see if he could turn this into a bigger profit. Picking up a chunk of concrete, the chieftain sniffed it again and stuck out his tongue to lick it. Could this be? Somewhat skeptical, the chieftain popped the entire chunk of concrete into his mouth. He felt as though he were savoring a delicacy with distinct layers of flavor. It was completely different from the sensation of eating nothing but rocks before. This left him utterly entranced. Seeing the chieftain's expression, the other Gulu giants all gazed at the concrete with eager anticipation. Finally, the chieftain opened his eyes again. He offered his assessment of the last truckload of concrete. Fantastic, unparalleled. This black block uses the same cement as before as a binder, mixed with sand, gravel, and other materials, creating an entirely new creation. If I had to describe it, it's a human pie. That's right. This is the very first exclusive pie born on the Red Plains. It's also the first time we Gulu giants have added a new recipe to our repertoire. From now on, we'll have pies to eat, too. Hearing the chieftain's words, the other Gulu giants raised their hands in unison and cheered excitedly. Pie, pie, pie. The deafening roar made the windows of the dump truck rattle, as if any louder and they would shatter. All right, quiet. The chieftain raised his bone staff, silencing the Gulu giants' cheers. Guest, what is this pie mixed with cement called? It's simply the most delicious food I've ever eaten. This is concrete. Concrete? That's quite an unusual name. I never would have thought you humans would develop a special delicacy just for us Gulu giants. What a generous gesture. Hearing this, Zay fell silent. He chose not to reveal the truth to her. To them, cement and concrete were simply one of their common building materials. And they were actually construction waste that needed to be disposed of at the site. He had no idea how she would react once she understood all this. Just then, Shirley, who had long since returned to her human form, jumped onto the dump truck. She was curious about what exactly the cement and concrete brought over from China were that could get these stone giants so excited. After taking a look around, she discovered it was simply the material Huagua had brought to build their base. This instantly killed her interest. What a letdown. So it's just consumables for paving the ground and building houses. Aren't all the buildings back home made with this stuff anyway? Surely a sudden remark caused the chieftain and the Gulu giants, who had been in a state of excitement, to freeze in place. They slowly turned their bodies and stared intently at Shirley. Ha! What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Did you guys get food poisoning or something? No, Your Highness, what did you just say? The chieftain leaned his massive face closer. He wasn't quite sure if he misheard her. As he leaned in, Shirley seemed to catch a whiff of bad breath and could only fan the air with her dragon claws. Oh, I didn't say anything. I was just talking about cement and concrete. They're just building materials from Huagua. This time, Chief Gulu heard her clearly and turned to look at Zay with a look of utter shock. The other Gulu giants reacted the same way. They all just stared at each other wide-eyed, as if they were looking at some super-rich tycoon. Luxury, it's simply too extravagant. Building houses with seasonings and pies? We wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. Yeah. I've heard that in other kingdoms, houses are built at most with wood and stone bricks, and that's already considered quite luxurious. I never imagined Hua Kingdom would be even more incredible using our own pies to build houses. The Gulu people are so envious. Ah, I'd love to live in a house made of pies. Even if I died, it would be worth it. The Gulu giants chattered away enviously, already beginning to fantasize about their lives once they became rich. Would they no longer have to go 10 days or half a month without a single stone to eat, forced to fill their stomachs with dirt when hungry? This had led to stunted growth in both themselves and their children, making them much weaker than other wealthy tribes. They were always the ones getting bullied. Zay, who was the focus of everyone's attention, didn't he blame Shirley for speaking out of turn? After all, something like this was bound to come out sooner or later. Rather than letting the others think they were being deceived, it was better to set the record straight now to avoid any misunderstandings later. Having Shirley take on this role was an excellent choice. Guest, is what Her Highness the Princess said true? Faced with the chief's inquiry, Zay, having already thought it through, nodded. That's right. Cement and concrete are indeed our building materials. However, this technology is unique to our region. No other country on the continent possesses it. So, Chief, I'm sure you can understand just how precious it is. I see, said the 12-meter-tall Gula chief, now understanding. He didn't care whether they used it for construction. That was none of their business. All that mattered was knowing that the other party was incredibly wealthy. If they could maintain a partnership with the other party and benefit from the vast quantities of stone, concrete, and other materials generated by their trade, then the Red Rock Gulu tribe would rise rapidly. Thanks to the concrete, new Gulu giants might even mutate into existence. By then, even if their own outhouses were sold out, they could use their strengthened tribe to conquer other tribes and seize their outhouses. As one declines and another rises, using the strategy of funding war with war, all the outhouses' redstone pits in Shit Mountain's redstone veins will become theirs. And only their redstone Gulu tribe will be able to trade with Wagwa. The ambitious Gula chieftain's expression seemed on the verge of turning sinister. Unfortunately, Zay's sudden question interrupted his further musings. Chief, where should we unload these stones and concrete? Our convoy still needs to transport the redstone pillars back. Oh. Just leave them over there in the tribe. Realizing what was needed, Chief Gulu pointed the convoy in a certain direction. That was where they stored their stones. No one was allowed to go there to eat unless they were on the verge of starvation. Now that 5 dump trucks had arrived, their remaining stockpile had been greatly replenished. Every Gulu giant watched eagerly as the dump trucks unloaded their cargo. They knew their lucky day had arrived. About 10 minutes later, the dump trucks drove out of the tribe again. Zay and the Dragon Princess got into the vehicles. And many Gulu giants chose to accompany them as well. Following Chief Gulu's orders, these Gulu giants would help load the redstone pillars onto the 5 dump trucks, allowing the transaction to be completed more quickly. Once that was done, they would open up the other sealed storage pits and continue their transactions with Wagwa. Watching the departing convoy from afar, the chief let out a long sigh. Why won't Wagwa sell me some of their weapons? That would make attacking other tribes so much easier. Just moments ago, while unloading the cargo, Chief Gulu had hinted to Zay about his intention to purchase weapons. Unfortunately, Wagwa had its own plans. Their primary purpose in this other world was trade and peaceful coexistence, not to bring about war. Unless a certain time frame was reached, the sale of conventional firearms would not be possible, and even then, it would only be to allow the other party to defend itself, not to enable them to invade others. China places great importance on things like reputation and credibility. They're nothing like the United States, which not only has a dismal reputation but whose credibility is about as reliable as a diaper. So in the end, Chief Gulu had no choice but to give up, choosing to lie low for a while. And then make a spectacular breakthrough. Meanwhile, the blue monkeys who had gone to explore the Red Plains had also returned. Spotting the dump truck parked beside the sinkhole, they all ran over, filled with curiosity. Each blue monkey was carrying some specialties from the Red Plains on its back. Some carried coral, others carnivorous plants, and still others red animals and weeds native to the plains. The blue monkeys went through everything, one by one, before they were finally satisfied. When they arrived at the sinkhole, the Gulu giant was using his stubby arms to wield a massive wooden shovel. He was frantically loading redstone pillars into the truck bed. His speed and efficiency were completely out of proportion to his size. They all seemed as if they'd been on stimulants. No wonder the chief had promised them that the faster they finished the job, the more stone they'd get to share. Given that, of course they had to work as hard as they could. The monkeys watched for a moment, then joined the loading crew with a flurry of chatter. They, too, wanted to return to the enchanted forest as soon as possible, so they wouldn't end up staying out until nightfall. Half an hour later, 5 dump trucks were already loaded with redstone pillars. Zay, sitting in the passenger seat, sent a message to who was on reconnaissance and keeping watch. Soon, several armored personnel carriers drove up and joined them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A massive roar echoed, and everyone in the convoy, humans and monkeys alike, turned to look toward the tribe's location. They discovered that Chief Gulu had already transformed into his fused giant form. In his hand, he held a massive net bag filled with the corpses of the dead Gulu giants. These invaders had now all been bagged up. Guest, we don't have much to offer, so please accept these as a token of our gratitude. We hope you won't mind. Zay looked at the shattered corpses of the Gulu giants and indeed showed keen interest. These were precious research materials. They would allow them to gain a deeper understanding of the Gulu giants' physiology. Perhaps one day, they might even decipher the reason why these creatures could generate such immense energy by eating nothing but stones. Faced with such a significant token of gratitude, he and Huagwei naturally wouldn't refuse. If you need stones, cement, concrete, or anything else, feel free to contact our transport fleet. You can also follow the tracks along the road to visit our base deep within the enchanted forest. We'd be delighted to have you. Alright, the fused giant nodded. I will. I won't bother seeing you off, then. After taking his leave, the fused giant walked back into the tribe and dispersed into his original forms. Zay turned his gaze back to the giant net, over 10 meters wide, lying before him, and realized it would be very difficult to transport it back unless he resorted to unconventional methods. With that in mind, he looked at the blue monkeys, who were busy picking lice off each other. Now that the path had been cleared and who had joined the escort, there was no longer any need for the blue monkey armored vehicles to lead the way, nor for the other blue monkeys to protect the dump trucks. Rather than that, it would be better to have them mimic an extended-length dump truck to transport these bodies back. Smack! Smack, smack, smack. A rapid succession of slaps rang out, leaving the lead blue monkey stunned. Wasn't he just checking his companion for lice? Why was someone else slapping him? When the slaps stopped, the blue monkey finally saw who had been doing the slapping. It turned out to be their friend, Mr. Shack. From the message the other was trying to convey, he understood Zay's plan. He actually wanted them, the blue monkeys, to turn into dump trucks to haul that massive pile of stuff. This was a huge challenge for them. The pressure was immense. With that in mind, the blue monkey called over his other companions, and they all discussed for a while to see if this task could be accomplished. To that end, a continuous chorus of slaps rang out across the scene, as magnificent as a symphony, creating a rhythm unique to them, the blue monkeys. The intense clapping left everyone watching speechless. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought they were holding a clapping contest. Finally, the blue monkey serving as the makeshift team captain hobbled over, his pig-like head bobbing. He'd nearly been clapped into a cripple by these guys. It just goes to show that blue monkey speech isn't suited for long-winded speeches. Cheap, cheap! The blue monkey let out 2 feeble cries. He held out a trembling hand and rubbed it using the gestures he'd learned at the base, signaling that they needed more money. Otherwise, even as friends, it was out of the question. They blue monkeys didn't do business at a loss. Alright, Zay nodded. Tell me what you want. Clap, clap, clap. The clever blue monkey squad leader pulled over a companion and began a solo performance, which made it clear to Zay what their needs were. No problem. Once we get back, I'll give you another batch of bullets, but they'll be just the projectiles, without the tails, which are useless to you. I'll also give you some bullet-shaped rounds so you can store large quantities in your mouths. Is that okay? Satisfied with the answer, the blue monkey smiled and chirped excitedly. All right, let us get started. Upon receiving the order, the blue monkeys exchanged glances, then all ran toward the net bag and began to assemble themselves, pushing the massive net bag up bit by bit. Soon an extended-length dump truck had completed its morphing beneath it. Feeling the immense pressure, the blue monkeys took a few deep breaths. They never pulled anything this heavy before. They had no idea how long they could hold out. Chirp, chirp. The anxious blue monkeys sent Zay a message urging him to set off quickly. They didn't want to drag this out too long, or they'd run out of steam. Got it, said Zay, climbing into the armored vehicle and instructing who to lead the convoy on its way. It was time for them to head back. Rumble, rumble, the massive convoy drove into the enchanted forest, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Chief Gulu, standing within the tribe, watched the convoy recede into the distance before walking back into his grand tent. Next, he needed to begin distributing the stones they had obtained. He had to provide nourishment to the tribe members whose bodies were already depleted. Only then could the Gulu giants grow and strengthen. Otherwise, if they remained malnourished, they would only be bullied by other tribes. From now on, no one would be able to bully their Red Rock Gulu tribe. Filled with fighting spirit, Chief Gulu was brimming with confidence at that very moment. As the afternoon wore on, the sun was about to set. The caravan, which had set out long ago, finally made it back to base. They had stopped and rested along the way, but they had finally returned safely. It couldn't be helped. The corpse of the Gulu giant being hauled by the blue monkeys was simply too heavy, forcing them to rest every so often. Fortunately, thanks to the earlier cleanup and Shirley's deterrent effect, no creature in the enchanted forest dared to approach the convoy now. They dared only to watch from afar or flee in panic. Even the sound of a dump truck would send them running far away. This greatly facilitated future efforts to open trade routes and pave roads. Once the road construction was complete, the dump trucks would be replaced by 100-ton kings, and transportation efficiency would increase exponentially. Huff, 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 the extended-length blue monkey dump truck let out a loud, labored pant. As soon as they came to a stop, they scattered like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree, leaving the carcass of that colossal beast behind. Each blue monkey lay on the ground as if completely drained of energy, gasping for fresh air and deep, ragged breaths. Even their blue fur was drenched with sweat. Tired, so tired. This job was simply no monkey's work. The burden was just too heavy. Just as the blue monkeys were complaining, Chen emerged from the base with a group of people. Behind him was a truckload of bananas, a reward for the monkeys' help. After all, they worked themselves to the bone. If they didn't receive some extra compensation, they probably wouldn't help out again in the future. Chirp, chirp. The blue monkeys, who had been exhausted just moments ago, saw the extra reward Chen had brought. Suddenly, they didn't feel so tired anymore. They scrambled to their feet like mad, pounced on the bananas, and started munching away. Chen glanced at them briefly before looking away. He instructed the staff following behind him to organize vehicles to transport the corpses of the Gulu giants back to the Blue Star base, where they would naturally be studied later. As for the redstone pillar that Zay had brought back, it also needed to be developed urgently to see just how powerful it would be once turned into a battery. Whether they could stay ahead of the other major powers this time and usher in a new era depended entirely on this mission. Everyone, thanks for your hard work on this mission. Welcome home, Chen said with a smile as he watched the group get off the vehicles. At that moment, Hu stepped forward first and saluted Chen. Reporting in. Chen, everyone has returned safely. I need to lead the other soldiers back to the base to inspect our equipment for damage. All right, go ahead. Chen waved him off. Oh, right, the redstone pillars have been transported to the Anomaly Bureau's lab. The materials science and chemical engineering scientists there have been waiting impatiently. Got it, the driver of one of the dump trucks nodded, and they drove their vehicles into the teleportation gate. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed through the area. Shirley, who had just stepped out of the truck, clutched her stomach, looking a bit embarrassed. I'm hungry. I need to head to the cafeteria to refuel, so I won't be joining you guys. The energetic Shirley skipped and hopped her way toward the cafeteria. Chen watched her leave from a distance, finally letting out a resigned sigh. Go ahead and eat, it's just ordinary food. With the treasures inside Hu's armored vehicle, she'd have enough to last her for many years. Brother Zay, what are your plans for later? Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Zay across from him. Zay, caught off guard by the question, fell deep in thought. For now, the translation work for the Blue Monkey Tribe's language is complete. The translation goggles can interpret what they're saying based on the sound of their slapping. And as long as we use the standard mainland language for translation, we can communicate with the Blue Monkey Tribe without any barriers. So next, I need to prepare for the battery that's about to be born. Based on my knowledge of mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, so it turns out everything was prepared for this. With that in mind, Chen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Brother Zay, why did you want to develop this? In your current form, isn't this just icing on the cake? After a moment of silence, Zay sat down on a platform, his gaze fixed on the interior of the base. It's nothing really, I just like it. After all, what man doesn't like robots? Even I'm no exception. You've got to put what you've learned to use, right? Otherwise, all those years of hard study would have been a waste. So the exoskeleton is just. Shaking his head, Chen chose not to dwell on the matter any further. He headed to the command center and began overseeing the continued construction of the outpost. Time flew by, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Trade between Huagua and the Red Plains continued unabated. Every day, several convoys loaded with stones, concrete, and other materials would travel to the Red Rock Gulu tribe, never returning empty to purchase their outhouses. Once the stones were unloaded, the convoys would load redstone pillars with the help of the Gulu giants and return safely. The entire route is relatively safe under the escort of the Blue Monkeys. Even the road construction is proceeding in an orderly fashion. However, according to the engineering team's estimates, it will take 5 months before they can extend the road to the entrance of the Red Plains. There is no way around it, they're simply short-handed. To avoid revealing the existence of the other world, many tasks must be handled with the utmost caution. So for now, the construction team can only build the base while finding time to lay the road. Every day is a whirlwind of activity, with everyone running non-stop. Many have had to switch to 3-shift rotations just to meet the scheduled deadline. Meanwhile, thanks to the trade agreement with Huagua, the Gulu tribe receives large quantities of stone every day. As a result, their food storage area has turned into a small mountain. Those round and plump Gulu giants are sprawled at the foot of the hill, eating voraciously. When they think back to their former lives when they could only eat a single small pebble every 10 days or half a month, and even that was considered a blessing. It's a world of difference from today, where they can eat one and toss another aside. They can even eat many at once. This life of abundance has the Gulu giants utterly captivated. Especially since the shipments from Huagua contained not only stones, but also cement, concrete, and more. This made the Gulu giants feel as if they were living every day in the embrace of the red stone god. When thirsty, they had drinks freshly mixed cement slurry. When hungry, they had pies concrete, and they could even snack on little sugar beans cement blocks from time to time. Life couldn't get any better. Even their Gulu chieftain sat on a throne built from stacked stones. At this moment, he was not only full of vigor but was also organizing the other Gulu to begin training, preparing to seize the redstone pillars from other tribes, to complete more trade deals with Huagua. Meanwhile, the mimic Blue Monkeys weren't sitting idle either. Through their trade with Chen, they acquired a large quantity of bullets and iron balls. The Blue Monkeys used all this ammunition to practice their marksmanship, aiming for 100% accuracy. After all, firing at random every time was just too wasteful. As for whether these bullets count as weapons, Chen insisted they didn't. After all, he hadn't sold any guns. Bullets and iron pellets were merely pieces of iron. How the Blue Monkeys chose to use them was none of his business. And so, the monkeys' path veered completely off course. Originally focused on physical combat, they transformed one by one into gunmen, and blue-mouthed monkeys had become the hottest commodity in the entire tribe. Every tall blue monkey took pride in owning a blue-mouthed monkey. They worked together, strutting about like cowboys. The monkey elder, watching all this unfold, could only sigh helplessly. He didn't know whether this change was for the better or worse. But judging by the way humans had developed, long-range attacks had always been the most crucial element, and there was no denying that. He only hoped the tribe wouldn't forget that they were still monkeys. And that they should do what monkeys are supposed to do. Like scratching the lice off this old monkey elder, for example. Just as the old monkey feared, the emergence of Huagua was quietly changing the world, causing its original trajectory to veer off in an unimaginable direction. Toward the unknown. Just then, cheers suddenly rang out from a laboratory at the Anomaly Bureau base. It worked! It finally worked! Redstone pillar really is the best material for batteries. Quick, quick, quick! Notify Chen immediately, the battery revolution is about to begin. Yes, sir, an assistant hurried out of the lab and excitedly dialed Chen's number. What? The new battery research was a success. All right, I'm on my way. Chen hung up the phone and rushed headlong toward the lab. He even called Zay and the other scientists over, wanting them to witness this historic moment together. When the large group arrived at the Battery Energy Storage Technology Lab, they saw the battery sitting on the lab bench. The battery resembled a playing card, was entirely red, and was 2 millimeters thick. It looked absolutely stunning, just like a piece of red crystal. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, Chen exclaimed in admiration. Tell us what makes this battery so special. Yes, a scientist nodded excitedly. This battery uses redstone pillar as its core, doped with some auxiliary materials, such as conductive agents, current collectors, and so on. This has further enhanced the battery's conductivity and structural stability. Currently, this battery has a storage capacity of 50 million mAh, 10,000 times that of a standard smartphone lithium-ion battery. In other words, if this battery were installed in a smartphone, a single full charge would last for 3,333 days or 9 years, even if you use the phone non-stop all day long. Oh, what? A single battery can last 9 years? The scientists watching wide-eyed. That's way too exaggerated, isn't it? By the time the phone wears out, this battery probably won't have used up even 1/5 of its capacity. Yeah, with such a high energy capacity, how long would it take to fully charge? And if it were to explode due to an accident, that wouldn't be anything like a phone exploding, it would be a massive super bomb, wouldn't it? Faced with the other scientists' skepticism and concerns, the scientist in charge of the explanation stood tall. Everyone, please rest assured. I already mentioned this when we tested the redstone pillar earlier. They're extremely stable and won't explode due to external forces, they'll only shatter. If you don't believe me, just watch. With that, the scientist signaled his assistant to begin the demonstration. To everyone's surprise, when the red crystal card was picked up, it could actually be bent and even rolled up. It was nothing like the hard object it appeared to be on the outside. Instead, it was surprisingly flexible. Immediately afterward, the assistant brought out a hammer and other heavy objects to strike it. The battery remained completely intact, demonstrating remarkable impact resistance. It wasn't until the assistant placed it on a compression tester that the red battery was finally crushed. Even then, however, there was no explosion or other danger. The scientists who had watched the entire process were on edge. Just one misstep earlier could have easily led to the annihilation of the entire team. That damn guy was a bit too eager to see results. For a life-threatening experiment like this, he should have given us a heads up so we could set up full protective measures first. Compared to their anxiety, Chen was much more composed. As soon as he heard about the experiment, he quickly contacted headquarters and had them activate the Skynet defense system via the lab's security cameras. Otherwise, if something had gone wrong, it would have been too late for regrets. Fortunately, though, everything turned out fine in the end. The scientist who conducted the experiment realized he'd made some basic mistakes. Although he was certain of his new battery's stability, he hadn't followed standard operating procedures. He had no choice but to apologize to Chen. Alright, just be more careful next time. From now on, make bold hypotheses but verify them carefully. Always prioritize safety in everything you do, understand? I understand. The scientist hung his head in shame. All right. Go ahead and explain how to charge it. I suspect conventional charging methods won't be enough for such a massive battery capacity. Hearing Chen's question, the scientist raised his head again. Chen, you're right, this battery requires an enormous amount of power. If we use a standard cell phone charger, it would take 34 to 35 days. But with our specially designed charger, it's much faster, just 1 hour, and it only consumes 200 degrees of electricity, costing between 140 and 200 yuan. That's an absolute steal. After hearing the scientist's explanation, everyone looked at one another in astonishment. 1 hour of charging for 9 years of use, it was almost too good to be true. Especially with electricity costs of only about 200 yuan. If this really became widespread, all battery manufacturers would go out of business, and even after future smartphone updates, manufacturers won't replace the batteries anymore. They'd all have to switch to removable batteries, reverting to the old school design. The scientist who invented the new battery sensed everyone's concerns. He gave his assistant a nod, and the assistant quickly brought over a few more new batteries. Everyone, I know what you're worried about. What I just demonstrated to you were batteries containing 98% redstone pillar. They're non-commercial items intended for use within the base and covert departments. If we're really going to make this available to the general public, we simply need to lower the redstone pillar content to produce batteries that are 10 to 1,000 times more powerful than conventional ones. That will be more than enough for public use. Upon hearing this, Chen fell deep in thought. Doctor, is this technology mature enough that, even if we roll it out, it will remain our exclusive product? Rest assured, the scientist nodded. This battery technology isn't as costly to produce as graphene, nor does it have many of the other drawbacks. We essentially traded stones for it. Moreover, this redstone pillar comes from the Gulu giants. It's a renewable resource, so we'll never have to worry about running out. As long as the redstone pillars remain in our hands, we hold the exclusive authority. It's impossible for Blue Star to replicate the redstone pillars through other means, because they lack the other elements from another world. How could they possibly copy something that doesn't even exist? I see. Chen finally felt at ease and patted the scientist on the shoulder. Excellent. We've achieved a historic breakthrough this time. I'll report this immediately and see what decision the higher-ups make. Hearing that Chen had already made arrangements, the other scientists waited patiently. An hour later, Chen returned. His face lit up with excitement. Everyone, the higher-ups have decided that the production and release of the batteries will be handled by a secretly controlled battery company, and you, Doctor, will be listed as the developer. You'll also participate in the product launch meeting. However, to maintain market stability, we need to start with the lowest concentration models first and gradually open up sales of low-concentration redstone pillar materials, giving other battery manufacturers a chance to survive. Otherwise, releasing too many high-concentration models all at once won't be a good thing. Let us reserve these high-concentration models for use by our troops and bases. I'm sure when the enemy faces them, they'll never imagine that what we're selling are just the lowest-grade models. Upon hearing Chen's words, the other scientists all broke into knowing smiles. Especially the battery developer. He felt incredibly lucky. Even though he hadn't invented the material himself, the credit had fallen on his shoulders. If anyone else had obtained this material, they could have developed a new type of battery as well. This was truly a case of having the right timing, location, and support. By the way, Zay, have you finished developing your portable exoskeleton? Chen suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Zay beside him. It's complete, but it requires a special type of battery to power it. With that, Zay handed the doctor a USB drive. No problem, leave it to me. The doctor, who took the USB drive, looked very serious. He examined the contents on his computer and then began working feverishly. Time ticked by second, and before long, several hours had passed. When the doctor emerged with the battery, he was drenched in sweat. Here you go. I've done my best. This battery is ready, and it's fully charged. You can go ahead and test it now. The scientists, who had been bored for several hours, saw that Zay had finally obtained the battery. Following Chen's lead, they headed to Zay's lab together, eager to see what made that exoskeleton so special. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Soon, the group arrived outside another lab. At the entrance, who was leaning against the door with his arms crossed. The only reason he was there was because Zay's exoskeleton had been custom built to his body proportions. It was his personal equipment. All set? Who glanced at the battery in Zay's hand? That's right. Let us start the test. Zay led the way, stepping into the lab first. Hu, Chen, and the others followed closely behind. Creak. A large alloy door at the far end of the lab slowly swung open to either side, and a faint wisp of white smoke billowed out from within. Once the smoke cleared, they were met with a floor littered with parts and a mechanical structure in the center that resembled a bizarre skeleton. This structure is quite extravagant, looking as if it has 4 arms, 2 of which are located on its back and are even thicker than human arms. At the tips of these 2 arms, one is equipped with a weapon resembling a rifle, while the other is equipped with a weapon resembling a swarm of small missiles. It is covered with a dense cluster of small holes, about 20 of them. The unveiling of the entire exoskeleton left all the scientists stunned. Setting aside its effectiveness for now, the weapons it's equipped with are absolutely terrifying, truly the mark of our Chinese people, who know all too well the fear of insufficient firepower. If soldiers went out wearing this thing, wouldn't each one become a firepower platform? Just as everyone was pondering this, Zay pulled a special suit from the pile of materials and handed it to Hu, who was standing nearby. Put this on. This exoskeleton has its own combat suit, otherwise, it won't be stable. Hu took the suit and glanced at it, noticing numerous mechanical interfaces presumably designed to interface with the exoskeleton. With that in mind, he didn't refuse. He stepped aside and began changing into the suit. As for Zay, he took a battery about the size of a fist and installed it directly into the recess on the exoskeleton's back. Click. ZZZZ power connected. System initiating self-check. Balance system normal. Power system normal. Weapons system normal. Battery charge, 100%. All self-tests complete. Sun Chaser exoskeleton on standby. After a series of mechanical announcements, the exoskeleton, which had been suspended, automatically detached, and he stood steadily on the ground. Just like a human being. By then, Hu had also put on the suit and walked over. Shaq, what do I do next? Zay glanced at Hu and noticed the suit fit him perfectly. It seemed the data he collected was accurate. With that in mind, he pulled another helmet from the pile of equipment. Put this on too. It has an AR imaging system that lets you control the exoskeleton with your gaze, and you can also see the outside world through it. Oh? Is it that advanced? Curious, Hu took the helmet, placed it on his head, and snapped the visor shut. In the previously pitch-black space, the AR display lit up. An image appeared before his eyes. It was the environment outside. This view was captured by a hidden camera on his helmet. In addition to the live feed, the screen displayed numerous function buttons. Among these buttons was a large red exclamation mark, with a line of small text next to it. Sun Chaser exoskeleton not yet connected. Please look at it for 3 seconds or use voice command to connect. You can also activate auto mode to let the exoskeleton engage the enemy on its own. Seeing these prompts, Hu called out tentatively, "Connect to the exoskeleton." Click-clack, click-clack. The exoskeleton, which had been standing still, suddenly lit up with a red light. It began moving on its own and, with remarkably fluid, human-like strides, walked behind Hu, snapping into place as if merging with him. As the mechanical mechanisms engaged, the exoskeleton successfully connected to the reserved interface on the Special Operations suit. Fully integrated with the suit, his height instantly increased by 20 centimeters, and even the soles of his feet transformed into complex mechanical structures. These provided powerful traction and shock absorption. Beep. Sun Chaser exoskeleton connection complete. Welcome to the system. With the exoskeleton now fully equipped, Hu tentatively moved his limbs and found he felt no resistance at all. It was as if he were simply wearing a piece of clothing. He couldn't even feel the weight of the 2 arms and weapons on his back. It was as if the exoskeleton had taken the burden off him. With that in mind, Hu clenched his fists, assumed a horse stance, and performed a set of military boxing techniques right on the spot. Throughout the routine, there was no hindrance or stiffness whatsoever. The exoskeleton handled everything flawlessly, never causing program errors or failing to provide power due to excessive movement. When Hu stopped, his power gauge was still full. Not bad, very good. It doesn't hinder movement at all. However, I haven't activated its high assist system or weapon system yet. That will require additional testing. Chen, who had been watching the entire time, nodded with satisfaction. Let us go, then. We'll head to the outpost to test all its functions. I want to see this exoskeleton's true capabilities. Yes, sir, Hu replied, standing at attention and saluting. The large procession of scientists left the laboratory and headed toward the teleportation gate. Along the way, many people turned to stare at them. Especially the soldiers on patrol. When they saw Hu's new gear, their eyes widened in amazement. Could something this cool actually be real? Just look at those 2 mechanical arms on his back. They look just like steel wings. This filled every soldier with a sense of longing. They all wanted a set of gear like that for themselves. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the group arrived at the base on the outskirts of the enchanted forest. Chen glanced around and realized that everyone at the base wanted to watch the experiment. To meet everyone's expectations, he didn't hold back. He had the base's giant screen begin broadcasting the experiment, boosting morale in the process. Even Shirley, who was eating in the cafeteria, caught the broadcast. She hurriedly wolfed down all the food in front of her, then skipped and hopped her way to the plaza. The entire dragon seemed like a happy little child. How's it going? Are you familiar with all the functions yet? Zay, who was recording data on his tablet, asked Hu. No problem. Let us get started. Set it to the hardest difficulty right away. Hu flashed a menacing grin and snapped his visor back into place. Hearing such confident words, Zay fell silent for a moment. Finally, he gave his approval. All right then. Please activate the power assist system and weapon system, and destroy all targets in the training ground. Acknowledged. Hu leaned forward, assuming a starting stance, and his entire exoskeleton creaked and groaned. Once his power was fully charged, Hu, propelled by the exoskeleton's immense power, took a single stride that carried him 3 meters forward. In just 10 seconds, he had covered over 100 meters. It was completely unimaginable that he was wearing such heavy exoskeleton gear at that moment. Upon reaching the first obstacle, Hu, still running, slightly bent his knees, and the mechanical structures on his legs began to operate frantically, building pressure. With a loud bang, he leaped into the air. Soaring nearly 3 meters high as if he were flying, clearing the 2-meter-high wall in front of him. Time seemed to slow down in that instant. Mid-air, Hu caught the electromagnetic rifle extended from behind him and, without pausing, switched to firing mode, aiming at the distant targets. No sound was heard, only a flash of light, like a beam of light, flickered briefly. As a crackling sound echoed from the distance, the targets, which had been moving erratically back and forth, shattered inexplicably. Thud, whoosh. A sound like mechanical pressure release rang out. As Hu landed on the ground, he kicked up some debris from the concrete surface. The exoskeleton he wore had just activated its shock absorption system, absorbing most of the impact from his descent. This meant he felt no discomfort whatsoever upon landing. On the contrary, he was able to sprint at high speed just as he had been moments before. His figure darted all over the training ground. One target after another was eliminated, including those behind him. Hu didn't even need to turn around. He simply locked onto targets through the rear camera of his AR helmet, allowing his robotic arm to turn and attack on its own, shattering the targets. These dazzling maneuvers left all the onlookers speechless. Was he really that strong? He was practically a mini Superman. What normal person could jump 3 meters high? And he could maintain high speed running for such a long time. Especially that flawless marksmanship, every shot hit the bullseye. He could even attack from behind. The robotic arm wielding the electromagnetic rifle could rotate 360 degrees, allowing it to strike any target without blind spots. Such a powerful exoskeleton was truly the stuff of dreams. Just as everyone was thinking this, who fought his way through 5 stages and finally reached the final level. This was an abandoned factory building that had been temporarily set up earlier to train soldiers' reactions and ability to anticipate danger. Inside, it was littered with traps and hidden guns. If a person were to enter alone, they would certainly die. Upon arriving here, who did not choose to enter directly? Instead, he suddenly shouted, "Sun Chaser exoskeleton, initiate separation protocol, switch to autonomous mode, and eliminate all marked targets." Beep, beep. Command received. Separation protocol initiated. Autonomous mode executing. Click, click. The exoskeleton, which had been fused with Hu, instantly detached from him. This made the onlookers in the distance think Hu had mastered the art of cloning. Thud, thud. The mechanical exoskeleton strode lightly straight into the abandoned factory building. While Hu, hiding outside the door, quickly found a concealed spot. Through the AR goggles on his head, he was now connected to the exoskeleton inside and could see everything within via the cameras mounted on it. He commanded the exoskeleton to attack. As soon as a target appeared, he could detach a controller from his wrist, just like in Counter-Strike, which featured options for movement and attacks. As long as the crosshairs in the center of the helmet locked onto an enemy, he could choose whether to open fire. The exoskeleton's automated system would not proactively decide to attack others, as that could easily lead to friendly fire in complex situations. All attack commands are controlled by Hu himself. This is why the weapon requires Hu to pull the trigger himself. Click. As the exoskeleton advanced, it triggered a hidden trap, and gun-wielding bandit targets suddenly appeared all around. Hu, who was already prepared, maneuvered the exoskeleton to roll on the spot as if playing a video game, dodging the paintballs. He then took the opportunity to take down all the targets with a few well-aimed shots from his electromagnetic rifle. But just as he was getting back to his feet, a heavy object suddenly fell from above, completely burying the exoskeleton beneath it. Crunch! The falling object, weighing 500 G, didn't knock the exoskeleton down. Instead, he lifted it into the air using his limbs and arms. Everyone watching on the big screen breathed a collective sigh of relief. That had been a close call. They thought this cool exoskeleton was done for. It seemed hell mode had been activated in this abandoned factory. One slip-up could really cost someone their life. Was this really what the other soldiers went through in their daily training? Confused, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. In fact, Zay had directly activated the training ground's hardest mode at Hu's request, a setting normally reserved for him alone. But judging by their performance so far, the exoskeletons were clearly up to the task ahead. Buzz. The sound of mechanical motors whirring filled the air as the exoskeleton's limbs, still holding the heavy object, exerted force simultaneously, flinging the thing that had nearly crushed them to the ground. It hit the new target that had just appeared right on target. Boom! A deafening roar and a cloud of dust engulfed the area, obscuring all visibility. Targets emerging from other directions began frantically firing paintballs into the cloud of dust. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Because by then, the exoskeleton had already appeared on the roof of the abandoned factory. It was gripping the iron railing above with its limbs. And the entire exoskeleton was perched there, just like a spider. The crowd, unaware of what had happened, quickly turned their attention to a small pop-up screen that had suddenly appeared on the main display. It turned out that while the smoke and dust obscured the exoskeleton, it had quietly slipped out of the encirclement. And, using its powerful kinetic energy now unburdened by Hu, it leaped in a single bound onto a high platform 5 meters away. With a few bounds, it reached the rooftop and hung upside down there. By this time, the exoskeleton had extended another massive mechanical arm from its back. A rectangular box composed of 20 small holes, known as the mini-swarm missile system. Each carried a high-explosive warhead, capable of delivering area of effect fire against the enemy. Beep, beep. All targets locked. Swarm missile system ready. Wearing the AR helmet, Hu locked onto all remaining targets through the visor and quickly pressed the fire button in his hand. Whoosh 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 whoosh. One by one, the missiles, each only 10 centimeters in size, trailed long plumes of smoke as they streaked off in all directions, like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. They struck the targets head-on before they could even react. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage began, and the abandoned factory was filled with flashes of fire and the sound of explosions. Each missile sent up a 2-meter-wide burst of sparks, tearing everything inside to shreds. By the time the explosions subsided, the abandoned factory was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Hu, who was controlling the exoskeleton, saw this and immediately opened his visor before leaving without looking back. Just as he had walked a dozen or so meters away, the abandoned factory, battered by explosions and electromagnetic rifle fire, finally gave way and collapsed straight down. A massive cloud of smoke and flames shot skyward, a stark reminder of what had just unfolded here. Everyone watching the scene instinctively held their breath. What about the exoskeleton? What happened to it? Wasn't it destroyed along with the collapse and explosion? Just as everyone was worrying, there was suddenly a commotion amid the burning ruins. A large boulder was pushed aside, and a dark iron-colored mechanical arm reached out from within. Boom! The lifted boulder was hurled aside. Behind it, the exoskeleton, its paint job merely scratched, was revealed. With light yet steady strides, it walked straight toward Hu. Its silhouette gradually overlapped with Hu's, until they merged completely. Ooh, 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 ooh. So cool, so cool. The onlookers erupted in cheers. Many warriors watched Hu, his back turned to the flames and rubble, and felt a deep sense of admiration welling up inside them. That suit of armor was nothing short of a divine artifact. The battle tiger, already formidable, had now evolved into the battle butcher. It was almost impossible to imagine how desperate the enemy must feel when facing this exoskeleton. As Hu walked slowly toward them, he heard the thunderous cheers. He shot a fierce glance at the cheering warriors, and they immediately fell silent, cowering like quails. Oomph, got nothing better to do? Use that time to do 10 sets of drills. You're not allowed to eat until you're done. Hearing Hu's roar, the onlookers fell silent as if struck by lightning. They withdrew from the scene in an orderly fashion and all began their training. Just then, Shirley, who had been watching the spectacle the whole time, ran over. She danced and hopped around Hu, even climbing onto him. As she began to examine the exoskeleton to see exactly what it was. Oh my! You guys have something this cool, why didn't you bring it out sooner? I want one too. How much does it cost? As if possessed by a mouse, Hu's mouth twitched slightly. He grabbed Shirley, who was groping all over the exoskeleton, tossed her back onto the ground, and solemnly warned her. Hey, little girl, this is Shaq's new invention, it's not for sale. Ha? You want to sell it? The adorably clueless Shirley looked taken aback for a moment, then her eyes welled up with tears. Come on, you call me your magic advisor, yet you want to even let me have a set of this black exoskeleton. Looks like you've pretty much forgotten all about magic anyway. The onlookers watched Shirley throwing a tantrum, all feeling at a loss for words. This dragon princess was curious about absolutely everything. Over the past few days, aside from eating, she'd been playing little games on her tablet. She was clearly on her way to becoming a total homebody. Now she'd set her sights on this new invention. It was nothing short of a headache. Just then, Chen tugged at Zaya's sleeve, pulling him slightly aside, and asked in a low voice. Brother Zay, you saw that too, that little tyrant is at it again. Magic from another world is our top priority, but we can't give her the latest exoskeleton either. See if you can find a way to have the best of both worlds. A way to stop her from causing trouble while still satisfying her curiosity? Zay, caught off guard, rested his chin in his hand. He paced back and forth a few steps, then finally looked up, a flash of inspiration lighting up his mechanical eye. There's a way. Oh? What is it? Chen asked eagerly. Zay glanced in Shirley's direction and pointed to where her wing was missing. I can design a single wing exoskeleton for her. As long as we collect flapping data from her other wing, we can get her flying again. And we can program tracking software and cameras into the exoskeleton so we can monitor what Shirley is up to in real time. We can also use remote programming to disable that wing directly, ensuring she poses no threat to us whatsoever. Chen, do you think this will work? Yes, it'll work great. Chen slapped his thigh excitedly. Give her a single wing. It doesn't need to be too high-tech, but it'll serve both surveillance and containment purposes. This really kills several birds with one stone. Let us go with that. Having reached an agreement, the two returned to the crowd. With a smile on his face, Chen picked up the teary-eyed Shirley and told her about the single-wing exoskeleton plan he'd just discussed with Zay. This made Shirley so excited that her tears turned to laughter. What? Really? A mechanical wing? That is so cool. Having just learned the new term from the tablet, Shirley blurted it out. She wriggled out of Chen's embrace and bounced right onto Zay. She wrapped her arms around Zay's neck and rubbed against him vigorously. Shaq, are you really going to build me mechanical wings? Are they those cool, black ones? Zay remained silent, feeling as if he'd been swarmed by a cat. He grabbed Shirley by the scruff of her neck and set her back down on the ground. That's right. In a little while, we'll go gather data on your body, and then I'll personally design the wings for you. Yay! Shirley bounced up excitedly. She grabbed Zay's arm and tried to drag him away. Please wait, Princess Shirley, Chen suddenly called out, his gaze growing a bit more intense. There's one more thing I need to tell you about the exoskeleton wings. What is it? Shirley turned her head curiously. Oh, it's nothing much, it's just that your body is quite massive, so it'll take a lot of materials. So we'll need to use the truckload of treasure you don't want to buy the materials for the wings. Is that okay? Huh? You guys are still keeping that pile of stuff contaminated by Gulu? Shirley asked, turning back in surprise. How about I give you some new money, and you just throw that junk away? It's not much anyway. Shirley's deep pockets made even Chen blush with embarrassment. No, that pile of treasure is plenty. There's no need to bring out any more money. You should keep that for your dowry. Dowry? What on earth is that? Shirley, who had never heard the term before, looked puzzled. Chen couldn't be bothered to explain, so he just made up an excuse to brush it off. The reason he brought up the treasure in the first place was to make it seem legitimate, otherwise, receiving such a large sum of money out of the blue would surely cause trouble with Shirley's elders later on. So, to clear up this unnecessary misunderstanding, using the excuse of making her wings was the perfect solution. Princess Shirley, you should head to the cafeteria and refuel first. Otherwise, it'll be quite exhausting when Shaq gathers information for you later. Huh? Right. I ran back here before I even finished my meal. Mr. Shaq, see you at the base later. See you later. Everyone watched Shirley run off and breathed a collective sigh of relief. That little terror was finally gone. Brother Zay, let us talk about this exoskeleton, Chen said, turning his attention to Zay beside him. How much did the one who was wearing cost? In response to Chen's question, Zay held up one finger, not counting the battery, about 200,000. This Sun Chaser exoskeleton is crafted entirely from the highest strength tungsten steel alloy, weighs as much as 220 G, and has a battery life of 10 days in standard assist mode and 24 hours in high assist mode. It's also equipped with the new high torque motor and shock absorption system I developed. It even runs the balance program I wrote. The most expensive components are the VR helmet, the special operations suit, the electromagnetic rifle, and the swarm missiles. If we want to mass produce it, we'll need to remove those 3 items and the mechanical arm on the back. At that point, the cost would be around 50,000, and the weight would be cut by more than half, down to just 80 G. At the same time, it would lose its remote operation capability, retaining only the power unit, which would be sufficient for daily training in standard combat. Upon hearing that the cost was so low, Chen and the other scientists all looked utterly incredulous. After all, the exoskeleton's performance just now had been nothing short of science fiction. Not only could it transform a person into a mini Superman, but it could also go out on missions independently. It could easily be described as a high-performance robot. And one with flexibility far surpassing that of humans. For something this amazing, the high-end version is only 200,000? And the stripped-down version can be had for just 50,000? Standing nearby, Zay looked at everyone's stunned expressions and thought he might have quoted too high a price. He tapped Hu's exoskeleton and explained once more. If you can source cheaper raw materials, the cost will be reduced even further. If you're still not satisfied, I can come up with a more basic version. Seeing that Zay had misunderstood, everyone quickly waved their hands. No, we don't think it's too expensive, we think it's too cheap. Although the price will certainly come down once mass production begins, the suit Hu is wearing costs only 200,000. It's still hard to believe. Even if it were 2 million, I'd still think it's worth it. This is truly a groundbreaking product. Exactly. Just look at all the exoskeletons being developed around the world, don't they all move like old men taking a stroll? Plus, they have limited functionality and can't perform such complex maneuvers. You've literally brought something straight out of a sci-fi movie to life. The younger generation really is something else. The other scientists chimed in with praise left and right, all utterly captivated by the suit. Once the simplified version becomes widely available, the title of King of Hua's land warfare will become even more unshakable. Just then, Zay thought of something else. Oh, right, the high-end version actually comes in other models. For example, the 2 mechanical arms on the back can be equipped with 2-meter-tall heavy-duty blast shields. By joining the arms together, they can provide cover and protection for the wearer, transforming the wearer into a mobile, human-shaped fortress on the battlefield. Another example is installing a drone flight system on the mechanical arms. This would grant the soldier flight capabilities, turning them into an airborne infantryman capable of overcoming many obstacles. The entire exoskeleton is highly versatile. By pairing it with various weapon and support modules, it can adapt to complex battlefield situations. After hearing Zay's additional explanation, Chen and the other scientists grew even more impressed with the exoskeleton Hu was wearing. It was essentially a multifunctional modular platform capable of supporting a wide range of modular installations. It seemed that future warfare was in for another significant transformation. Excellent, very excellent, Chen patted Zay on the shoulder and gave him an approving look. Send me the design drawings later. I'll have the armory produce a batch for use at our base. As for whether to mass produce it and roll it out to the entire force, we'll let the higher-ups decide that themselves. For now, let us just equip ourselves. Think of it as gathering data in advance. Got it, Zay nodded. I'll head back to organize the data and help Shirley finish the design for the single-wing exoskeleton while I'm at it. Alright, go ahead. Chen waved him off and led the remaining scientists to the other laboratories. He wanted to see how everyone's work was coming along. As for Hu, he stayed behind, ready to continue working on the other tasks Zay had assigned him, gathering the final data related to the exoskeletons. For example, engaging in close combat with the blue monkeys to further test its effectiveness, and so on. When the monkey elder heard Hu's request, he gave him a surprised look. Although Hu was dressed rather strangely, covered in metal bits and with 2 extra metal arms, given the physical prowess of those humans from another world, wasn't he this just asking for a beating? Friend, are you sure about this? That's right. Let us go. Hu cracked his knuckles and pointed at a particularly large blue fist monkey. That one. He looks pretty strong. The blue fist monkey he singled out froze for a moment. Chirp, chirp. What? Afraid? Facing Hu's provocation, the blue-fisted monkey, who stood 1.8 meters tall and bore a scar across his face, cracked his knuckles. Crack, crack. He answered the challenge with his actions. Hoof. If you beat me, you'll get 50 bananas as a reward. If you lose, you'll only get one as a consolation prize. Feeling provoked, the blue fist monkey slammed his massive fists together with such force that they clanged like clashing metal. Clearly, he wasn't one to be messed with either. For a moment, the two stared each other down, neither willing to back down. Boom! A steel fist collided with a hairy fist. The man and the monkey began a full-blown brawl. The blue monkey elder, who had originally expected a one-sided victory, was surprised to see that the human actually held his own. Weren't they supposed to be frail and reliant on external assistance? How could he have suddenly become so strong? Could it be because of those mechanical devices he was wearing? As this thought crossed his mind, the monkey elder's face betrayed a look of wonder. Indeed, technology and such were still beyond the monkey's comprehension. Just as they were battling each other here, deep within the enchanted forest, a peculiar convoy was approaching the borders of Huagua. Most of them were humans, but there were also some rather bizarre creatures among them, such as a crocodile man standing upright with a long tail trailing behind him. Not only was his entire body a deep orange yellow, but he also wielded a massive axe. He wore nothing but a pair of pants. There was also a golden toad man, though he looked quite flashy. He was essentially a giant toad standing on two legs. The dense cluster of bumps all over his body was enough to turn anyone's stomach. Fortunately, he wore some spiked armor that concealed most of the bumps, otherwise, it would have been enough to trigger a case of trypophobia. Croak, croak. Things have been pretty chaotic around here lately. Has something happened? A lot of fantastical creatures have been scared away. I wonder if it'll affect our journey back. The giant toad, nearly 2 meters tall, scratched the part of his head not covered by armor. Blinking his enormous eyes, he looked at the crocodile man shouldering a massive axe. Who knows? I couldn't care less about that. I just want to know if I'll run into any interesting opponents to keep satisfying my thirst for blood. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The crocodile man's expression gradually turned ferocious as he stuck out his tongue and licked the giant axe. Enough! Shut up, all of you. Do you want to lure those troublesome blue monkeys out? The human leading the charge roared angrily. He was the group's makeshift leader. He wasn't particularly tall or burly. In fact, he was somewhat frail, but his aura was terrifying. If you looked closely at his face, you'd see a blood-red wolf totem etched into his right cheek. Combined with his red hair, it was clear this middle-aged man was not someone to be messed with. At that moment, the human was glaring menacingly at his two companions. His gaze seemed as if he were about to devour them. Humph, got it. The crocodile man and the toad man, having been scolded, both curled their lips in unison. Their expressions showed no sign of taking it seriously. On the contrary, there was even a hint of mockery in their eyes. The furious man averted his gaze. He didn't like these two. But they were thugs sent by those noble lords ostensibly to assist him and follow his orders. Though in reality, they were there to keep him under surveillance and ensure he completed this hunting mission. Now that the mission was complete, on this final leg of the return journey, he could only hope these two idiots wouldn't stir up any more trouble and cause everything to fall apart at the last moment. Pulling himself together, the man waved to everyone. The entire massive convoy slowly set off. While some human scouts continued to use the concealment magic runes engraved on their bodies to scout the situation ahead for the entire convoy, avoiding the areas where the blue monkeys appeared. They made their way, inch by inch, toward the southern part of the forest. Beep, beep. Warning, warning. Traces of human-shaped thermal activity detected. The area is to the north and is approaching our territory. The sudden alarm blared through the outpost command center, and Chen, who was in the middle of a meeting, instantly grew serious. He entered the command hall and looked at the thermal and standard video feeds on the large screen. He noticed that the standard camera feed showed nothing but a large tree, but the thermal imaging clearly revealed a figure crouching there. And it appeared to be scanning the surroundings. What's this? Chen mused. Quick, go get Shirley, Hu, and Shaq. I need some expert advice. Yes, sir. Several soldiers rushed out of the command center. One headed to the plaza to find Hu, another to the cafeteria to find Shirley, and yet another to headquarters to find Zay. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the command center one after another. Chen, somewhat impatient, quickly asked, "Princess Shirley, take a look at this. Our cameras can't detect this person, but the thermal imager is picking him up. That means he is using some kind of method to make himself invisible." Shirley narrowed her eyes as she was asked. She stared intently at the screen, then her eyes lit up. "Oh, so those are traces of concealment magic. It looks like he is an assassin or a scout of some sort. A mage must have inscribed concealment runes on him." Concealment runes? An assassin? A scout? Are they elves? Chen, who had been deep in thought, sensed that the intruder meant trouble. "Chen, these guys have already invaded our territory, and they're still scouting around for something. Do you want me to lead a team and round them all up?" Hu, wearing his exoskeleton, offered his suggestion. "No," Chen shook his head, "we don't know yet what these invisible guys are up to. Let us observe them for a while to see what their intentions are, then send out a drone to ask them. If they represent a nation and are here to establish diplomatic relations, then we'll let them pass. But if they have other motives and are up to no good, then we'll either invite them for tea or offer them a bullet." "A warm welcome, huh? Got it." A savage grin spread across Hu's face. He was already getting a little impatient. The fight with the blue monkeys earlier just hadn't been satisfying enough. The fight wasn't even over yet, and he'd been called back here. Now, for the second half, let the other side be his opponent. Meanwhile, a human scout hiding in a large tree furrowed his brow. He'd sensed someone watching him for a while now. It was a scout's intuition. But after scanning the area, he detected no signs of life. That was a bit too strange. Could he have misjudged the situation? Or were the others even more skilled than he was? Refusing to accept that, he began leaping back and forth among the branches. Finally, he discovered a hidden sphere in a tree hollow, and this sphere was attached to a thin wire that led all the way to the very top of the tree. Driven by curiosity, the scout quickly scrambled up the tree and soon reached the treetop. Where he saw the end of the wire, it was none other than a solar panel. What are these? Black grid-like panels? A bunch of thin wires, and a sphere? Clearly not a product of nature. Could this be the work of some human? Sensing that something was amiss, the scout abandoned his plan to continue exploring ahead with the team. Holding the camera and the solar panel, he hurried back toward the convoy. At the same time, several scouts in other directions made the same decision. They too found the cameras spying on them and returned to the convoy with these spheres in tow. "Huh? What is going on?" The red-haired man leading the way suddenly held out his hand, halting the entire group's advance. His hawk-like eyes scanned the large tree above. Under his gaze, several scouts who had been invisible leaped down from the tree simultaneously, landing lightly in front of the bald man. "Report, Chief. There's a situation up ahead." "A problem?" The red-haired man narrowed his eyes. Unexpected incidents were what he hated most. "Yes, please look. These things seem to be able to see us even though we're invisible." The scouts handed him the solar panels and cameras. Upon seeing them, the red-haired man picked up a camera and examined it closely, noticing that the internal structure appeared highly sophisticated. With that thought, he tightened his grip slightly. The entire camera was crushed in his hand, sending shards flying everywhere. When he opened his palm, he examined the remaining circuit board closely. What an ingenious and complex design this isn't something a blacksmith could hammer out. Nor is it the dwarf style of craftsmanship. It seems an unknown incident has occurred within the enchanted forest. Hearing the chieftain's words, the others gathered around one by one to examine the debris in the red-haired man's hand. "Ha, what's the big deal? This thing can't attack or be eaten. Why should we be afraid of it?" The hot-tempered crocodile man wore a look of disdain. He'd come here to fight, not to be afraid of this or that. Croak, you're right, Gargel. Are you planning to take a detour?" The giant toadman chimed in. "Don't forget, if we fall behind schedule or even fail the mission, your fate might not be so pleasant. You might even end up as Jerky." Croak, this really has this frog looking forward to it. The gleeful golden toad's enormous eyes crinkled into crescent moons. He just loved seeing humans get their comeuppance. "Oomph, no need for you to worry about it. I'll personally deliver the prey the noble lords require right to their doorstep. You two had better just stick to your own business." Gargel, his face equally dismissive, was already cursing these two idiots in his heart, one who only knew how to kill, and the other who only knew how to stir up trouble for no reason. With the situation still unclear, they actually dared to mock him. If there really was danger ahead, let them take the fall. It would be the perfect opportunity to put their thick skin to good use. Having made up his mind, Gargel carefully tucked the object in his hand into his bosom. He was sure those noble lords would be interested in such an ingenious contraption. All right, the convoy moves on. Scouts, keep watching the blue monkey's movements. And look for any suspicious items. Let us find out who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. They might be planning an ambush. Yes, sir. Several scouts responded in unison. They scrambled back up the giant trees and began darting through the forest. A light flashed on a specific part of each of their bodies, revealing a symbol. Soon, their figures began to blur until they vanished completely. Meanwhile, at the outpost command center. "Chen, these people don't look like they're here to establish diplomatic relations. It's more like a classic case of theft. They've already made off with several of our surveillance systems, and that's a lot of money." Hearing Hu's complaint, Chen nodded in agreement. "Yeah, looks like they're not elves. We'll go retrieve them later. What if they're damaged? Then we'll just have to collect them through other means." Who froze for a moment. He finally realized why Chen had let them run wild. It turned out he was hatching another devious scheme. Was he planning to find an excuse to take them down early, now that he knew they weren't elves? After all, catching thieves was only natural. Especially since these thieves were carrying concealment magic runes. If those were cracked, the consequences were too terrifying to imagine. Suddenly, new footage appeared on the big screen. Those invisible scouts reappeared at the camera locations and were still searching for other cameras. Whenever they spotted one, they violently ripped out the camera and its solar panel. Inside the base, Chen's smile grew wider and wider as he watched this unfold. The others seemed to have read Chen's mind. 1 month, 5 months, 3 years, 10 years life imprisonment. It's settled. These guys have nowhere to run. From now on, they would face a future of utter darkness. Just then, alerted by alarms from cameras in other locations, everyone in the command center noticed a long convoy approaching. The vehicles in this convoy were pulled by large insects that resembled magnified watermelon beetles. When moving quickly, they would curl into balls to propel the vehicles forward at high speed. Normally, they pull the vehicles by crawling. Behind these watermelon beetles, they tow a series of carriages. Some of the carriages contain cages engraved with numerous symbols, housing a white creature. This creature has a rather abstract appearance. If you were to say it resembles a duck, it stands 2 meters tall and is cylindrical in shape. But if you say it isn't a duck, it has a duck's beak and feet, much like a penguin. If one had to describe it, it bears a striking resemblance to Elizabeth from Gintama. The crowd watching all this on the big screen gained a new understanding of the magical creatures in the enchanted forest. Indeed, anything is possible here. Speaking of which, could this convoy that suddenly appeared be the poaching gang the monkey elder described? I didn't expect to run into them so soon. It seems it's time to carry out one of the agreements signed with the Blue Monkey tribe. With that thought, Chen gave who was standing by, a nod. You lead the team out first. Equip them with thermal imaging devices and block off the road ahead of them. Prioritize taking out those scouts. Capture them alive. As for the rest of the poachers, try diplomacy first, then force. If they refuse to listen or even resort to violent actions, you can handle the situation as you see fit, but you must ensure the magical creatures survive. Understood? Understood, who replied, his arms crossed and a look of excitement on his face. With his boots clanking loudly, he strode out of the central command room. Soon, a convoy of 10 armored infantry vehicles was fully assembled. Many of the soldiers were fully armed and carried a large number of mechanical wolves, mechanical tigers, and drones. Even Hu himself had restocked his ammunition. Now his electromagnetic rifle and swarm missiles were fully loaded. His battery power was still at over 80%, more than enough to carry out the mission. Let us go. It's time to show these poachers what the power of technology is all about. Roaring the words, who raised his electromagnetic rifle and was the first to step into the armored vehicle. Seeing this, the other soldiers raised their weapons as well. This was the first time any of them had faced humans from another world. Everyone was a bit excited, even itching to get into the fray. As the convoy sped away from the base, the hunting party, now deep within Hua's territory, chose to come to a halt. Gargel, the team leader, scanned the area, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is this the place? Where we're supposed to retrieve those spheres on the blackboard? Yes, Chief, a scout nodded. He pointed to several spots around them. That's exactly where we found them. These spheres are all hidden away, and there is no sign of any life here. If it weren't for our keen scoutess intuition, we wouldn't have found these hidden items. Oh? Gargel raised an eyebrow. Interesting. It seems this was done on purpose. Could it be the work of the elves? No. They don't have the resources to worry about this area right now. Then who is it? Besides the elves, who else could create something so intricate? Puzzled, Gargel couldn't shake the feeling that something major might be unfolding ahead. But with the limited intelligence they had at the moment, the danger to the entire hunting party would multiply. One misstep could mean total annihilation. They were about to complete their mission and would be leaving the forest in a few days. At such a critical moment, there could be no room for error. With a heavy heart, he ordered the entire group to proceed with caution, keeping a watchful eye out for any suspicious creatures along the way. If they encountered a threat, they were to attack immediately without reporting it first. Upon hearing the leader's orders, a tense atmosphere began to permeate the entire convoy, and their pace slowed. This greatly annoyed the massive crocodile men and toad men. They glanced at Gargel at the front of the group, the disdain on their faces growing ever more obvious. They even whispered sarcastic remarks at every opportunity. Which made Gargel, leading the way at the front, frown deeply. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these two idiots. Ensuring the group's safety was the priority right now. Just as the hunting party was proceeding with extreme caution, the scouts they had sent ahead to dismantle the cameras were gradually being drawn into danger. Several hundred meters away from the scouts, who and his convoy were lying in wait. Snipers from certain units had long since taken up positions equipped with thermal imaging goggles and sniper rifles. They had replaced all their rounds with tranquilizer rounds. Report. Hunter number 1 is ready. Hunter number 2 is also ready. Number 3. A series of radio transmissions confirmed that the snipers had locked onto the stealthy scouts. When who gave the order to fire? The silenced sniper rifles simultaneously fired tranquilizer rounds. A faint whistling sound filled the air as the rounds hurtled toward the scouts, dismantling the cameras at a speed of 900 meters per second. Thwack. What? Feeling as if he'd been pricked by a needle, the scout glanced down. He noticed what looked like a needle with a red tail stuck in his buttocks. Had he been ambushed? Before the scout could think any further, an intense numbing sensation began to spread throughout his body, making him feel as though he'd lost control of his limbs. His entire body gradually went limp, and he slumped against a massive tree branch. All that remained was a muffled murmur from his lips. What a despicable tactic. No sooner had the words left his lips than the scout, still clinging to consciousness, closed his eyes completely. They had no idea what had happened, why hadn't their concealment magic worked. And what exactly was the thing that had ambushed them? Why was it so powerful? With these questions swirling in his mind, the scout's consciousness sank into chaos. Report, all prey has been hunted down. Should we retrieve them? Who heard his subordinate's report and shook his head. No, let them stay up there for now. That group over there is the main prize. Now that the most troublesome scouts have been dealt with, deploy the drones and mechanical wolves. Surround them from all sides. Let us see if these poachers will listen to reason. Yes, sir. The warrior saluted and began organizing the others to operate the unmanned equipment. Soon, the mechanical wolves leaped one by one from the armored vehicles and headed into the depths of the forest. As for the drones, they began circling overhead, waiting for who's next orders. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A faint sound echoed through the enchanted forest. Gargel, seated at the front of the vehicle, twitched his ears. And his eyes instantly turned fierce. Stop the vehicle. Everyone, go on high alert. Archers, aim at the bushes, prepare for battle. The group, already on edge, sprang into action upon hearing their leader's furious roar. Even the crocodile man and the toad man did the same, one wielding a massive axe, the other sticking out his long tongue, standing on either side of the convoy like guardian deities. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Gak 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 gak, is a bloody battle finally about to begin? I can't wait. Qua qua, I wonder if it'll be something tasty. I'm getting a little hungry. Just as Gargel was about to give the order to attack, a buzzing sound suddenly echoed from high above the forest, instantly scattering everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw several black dots darting rapidly through the forest. They soon reached the position directly above the convoy. Staring at those oddly shaped iron birds, everyone froze in unison for a moment. What is that? Iron birds flying in the air? And they have 4 wings? Why aren't their wings flapping, yet they can fly and even hover in place? Before the group could recover from the shock of the drone's appearance, mechanical wolves and tigers began emerging one after another from the already rustling grass. Their black muzzles were aimed directly at the entire convoy. In the blink of an eye, the hunting party found themselves surrounded. Damn it, what's going on? What were the scouts doing? An enraged Gargel slammed his fist hard against the convoy's metal cage. They hadn't expected that despite being so cautious, they'd still fall into a trap. Looking at these strange metal contraptions, could they be part of the same group as that sphere? Could it be that some new fantastical creature has emerged in this enchanted forest? Like the ones right in front of them? Warning, you have entered Huagua territory. Please lower your weapons and cooperate with the investigation. The sudden announcement in the common tongue of the Great Road shocked everyone in the convoy once again. Lulu leader, that iron bird actually spoke. What kind of magical creature is it? Should we capture him and take him back? We definitely get a lot of money for him. Shut up. Gargel kicked the henchman who'd come up with that lousy idea, knocking him to the ground. He grabbed him by the collar and demanded menacingly. Can't you hear what he is saying? We've entered another country's territory. Another country? That doesn't make sense. This is the enchanted forest, it's elven territory. Where would another country come from? Besides, there was nothing here before we arrived. How could a country just pop up in a matter of months? The henchman, clutching his stomach, struggled to speak up in his defense. How should I know? Gargel let go of him and fixed a grave gaze on the drone. Looks like our scouts have been wiped out. These hunk of metal might be trouble we'll need. Trouble? There's nothing this big shot isn't afraid to take on. Before Gargel could finish his sentence, the crocodile man, his body glowing orange-yellow, hurled his massive axe, which shimmered with runes. The entire axe spun like a boomerang, instantly cleaving all the nearby drones in half. Wait, Gargel, who was a split second too slow, could only watch helplessly as the drones exploded in midair. One deafening boom followed another. Damn it! He hadn't even gathered specific intel on the enemy yet, and this combat-obsessed idiot had already come out to mess things up. Now that things had come to this, he had to strike first and play along with the situation. He couldn't give the enemy a chance to react. Otherwise, he might face unknown retaliation. With that in mind, Gargel let out a shout and decisively issued his orders. Archers, take aim at the remaining iron birds and shoot them all down. Everyone else, attack the iron dogs on the ground. Yes, sir. From the well-prepared convoy, arrow after arrow flew toward the drones in the sky, And even the mechanical wolves on the ground came under heavy fire from the others. In the distance, who, sitting inside an armored vehicle, watched the scene unfold, his expression growing increasingly grave. So these natives have decided to take action after all. Just as expected, they're nothing but despicable poachers. They might even be involved in human trafficking. There's no need to spare the lives of scum like this. Remote control team, switch to attack mode and eliminate the intruders. Rescue the fantastical creatures in the convoy. Yes, sir. As the new orders were issued, the drones which had been on standby along with the mechanical wolves and tigers, launched their attacks simultaneously. The drones used their agile maneuvering to dodge the archers' attacks. Whenever an opening presented itself, they would close in and detonate. This sent the convoy into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the mechanical wolves and tigers turned into battlefield reapers, mowing down anyone who rushed in for close combat with their mounted firearms, turning them into Swiss cheese and killing them instantly. This overwhelmingly one-sided turn of events sent a chill down Gargel's spine. He had just taken out 2 drones and 3 mechanical wolves. He hadn't expected these hulking machines to be slow to react, yet their weapons were so terrifying. If it weren't for his speed, which had allowed him to ambush a few of them early on, he might well have been killed by that barrage of fire. No, those magical creatures were still in the convoy. They couldn't die. Roar! Gargel bellowed. The wolf totem runes on his face suddenly glowed, and his entire body began to swell visibly as red fur sprouted, quickly transforming him into a massive, humanoid red werewolf with sharp fangs and long claws. Made Gargel look ferocious and terrifying at that moment, as if a giant wolf had taken on a spirit form, or like the tiger vanguard from Journey to the West. Just then, the giant werewolf's ears twitched. He turned his head slightly, dodging a sneak attack from a mechanical wolf. Seizing the momentum, he spun around, grabbed the nearby truck, and raised it in front of him like a shield, transforming himself into a battlefield bulldozer. He plowed through all the less agile mechanical wolves and tigers in his path, finishing them off in the process and destroying them all. Seeing their leader's actions, the survivors' eyes lit up one by one, and they all followed suit. They joined forces to topple cargo vehicles, using them as shields to alleviate the pressure from the relentless barrage of fire. Taking advantage of the moment, they launched counterattacks to take down the drones preparing to self-destruct. In this regard, the humans from this alternate world were far superior to those from Blue Star. They were actually capable of shooting down fast-flying drones with bows and arrows. Unfortunately, there were simply too many drones. This was merely a drop in the bucket. Sooner or later, they'd still be blown to bits. Just then, inside the shield formed by the trucks, a blood-soaked old man with a white beard pulled a magic scroll from his robe. His pale face was devoid of any color, yet he gazed resolutely at the object in his hand. I never thought the last one would have to be used here. Dullness Realm, activate. The scroll, radiating a purple glow, was activated. A magical array 4 or 5 meters in size materialized out of thin air, emitting concentric rings of light that quickly swept across the entire battlefield. Anything it touched instantly slowed down to a crawl. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. Even drones flying through the air and fired bullets could now be tracked with the naked eye. As for the members of the hunting party, who were also within the field's range, they remained completely unaffected. This was because each of them wore an iron plaque engraved with magical runes around their waists. This allowed them to move freely even within the sluggishness field. Quick! Everyone who is still alive, attack! Gargel, transformed into a red werewolf, hurriedly issued the order. He knew the scroll wouldn't last much longer. The attack had been so sudden that the other mages in the team hadn't had time to react. Many had been killed on the spot, and now only the strongest one remained, barely clinging to life. So they couldn't waste this hard-won opportunity. They needed to quickly eliminate the enemies and then focus all their efforts on healing their wounds. Hearing their leader's command, the others clutched their wounds, enduring excruciating pain as they launched a frenzied assault on the now slowed-down drones and mechanical wolves. The most ruthless attackers were the Crocodile Man and the Toad Man. Due to their massive sizes, they were targeted particularly hard. Now, their bodies were riddled with bullet holes. If not for their formidable defenses, the bullets would have lodged deep within their muscles. They would have long since been riddled with holes by the intense fire. But even so, having so many bullets lodged in their bodies caused them immense suffering, and their tempers flared completely. One swung a runic great axe, while the other lashed out with his runic inscribed tongue, completely destroying every piece of equipment used to attack them. Huff, huff, huff. The white-bearded mage, leaning on his staff, began to pant heavily. Beads of sweat trickled down his pale face, and his gaze gradually grew blurry. No, I can't go on. I never thought that I, a grand mage, would meet my end here today. What a disgrace. The wizard, struggling to hold on, finally buckled under the strain. He let go and slowly collapsed. At that moment, the stasis field maintained by the scroll suddenly collapsed, and the flow of time instantly returned to normal. The destroyed mechanical wolves and drones exploded simultaneously. The scene was filled with flames and smoke. Crash! Inside the armored vehicle, who punched a dent in the wall beside him. His face darkened. He truly hadn't expected these poachers' tactics to be so incredible. Not to mention their formidable physical defense, every single one of them was far more physically capable than humans on Earth, especially those who could transform, and the non-human ones, they were practically like little tanks. On top of that, they could use magic scrolls to create some kind of slowing field. This turned all air and ground units into sitting ducks, leaving them powerless to do anything but watch as they were wiped out. Sure enough, you can't underestimate anyone. Suddenly, the alarm inside the vehicle sounded. Warning, warning. A target is rapidly approaching. Should we activate the onboard fire control system? Startled awake, Who quickly glanced at the screen. He saw that the red werewolves, crocodile men, and toad men were rushing toward them at full speed. He had no idea how they discovered the hidden convoy. Just moments ago, after the sluggishness field had been lifted, Gargel, in his werewolf form, picked up a piece of wreckage and sniffed it intently. In that instant, his pupils contracted. In his vision, a red trail stretched into the distance, guided by the information provided by his keen sense of smell. He knew that whatever had attacked them was coming from that direction. Humph. You've inflicted such heavy losses on my team, yet you've sneaked off and hidden yourself. Today, no matter who you are, you'll pay the price for this. His rage was fully ignited, and what little reason he had left had been replaced by the instincts of the beast he had transformed into. He wanted to destroy his opponent right now and exact his revenge. Roar! A massive roar echoed through the ruined battlefield. The red werewolf crouched low and instantly charged toward a specific spot. The ground erupted in a cloud of dirt as a result. The crocodile man and toad man, who had been digging for bullets, noticed this. They exchanged a glance and gave chase simultaneously. The golden toad man extended his long tongue, hooked it onto a branch of the ancient sky tree, and swung toward his target like a swing. Meanwhile, the crocodile man, wielding a giant axe, gathered his strength and hurled it forward. As the axe spun around and returned, he decisively leaped onto it, using it as a platform to give chase. It looked just like flying on a sword. Their sudden charge triggered the alarm on Hua's side. One after another, the vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns simultaneously locked onto the approaching enemies. Sending shivers down the spines of the three men, who had already witnessed these weapons' power firsthand, they knew all too well just how terrifying they were. If they were caught in a barrage of fire, death would be their only fate. Agile as they were, they temporarily abandoned their attack and charged toward the giant tree together, using it as cover to evade the machine gun fire. The red werewolf looked at the two who had followed him, made a few hand signals to them, and then sprinted off in one direction. The crocodile man and the toad man exchanged a glance and also split up, heading in two different directions. The three otherworldly creatures vanished from the armored vehicle's field of view. Since the scouts had previously destroyed most of the surveillance cameras, Hua's convoy temporarily lost sight of them. However, he knew those three were now bloodthirsty and wouldn't give up. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a barrage of loud noises erupted, and the moving armored vehicle slammed on its brakes. Ahead, a large number of tree branches 1 or 2 meters thick rained down from the sky, blocking their path. In other directions as well, similar rumbling sounds could be heard through the armored vehicle's external cameras, who realized they had become sitting ducks. Those three had extensive jungle combat experience and understood their own weaknesses. They also understood what their advantages were here. That was for the best. It would prevent the aftermath of the battle from accidentally harming the magical creatures. Let us take care of these three most troublesome opponents right here. With that in mind, Hu, wearing his exoskeleton, leaped out of the armored vehicle and ordered, "All vehicles, activate the Skynet defense system. Snipers and gunners, stand by. If the enemy dares to show their heads, annihilate them." "Yes, sir." 10 armored vehicles sprang into action simultaneously, forming a circle and using the vehicles as a defensive wall. Guns protruded from the windows of every armored vehicle, while others shouldered rocket launchers, waiting for the enemy to show their faces so they could deliver a fatal blow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One by one, sharpened tree branches were flung from the once quiet forest, hurtling toward the convoy like spears. Upon seeing this, the people inside the vehicles not only showed no fear but began searching for the enemy's whereabouts. Just as the branch spears were hurled, the snipers locked onto a fleeting figure. With a bang, the red-haired werewolf who had ambushed the convoy was hit. A chunk of flesh was torn from his arm by the sniper rifle, leaving a large hole that was now gushing blood. Gargel, clutching his wound, looked utterly shocked. What terrifying firepower, far more powerful than those iron dogs. If that had hit the head, it would have been an instant kill. No, we absolutely cannot engage in direct combat. Gurgle, gurgle. The flesh around the bleeding wound began to churn, and the gaping hole quickly healed. Gargel moved his arm, now as good as new, and felt grateful that he had inscribed the werewolf runes. Without the werewolf's terrifying regenerative ability, that hit would have left him practically crippled. Now, he can only hope that his earlier attack had been effective. With great caution, Gargel climbed along the back of the giant tree to a different spot. He slowly poked his head out and stole a glance at the commotion below, wanting to see if his spears had pierced the iron box. But when he looked down, he froze in place. What? How is that possible? Those spears have turned into black lines? What kind of magic is this? This sudden shock to his mind had dire consequences. A sniper from the convoy locked onto him once again. A spinning armor-piercing bullet streaked toward him at breakneck speed, sending a chill down Gargel's spine in an instant. In the face of imminent death, his entire body unleashed its latent potential. His head, which had been perfectly still, shifted slightly to the side by a few centimeters. Those few centimeters were all it took to save him from being shot in the head on the spot. Even so, the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet still tore apart half of Gargel's face and ear. Ugh! I let my guard down. I shouldn't have lost my focus, he said, clutching his face, his mind, which had been consumed by bestial thoughts, finally returning to normal. What do we do? These strange human tactics that suddenly appeared are too bizarre. Our attacks are being blocked, but we can't defend against theirs. We have no choice but to rely on speed to dodge and advance. If this keeps up, we'll be wiped out sooner or later. Looks like I'll have to let those two idiots down. With that thought, Gargel glanced toward where his other two companions were hiding. He cautiously made his way over through the gaps between the trees. Hey, Crocodile, Toad. Now that we've cornered these humans, keep harassing them with branches. I'll head over to the convoy to rally the survivors and have them flank them from below. Then we'll work together from the inside and outside to take them down. Ha! That sounds like a lot of trouble. I was hoping to just use my throwing axes and chop them all in half. Yeah, ribbit. I also wanted to sneak attack them from above with my tongue and see if their weapons are faster than my tongue. Listening to their arrogant ramblings, Gargel had already sentenced them to death in his heart. How much trouble could he have avoided if these two idiots hadn't been causing trouble along the way? The fact that things had come to this was entirely due to their stupidity. Since these two were so eager to die, he hoped they'd at least buy him some more time. All right. You're both seasoned warriors with your own experience. Go ahead and give it your all. I'm not going to play hunter with you anymore. I need to reorganize the convoy and tend to the wounded. Goodbye. Without looking back, Gargel leaped swiftly through the branches, quickly leaving the area and returning to the severely depleted convoy. Here, the ground was littered with figures writhing in agony. Some had been shot in the legs, others in the arms, and still others in the chest. Most were wounded to some degree, while many were already dead. Seeing this grim scene, a dark cloud settled over Gargel's heart. He had to get the magical creatures out of here immediately, otherwise, once reinforcements from those mysterious humans arrived, they'd be trapped. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Those still alive, get the convoy organized, we're leaving right now. Abandon all the critically wounded and the trucks, leave only the magical creatures behind. Get as far away from this area as possible. The men who received the orders glanced at their critically wounded comrades, their eyes showing not a trace of reluctance. In their line of work, you had to be cold-hearted and ruthless, otherwise, you couldn't make this kind of money. The once massive convoy was now reduced to just 2 or 3 big and small cats. They herded the surviving giant watermelon beetles, forcing them to pull the cages which had transformed into wheel-like forms, and began rolling at top speed. They fled frantically toward the east. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed through the forest, and Gargel, still in battle form, glanced back. He saw, amid the flames, those metal boxes charging out once more. They were chasing after them at an even faster pace. Damn it, those two good-for-nothings were useless after all. They couldn't even hold out for this short while. Let us rewind a bit. Right after Gargel slipped away, who had already made his next move. He knew the enemy was extremely cunning and wouldn't show themselves again so easily, so to avoid wasting time, he first ordered the warriors to launch smoke grenades to obscure the enemy's vision. Then, piloting his exoskeleton, he set out alone to locate the enemy. Soon, he spotted the Toadman and Crocodile Man hiding atop the trunk of a giant celestial tree. They looked down at the smoke-filled scene below, unsure of what was happening. They were debating whether to jump down and launch a surprise attack. Maybe they could take them out in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, though their plan sounded good, it was already too late. Who had already climbed the giant tree, was locking onto the two with his electromagnetic rifle and swarm missiles. Click! A faint sound rang out. The fastest electromagnetic rifle opened fire first, firing thousands of tiny metal fragments per minute. The dense barrage instantly struck the Crocodile Man's massive head. In slow motion, his scalp first burst open, then shrapnel embedded itself in his skull, and finally, unable to withstand the continuous assault, his skull shattered with a thud. A massive spray of red and white substance splattered everywhere, covering the Toadman's entire body and face. Before the Toadman could even react, he had already been subjected to a merciless barrage of missiles. All 20 swarm missiles struck both of them directly. They blew these two inhuman creatures right off the tree and onto the ground. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, neither the Crocodile Man nor the Toadman had a single intact body part left, only scattered fragments remained here and there. They were clearly dead beyond any doubt. SSS. Report. A red werewolf has appeared at the target location and is attempting to seize the magical creature transport vehicle. Who had raised his visor, glanced in the distance and instantly understood everything. These two left behind were likely sacrificial pawns, meant to buy time. He couldn't let the enemy's plan succeed. Give chase. Blow up the obstacles ahead. Yes, sir. The armored vehicles, which had been arranged in a circle, realigned into a straight line. A soldier carrying a rocket launcher fired without hesitation, obliterating the branches blocking the path. The entire convoy charged forward in the glow of the fire. As for Hu himself, he took advantage of the moment the convoy surged past to dig his exoskeleton-clad hand into the bark of a large tree and slide down it. Once he reached a certain height, he leaped without hesitation onto the roof of an armored vehicle. He then joined the entire convoy in pursuit of their target. It's hard to make a move here, we might hurt the magical creature. Hu, perched on the roof, glanced at the terrain and began issuing orders through his helmet. Vehicles 2, 3, and 4 flank from the left. Vehicles 5, 6, and 7 flank from the right. Prioritize protecting the magical creature. Sasa. Roger that. The armored convoy, which had originally been in a straight line, suddenly split off into 6 vehicles. Forming a flanking maneuver from both sides, they caught up to the fleeing hunters. This sent chills down the hunters' spines, leaving them to attack wildly. Unfortunately, when arrows and debris flew their way, they were all rendered harmless by cheap special effects. What kind of defense is this? There are no magical rune fluctuations, nor any magic circles. What on earth are they? Despair had already begun to take root in the hearts of the panicked hunting party. For the first time, they felt powerless against their enemy, as if there were no way to strike back. They were completely and utterly outmaneuvered. Sizzle, listen up, the team up ahead, stop the convoy immediately and surrender. We treat prisoners humanely. The sudden announcement in the common tongue of the continent startled the already terrified hunting party. As they looked at the metal boxes lining both sides of the road, doubt began to creep into their hearts. Should they give it a try? Maybe they could survive after all? Idiots! Can you really trust the enemy's words? Gargel, standing at the front of the lead vehicle, roared as he turned around, pointing at the vehicles on either side that were surrounding them but not attacking. Who knows if we'll be executed after we give up resistance? Are you really going to trust these strange creatures? Hearing their leader's rebuke, the surviving members of the hunting party all turned to look at who on top of the armored vehicle. That bizarre outfit and mechanical assembly, combined with the metal boxes racing below, certainly didn't inspire much trust. Surrendering might well lead to a grim fate. Better to take their fate into their own hands. Gargel, at the front of the convoy, breathed a huge sigh of relief upon seeing morale restored. He watched the armored convoy hot on their heels and realized escape was hopeless. Sooner or later, they'd be intercepted. In that case, he'd have no choice but to leverage the reputation of the boss behind him. Hey, friends, we're under the command of the Border Duke of the Kingdom of Mosin. We just had a bit of an unpleasant incident due to a misunderstanding, which resulted in losses on both sides. Now, back off immediately and let me get this cargo back safely. Otherwise, this matter will be escalated to the national level. Gargel, trying to use the Border Duke's name to intimidate them, hoped the pursuers would stop out of fear of the Border Duke. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Who, standing on the roof of the vehicle, merely raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He ordered the convoy to issue another warning. Convoy ahead, stop immediately. You are suspected of poaching fantastical creatures. If you continue to resist, you will be eliminated by force. I repeat, eliminated by force. Damn it, Gargel hadn't expected the other side to be so stubborn they wouldn't even give the Border Duke any face. Could they really be from some kind of country? Wagwa? He'd never even heard of it. What on earth was going on in this fantasy forest? How could things have changed so drastically in just a few months? With his mind in a complete jumble, he felt as if he'd been backed into a corner. He could only frantically think of a countermeasure, attempting to salvage the mission on the brink of failure. He had no choice, he couldn't fail. Failure meant certain death. There was no such thing as being taken prisoner. The werewolf totem magic rune bestowed upon him by the Border Duke would take his life once the time limit expired. So even if he wanted to surrender, he couldn't. He'd simply be remotely extracted and killed while still in prison. Such was the tragedy of having no choice. Looks like they're not planning to surrender. Who glanced at the distance between the two sides? His entire body began to lean forward, and his exoskeleton started operating at full capacity. Snipers, coordinate with me. Take out the enemy with a single, decisive shot. Leave no possibility for them to harm the magical creatures. Yes, sir. The snipers inside the vehicle responded in unison, all aiming their barrels at the defeated remnants of the enemy force. With a loud boom, who leaped out of the armored vehicle. He grabbed the iron cage engraved with runes, gave it a mighty shove with both hands, and flipped it 360 degrees, landing heavily on top of the cage. What? He actually jumped over here? Quick, engage the enemy. The panicked hunting party drew their swords and leaped onto the cage, but before they could even begin to swing their weapons, they were met by Hu's electromagnetic rifle and swarm missiles. Fearing that his firearms might accidentally harm the fantastical creatures below, Hu used the two weapons on his back as metal rods. With their hard material and tremendous force, he smashed the weapons right out of their hands and, in the same motion, struck them in the face. Their faces caved in, and they were sent spinning out of the convoy, their fate unknown. Seeing this, the others grew even more wary. If they hadn't been injured, they would have been confident they could go toe-to-toe with this strange fellow. But now, every one of them was injured. Some hadn't even managed to remove the bullets lodged in their bodies. How were they supposed to take on this ironclad guy? Bang! 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 Showing no mercy whatsoever, Hu harnessed the exoskeleton's immense kinetic energy to charge headlong into the enemy ranks, using the two iron arms on his back as both shields and weapons. He blasted all the wounded men off the cage. Finally, they had rescued the first prison wagon holding the fantastical creatures, completing part of their mission. Wagon 7, provide cover for this prison wagon. I'm going to rescue the other fantastical creatures. Roger that, replied Wagon 7, which was following closely behind the hunting team. They began to gradually force the prison wagon to a stop, slowing it down to ensure the safety of the creatures inside. Meanwhile, Hu had already jumped onto the next prison wagon, was dealing with the guards on board. You bastards! Why are you cornering us like this? Do you really want a final showdown? Gargel, in the lead wagon, could take it no longer. If the magical creatures were all rescued and the mission failed, he'd be doomed even if he managed to escape back. Rather than face that, he might as well fight to the death. That way, even if he died in battle, his family would be spared. They wouldn't be dragged down because he was still alive. With a resolute heart, he abandoned the vehicle, leaped decisively onto the cage, and charged rapidly toward Hu was wreaking havoc at the rear. Bang! Sizzle! Sparks flew everywhere as the sharp claws scraped against the thick tungsten steel alloy arm, creating a shower of sparks. 3 deep gouges were left on the surface. Both sides were momentarily taken aback. One hadn't expected the steel to be so hard it couldn't be torn apart. The other hadn't expected the opponent to be able to scratch the exoskeleton. Looks like this is going to be a tough nut to crack ×2. Hu glanced down at the cage below when the werewolf had charged just now. Its immense force had already caused the cage to warp slightly. He couldn't get into a prolonged struggle with the opponent right here on top of the cage. He needed to get it down. Ha! What's the matter? Thinking about how to get me down, are you? I've already figured it out. You gave up your biggest advantage in long-range attacks because you were afraid of hurting these cute little guys, weren't you? Otherwise, I'd have been killed long ago by that terrifying weapon. Having figured everything out, Gargel broke into a bloodthirsty grin. His mouth full of fangs gleaming with a deep, icy light. He clearly intended to kill the fantastical creatures inside the cage at the slightest provocation. Give up the fight. Your struggle is pointless now. It'll only make your end more miserable. Hearing Hu's plea, Gargel remained unmoved. He clasped his palms together like claws, intending to kill one of the fantastical creatures first to make his opponent hesitate. By then, he might be able to use it as leverage to escape this terrifying place. Suddenly, a familiar sense of mortal danger washed over him, the feeling of being locked onto by that weapon. Gargel, his heart racing, quickly turned his head and narrowly dodged a red flash that streaked past. What was that? It didn't seem to be the same kind of attack as before. Before he could figure it out, Hu had already seized the moment while Gargel was momentarily stunned, grabbed him, and rolled off the iron cage transport. The man and the wolf tumbled across the grass together. Damn it, you ambushed me again. You're such a bunch of cowards. Hu got back to his feet and shrugged nonchalantly. Surrender. You don't stand a chance. If you put up a last-ditch resistance, I can't guarantee the consequences. The red werewolf wiped the dirt from his face and glanced at the iron box surrounding him. The weapons that posed a deadly threat to him were now all aimed at him. At that moment, he understood. Ha ha, so that's how it is. I've failed. But being captured isn't the ending I wanted. Death is. As he uttered those final words, Gargel charged headlong toward Who without hesitation. Completely disregarding the dark muzzles of the guns, at that very moment, he only wanted to end it all as quickly as possible. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire rang out, and one tranquilizer round after another struck the red werewolf's body. An intense numbing sensation instantly swept through his entire body. In that split second, he realized, the red flash that had just attacked him was this. No wonder it felt different. Thud! A steel-clad fist slammed hard into Gargel's face. This completely robbed him of his last shred of mobility, leaving him to collapse to the ground, trembling slightly. Who walked over and glanced at him. What are you playing at? Your fate isn't up to you, it's up to us. Take him away and lock him up. Find out exactly who this border duke is. Yes, sir. Several soldiers stepped forward, binding Gargel, who had already reverted from his transformed state, tightly, even using alloy chains. They were afraid he might break free once he regained consciousness. As for the prisoner transport vehicles that had been driven by the giant insects, they too came to a halt after being intercepted by several armored vehicles. Now, not a single member of the hunting party remained on board. They had all been beaten off by Who, and their fate was unknown. Only those abstract, fantastical creatures remained inside the iron cages. What on earth are these? Ducks? Or penguins? Standing before the prison wagons, Who finally had time to examine the rescued fantastical animals, staring at their dead fish-like eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of mockery in them, which really annoyed him. It felt as if he rescued them for nothing. Never mind. He'd take them back to base first and ask Princess Shirley later to find out what kind of creatures they were. Reporting, a soldier jogged over and saluted Who. According to information from here and the rear support team, the poachers have been completely eliminated. The total number was 126. 11 survived, including 6 scouts, 1 leader, and 4 foot soldiers. The remaining 115 were all killed. Okay, I got it, Who nodded. Have the reinforcements from the rear transport these vehicles back, along with those few living giant bugs? Yes, sir. The soldier saluted again and hurried off to assign the tasks. A dozen or so minutes later, large numbers of logistics personnel appeared simultaneously at both battlefields and began collecting the wreckage in bodies. The surviving poachers were bound tightly and their injuries treated. They were loaded onto ambulances and transported back to base to await interrogation. As for the magical creatures and the watermelon beetles, they were hauled away by the newly arrived trucks. Under Who's attentive escort, they soon arrived at the base. Reporting, Chan, the mission is complete. Who jumped down from the armored vehicle and saluted. Good. Good work. Take your team and get some rest. Shen stepped aside to clear the way. He allowed the 10 armored vehicles to return smoothly to the barracks to inspect the damage to their equipment. Princess Shirley, do you recognize these white creatures? Shen withdrew his gaze and looked toward the second convoy. Lo and behold, the vehicles were carrying none other than magical creatures. I have a vague memory of them. Shirley tilted her head, then clapped her dragon-like hands as if she just remembered something. I remember now, I think they're some kind of weapon of war. They're said to be the White Reapers of the battlefield, a presence that strikes fear into everyone's hearts. I never expected to see a live one today. The White Reaper? I really wouldn't have guessed. Chen stroked his chin, feeling that aside from their abstract appearance, these creatures seemed quite harmless. But this was a different world, nothing could be judged by ordinary standards. Just then, Zay, standing nearby, pushed up his glasses. Chen, I feel like I've seen this creature before too, but I can't quite place where. What? You have a vague memory too? Chen's eyes widened at this. That shouldn't be possible. How could Zay possibly have a memory of this? All the species here are new. That's right, I've definitely seen it before and on Blue Star, no less. I can't remember the specifics, though. It was probably on TV or online. We'll need to find someone who is always online. Maybe they'll be able to recognize it. Someone who is online a lot? Chen paced back and forth thoughtfully for a few steps. I've got it. We happen to have just the right kind of idle people at our base. I'll go get them right now. A few minutes later. At the teleportation gate, two swaying figures walked toward them at a leisurely pace. Zay glanced over and realized these two were exactly like him. They were both special individuals with anomalous traits. One of them was Masai, whose face was pixelated. He was wearing special glasses and casual clothes. The other was Kadun, who moved in choppy, stuttering bursts every few steps. He'd suddenly freeze, and by the time you looked again, he'd already appeared further ahead. Chen, are you looking for us? Stutter, who had suddenly frozen in place, felt a twinge at the corner of his eye. He hated his current state with a passion. That's right, I'm looking for you too, Chen nodded firmly upon seeing them approach. Come on, take a look. Have you ever seen a creature like this before? A creature? The curious pair looked in the direction Chen was pointing. Inside some iron cages carved with runes lay numerous white creatures. They looked completely at ease, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. At that moment, they were picking at their non-existent nostrils, staring at the group with dead fish eyes. Holy shit, this is, Stutterer said, his expression filled with excitement, unable to form a complete sentence. He could only stutter back and forth. It was as if his head were flickering, leaving afterimages in its wake. The others were speechless at the sight, but Shirley's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It was as if she'd found a new toy. Just then, the shy Masai spoke up. This creature looks a lot like Elizabeth from the anime Gintama. They're at least 90% alike. Though whether that's actually the case is still up for debate. Exactly, that's what I was going to say, Colton, who had finally managed to get his words out, quickly chimed in. Upon hearing their remarks, Zay realized why the creature looked familiar. It turned out this creature bore a striking resemblance to a character from the anime. He must have come across it by accident while browsing online. But was this a coincidence, or was it inevitable? Chen was also lost in thought. He wanted to figure out the reason behind it as well. Oh, right, Kelton suddenly remembered something. Based on our observations over the past month, many situations in this alternate world resemble those in movies and anime. This isn't the single-dimensional fantasy you've been studying at all. It feels like the fantasy novels you've been reading are heading in the wrong direction. Oh? Please elaborate, Shin said, his interest piqued. Okay, arg, it's glitching again. Let him talk, said Kelton, somewhat annoyed, as he turned his head away and fell silent. Ahem, here's the thing, said Masai, taking over the conversation and explaining to everyone. For example, the mimetic blue monkey we encountered, its abilities are similar to the wolf pack in Cute Babies Everywhere, and it also communicates like the monkey tribe in the Croods. As for that candy-loving dragon, it's very much like a creature from Culinary Captives, or perhaps Fairy Tale World or something like that. The existence of these creatures shares similarities with those in movies and anime. It's hard to believe this is a coincidence. After listening to Masai's explanation, Chan and Zay both looked a bit more somber. None of them had much time to watch these movies and TV shows. Most of their time was spent on their careers. This was true for almost everyone in the base. Only these two had been ordinary people before and had plenty of free time. That was why they made such a basic mistake. No, they needed to make up for it immediately. With that in mind, Chen took out his special phone and began issuing orders. First, he ordered copies to be made of all existing films, TV shows, and anime, then established a dedicated analysis team to analyze and categorize the content. Next, he activated undercover agents stationed in various countries, instructing them to secretly monitor the creators and keep tabs on their every move. This was especially true for works like Gintama, The Croods, and Monster Baby Frenzy that had already appeared. They needed to be given special attention. If necessary, they would be secretly brought here to cooperate with the investigation and so on. Once all orders had been issued, Chen turned his gaze back to the cage. Princess Shirley, what are these fantastical creatures called? Can we communicate with them? Ha! Shirley, who had been studying the stasis ability, released the stasis and bounded over, her dragon tail swishing back and forth behind her. Ask them yourself. I think they're called ISA orcs. They're an intelligent species, so they can communicate. But since they're locked up in an anti-magic cage, they probably don't have the energy to talk. I see, Chen said, understanding. Logistics, come here. Open the cages and let these ISA orcs out. Yes, several staff members took the keys they searched on Gargel and unlocked the cages engraved with the magic suppressing field. But when the cages opened, the white ISA beasts didn't come out. Instead, they lay there leisurely, as if they didn't care about anything. Princess Shirley, what is going on? Why aren't they coming out? Shirley, having been asked, thought for a moment. I guess they must be hungry. After all, these guys have been imprisoned here and probably haven't been eating properly. Plus, their diet consists only of alcohol or fruits that explode. That means they have next to no food. Hearing this, Chen and Zay exchanged glances, then turned their gaze toward Moss and Colton. Hey, why are you looking at me? Colton, who had just managed to shake off Shirley's pestering, quickly waved his hands. I don't know much about them either. Even though their names sound a bit like Elizabeth S., they're definitely not the same species. Gintama is a parody anime. It's totally out there, you know. Seeing that Colton had stumbled again, Moss took the lead. Exactly. Some people even joke that they're the author's alter egos, that if you pull up their suits, you'll reveal legs covered in thick leg hair. If you suspect there's a connection to Gintama, you can try pulling them up to see. Chen and Zay looked away, realizing they wouldn't get any answers. But asking them to pull up each other's skins? Better not, that would be way too rude. I see. In that case, logistics, go get me some booze to help these Elizabeth beasts recover their strength. Well, the logistics officer looked flustered. Chen, drinking isn't allowed at our base. Where would we even get alcohol? Why don't we go out and buy some? Alright, go ahead and buy some. We'll probably need it later anyway. By the way, we've had some big expenses lately, so let us just buy some cheap alcohol. Every little bit helps. Got it, I'll head out right away. Upon receiving the order, the logistics officer gathered his companions and left the outpost. He instructed some personnel on standby outside to begin procuring the alcohol Chen needed. An hour later, a train traveling undercover arrived at the Anomaly Bureau headquarters, and carload after carload of alcohol was unloaded. Most of it was beer, erguotu, shoutao, and the like. Not a single bottle of premium liquor was among them. The person in charge of procurement was quite puzzled, wondering if the base was planning some kind of banquet. Reporting, Chen, the alcohol you requested has arrived. The logistics officer who had left earlier drove a forklift over, carrying more than a dozen cases of alcohol. Very good. Put them here. Chen opened a cardboard box, took out a can of beer, and popped the tab with a loud pop. A faint, delicate malt aroma began to waft through the air. The ISA orcs, who had been listless moments before, seemed to have been injected with a stimulant the moment they caught the scent. Every single one of them sprang to their feet instantly. With their distinctive deadfish eyes, they stared intently at the beer can in Chen's hand. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The white creatures in the three cages leaped out simultaneously and quickly surrounded Chen. The warriors, who had been keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings, instinctively raised their weapons upon seeing this. If these strange creatures made any move to cross the line, they would definitely open fire. All right, put your weapons down. Chen, still holding the beer can, stopped the soldiers who were about to attack. He handed the beer to one of the ISA orcs. Here you go. You must be hungry. I don't know if it'll suit your taste. The orc took the beer Chen offered, stared at it for a moment, then poured it straight into his mouth. Gulp, Gulp. Burp. A loud burp escaped his mouth, followed by an incredible sight. As the ISA orc made the sound, a strange three-dimensional symbol emerged from his mouth, growing larger and larger until it quickly reached 2 or 3 meters in size. Everyone stared at the symbol, sharing the same feeling. They recognized it as the character for burp. What kind of ability is this? Does it understand language? Before anyone could figure out what was happening, the symbol, which had shot rapidly into the air, began to tremble violently and turn increasingly red. After reaching a certain limit, a massive explosion suddenly rang out from the sky. A fireball blazed in the air like the scorching sun. The blinding light caused everyone to squint and close their eyes slightly. Princess Shirley, what kind of abilities do these ISA beasts actually have? Chen, shielding his eyes with his hand, seized the moment to ask. Shirley, who was also staring at the sky, began searching through her memories. Oh, I remember now. Aren't they called weapons of war or the White Reapers? One of the reasons is because of this ability called verbal assault. As long as they open their mouths to speak, they can fire explosive characters of immense power. It's much simpler and faster than mages chanting spells to cast magic. That's why every country on the continent wants to capture them to control them with magic and turn them into their own weapons of war. However, using this ability depletes the alcohol stored in their bodies. It's said that the higher the alcohol content, the stronger the ability. Unfortunately, this world mostly has mulled beer, with an alcohol content ranging from 4% to 9%. Even their specially brewed exploding fruit wine is only around 15 degrees. Shirley, finally stepping up to the plate, gave a thorough overview of the ISA orcs. Chen felt ashamed after hearing this. These creatures are way too bizarre, aren't they? Their words turn into bombs? They're definitely all talk. What if they drank high-proof alcohol from Blue Star? Just how powerful would that be? Wouldn't they go on a drunken rampage and blow the base to smithereens? With that thought, Chen quickly checked the alcohol content of the beer in his hand. 8 degrees within the normal range. There shouldn't be any major problems. But among this truckload of alcohol, there might be some high-proof varieties. No, he couldn't let the ISA orcs drink it until he fully understood the situation. Otherwise, another explosion would be disastrous. Plus, he'd have to activate the Skynet defense system to temporarily monitor these mysterious creatures and prevent any other accidents. With a plan in mind, Chen began inspecting the alcohol that had been brought over by the forklift. Sure enough, just as he suspected, the shipment contained high-proof ergotu and shoutao. He signaled to the other logistics staff standing nearby with a glance, keep only the beer and take everything else away. Only then did he breathe a huge sigh of relief. Hee, my fellow ISA beastmen brothers, these drinks are specialties of our country, China. Since you're all hungry, please help yourselves. Wearing his translation glasses, Chen took a few steps back, clearing a space where the beer was stacked. The ISA beasts exchanged glances. The one who had drunk the beer stepped forward. He picked up a branch that had just been blown off a tree. Then scribbled something that looked like a mix of characters and symbols. Chen, Zhe, and the others glanced at it and realized that although they didn't recognize the characters, they could understand the meaning. This was likely related to the other party's abilities. You are different from the humans out there. Not only did you save us, but you also provided us with delicious food. This beer tastes even better than the fruit wine we brew ourselves. The ISA beasts will remember your kindness. Not at all, Chen said with a smile. We from Huagua have taken over this responsibility from Elder Blue Monkey. It's our duty to protect the creatures of the enchanted forest from being hunted by outsiders. So when we spot poachers, naturally we have to deal with them. Please don't let this weigh on your minds. The ISA beastman holding the twig paused for a moment. With a blank stare, he carefully scanned his surroundings and indeed noticed many blue monkeys leaping and playing. They didn't view these humans as enemies at all. On the contrary, they were chatting and laughing with the humans, even playfully slapping each other on the cheeks. This clearly matched the other party's description. The Blue Monkey tribe trusted them deeply. I see. Since you've earned the approval of the Blue Monkey elders, that means the fantasy forest has accepted you. We ISA beasts will also become your friends. Upon hearing this, Chen extended his hand, intending to shake the other S in a gesture of friendship. But the ISA beastman didn't understand this custom. When he saw Chen's outstretched hand, only a few exclamation marks floated across his expressionless face. The scene fell silent for a moment. Just as Chen was about to figure out what was going on and offer an explanation, the ISA beastman dropped the wooden stick he was holding, pulled Chen into his arms, and kissed him without hesitation. Muah! This sudden turn of events left Zhe, the dragon princess, and the others completely stunned. Even the warriors standing by were just as bewildered. Should they attack in this situation, or not? They never encountered anything like this before. Once the man and the beast parted, Chen gasped for breath and spat repeatedly. Just then, Shirley seemed to realize something, her eyes widening with a mischievous gleam. Oh, I remember now. In the customs of the ISA beasts, a handshake is a gesture of courtship. Just now, Chen proposed to this ISA beast, and a male one at that. How wonderful, how wonderful! Shirley, gloating, had a sly grin on her face. This made everyone present cringe. Why couldn't this guy just give the full story all at once? He always waited until the crucial moment to blurt out a few sentences. Well, here we go. Is Chen about to end his single life and walk down the aisle? Marrying someone like that would basically spell the end of his life. Cadden, who had the lowest laugh threshold, was already clutching his stomach and laughing hysterically, even crying with laughter. Maze next to him wasn't doing much better. He was struggling to hold back his laughter. Even the soldiers all had strange expressions on their faces. Though they weren't laughing, they felt sympathy for Chen's predicament. The only one present who remained composed was Zhe, watching the man and the beast with the calm demeanor of an old monk. If anyone had been paying close attention, they would have noticed his camera snapping photos and recording video non-stop, intending to capture the scene and save it to send to Chen later as a keepsake. It was also a reminder to himself, so he wouldn't fall into the same trap if he ever encountered other races. Doug. After retching for quite a while, Chen finally regained his composure. He struggled to calm himself down, his face already dark with anger. He miscalculated. The other side simply didn't play by the rules. The customs of this other world were just as bizarre as their appearance. Who would thought that simply extending a hand would be interpreted as a proposal of love? They didn't even give you a chance to back out. He really hadn't hesitated at all. This race was terrifying. The ISA orc, having picked up her staff again, saw the look of utter resistance on Chen's face and wrote on the ground in confusion. What's wrong? Weren't you the one who proposed? To further the relationship between our two tribes, I thought it over for a full 3 seconds and ultimately decided to sacrifice myself to accept your request. So why are you reacting like this now? Are you toying with my resolve? Or are you toying with my feelings? Chen looked at the ISA orc staring him down. Those wide, dead fish eyes made him feel physically queasy. Even he, a veteran of countless battles, felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Brother ISA orc, you've misunderstood. Traditions here in China are a bit different from yours. When we extend our hands, it's to shake hands as a gesture of greeting and friendship. It's not like with you guys, where it means a marriage proposal. I hope you can understand. At that, Chen quickly grabbed Zea's hand and gave it a firm squeeze. See? That's what I mean. The ISA orc, still holding his wooden staff, stared at the two men shaking hands for a long time before finally nodding. Alright, I get it. Although it didn't take our relationship to the next level, if you change your mind, I'd still agree to it for the sake of relations between our two tribes. No, please put that idea out of your mind. Chen waved his hands frantically and pointed to the beer nearby. You must be hungry by now. Let us eat first. Phew. Chen, having narrowly escaped disaster, wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was the first time in his life he'd ever looked so disheveled. He wondered who might have seen him make such a fool of himself. With that thought, he looked up, his face no longer showing any trace of his earlier embarrassment, but instead wearing a warm smile. Ahem, did I just hear some laughter? Did something happen to make everyone so happy? Why don't you tell me so I can have a laugh too? Faced with Chen's questions, everyone fell silent except for Shirley, who foolishly tried to walk right into the line of fire. But Zay, quick on the draw, covered her mouth before she could speak and shook his head at her. He stopped her from doing something stupid. Ha? Why isn't anyone saying anything? Cadden, I remember you were laughing the loudest just now, right? Go ahead and say it. I promise I don't mean anything by it. I just wanted to have some fun with everyone. Sweat was already beading on Cadden's forehead. Looking at Chen's smirking expression, he realized he'd gotten a little too carried away just now. Now he'd triggered death QA mode. One wrong answer, and he might end up getting locked in the black room on some flimsy pretext. His brain racing, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chen, you know my situation. That was just a glitch, not a laugh. Trying hard to pretend he was frozen, Catan kept stuttering and stammering, as if he were having a seizure. For the first time ever, he actually wished he were truly stuck. Seeing him like this, Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. He turned his gaze back to the others. Only after confirming that not a single person had given themselves away did he nod in satisfaction. All right, looks like I misheard it. I hope no rumors get spread around. Otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence, but it left everyone with plenty to imagine. Everyone present understood that anyone who dared to spread rumors about Chen would surely face a grim fate. It would be best to pretend this whole thing never happened. Even who had been walking over from a distance, silently turned around and walked away. Gurgle, gurgle. Shirley, whose mouth was covered by Zay, heard her stomach growl uncontrollably. Watching the orc named Isa guzzling beer, she wanted to try it for herself to see what it tasted like. Unfortunately, Zay refused to let go of her, which frustrated her greatly. Stop fooling around. Kids aren't allowed to drink. Faced with Zay's refusal, Shirley looked thoroughly displeased. Mr. Shack, I'm not a kid anymore. By human standards, I could be your grandmother's grandmother. In short, I'm at the level of many grandmothers. So just let me try that beer and see if it tastes good, okay? No, Zay shook his head firmly. Even if you were my ancestor, you still can't drink. Unless your human form ever reaches that of an adult. Otherwise, in your current form, a girl with a human head and a dragoness body, you're not allowed to drink alcohol in our country, China. Ha? How come? Shirley struggled, her face full of frustration. The more she was denied a taste, the more she wanted it, and her rebellious spirit was gradually stirred. Since she couldn't drink it openly, she might as well find a chance to snag some, then toss in a few gold coins to make it look like she bought it. Hatching her mischievous plan in secret, she suddenly fell silent. This made Zay glance at her in surprise. He knew this little troublemaker was definitely hatching some scheme. But it didn't matter anyway. He'd let Chen worry about the headaches. He certainly couldn't keep this little troublemaker in check. With that in mind, he turned his gaze toward the Isa orcs who were drinking. These creatures, who looked just like the ones in anime, must have other abilities as well. Gulp, gulp. Bottle after bottle of beer was downed by the Isa orcs. Although their faces remained expressionless, judging by the speed at which they drank, they must really enjoy these canned beers. Hey, Shaq, said Colton, who narrowly escaped disaster, as he nudged Zay. He glanced at Chen not far away and whispered. In that anime Gintama, that guy communicates by holding up wooden signs with what they want to say written on them. See if you can get them one of those. Otherwise, constantly writing on the ground with a stick isn't exactly ideal. Zay heard Colton's suggestion and nodded in agreement. You're right. Communicating like this is really a hassle. Could you watch over Shirley for a bit? I'll be right back. Ha? Colton, who had just taken Shirley from her, froze for a moment. Looking into the little tyrant's sparkling eyes, he knew he was in for another round of hassle. What a nightmare. Why did he have to stick his nose in and jump into this mess? He had no intention of becoming her plaything. He'd better get out of here fast. Catan took off like a shot, tossing the dragon princess aside, then ran off in one direction, one stutter at a time. Shirley watched the receding figure, just like a cat fixated on its prey. She set off in pursuit, striding forward on her 4 dragon paws. She had completely forgotten about the beer. An hour later, the ISA beasts had eaten and drunk their fill, and the ground was littered with discarded cans. Each ISA beast patted its round belly with its little white wings. The ISA beast that had communicated with Chun earlier began writing on the ground again. Strange human friends, thank you for your generous hospitality. We haven't had a proper meal in many days. The people from the hunting party were afraid we'd cause trouble, so they only gave us a little bit of alcohol each day to keep us from starving to death. Having written this, more than a dozen ISA beasts simultaneously used their little wings to lift the white hems of their robes. What they had thought were yellow thighs turned out to be human-like, complete with thick leg hair. This made Chen and the others' eyes twitch. Could these not be ISA beasts at all, but rather people in animal skins? Was a real human hidden inside? Or maybe even a middle-aged man? Suddenly, with a plop sound, the ISA beast simultaneously laid an egg that was emitting white smoke. The egg was about 30 centimeters in size, oval-shaped, and white all over. It looked very much like an ostrich egg. My friend, this is the result of our prolonged drinking sessions. It's called an ISA mother egg, and it has the ability to absorb alcohol and split into ISA daughter eggs. The daughter eggs don't split, but they can absorb alcohol to enhance their explosive power. Though the effect isn't as strong as when we drink ourselves, so humans can only use them as standard military consumables. One thing in particular you must remember, the ISA mother egg cannot split indefinitely. They will shatter once they reach their limit. So I hope you'll use this to protect your homeland. Chen looked at the strange symbols written on the ground and realized what that ostrich egg-like object was. It seemed that although this world lacked items like cannons and bombs, it possessed something similar in the form of the ISA mother egg. Was this a form of alternative biotechnology? What an interesting race. With that thought, he burst out laughing. All right, thank you, our ISA orc brothers. We wouldn't be polite enough to refuse such a precious gift. May our friendship last a long time. May our friendship last a long time. This time, the ISA orcs took the initiative to follow Blue Star's customs, extending their wings. Upon seeing this, Chen smiled and shook hands with them. For a moment, the atmosphere between them was warm and friendly. Just then, Zay, who had left earlier, returned, pulling a small cart behind him. Inside were various writing tablets. When Chen and the ISA orcs saw them, their faces lit up with curiosity. Shaq, what on earth have you brought here? Hearing Chen's question, Zay picked up a writing tablet with a handle. Chen, following Catan's suggestion, I quickly made some writing tablets to make it easier to communicate with the ISA orcs. Otherwise, if they just write on the ground with twigs, it's not only hard to read but also a lot of work. You've got a point. Chen agreed, but still asked the question on his mind. So what can these writing pads do? Go ahead and show our ISA brothers. Sure. Watch this. Zay held up the writing pad in his hand and began scribbling on it with his finger. Soon, a passage of black text appeared on the screen. It looked very clear and was highly legible. Immediately afterward, Zay pulled a lever on the side of the tablet, and the text that had been written there vanished instantly, leaving the surface blank and white. Seeing such a marvelous device, the ISA beasts were all thrilled beyond belief, flapping their little white wings vigorously. Thinking back to their lives from birth until now, every time they spoke, they'd unleash a barrage of verbal attacks. That's why they resorted to writing on the ground as their only means of communication. Now they had a new option, these writing tablets right before their eyes. Once they obtained them, communicating would become much easier. They even had a gut feeling that these devices had been created specifically for them. It had to be said these humans were truly ingenious. They managed to develop a new method of communication for them so quickly. Seeing the ISA beast's excitement, Chen's smile grew wider. Having a demand was a good thing. Although he didn't yet know the specific effects of those ISA mother eggs, as long as the other party needed wine in this brand, he would still be able to purchase ISA mother eggs from them in the future. Only when both sides have mutual interests can friendship last. Otherwise, one-sided gifts are simply unreliable. Friend, can you sell these boards to us? Our tribe really needs them. The somewhat anxious ISA beasts hurriedly rode on the ground with sticks. Chen took just one glance and pushed the small cart Zay had pulled over toward them. Oh, not at all. We're all friends here, it's only proper to reciprocate. I won't charge you this time. Take them all and use them. Really? Thank you so much, generous humans. You will always be friends to us ISA beasts. The beastmen who received the writing tablets all imitated Zay, using their own white wings to begin writing characters. One by one, they were having the time of their lives. Dean, what are these white eggs? Zay, who had been watching the spectacle, didn't understand what had just happened. Oh, you're asking about this? They are. Chen explained slowly, repeating the ISA beastmen's explanation. I see. I never imagined there would be such magical eggs in another world. Could I have one later? I'd like to study it. Sure. We have over a dozen of them anyway, so take one. Faced with Zay's request, Chen didn't refuse. He glanced in the direction of the ISA beasts and noticed they were already using the writing tablets with ease. After all, the devices weren't complicated, they were quite simple to operate. Human friend, we have a favor to ask. An ISA beastman walked over, holding a stylus pad. What is it? Go ahead. Chen looked over, puzzled. It's like this, our homeland was destroyed by poachers, and now we've lost our home and our source of alcohol. So we hope to do some odd jobs here to earn enough alcohol to get by. Would that be possible? Chen, having been asked, lowered his head and thought for a moment. Taking this fellow in wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, the outpost's purpose was to serve as a venue for establishing diplomatic relations with multiple nations. It was meant to facilitate communication and provide feedback to Huagua. Military defense was only one of its objectives. Given that, of course, the more races and nations it could welcome, the better. Especially since this was a weapon of war from another world, being able to hire him for just a few drinks was practically a treasure delivered right to their doorstep. With that thought, Chen's face broke into a broad smile. Of course you can. We'll help you with any difficulties, but you mustn't speak aloud inside the base. Otherwise, it could easily lead to accidents. Upon hearing this, the orc named Isa glanced around and nodded in agreement. We understand that. Normally, we seal our mouths to prevent any sound from escaping, and we communicate by writing with our hands. If we hadn't lifted the seal during the battle with the poachers, we wouldn't have made that burping sound just now. The seal has now been reapplied, so there are no safety concerns. Opening her mouth, the beast woman Isa showed Chen the magical runes engraved inside. I see. Alright, then, Chen waved to Hu in the distance. Once Hu had jogged over, he quickly instructed him. Hu, go arrange accommodations for our friends and stock up a few cartloads of beer for their food supply. Remember, make sure to pick a good spot. Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. Hu saluted. He understood what Chen meant. Chen was worried they might lose control, so he was arranging a secluded spot for them to stay. That way, even if something did happen, help would arrive in time. Brother Zay, where are Ketan and the others? Chen turned his gaze back and asked Zay. No idea. They're probably being pestered by that little princess right now. I noticed she is quite interested in the unusual thing on Ketan's body. She won't let up anytime soon. Is that so? It's actually good to distract that little one for a while. It'll keep her from fixating on that alcohol. With that, Chen waved to everyone. Alright, everyone, you may go. A lot has happened today, and we need to handle it right away. The Zhua Airshow on Blue Star starts in a little over 10 days. We'll need to do our part then, too. We need to consolidate all our recent technological advancements so we can flex our muscles in front of other countries. That way, those guys won't keep trying to drag us down. Upon hearing the order, the onlookers all went back to their respective tasks. Even Zay headed to his lab, carrying an ISA mother egg. The entire base sprang into full operation. The cameras damaged by the scouts were reinstalled by engineers dispatched by the logistics department and members of the Blue Monkey Guard. Meanwhile, the captured werewolf leader and other survivors were confined to special cells. Their restraints were all forged from a special alloy, ensuring they couldn't break free even if they transformed. However, since they had all been injected with large doses of anesthetics, it would take at least a day for them to regain consciousness. And so, while the base took inventory of the various items seized from the hunting party, they also began organizing their recent research. This included the redstone batteries and the exoskeleton invented by Zay. Technologies that needed to be showcased at the airshow to intimidate the entire world. I see. These ISA eggs really do have impressive abilities. In the laboratory, Zay put down his experiment. He glanced at the time and realized it was already morning. After a night of research, he had already managed to unlock some of the ISA eggs' abilities. He was just about to head to the outdoor testing area in the enchanted forest to conduct some experiments. Clank! Clank! The heavy, mechanical sound of footsteps scraping against the ground grew louder as they approached. Zay turned around and saw that it was Who. You were looking for me? Zay nodded and pointed toward the lab table. I have a few things here to give you. We need to test them out. Who followed his gaze and saw several magazines of various models and some hand grenades laid out on the lab table, clearly standard issue gear. But knowing this was Zay's work, it was bound to be extraordinary. Out of curiosity, he picked up a magazine and examined it, only to discover that the bullets inside had white tips, not the usual brass ones. What's this? Zay sensed Hu's confusion and kindly offered an explanation. I've actually turned ISA's eggs into bullets. Try this magazine first and see how powerful it is. But be careful, this stuff is dangerous. Who, fiddling with the magazine, looked serious. I understand. I'll be careful when I try it. Let us go, then. The new shooting range probably isn't finished yet, so let us head to another open area to test it out. Zay took the lead and was the first to leave the lab. Who followed closely behind, quickly packing up the magazine, grenades, and other gear. He quickened his pace to catch up with Zay. When the two of them arrived at the outpost, the workers on the job looked surprised. It wasn't often they saw this pair together. Usually, when they appeared at the same time, it meant something exciting was about to happen. Could it be a new invention? Curious, they all turned to watch as the two made their way to a secluded area filled with all sorts of discarded junk. Clearly, it was all junk. Alright, you check your gear and weapons first. I need to report to Chan and request some computing power from the Skynet defense system to protect you. Otherwise, if your gun misfires, you're as good as dead. Oh? Is it that thrilling? Who, his face covered in scars, raised an eyebrow. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he examined the magazines with keen interest. Looks like these white bullets must pack quite a punch. That's really exciting. Click, click. He loaded some magazines into his handgun, others into his submachine gun, and even strapped a grenade to his waist. Shaq, I'm ready. Just give me a moment. After acknowledging the request, Zay used the communication system built into his gear to contact Chan and explain their needs. They quickly reached an agreement. Got it. I'll prioritize safety above all else. After ending the call, he glanced at Hu. All set. Cameras at the base and in part of the forest are already monitoring our movements. There shouldn't be any major incidents. Test the pistol first. Alright, no problem. Hu pulled out the pistol he just loaded and aimed directly at a pile of debris ahead. With a loud bang, the bullet with its white tip spun as it struck the object. The moment they collided, the bullet instantly turned red at a speed invisible to the naked eye and began to crack, with immense energy erupting from within the fissures. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The pile of debris was blown to pieces, leaving a 2-meter-wide crater in its place, billowing with flames and smoke. Such terrifying power left even the well-traveled who speechless. No wonder Zay had just said that a barrel explosion would be certain death. Judging by the bullets in this single magazine alone, if a barrel explosion actually occurred, not only would he be blown to bits on the spot, but the blast would likely affect an area of over 10 meters? And this was just a handgun. What about the submachine gun and the grenades? At this thought, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Hua's forehead. What he was carrying wasn't just weaponry, it was practically a missile strapped to his body, possibly even on the scale of a small nuclear bomb. Not bad, that is quite powerful. Let us try the submachine gun next. Zay, who was recording the data, urged Hu to test the next weapon immediately. Realizing he'd gotten himself into deep trouble, Hu had no choice but to comply. He raised the submachine gun and began mowing down the pile of odds and ends. Boom, boom, boom. The intense, rapid-fire explosions drew everyone's attention. They watched Hu firing the submachine gun, then looked at the pile of odds and ends exploding wildly in the distance. They realized a new kind of weapon had been born. Could it be that from now on, gunfire wouldn't just be tap tap tap, but would shift to boom boom boom? Look at the huge craters left by the barrage. All the clutter on top had been completely blown away. If that hit a person, there would be absolutely nothing left but ashes. From now on, submachine guns might as well be called high-density missile launch. That would better describe what they become. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hu, having emptied his magazine, was panting heavily. That had been incredibly thrilling. He could even feel the hot wind rushing toward him, mixed with the acrid smell of burning debris. Alright, let us move on to the next test. Let me see how powerful that grenade is. Having just calmed down, Hu glanced at Zay, who was taking notes, and asked tentatively, "How powerful is the blast from this thing?" Zay pushed his glasses up with his pen, thought for a moment, and gave a rough estimate. It should have a blast radius of about 100 to 200 meters. The data is incomplete, so take this with a grain of salt. Hearing this, Hua's eye twitched. He looked at the grenade in his hand and felt as though it were a glorious suicide bomb. What sane person could throw a grenade 200 meters? The unit's record was barely over 100 meters. Moreover, the blast radius of a standard grenade was only 10 to 20 meters, yet the one in his hand was 10 times that. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how terrifying Isako's grenade really was. Oh, right. I suggest you activate the boost mode when throwing the grenade, that'll let you throw it farther. Otherwise, it'll affect the base. Hu, fiddling with the grenade, pursed his lips. He really wanted to retort, "You know that, so why make me throw it? You're just letting me walk around with such a dangerous thing strapped to my body like this. If it explodes inside the base, won't everyone go to heaven together?" But complaints aside, Hu began following Zay's instructions. He wanted to see just how powerful this grenade really was. As it happened, the giant trees in that area up ahead needed to be cut down to make way for a training ground for the blue monkeys. He used that spot as his testing ground. After confirming his direction, the exoskeleton on Hua's body began to build up power and pressure. When it reached its limit, he pulled the pin and hurled the grenade with all his might. Whoosh! A black shadow sliced through the sky, rolling resolutely into the enchanted forest, and bouncing several times on the ground. Everyone watching looked on with anticipation, silently counting down in their minds. Finally, the grenade came to a stop 500 meters from the base. And then burst into a blinding light, as if a miniature sun were blooming on the ground. The intense light illuminated the sky above. A massive roar thundered through the heavens and earth, and the shockwave spread wildly in all directions with overwhelming force, mercilessly destroying everything in its path, leaving behind only a 30-meter-wide crater. A massive ancient tree 15 meters in circumference at its base had been shattered, and even the other giant trees surrounding it had been blown at a 40-degree angle by the grenade's force. If the base hadn't activated the Skynet defense system in advance, that shockwave might have swept over them and caused casualties. Everyone who witnessed the grenade's destructive power couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could this thing really rival a missile? The massive commotion drew the rest of the base personnel and the blue monkeys over. They stared at the devastation in the distance, bewildered by what had just happened. Could it be a surprise attack by intruders? Until someone nearby explained the situation that the newcomers realized what had happened. They glanced at the few grenades remaining at Hu's waist and instinctively took a few steps back. With something this deadly, it's best to keep a safe distance. What is going on? What is going on? Why was there such a massive explosion? Chen, rushing in with great haste, arrived at the scene with his entourage. Behind him were Shirley, Massachusetts, Cy, Kelton, and the Beastmen led by ISA. They all looked curiously toward the site of the explosion, wanting to see exactly what had happened. Reporting in, sir. We were testing a new type of weapon, Hu answered Chen's question. However, the explosive power was a bit excessive. Zay should have already briefed you on this. What? This is the weapon you've been testing? No one mentioned it would be this powerful. I could even feel the ground shaking back at the command center. Still shaken, Chen shot the two men a slightly reproachful glance. I don't know either. Ask Shaq, he is the one who came up with this thing using that ISA mother egg of his. Hearing Hu say this, Chen fixed his gaze on Zay. Brother Zay, have you developed a new type of missile? Zay shook his head and pointed to a grenade on Hu's person. No, not exactly. I just added some fragments of the ISA mother egg to the bullets and grenades. ISA eggs? You mean those individuals that split off from the ISA mother egg after it absorbs alcohol? That's right, Zay nodded in confirmation, pushing his glasses up on his nose. After my research last night, I discovered that what the ISA eggs actually absorb is the alcohol in the liquor. So I soaked them directly in high-purity industrial alcohol to let them absorb it. That's why the bullets and grenades are so powerful. At this point, he paused, his mechanical face taking on a serious expression. That these ISA eggs can absorb not only alcohol but also nitroglycerin, which has led to the creation of bombs of unknown potency. However, because it's too dangerous, I didn't dare to experiment. I was afraid a mistake might blow up the base. Hearing Zay's explanation, everyone gasped in shock. In other words, they de-soak them in malt liquor at most, which has an alcohol content of only about 2%. But here you go, using industrial alcohol straight away to get the job done in one go. With an alcohol content ranging from 95% to 99%, it's no wonder the explosive power is so immense. Especially since they can absorb nitroglycerin as well. The destructive power is truly unimaginable. Could it possibly rival a nuclear bomb? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Chen's expression grew stiff as he cautiously asked. Shaq, where is that egg soaked in nitroglycerin? I need to dispose of it immediately. Otherwise, if it really explodes, the consequences are unimaginable. The nervous group turned their gaze toward Zay in unison and saw him reach his skeletal hand inside his clothes, quickly pulling out a small, sealed vial. Inside, a pale yellow fragment the size of a fingernail was wrapped in cotton. It seemed this was the piece of eggshell that had been soaked. Chen, both the ISA mother egg and the daughter eggs are actually solid. Before being soaked in alcohol and nitroglycerin, the daughter eggs can be cut or broken at will. But once the soaking is complete, their shape cannot be altered, otherwise, they explode on the spot. Please keep this in mind. Okay, I understand, Chen said, nodding solemnly as he took the vial. I'll have the nuclear test site conduct experiments on this egg fragment. We'll receive detailed data soon. As for the ISA mother eggs we've acquired, the base will keep only one. The rest should be handed over to the armory outside so they can research new weapons on their own. It'll be a great opportunity to show them off at the airshow. We won't get involved. This stuff is too dangerous. Indeed, the ISA beasts truly live up to their reputation as weapons of war. Hearing Chen's remark, the others all nodded in agreement. These rather abstract-looking penguins truly carried immense terror. Fortunately, the alcohol here wasn't very strong, otherwise, they wouldn't be weapons of war, but battlefield nuclear bombs. Who would have thought that one day, high-proof liquor would become something akin to a strategic weapon? Amid the chaos. Only Shirley and the ISAB were completely baffled the entire time. They had no idea what these Chinese people had actually done, but the explosive force was truly immense. The ISA beasts, in particular, sensed that the humans might possess even more potent alcohol. They wondered if they'd ever get the chance to taste it. A dozen or so minutes later, the boisterous crowd dispersed as the test concluded. Chen began organizing the engineering team to repair the areas destroyed by the explosion, cutting down the fallen giant trees and filling in the massive craters. He then set about building a firearms training range for the blue monkeys to use in their daily training. As for Zhe and Hu, one went with Shirley to refine the design of the single-wing exoskeleton, while the other headed to the makeshift prison to check on the poachers and others. A night had now passed, and the poachers had awakened. It was time to start gathering intelligence. Tap, tap, tap footsteps echoed through the dim cell. Gargel, who had just woken up, raised his head. He tried to move his body but found he was completely immobilized. His limbs were completely restrained by heavy shackles aside from his fingers and toes. Any other movement was out of the question. Just then, the footsteps, which had been growing closer, stopped outside the cell. "You're awake?" The AI synthesized common tongue of the continent emanated from a device carried by the visitor. Hearing the voice, Gargel looked up and saw, standing on the other side of the cold iron bars, the very human who had captured him. He chose not to reply, but simply stared in silence. "What's the matter? Don't you have anything to say? If you hadn't attacked and stolen from us, in keeping with the way we do things in Huagua, we would have simply released the fantastical creatures you hunted, given you a punishment, and then let you go. Just look at your scouts, not a single one is dead, and they don't even have a scratch on them. It's a pity you insisted on your own way and let things escalate to this point. You've only yourselves to blame." Gargel, still silent, glanced at the surrounding cells and saw that they indeed held those scouts. At that moment, the men were sound asleep, grinding their teeth and passing gas. It was exactly as the other side had described. Seeing this, his expression finally shifted, and a deep pang of pain pierced his heart. As the leader of the group, he had wanted to negotiate as soon as he saw things were going wrong, but those two idiots who'd been sent were so stubborn that they'd driven the situation to the point of no return. Otherwise, if he'd simply invoked the name of the border duke, he certainly wouldn't have ended up a prisoner like this. The more Gargel thought about it, the more agonizing it became. He felt his current suffering was worse than death itself. With a face ashen as death, he pleaded, "If you truly possess any mercy, then please put me out of my misery. Don't let me die in agony 10 days from now." Who had asked the question, furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? We have no intention of executing you. You can't even kill yourself right now. How could you possibly die?" Seeing that the other man didn't understand, Gargel fell silent for a moment. "You, who possess such powerful and mysterious weapons, don't even know this? I wonder how your country was even founded." Unable to move, he pointed at his own face with a finger. "The runes on my face represent power, but they also represent a price proof that I serve the border duke. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person ever gain such power? In exchange for this power, my life is under the Grand Duke's control. Only by fulfilling the contract can I redeem my freedom." At this point, Gargel shook his head in anguish. "Unfortunately, everything has gone wrong. This final mission has already failed. If I don't return within the specified time, they'll assume I've defected. The mages under his command can remotely strip the runes from my face, causing me to die from the backlash. When that happens, my family will be buried with me. So if I could die early, allowing the mages over there to sense the runes returning, I could prevent my family from meeting a tragic end as well. Now you understand, don't you?" Who had listened to the entire story, looked grim. If what the other man said was true, then the border duke's methods were truly cruel, resorting to collective punishment like that. Using the lives of subordinates' families to coerce them into working for him. What a barbaric and brutal style. Perhaps this was the prevailing culture throughout the entire otherworld. It clashed completely with the ways of their homeland, Huagua. Even the animals in the fantasy forest seemed more harmonious, free from such filth and depravity. Few who exhaled a long breath. He looked at Gargel, who was completely immobilized, and continued to ask. Let us assume what you're saying is true. How much time do you have left now? I can temporarily consider your request before the runes are extracted from you. 17 days, Gargel replied categorically. In 17 days, both I and these scouts will be dead. The concealment runes on their bodies also come from the Border Duke. By then, not a single one of you will be able to escape. Everyone will die, ha 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 ha. Who looked at the somewhat deranged Gargel and wanted to ask more questions, but the man said nothing, just stared intently at him. Even after using special methods, the leader of this poaching gang still refused to reveal any more specific information. He kept repeating the same phrase over and over, kill him, kill him. Unable to extract any more useful information, who had no choice but to temporarily abandon the interrogation and compile the existing intelligence to report to Chen. He left it to the base's commander-in-chief to decide what to do. Chen, who had his hands full with other matters, glanced at the report and decided to let the man sit for a few days. If what he said was true, the closer the deadline approached, the more anxious he would become. By the final day, he'd likely spill the beans. It wasn't exactly a noble tactic. It involved using the man's family against him, but to obtain more information, they couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. He just hoped this man would cooperate a little and not drag the situation into the abyss again. After wrapping up the poacher incident, Chen, in the command center, glanced at the other files in his hands. Trade with the Gullo giants was taking place daily, with at least a dozen vehicle trips back and forth each day, causing a large stockpile of redstone pillars to accumulate at the base. Based on the demand for redstone pillars and battery production, the current stockpile was already quite substantial. The state-controlled battery company has now begun producing several new battery models. One is a super high-efficiency version for use within the base, while the others are civilian and military versions. The base uses batteries with 10,000 times the standard capacity. The civilian version has 10 times the standard capacity, and the military version has over 100 times the standard capacity. Higher capacity versions will not be disclosed for the time being. Even the military versions are classified. If other countries wish to purchase weapons, equipment, and batteries, they will only be offered the 10-fold version and conventional weapons. The highest grade batteries and the latest technology must remain firmly in our own hands. To this end, Huagua plans to comprehensively upgrade its equipment at the Zhuhai Airshow in 10 days' time, to showcase it to the world and flex its muscles in the process. This will force those increasingly restless nations to assess whether they truly have what it takes to stir up trouble. Even if you want to stir things up, don't let those corrupting influences blow our way. At that point, it's anyone's guess who would end up fighting whom. The base's primary mission right now is to support the nation in pulling off this show of strength. Even Zay himself has modified his exoskeleton, transforming it into the first-generation humanoid robot, equipped with an implanted balance program and powerful kinetic energy, among other features. This robot has long surpassed all models currently on the market. It's straight out of a sci-fi movie. In fact, without the burden of a human operator, the robot can be built much sturdier, allowing for more motors and batteries to be installed inside, giving it several times the power of an exoskeleton. Those in charge recognized that the robot was far ahead of its time, which meant the mechanical wolves and dogs were struggling to keep up and needed a complete upgrade. Otherwise, it would create a sense of disconnect. After final deliberations between Zay and other scientists, it was decided to retrofit the existing mechanical wolves and tigers. Their bodies would remain unchanged, only the batteries would be replaced with redstone batteries. Then, their limbs would be modified by adding more joints to achieve greater flexibility. After all, the original rod-shaped legs were designed to save energy and costs, but that's no longer necessary. Agility is more important for the mechanical wolves. Just look at the battles taking place in the other world. Their shuffling gait would only make them sitting ducks for the humans there. Only by making the mechanical wolves as agile as real wolves can this project be considered a success. Once the mechanical wolves were fully modified, the four-limb self-balancing system Zay had developed by observing canids was also implanted. The mechanical wolves became extremely agile, capable of great leaps and running on all four limbs. No more hopping forward with those tiny, shuffling steps. Seeing this result, the scientists all broke into satisfied smiles. For this Zhuhai airshow, Huagua certainly had plenty of showstoppers. Military-grade lightweight exoskeletons, first-generation multifunctional robots, the upgraded mechanical wolf, the mechanical tiger, redstone batteries, fragmentation bullets, the ISA self-destructing drone, and nuclear grenades struck through. These few items alone would be enough to shock the entire world. They could even alter the future course of warfare across the globe. It was hard to imagine how people from other countries would react upon seeing them. It was truly something to look forward to. The excited scientists and Zay began compiling the design blueprints, packaging them all up, and sending them to the armory so they could urgently produce a batch for display. By then, the Zhuhai airshow would serve as the stage for Huagua's rise and the beginning of the enemy's nightmare. As the sun rose and set, time passed at a steady pace. And over on Blue Star, a flurry of activity began as one aircraft after another, along with ground equipment, was transported to the Zhuhai airshow. Some were displayed in the plaza, while others were set up inside the exhibition halls. Online, a flood of promotional content began to appear, all in anticipation of the airshow. Netizens who caught wind of the news joined the discussion in droves. Hey, have you guys seen the official announcement? Rumor has it this airshow is going to have a major highlight. Yeah. It seems like a lot of high-tech stuff is set to make its debut. No idea what it could be, though. The secrecy is too tight. Could it be a fifth-generation fighter jet? They say it has incredible stealth capabilities. It could also be drones or something like that. The West has already turned them into suicide weapons. We definitely need to have corresponding weapons of our own. The netizens' wild speculation caused the airshow's popularity to skyrocket, and even foreign media began reporting on the news. Companies and delegations from many countries received invitations from China. Especially the big spenders, they're the real moneymakers. At this airshow, China's goal is to secure a large number of orders to offset the Anomaly Bureau's massive daily financial drain. Otherwise, if the deficit continues indefinitely, their cover will be blown sooner or later. Only by complementing each other can they quietly make a fortune. Oh, is it that time of year again when China holds its airshow? 2 years have gone by pretty fast. It really makes me feel deeply uneasy. Inside the black house of the beautiful nation, a gray-haired elderly man sat with his hands clasped in front of his nose. He stared at the invitation on the table, looking completely listless, as if on the verge of dementia. Mr. President, are we going this year? Asked an African-American woman in a suit. Huh? What did you say? The exasperated woman looked at the somewhat dazed old dang and could only repeat herself, I asked if we're going this year. Oh. We got to go, of course. Realizing what she said, old dang tapped the table. Let us go as a delegation and bring along some well-known aviation companies and 2 aerobatic teams. We'll show the world that our beautiful country is the pinnacle of technology. Don't go around thinking about challenging us all the time. That's a foolish thing to do. Even God would laugh out loud at that. Okay, got it. I'll go make the arrangements right away. The woman hurriedly left the office to carry out the task old dang had assigned her. I wonder what China will bring to this airshow. Lao Deng stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, his gaze seeming to pierce all the way to distant Huagua. This rival, a constant headache for the beautiful country, was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. The world was now facing unprecedented problems. Even Area 51 had been forced to officially establish itself, and with his own term about to end, the next president was still that arrogant fool. God, tell me, where is the beautiful country headed? At the same time, other nations across Blue Star had also received invitations from China. Like old dang, they all organized delegations to attend the exhibition. Only the Dog Tycoon S group stood out. They brought nothing but a golden teapot and a large quantity of rare teas to entertain their guests. As for why they didn't bring anything else, they had a catchy slogan, come empty-handed, return loaded. Whatever catch my eye, I'll buy. Do you really think they're saying, with just a piece of cloth on my head, I'm the richest in the world, is just empty talk? Brimming with confidence, the dog tycoon arrived first at a five-star hotel in Zhuhua aboard his private jet, eagerly awaiting the smooth start of the expo. One delegation after another began flying into Huagua, causing nearby hotels to reach near capacity. There were also many journalists and tourists from all over the world, all of whom were interested in this 6-day exhibition. They wanted to see what sensational revelations China would unveil. Whether China would make a splash or be overshadowed by other nations, these were the stories they needed to cover. They would broadcast the coverage back in their own countries. As for China itself, most of the exhibition booths had long been set up. Even the newly added special exhibits have been finalized, and at this moment, soldiers emerging from the base are familiarizing themselves with this new equipment. This is to prevent any blunders once the airshow officially begins, which could bring shame upon the entire nation of Hua. Only by mastering everything inside and out can they handle any unexpected situations. Therefore, the soldiers are training in secret, fine-tuning the new equipment without letting other countries catch on. It wouldn't be until opening day that this equipment would truly be unveiled to the public. At that moment, it would make a stunning debut, showcasing Huaguai's strength. Other nations shared this same mindset. They, too, wanted to use this opportunity to flex their muscles to the world in response to the increasingly complex global situation. Every country had covered its showstopper exhibit with camouflage cloth. This was to prevent premature leaks that would ruin the element of surprise. This left the general public on the edge of their seats, eagerly awaiting the start of the exhibition. Hey, isn't this our special strategic partner? What are you showcasing? A member of the Cherry Blossom Nation's exhibition team, who had just finished setting up their booth, spotted a group from Curry Nation operating a vehicle pulling several long tubes covered by cloth. They were slowly pulling them toward their own exhibition area. Ha! So it's the people from the land of cherry blossoms. You want to know about our secret weapon? Just wait until tomorrow. Then we'll prove to the whole world that the land of Curry's weapons are truly number one. Without turning his head, the man from the land of Curry flashed a confident smile. This made the man from the land of cherry blossoms' eye twitch. Where on earth did this confidence come from? Could it be that they've been drinking too much holy water? If anything is going to shock the world this time, it's definitely the weapons of the land of cherry blossoms, the most crucial weapons in modern warfare. How could these guys, who can only drive tricycles, possibly compare? Not even the land of Hua stands a chance of surpassing them in this regard. In halls 9 and 10 of the weapons pavilion, every country had displayed its exhibits. Aside from the most important special exhibits, everything else was on display as usual. In China's vast exhibition area, however, there were only common equipment and large-scale land-based weapons on display. Nothing particularly special was showcased. Some sections were even empty, which left other nations somewhat puzzled. Could it be that China plans to set up its displays on the day of the event? That makes sense. As the host country, they have plenty of time to prepare. Do it whenever you want. The anticipation and mystery will definitely be at their peak. The point is to keep you from leaking any information ahead of time. Unable to find out what's going on, everyone could only set up their own exhibits while waiting for the next day to arrive. As night faded away, the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the earth, and the eagerly anticipated new day quietly dawned. Everyone was waiting for the airshow to begin, as one live streaming truck after another was started up, broadcasting simultaneously to the world. The most excited of all were the netizens in China, who had long been hooked by the teasers released online. At exactly 9 a.m., the opening ceremony proceeded as scheduled. Aside from lengthy speeches, the highlight was the fighter jet formations soaring through the sky. Once all the formalities were concluded, the airshow officially began. However, since this was a military event, the first 3 days were designated as professional days, open only to national delegations and industry experts, while the following 3 days were public days, open to everyone. For now, netizens whose curiosity has been piqued can only watch everything happening at the airshow through the live broadcast. Look! What are those soldiers wearing? Someone attending the opening ceremony suddenly shouted. This caused the foreign visitors, who had just been about to head to halls 1-7, to stop in their tracks and turn to look. High above the perimeter of the opening ceremony, a large transport helicopter hovered in place. It opened its rear cargo door, revealing soldiers inside wearing exoskeletons. They held weapons in their hands, their expressions serious and focused, awaiting the order to be issued. Buzz, 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 buzz. The helicopter descended slowly. When it was still 4 or 5 meters above the ground, the squad leader issued the order. Activate high assist mode. Prepare to land. Yes, sir, the other soldiers replied in unison as they pressed a button, switching their exoskeletons to high assist mode. As the squad leader was the first to jump, the rest followed closely behind. This dangerous scene gave the onlookers from other countries quite a shock. Oh, my God, are they trying to kill themselves? By Allah, these Chinese must be crazy. They're just as brave as our freedom fighters. Ha, jumping down wearing such heavy, weird gear 1T they break every bone in their bodies? If they're unlucky and land headfirst, they'll be dead on the spot. At this moment of extreme peril, everyone had their own thoughts. Even netizens watching the livestream felt a mix of confusion and concern. Many didn't even dare to watch, instinctively covering their eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The scene they had anticipated did not unfold. Instead, there was only the sound of the machine releasing pressure, one whoosh after another. A squad of over a dozen Special Forces soldiers now stood safely on the ground. Not only were they completely unharmed, but their formation remained intact, and they still held their weapons just as before. It was as if they weren't the ones who had just jumped down from up there. The soldiers' performance stunned everyone at the scene and watching the livestream, and the event's viewership began to skyrocket. Holy crap, what are our soldiers wearing? Exoskeletons? And they're fine after jumping from that height. Doesn't this mean exoskeleton technology is finally mature? Maybe. Look at that design, it's like something out of a sci-fi movie, not like those exoskeletons circulating online. They're all walking like old men, not to mention the incredible shock absorption. When did China's technology quietly get this advanced? This is a major bombshell. It wasn't just the online audience that was thrilled, even the foreign visitors attending the airshow in person were equally excited. As they watched the meticulously trained soldiers, they began speculating about the specifics of the exoskeletons. Could this be China's grand finale for this year? It's simply unbelievable. Especially the big spenders from East China, their eyes were sparkling, and they felt they'd be coming home with their hands full this Double 11. With such a cool exoskeleton, China has to sell it. And when the time comes, they'll have to buy a few hundred or even 1,000 sets. One for themselves and one for their soldiers. Walking out like that would be absolutely awesome. Just as people were frantically discussing the second bombshell was quietly being prepared. Inside a giant transport helicopter, 10 modified mechanical wolves strode with agile steps and also arrived at the cabin door. Their mere appearance instantly captured everyone's attention, and even the camera lenses caught sight of the mechanical wolves. Look, what is that? A robot dog? No, that's different from a robot dog. Not only do they have a lot of extra stuff on their backs, but they're also carrying firearms. Look at their limbs, don't they have a lot more joints? They walk so naturally, just like real dogs. How on earth did they pull this off? Aren't they worried that so many joints will drain the power supply too quickly? The puzzled onlookers stared at the newly appeared mechanical wolves, feeling as though the government was constantly pulling out all the stops as if the shock it had already delivered wasn't enough. Speaking of which, what kind of capabilities do these mechanical wolves actually possess? Just as everyone was speculating, the first batch of exoskeleton soldiers who had jumped down used the remote controls on their wrists to command the mechanical wolves to leap down as well. A height of 4 or 5 meters was nothing to them. All the mechanical wolves landed smoothly on the ground. They made a clang 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 sound. Not a single one fell over due to loss of balance or anything like that. Once they retracted their limbs, the mechanical wolves followed alongside the exoskeleton warriors with elegant strides. This high-tech combination of man and wolf left everyone staring in awe. Everyone was eager to learn more about the specifics of this cutting-edge technology. The airshow, already bustling with activity, became even livelier with the arrival of the special squad. But just as the international delegations were about to approach, the squad leader waved to all the soldiers. They set off in unison, striding at a pace of 3 meters per step, and quickly made their way toward the armory. Even the mechanical wolf at their side moved its limbs to keep up. Any obstacles they encountered along the way were simply leaped over by the powerful exoskeleton warriors. Just like little superheroes, they vanished from view along with their hunting dog. The boisterous venue fell completely silent at that moment. Some people didn't even realize their coffee had slipped from their hands and hit the ground. People could only stare blankly at the receding figures, wondering if they were dreaming or watching a sci-fi blockbuster. It all felt so unreal. After a brief silence, an even louder commotion erupted. Every delegate was arguing with others until they were red-faced and hoarse. No one could make out what they were saying, but they were all clearly worked up. Now, everyone had lost interest in halls 1 through 7. The weapons pavilion held far greater appeal. Equipment like this, straight out of a sci-fi movie, had to be thoroughly understood. Otherwise, in future geopolitical scenarios, they might well be left behind. Delegations from the United States, India, Japan, and other nations shared the same mindset. They couldn't fathom how China had managed to achieve such a sudden and dramatic leap in technology. Land warfare was only going to get tougher from here on out. They couldn't let their rival truly rise to power. That would be far too disadvantageous for them. People with all sorts of motives in mind surged toward the weapons pavilion as one. This kept the security staff on site running non-stop, fearing a stampede might break out. Fortunately, everything went off without a hitch, and everyone managed to maintain a basic level of composure. However, with nearly 10,000 people in attendance, attempting to accommodate such a massive crowd inside the armory would not only exceed its capacity but also pose a safety risk. Consequently, the staff had no choice but to restrict entry. This allowed them to nip the danger in the bud. Online, China's debut instantly captured the attention of a massive number of netizens, many of whom voluntarily shared what was happening here with audiences abroad. This allowed more foreigners to understand the scope of the Huagua airshow. In particular, the exoskeletons and mechanical wolves that appeared left foreigners in awe. They began watching the live stream through their own channels. Even if information about Huagua was blocked, it couldn't dampen their curiosity about this airshow. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the chance to explore the weapons pavilion. This was their best opportunity to learn about Huagua. Amid the anticipation of the masses, netizens finally got to see the Chinese weapons display area they'd been longing for. At that moment, the soldiers stood there, towering like javelins. The mechanical wolves also stood in their display area like loyal guards. The first delegations to rush and headed straight for this area, without even considering visiting other countries' exhibits. Their goal was unanimous. The exoskeletons and the upgraded mechanical dogs were what they were after. These two items would determine the future course of warfare. "Everyone, please be quiet," a staff member said, walking toward the exhibition stand with a microphone in hand. "I know you all have many questions. We'll answer everything we're allowed to, and we'll also demonstrate this equipment in the equipment demonstration area later. We'll also conduct a joint military exercise to meet everyone's expectations." The eyes of the foreign onlookers lit up instantly. A live demo would be fantastic. They were eager to see the specific capabilities of this equipment. Although they knew China certainly wouldn't sell it, just getting a look was still worthwhile. As the Chinese say, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Are those exoskeletons the soldiers are wearing? Why is the power so strong, and the flexibility so high? Hearing someone get to the heart of the matter, the staff member broke into a warm smile. That's because we're using a new battery technology. This technology comes from the chief scientist at a certain battery company, Dr. Tang. He broke with convention, rejecting approaches like lithium batteries and graphene, and single-handedly developed a battery called Redstone 1. The civilian version of this battery is 10 times more efficient than a standard lithium-ion battery, and it's extremely stable at 1T explode due to external forces. It truly achieves 10 minutes of charging for 100 hours of use. Whoa! A murmur of astonishment rippled through the representatives from various countries surrounding the booth. They hadn't expected that China would be the first to develop a new battery, one that is 10 times more efficient than a standard battery, no less. No wonder their robotic dog and exoskeleton technologies have advanced by leaps and bounds. So the foundation of it all was the battery that makes perfect sense. I wonder what kind of genius Dr. Tang really is, to have single-handedly pioneered a whole new path. Seeing that everyone's interest had been piqued, the staff member in charge of the presentation quickly stepped aside and gestured toward the back of the room. Next, please welcome Dr. Tang. He will answer your more technical questions. Tap, tap, tap. Slow footsteps echoed, and the noisy crowd gradually fell silent. Everyone turned to look in that direction as a middle-aged man with a receding hairline walked slowly toward them. This was none other than Dr. Tang, who had rushed over from the base. Although he knew Chen had arranged a press conference for him, he never expected it to take place at an airshow and in front of a global audience, no less. Such an immense honor would likely only come his way once in a lifetime. Overcome with emotion, he bowed to the audience before taking the microphone and stepping onto his true stage. Faced with one challenging question after another from the professionals, the seasoned Dr. Tang answered them all with ease. Except for questions regarding exactly how redstone pillar was synthesized or any classified information, he addressed every other query to some extent. This satisfied everyone's curiosity. Now the whole world knows that China has made a breakthrough in battery technology and achieved a new milestone. In the future, China will lead the way in battery technology. In South Korea, at the 4-star battery subsidiary, a man rushed toward the CEO's office. Ignoring the lewd sounds coming from inside, he kicked the door open. "CEO, we're in big trouble, Simida." "Yeah. Ashiba, do you want to get fired?" The CEO and his secretary, who were in the middle of their business, hurriedly got dressed and both glared angrily at the intruder. But the man didn't care at all. He held out the tablet in his hand to the disheveled CEO. His face was grave. "You'd better take a look at this first. The world has turned upside down." "What do you mean, the world has turned upside down?" The angry CEO took the tablet and began watching the live stream his subordinate had just recorded. As the Chinese voice rang out from the tablet, he read the subtitles, his expression growing increasingly grim. He even shoved the secretary who had come up to tease him away. "Get out of here, you troublemaker. It's all your fault. Otherwise, how could I have missed such major news?" The secretary, unsure of what she'd done to upset him, burst into tears, feeling wronged. But the CEO paid her no mind. He got dressed and began giving orders to his staff. "Go. Get the private jet ready. I'm flying to China right now. Let us see what this battery technology is all about. And tell those good-for-nothings in our R&D department to come up with results immediately, or they'd better be ready to get fired. Those who stand still will only be left behind by the times." "Yes, CEO. I'll take care of it right away." The two men hurried out of the CEO's office, leaving behind the secretary, who was still crying on the floor. At the same time, similar scenes were unfolding all over the world. The Matsugami group from the land of cherry blossoms, the Godzilla group from the land of beauty, and Enpu from the land of red tulips all were rushing to Huagua at top speed. They wanted to conduct technical visits with this suddenly emerged battery manufacturer. Or find an opportunity to poach Dr. Tang's talent, to see if he had any intentions of collaborating with foreign partners for further development. Otherwise, if this type of battery truly became widespread, their market share and livelihoods would collapse. Domestic companies shared these concerns when they heard the news. They truly felt as if the sky were falling. After all, 6 of the world's top 10 battery manufacturers are based in China. With such a seismic shift occurring, it was hard for them not to feel anxious. One by one, they began arranging trips to the Zhuhai Airshow, intending to meet this Dr. Tang and the boss behind him, to discuss the possibility of collaboration. The entire world was abuzz over the debut of the Redstone No. 1 battery. People cheered that they would no longer have to worry about their phones running out of power, and that even their new electric vehicles would become safer, free from the risk of explosions. Especially since the battery capacity had increased tenfold. By that calculation, electric vehicles would be a better choice than gasoline-powered cars. Now everyone was focused on just one question: would the battery go on sale? Or rather, when would other products start using this battery? No details were revealed at the airshow. Dr. Tang, at his booth, simply replied, "No comment, it's confidential for now." And that was enough to fend off all the international representatives who were trying to pry for more information. This left everyone feeling as uncomfortable as if they'd swallowed a fly. If the occasion had been different, they would have all wanted to snatch away the inventor of this new battery, just to prevent China from keeping it all to itself. Phew! Dr. Tang, having retreated behind the scenes, exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his brow. These foreigners were really too enthusiastic. Fortunately, his knowledge had expanded significantly during his time at the base, where he'd seen all sorts of strange and wondrous things. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to handle this whole ordeal. For now, his mission was considered a complete success. He'd leave the rest to time. After taking a sip of tea, Dr. Tang peered through a gap in the curtain at the exhibition booth outside, which was already packed to the brim. At that moment, a staff member was presenting an overview of the exoskeleton and the mechanical wolf, prompting another wave of gasps from the gathered international delegates and elites. As they gazed at the sci-fi style black exoskeleton and the mechanical wolf towering over the ground, their expressions were a mix of awe and astonishment. The Chinese are terrifying. Are they trying to dominate land, sea, and air all by themselves? Yeah. The advent of drones has already changed the nature of modern warfare, and China's drones are the best in the world. Now they've rolled out these two powerhouses. I wonder how much more they're keeping under wraps. They might even have specialized unmanned systems at sea. The other delegates nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. True to the Chinese tradition of hiding one's, they always managed to pull off major moves without fanfare. This time was no exception. Seeing that the delegates and experts from various countries had taken in the two pieces of equipment on display, the staff member at the booth smiled and clapped his hands, deciding to treat them to something even more thrilling. As the crisp sound of clapping rang out, the delegates who had been whispering among themselves simultaneously turned their attention toward him, puzzled expressions on their faces. What kind of trick is China up to now? Could it be that they think our hearts are too strong and want to give us another jolt to see if we'll have a heart attack? The slightly nervous crowd cautiously looked toward the staff member. Noticing that his hand was pointing toward a platform where two objects, one large and one small, were covered with camouflage cloth. The smaller one was about the same height as a person. Judging by its shape, could it be some kind of upright piece of equipment? Like a mortar, perhaps? As for the larger one, its shape clearly revealed it to be a sphere, roughly 5 meters in diameter. A spherical piece of equipment this large had never been seen before. What was Huadwa planning to unveil this time? Having built up enough suspense, the staff member stopped teasing the crowd. He yanked the camouflage cloth off the smaller unit, revealing a pure black, sci-fi style robot inside. The entire robot gleamed with a deep black sheen. Its outer armor was forged from a tungsten steel alloy, providing extremely high defensive capabilities. It was virtually indistinguishable from natural diamond. This is precisely why it's used to build robots and exoskeletons, rather than the lighter titanium alloy. Only something this tough and durable can handle the complexities of the modern battlefield. By the time the black, sci-fi style robot made its debut, the well-prepared delegations had already grown numb to the spectacle. They kept telling themselves, "It's just a model, it's just a model. Don't be fooled by its flashy exterior. It's bound to move as slowly as an old man. It probably can't even get back up if it falls over. This is just a gimmick China is putting on. Please don't let it be one of those robots from sci-fi movies, especially the kind from I, Robot, with its absurdly agile movements. Otherwise, China's technological progress would be too rapid for us to handle." The staff member seemed to have overheard the crowd's whispered murmurs and smirked to himself. "This is nothing yet. Just wait until you see the live outdoor demonstration. That's when your jaws will really drop. Now, let me show you another piece of equipment." He and several colleagues walked up to the spherical device and, working together, forcefully pulled off the large camouflage cover. As the camouflage cloth slowly drifted down, the spherical device finally revealed its full form. It was a cage composed of interlocking circular frames, each capable of rotating in a single direction, allowing it to move in all directions across a full 360 degrees. From the innermost ring of the cage, a robotic arm extended outward, ready to connect with other devices. The delegations, who had just been stunned by the robot's debut, were now perplexed to see Huagua immediately unveil another piece of equipment. This left them thoroughly baffled. They hadn't even received the robot's specifications yet. Why were they being introduced to something else? Could there be a connection between the two? Their suspicions were indeed confirmed, as the staff proudly began their presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, to witness the full capabilities of this first-generation multifunctional robot, Quafu, you'll need to use our designed control console. It connects to the soldiers' exoskeletons, using feedback from human movements to synchronize the robot's actions with the exoskeleton. This unleashes power far surpassing that of the exoskeleton alone, making it fearless against any enemy on the battlefield. Even relatively dangerous weapons can be used at will. Next, let us have one of our soldiers come up to demonstrate. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, a soldier wearing an exoskeleton marched forward in a steady step. He set down his firearm, accepted the VR headset handed to him, and stepped directly into the control cage. Click, click. The control pod sprang into action, extending a robotic arm that connected to the opening in the exoskeleton on the soldier's back. At that moment, the two became seamlessly integrated. This control pod was designed to mimic the control console from Ready Player One, though this version was more advanced. Not only could it run, jump, and roll, but the exoskeleton and control pod could also simulate the sensation of being knocked down after taking a hit. This allows the operator wearing the VR headset to experience the robot's current situation with even greater immersion. The exoskeleton can even simulate actions like touching objects, gripping a gun, lying down, and sitting. It lets you feel as though you're actually holding something in your hands without having to hold anything at all. Only this powerful sense of immersion can faithfully recreate everything on the battlefield. The onlookers, delegates and elites alike all gasped in astonishment upon hearing the staff's explanation. Although the robot's actual performance remains unknown, just listening to their proud descriptions. Isn't this essentially bringing Ready Player One to life? If you have this technology, why aren't you developing games to benefit the whole world? Now it's actually being used for military purposes. This is completely different from your previous style of inventing gunpowder for entertainment. How could you lose sight of what truly matters? For the sake of global security, please stick to entertainment. The envious crowd could only grumble inwardly, hoping that Huagua would stray from the right path. That way, they might still have a chance to overtake them. Otherwise, it would be truly terrifying. Beep. Multifunctional robot, Quafu has been activated. The black robot, which had been standing motionless, suddenly raised its head, and the power indicator lights on its body began to flash. Under everyone's gaze, as the soldier at the control console took a step, the robot took a step. The two achieved 100% synchronization. The entire robot moved just like a human, without the slightest hint of lag. The Titan robot could even do push-ups, perform military martial arts forms, do somersaults, and shake hands with everyone present. As if a person were simply wearing a suit and pretending to be a robot. Everyone kept glancing back and forth between the soldier at the controls and the robot, unsure of what expression to wear. Although technological progress is generally a good thing, this was someone else's technological progress. It had nothing to do with them. This left the delegation and the elite members feeling quite conflicted. They suffered far too many blows today. Some of those in poor health had already started taking medication, afraid they might come in standing upright and leave lying down. Online. Through the frenzied sharing of the live stream, people in Huagua and around the world witnessed the robot's agility. Especially that control suit, something everyone who has seen Ready Player One has dreamed of. Just imagine how awesome it would be to play VR games with that. Who knows when it'll become widely available to the public. I'd really love to buy a set. An increasingly restless online community began comparing the Titan robot to Godzilla's recently unveiled Op robot, only to discover the two were completely incomparable. One is a mature product, the other is a work in progress. It seems that rather than anticipating the other side's Catwoman robot, it's better to look forward to the robots produced by China. The gap in performance between the two is simply too vast. Dulsk, stationed at the headquarters in the United States, has also been closely monitoring the developments at this airshow. When the exoskeletons and robotic wolves appeared, he sensed something was amiss. Especially after the battery issue came to light, which forced him to dispatch his subordinates to visit the airshow in China. Now that the robot has been unveiled, it's a knockout blow. It's effectively nipped their future plans in the bud. This one do. His own business interests span electric vehicles, energy, satellites, services, and robotics. Now, they've essentially been overtaken by the other side in all these areas. Sending subordinates at this point is practically meaningless. He must go in person to see exactly where the future is headed. A hidden storm of bloodshed is beginning to brew on Blue Star. More and more well-known companies are planning to attend this year's Zhuhai Airshow. Unfortunately, because so many people want to attend, flights here are already fully booked. With no other choice, they've had to find alternative routes, booking flights to nearby cities to use as transit points, then hiring cars to get there. No matter what, they have to make it to the venue to get a piece of the action. In the tide of this era, falling behind by even a single step means being eliminated. No one wants to be left behind on the shore. The scene shifts back to the weapons pavilion. Having completed all its standard maneuvers, the Titan robot came to a halt. What it was about to demonstrate wouldn't take place here. The area was too crowded and cramped. Unable to unleash its full capability, it could only perform routine human-like movements. That held little significance on the battlefield. Only in actual combat could it instill fear in the enemy. Everyone, please quiet down. A staff member held out both hands to quiet the crowd, who were discussing among themselves. I know you're all excited, but please make way so our Titan robot can proceed to the dynamic equipment demonstration area. There, you'll be able to witness a joint military exercise featuring our new equipment. Then you'll see just how powerful this robot really is. The curious foreign visitors voluntarily made way, watching as the Titan robot made its way toward the main gate. Its resolute and steady stride reminded them of the Terminator. Fortunately, these robots weren't autonomously controlled but were operated by human simulators. Otherwise, they might have started wondering if Skynet was about to be born. Clap, clap. The staff member clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. However, since this joint military exercise is extremely dangerous, the spectator stands have been cancelled for everyone's safety. But don't be disappointed, you can watch the upcoming events on the big screen over here. You can also watch the live broadcast on your phones, tablets, and other devices. Upon hearing the staff member's words, the representatives and elites from various countries, some pulled out their phones, while others turned their attention directly to the big screen. Through the footage playing on the screen, they saw that after the robot left the exhibition hall and the crowd outside, its speed suddenly skyrocketed. Not only did it run faster than professional athletes, but it could also leap 8-10 meters in a single bound, treating any obstacle in its path as if it weren't there at all. Even the massive Hall 11 was no match for it. The robot leaped 3 stories high in a single bound, clinging to the wall and reaching the roof in just a few more leaps. This caused a series of thuds to echo from the roof, with each step leaving a small dent. Upon reaching the edge of the roof, the robot jumped down without hesitation, plummeting like a cannonball straight toward the ground below. Small jet propulsion units hidden in its body and legs activated simultaneously, cushioning the impact of the fall. Boom! The ground cracked slightly as the Titan robot slammed into it in a pose reminiscent of a Marvel superhero's landing. This allowed it to effectively absorb all the recoil. It sustained not a single scratch. Such outrageous performance left everyone speechless and wide-eyed. Mechanical wolves and the like were utterly pathetic compared to it. This wasn't a robot, it was Superman, wasn't it? Does it have to be this over the top? How tall is Hall 11? Nearly 30 meters, right? You just jumped down from that height and walked away unscathed? If something like this appeared on the battlefield, could humans really stand a chance against it? Could it be that China has acquired alien technology? Otherwise, how could you possibly develop a robot like this? The battery it needs definitely isn't something that can be powered by just 10 times the capacity you mentioned. Not even 100 or 1000 times that would be enough. Deeply skeptical, the representatives from various countries didn't know what expression to wear when facing China. Was there even any point in watching the rest of the joint military exercise? What had been demonstrated so far was already enough to make their scalps tingle. If the demonstration continued, they might as well just surrender. Some people who had just taken their medication couldn't handle the shock. They pulled out their pill bottles and poured them straight into their mouths. They didn't bother with the dosage, they just had to bring down their skyrocketing blood pressure first. Otherwise, they'd literally be carried out on a stretcher. Creak. The Titan robot, which had been half kneeling on the ground, stood back up. It flexed its limbs and once again sprinted toward the equipment demonstration area ahead. Within this area, China had already preset the environment for this year's exercise as a ruin-based urban combat scenario. Everywhere, engineering teams had constructed abandoned buildings and streets. The purpose was to showcase robots and various unmanned systems, to see exactly what kind of combat results they could achieve in these complex urban environments. Reporting, Captain. Unit Kwafu 011 has arrived at the target area and requests to rejoin the team. The robot, emerging from the venue, arrived at the northern end of the demonstration area, where 4 other robots were already waiting. One of them, a robot with a red star on its forehead, looked over and patted 011 on the shoulder. Good. You're clear on the mission, right? Clear, 011 nodded. Capture the enemy stronghold across the way and secure victory. Exactly, the robot captain said, pacing back and forth as he pointed across the field. This military exercise is a war between humans and machines. We're fielding 5 robots on our side. We're armed with paintballs and are the attacking force. The opposing side is deploying a 20-person exoskeleton squad, equipped with 10 mechanical wolves, 2 mechanical tigers, and 20 aerial support drones, frisbee drones. They'll be using live ammunition and won't hold back against us in the slightest. They're the defending side. Are you confident you can complete the mission? The other 4 robots saluted in unison. Yes, sir. We guarantee we'll complete the mission. Good. Keep up that fighting spirit, the whole world is watching. The captain, his confidence equally boosted, was eager to teach the opposing side a harsh lesson. Those guys were just the first batch to get exoskeletons. What's there to be so cocky about? They show up here every day to show off and disrupt our training. Today, we're going to beat the crap out of you. Let us see what you have left to brag about. Everyone, check your gear. Yes, sir, the robots replied in unison. They began picking up standard equipment: pistols, assault rifles, grenades, and more from the armory. They even equipped 1 sniper rifle. After all, they were all using paintballs. They weren't lethal and they wouldn't aim for the head anyway. They'd only target the stomach, where the body armor was. This would minimize the risk of injury as much as possible. Click. The round was chambered. 011 placed a pistol on the outside of his thigh. A magnetic attachment held the weapon securely in place, preventing it from falling. He slung the remaining assault rifle over his back. He even had a few hand grenades tucked into his belt. Although the gear was somewhat rudimentary, this was a military exercise, not a real-life killing mission. The more powerful, specialized robotic weapons would be demonstrated during the final phase. Only then would people witness what true artistry looked like. For now, the goal was to demonstrate the convenience of robots, that they could wield all human weapons and were unafraid of life or death. Reporting, all equipment ready, X4. The robot squad leader, who had been checking the time, glanced back and saw that his teammates were fully prepared. Very good. Await the starting signal. I'm confident we'll win. He extended his mechanized fist and clashed it with those of the other 4. The sound of metal clanging echoed through the venue. Inside the armory, delegations from various countries were watching the live broadcast. Through the giant screen, they could see the two teams facing off. On one side were 5 robots, on the other, a 20-person squad equipped with a variety of fully armed exoskeletons. There was a significant disparity in numbers between the two sides, but after witnessing the robots' performance just moments ago, no one would underestimate the robotic team. After all, one side consisted of flesh and blood soldiers, while the other comprised robots that could be discarded at any moment. The cost of this war was clearly different. As the camera cut to a new angle, a figure holding a starting pistol appeared on the giant screen. His appearance seemed to make the entire world hold its breath. Everyone watching the live broadcast, no matter where they were, instinctively grew tense. Office workers stopped typing on their keyboards. Cooks set down their ladles. And even students were secretly fiddling with their phones, avoiding their teacher's gaze while watching intently to see what would happen next. Everyone was waiting for that gunshot. When it came, an era that would transform modern warfare would finally dawn. Bang! A signal flare trailing a red trail shot straight into the sky, carrying everyone's expectations as it ignited the battlefield below, where troops stood ready for battle. Quick, find cover and high ground, take out the enemy reconnaissance drones. Avoid suicide attacks. The robot captain issued the orders, then led the other 4 men to quickly take cover inside a dilapidated 6-story building. Shortly after they had ducked inside, a buzzing sound filled the air. 4 drones were the first to arrive. Equipped with high-definition cameras, infrared thermal imagers, and compact radar systems, they began scanning the area, gathering battlefield intelligence from multiple angles. The drones quickly spotted the robots hiding inside the building. Likewise, the robots were also equipped with these systems. With ample energy reserves, they naturally packed in as much high-tech equipment as possible. So when they locked onto each other, the robots simply extended their arms from behind cover and, aided by their assisted aiming systems, pulled the triggers without even exposing their heads. Tap 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 tap. 4 bursts rang out, and the paintballs, as if guided by eyes, instantly struck the drones. Quick, quick, quick! Get out of here, our position has been compromised. 010, the team leader, issued a new command over the voice channel. The other 4 robots, having just finished their burst fire, decisively leaped out of the 6-story building, simultaneously activating their small jet propulsion units to counteract the impact of their fall. Just as they leaped out of the derelict building, an even more intense whistling sound cut through the air. A drone invisible to the naked eye plunged toward their previous hiding spot at 230 km per hour. A massive explosion ripped the roof off the dilapidated building, sending a chill down the spines of the 5 robots who hadn't yet landed. The enemy was really ruthless, they weren't giving them any chance at all. The moment they showed their heads, they were taken out instantly, without any hesitation. They were truly treating them as targets to be eliminated. Report damage status, 010, the first to land, ordered. Reporting, 011, all systems normal, no damage. 012, all systems normal. 013. After hearing the 4 reports, 010 resumed issuing commands. Next, spread out to avoid being wiped out all at once. Share everyone's field of view and coordinate to eliminate the enemy. Acknowledged, the 4 robots replied in unison. Inside the spherical control console, 4 small screens appeared alongside the main display on the soldiers' VR headsets. These feeds showed exactly what their teammates could currently see. A small map even appeared in the upper right corner, displaying the positions of their teammates. If a teammate spotted an enemy, the enemy would also appear on the map. Everything felt just like a video game. The only difference was that it was incredibly realistic and they couldn't die. This was the latest mode of proxy warfare, where the proxies were robots and the soldiers were the operators behind them. Damn, they're really slippery. On the other side of the battlefield, inside a hidden underground defense facility, 5 warriors clad in exoskeletons were coordinating everything on the battlefield. The drones and self-destructing shuttles from earlier were deployed by them. They had originally planned to take out these metal hulks in one fell swoop, showing the world the power of coordinated new equipment. But they hadn't expected the enemy to anticipate their moves. That'd fine and wouldn't be much fun if it ended too soon. Let us give a taste of what fire coverage really means. Mechanical Wolf Squad, full deployment. Secure all intersections and coordinate with the drones to eliminate the enemy. Roger. For operators, using their laptops and controllers, began issuing commands to the drones and mechanical wolves beside them. Although these unmanned units aren't entirely controlled by humans, combined with the advanced AI inside them, they can be commanded with the precision of an extension of one's own arm. That said, their reaction times certainly couldn't match those of a single human commander. Outside the underground fortifications, mechanical wolves emerged one after another from within, charging toward the ruins ahead with agile strides, moving at a speed comparable to that of an electric scooter. This was undoubtedly a significant improvement over previous models of the mechanical wolves. On their backs, they now carried not only standard assault rifles but also shotguns, submachine guns, rocket launchers, and other equipment. What stood out was their fierce firepower, while the two mechanical tigers tasked with guarding the temporary command post had also had their multi-barrel Gatling guns modified. They carried large ammunition boxes on their backs, allowing the mechanical tigers to sustain prolonged barrages. There was no need to worry about running out of ammo. It was safe to say they were armed to the teeth. The robots, on the other hand, had only standard equipment. How could they possibly stand a chance against them? The other exoskeleton warriors, brimming with confidence, took careful cover among the surrounding buildings. Some climbed to high ground to scan the area below with sniper rifles, while others set up a series of traps on the ground. Each of them put their special skills to use, waiting for the drones and mechanical wolves to pinpoint the enemy's location once more. Buzz, 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 buzz. Several drones flew back and forth between the abandoned, unfinished buildings, preparing to conduct a detailed scan of the area to pinpoint the enemy's exact location. Suddenly, windows on both sides of the building shattered, and two robots wielding shotguns flew out from inside. Using small jet propulsion units, they leaped more than 10 meters away. While still in midair, they aimed their shotguns at several drones. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. 5 of the drones were hit by paintballs, while the 2 robots leaped onto the enemy's floor and vanished. The seamless coordination caused the defending team to immediately lose a portion of their air support. But it also exposed the robots' positions. Other shuttles that had long been on standby in the distance rushed in and crashed into the 2 buildings, self-destructing on the spot. The area was engulfed by massive explosions and flames, sending a chill down the spines of those watching the livestream. Could these 2 robots really be gone? Just as everyone was worrying, 2 blurry figures emerged from the flames. And they were getting closer and closer. The defending team's captain saw this through the drone's feed and ordered the 2 newly arrived mechanical wolves to launch a simultaneous attack. A barrage of bullets swept toward the flames. Crackling sounds erupted from the 2 blurry figures. Ha! That doesn't sound right. That's not the sound of bullets hitting metal. The defense captain suddenly shouted, turned around, and quickly gave an order. Quick, get the mechanical wolves out of there. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The figures in the flames suddenly accelerated and grew larger and larger. When it burst out of the smoke and dust, what was revealed was a massive concrete block, which was now hurtling toward the mechanical wolf at breakneck speed, leaving the operator no time to react. All they could see was the camera feed going black in an instant, and then they lost control. Damn it, is that robot's fire resistance really that strong? Before the defense captain could finish his complaint, another unexpected incident occurred. Report, our drones on the other routes have also been ambushed. We're losing signals one after another. Only the one at headquarters remains. The operator paused there, then changed the subject abruptly. The last one has also been taken down remotely. We've completely lost aerial surveillance. The captain's eye twitched. Great, not a single one left. They're all out of commission. The difficulty of the defense had instantly increased several-fold. However, there was some good news. The locations of all 5 robots had been confirmed, and the mechanical wolves and exoskeleton warriors were now joining forces to surround and eliminate them. As long as they could take them down one by one, victory would still belong to the defense team. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Gunfire and explosions echoed throughout the exercise zone. The attackers and defenders had fully engaged in combat. Spectators watching the entire exercise finally witnessed the terrifying power of this new technology. With their extraordinary capabilities, the robots climbed and leaped between buildings, dodging concentrated fire. Even when bullets occasionally struck them, they only sent sparks flying. It didn't cause them any real damage. In contrast, a mechanical wolf hit by more than 5 paintballs would be declared defeated. As for the exoskeleton soldiers, a hit to a critical area would eliminate them on the spot. However, to defeat an exoskeleton soldier, one had to breach the 2-meter-wide shield they carried. Each of these shields was 10 centimeters thick, specially designed, blast-resistant shields. They're thicker than the armor on tanks. Even anti-material weapons are no more than a tickle when they hit them. Now, more than a dozen soldiers, each holding one, wield their shields in one hand and machine guns in the other, much like ancient heavy infantry. They can use their massive shields to protect their entire bodies while still finding time to sweep the machine guns across the frantic, darting robots. They're not slow either. Even while holding 2-meter-tall shields and machine guns, they can still move with ease. They're slowly cutting up the robots' escape routes. Everyone watching the live stream around the world was stunned. They all felt like they were dreaming. Holy crap, no way, China, are you staging a sci-fi blockbuster right now? Seriously? Could it be a Warhammer Astartes possessing someone, battling the awakened machines? It's over, it's over. The world has finally turned into something I can't even imagine. Things straight out of sci-fi are now a reality. Could it really be that the saying is coming true, you guys make sci-fi movies, and we in China make them a reality? The barrage of sarcastic comments from Chinese netizens resonated deeply with netizens from other countries around the world. What else could this be but a sci-fi movie? Could anything be more sci-fi than this? But as the saying goes, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Some people abroad, for the sake of saving face and national pride, began to belittle it against their better judgment. South Korea, humph, what are you trying to pull, Simi Day? This is clearly China plagiarizing our technology. Just wait until we hold our own airshow, then you'll see what real high-tech looks like. Land of the cherry blossoms, exactly. Everything belongs to your land of the bamboo sticks. When it comes to high-tech, it's definitely the Gundam secretly developed by our land of the cherry blossoms. It could crush those little robots from China with a single stomp. Only Gundam is the best. Land of the monkeys, how pathetic. The weapons developed by aggressors may be advanced, but in the end, aren't they just used to colonize victim nations like ours? Everyone, please stay vigilant and join forces to resist them. Curry Nation, shut up, all of you. In front of us, Curry Nation, all this is just child's play. Just wait until we launch an intercontinental ballistic missile. We'll show you. It'll hit exactly where we aim. Then you'll see these little inventions are useless in the face of absolute power. Netizens from various countries watched these nations spouting their wild claims, not even feeling like calling them out. The first two are just watchdogs their masters haven't even called them yet. They're already barking. As for that monkey, he is suffering from advanced persecution complex, always thinking others are going to invade and colonize him. He is just way too full of himself. The last one was even more ridiculous. Missiles from Curry country hitting their targets with pinpoint accuracy? Once launched, their strikes are completely random. They don't even know where they'll end up. What is there to brag about? They don't even know if they'll blow themselves to smithereens one day. These discordant voices were quickly drowned out by the flood of discussions. As the situation continues to escalate, China is now coming into the view of more and more ordinary people, gradually changing their stereotypical impressions of the country. This has made some those in power extremely unhappy, and various countries have rushed to implement countermeasures to block access to the live streams. But as the saying goes, the more you try to stop it, the more we want to watch. Although official channels have been blocked, there are always other apps that will broadcast the footage, and some people even go to the trouble of bypassing the Great Firewall. Even hackers have stepped in, forcing the giant screen at Times Square to broadcast the live feed at night. This infuriated the old lamp in the Black Palace so much he nearly dropped dead on the spot. It's utter lawlessness. These hackers must be tracked down. They are criminals who threaten national security. At this moment, the entire Blue Star has become somewhat restless because of China. Inside the equipment demonstration area of the Zhuhai Airshow, the battle between the two sides had reached a fever pitch. The robots, despite their ultra-strong defenses, were covered in dents and scratches. And one robot had even lost an arm, with sparks flying profusely from the severed joint. A sizzling and crackling sound filled the air. Although the situation here looked grim, the defending side was in even worse shape. At the cost of one damaged robot, they had eliminated the 3 snipers on the roof. This left the ground squad below completely deprived of long-range fire support, allowing the other 4 agile robots to seize the opportunity. Using their firearms, they took down several unprotected mechanical wolves before retreating back into the building. Through their onboard radar, the robots could clearly see the hidden soldiers. Taking advantage of the momentary gap created by the destruction of nearby mechanical wolves, the enemy temporarily lost sight of them. One of the robots climbed onto the roof and silently circled around to the head of a soldier holding a shield. Without giving him time to react, several paintballs struck the soldier in the back. This eliminated the cautious soldier from the battle. The large shield he was holding also became the robot's spoils of war. At that very moment, the tide of battle shifted completely from defense to offense. The robots armed with giant shields no longer feared the enemy's concentrated fire. They could draw enemy fire, creating opportunities for their teammates to seize more giant shields. Soon, all 4 robots were armed with shields, and their strategy shifted from evasion to an all-out offensive. Each robot transformed into a battlefield bull, charging headlong at any enemy they spotted without hesitation. Then, they fire a few shots while the enemy was staggered. Even if mechanical wolves or other hidden warriors tried to launch a surprise attack, they'd be sniped from above by the one armed robot. The exoskeleton squad of over a dozen members had by now been nearly wiped out. Anyone with eyes could see that this exercise was coming to an end. A few minutes later, the last soldier hiding in the rubble was hit by a paintball, leaving the defenders with only 2 mechanical tigers to guard the underground fortifications. The squad leader, hidden inside, refused to give up. He ordered 2 of his men to operate the mechanical tigers, while he led the remaining 2 to engage the enemy. The moment the squad leader poked his head out, he saw 4 robots approaching, each wielding a massive shield. Their heavy, steady stride made him grind his teeth in frustration. Mechanical tigers, concentrate your fire to distract them. The rest of you, prepare your anti-tank missiles and sniper rifles. Prioritize taking out the hidden snipers. Yes, Captain. The 2 men who had followed him began reloading their ammunition, waiting for the mechanical tiger's barrage. Tap tap tap. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and a stream of bullets, like tracer rounds, swept toward the robots as they accelerated toward them. But because of the massive shields, the bullets could only slow the robots down. They didn't inflict any real damage. Seeing this, the captain ordered one of the mechanical tigers to sprint forward, preparing to flank the robots from behind. An attempt to spread out their defenses. Unfortunately, the robots were equipped with shields on all 4 sides. When paired up, they could block all attacks from 2 directions. But this left their rear unprotected. Quick, attack there. Upon receiving the order, a soldier emerged from his hiding spot, rocket launcher in hand. But before he could pull the trigger, a paintball exploded against his body. Another sniper, who had been searching for hidden robots, also had his scope completely covered by paintballs. In that instant, the defense captain realized they had lost. There was no doubt about it. Boom! 2 loud explosions rang out. And the mechanical tigers, who had been providing suppressive fire, were ambushed at close range by the robots. The robots used their massive shields to pin the mechanical tigers beneath them and fired paintballs at them relentlessly. The organizers have now declared both mechanical tigers dead. With the defense team having lost any chance of a counterattack, the exercise officially ended. The victorious robot warriors finally dropped their massive shields. They stood once more amidst the rubble and raised their hands in triumph. At that moment, glory belonged to them. All Chinese viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement at that moment. They cheered and celebrated as if it were the Lunar New Year. They spread the good news far and wide, eager to share their joy with as many people as possible. In contrast to the jubilation in China, netizens around the world were left feeling rather uneasy. China's technological progress is simply mind-boggling. If a war were to break out with them, would we have to face those terrifying robots in the future? These things are clearly even more terrifying than the Terminators. Even a combination of exoskeleton soldiers and mechanical wolves would be too much for ordinary people to handle. It seems the world is about to change. Inside the weapons pavilion, the delegates who had watched the entire demonstration felt even more conflicted than the netizens. Their emotions remained unsettled for a long time. If possible, they really wanted to buy a few units to take back home. The first one who couldn't sit still was Big Spender. He asked a staff member if the equipment was for sale. Even a scaled-down version would do. But the staff member just smiled and shook his head. He explained that these items were not for sale and wouldn't be available for the time being. Any other equipment, however, was available for purchase. With no other choice, Big Spender went on a shopping spree for other items, just to show he wasn't short on cash. He insisted that if China ever decided to sell them, they had to contact him first. Seeing their counterparts splurging so lavishly, the other nations could only silently shelve the showstoppers they had intended to showcase. They didn't want to risk embarrassing themselves by revealing them, only to become the laughingstock of China and Dog Tycoon. Now, they just hoped the exhibition would end quickly so they could divert massive resources toward R&D in batteries, exoskeletons, and robots. They absolutely couldn't fall too far behind China. Otherwise, they'd be in for a beating. A new arms race has quietly begun, and countries around the world are responding in droves. And so, the first day of the Zhuhai Airshow officially came to a close amid widespread shock and awe, with videos and recordings flooding the internet. Even if other countries wanted to stop it, it was already too late. This infuriated many people, and a congressman from the United States was the first to speak out in protest. He argued vehemently. Dogs are man's best friend. It is unacceptable for China to produce war machines in the image of dogs. Furthermore, humanoid robots must not be allowed to participate in warfare that is a desecration of humanity and a defiance of God. Their actions pose a serious threat to the United States' national security and must be sanctioned. Such hypocritical rhetoric was met with derision by netizens in China. You were the ones who started this in the first place, yet now you're calling it inhumane. This is shamelessness taken to the extreme. Unfortunately, many foreigners fell for this line of reasoning and began to join the chorus of condemnation under this pretext. They seem to think that as long as they put pressure on China, the country will abandon its research on robots, exoskeletons, and related technologies. Then the world will become a more peaceful place. Only people from the beautiful country could believe such a moronic idea. If only they'd cause a little less trouble, the world would be a wonderful place. As the airshow progressed day by day, this wave of news from China had swept across the entire globe. Most people were already aware of the explosive advancements in technology here. Especially the existence of the Redstone No. 1 battery. This signaled a true revolution in battery technology. Leading global companies in electronics, mobile phones, automobiles, and batteries flocked here, ready to discuss potential partnerships with the mysterious Redstone Corporation. Battery manufacturers were the most excited of all, as this directly threatened their collective market share. However, since Redstone was backed by China, they couldn't resort to underhanded tactics. Fortunately, Redstone Corporation hasn't gone too far. They're merely acting as a supplier, selling Redstone 1 elements at 10 times the standard price, while leaving battery production to others. They simply collect patent royalties. After all, Blue Star can't manufacture these batteries anyway. At most, they can use the Redstone 1 elements sold by Redstone Corporation to synthesize a few high-efficiency batteries. That would be completely missing the point, a losing proposition. Moreover, due to production capacity constraints, Redstone Corporation currently only has domestic sales channels open, and even then, sales are limited. As for overseas markets, sorry, we can't even meet domestic demand. How could we possibly cater to you? But please don't be discouraged once production capacity is sufficient, we'll definitely consider expanding sales. For now, please go back and wait for further updates. Companies from various countries were harshly rejected by Redstone Corporation, leaving them seething with rage. Even if you refuse to sell to us, we can still obtain the Redstone 1 elements you've sold through other means. Once we crack the code, let us see if you can still act so arrogantly. With such enormous profits at stake, how can we let a single company monopolize them? As they stormed off in anger, they were all seething with determination, planning to leverage their connections as soon as they returned to put pressure on both China and this company. They intended to make it impossible for them to operate normally. Eventually, under such pressure, the other side would have to give in. While these secret negotiations ended in acrimony, Chinese companies were all overjoyed. They had signed a series of contracts with Redstone Corporation. This guaranteed their access to Red Element 1, allowing them to produce small batches of batteries for demonstration purposes. When the time came to hold a launch event, smartphones, cars, tablets, and more would all debut in new versions equipped with Redstone batteries. A new era would thus dawn. Hello? Yes, I understand. In the top floor office of the Anomaly Bureau headquarters, Chen with his long hair parted in a 3:7 style ended the call. He had just been instructed by higher-ups to step up the acquisition of Redstone Pillar and expedite the construction of the road leading to the Red Plains. Otherwise, current production levels would be insufficient to meet national demand. In particular, the military urgently needed the new batteries to replace the existing unmanned equipment. Otherwise, once the exoskeletons and robots were built, they would be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal without the proper batteries. Therefore, to support the Anomaly Bureau, the government had secretly deployed another batch of construction troops. They were tasked with helping complete the road construction and, at the same time, alleviating the shortage of engineering personnel at the outpost. After ending the call, Chen paced back and forth a few steps and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He picked up the translation glasses from the desk and dialed a new number. Beep, beep, beep. A few minutes later, the call, which had gone unanswered for some time, finally connected. Hello? Is this how you use this thing? An unfamiliar language from another world came through the line. Chen, wearing his translation glasses, listened for a moment and immediately understood what the other person was saying. That's right, that's how you use it, Chief Red Rock. Oh, how amazing. I can really hear the other person's voice. At the border between the Red Plains and the Enchanted Forest, within the massive Gulu tribe, Chief Red Rock expressed his amazement. In front of him sat a 2-meter-tall, old-fashioned telephone with a handset, a custom-made device Chen had commissioned from engineers. Its purpose was to facilitate communication with this side. To ensure the Gulu giants could use it easily, the phone had only one button. They simply had to pick up the receiver and press it. Then, through the network of small signal receivers deployed along the route, a notification would sound on the phone at the base, letting Chen know what the Gulu giants needed. Now that the nation needed more redstone pillars, he naturally had to contact them. That was the reason for this call. It's like this, Chief. I'm calling to ask about something in particular. Oh? What is it? Chief Redrock, holding the phone, looked completely taken aback. He waved away the little ones who were crowding around him, preventing them from touching the phone in his hand. According to the agreement we signed, we've already cleared out more than half of the redstone mines you own. Next, we'll be deploying more resources to finish hauling everything out within a week and settle all outstanding payments. Once that's done, could you see if you can introduce us to people from other tribes? So we can go to them to purchase new mines? What? Chief Red Rock was struck as if by lightning. He widened his eyes and stared at the phone in his hand in disbelief. Are these people from that mysterious realm really that efficient? Are they going to finish hauling all that crap out that quickly? They finally managed to live a life of prosperity. How could they possibly let these rich, foolish humans go to other tribes? Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? No way. All the stones belong to our Red Rock tribe, other tribes have no right to them. The massive Red Rock chief shifted his rocky body, his two large eyes darting back and forth. Shan, right? Actually, we have more mines, they're just a bit farther away. We even have a mountain of spit. I mean, a vein. That's right, a vein. We can still sign an agreement we guarantee will meet your needs. Shan sat back down in his chair and tapped his fingers on the tabletop. He could sense the other man's urgency. He also understood what the other man was after. But that wasn't his concern. As long as the transaction went smoothly, everything else was their own business. The Hua Republic didn't interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, and neither did the Anomaly Bureau. With that in mind, Shen smiled. I understand, Chief. Then please come to our headquarters to sign the follow-up agreements, and please guarantee the safety of our convoy on the Red Plains. Otherwise, the transaction cannot proceed safely, and we'll have to reconsider our choice of supplier. Chief Red Rock let out a deep sigh of relief and pounded his rocky chest vigorously with his stubby hands. A series of thuds echoed through the room. Rest assured, we understand that. Within the Red Plains, anyone who dares to lay a hand on the convoy is declaring war on us. We will mobilize the entire tribe to wipe them out. Chief Red Rock's face was fierce, giving the impression that he was ready to kill at the slightest provocation. Good. Then I look forward to a long-term partnership between us. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the beeps coming from the phone, the chieftain ended the call. He adjusted the feathered crown on his head, and his massive frame slowly rose to a height of 13 meters. Oh, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. All gurgles, assemble. Our war is about to begin. Inside the tribe, the Gulu giants who had been feasting heartily simultaneously looked up. They swallowed the stones in their mouths and ran one by one toward the chieftain. They waited for the chieftain to issue his orders. My people, the humans over there need more shit now. Never mind, let us just call it redstone from now on. Otherwise, it sounds too gross. The other giants nodded in agreement upon hearing this. It would be a bit inappropriate to mention such a disgusting thing right after they finished eating. It was much better to use the humans' term redstone. It instantly sounded much more refined. Redrock the chieftain looked around and, seeing that everyone agreed with this name, continued in a passionate tone. Ahem, I don't want to beat around the bush, I just want to say one thing. All the redstone belongs to us, and all the stones belong to us too. Don't the humans who buy redstone always talk about lifting themselves out of poverty and becoming prosperous and living a moderately prosperous life? Since that is the case, let us use this slogan to take over the redstone from other tribes, help them lift themselves out of poverty and become prosperous, and live a moderately prosperous life. A massive roar echoed throughout the entire tribe. The chieftain raised his bone staff and glared at everyone with his enormous eyes. Ooh, 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 ooh. Seize the tribe, rob the Gulu. You idiot, it's lift people out of poverty, help them prosper, and lead a moderately prosperous life. We're civilized Gulu, we don't engage in robbery or kidnapping. A Gulu who had shouted the wrong slogan was beaten up by the others. Only then did he revert to the slogan that rolled off his tongue so smoothly. Chief Red Rock didn't get angry at this scene. Change always takes time. Now that his forces were strong and well equipped, it was time to begin annexing neighboring territories. Besides, the human slogans were really useful. He felt he'd suddenly become much more noble. No longer would he act without just cause, resorting to brute force every time. With that in mind, the chief gave a little wave of his hand. Very well. Today, there is an unlimited supply of stones. Eat as much as you can. Tomorrow, when the sun rises over the mountain peak, it's time to set out. Yes, Chief. One by one, the Gulu giants began sharpening their blades. They rushed to the food piles and ate voraciously, preparing to build up their strength for tomorrow's assistance program. After all, as the saying goes, how can you possibly defeat a well-fed opponent on an empty stomach? This saying held especially true for the Gulu giants. After all, stones were their source of strength. And a tribe's wealth was essentially a measure of its power. The tribe that had attacked them earlier, for instance, was far stronger than the Red Rock tribe. This time, the Red Rock Gullah chieftain was determined to restore their honor and make it clear to any would-be attackers that they had risen to power. A burp. A 5-meter-tall Gullah giant patted his bloated belly and glanced toward the horizon of the Red Plains. He noticed that the dim sky was gradually brightening. The rising sun was illuminating the entire plain, awakening all the silent creatures. "Oh Guru, Guru, Guru!" The chieftain's distinctive call rang out, and the Gullah giants who had been dozing suddenly opened their eyes. They mimicked the chieftain, letting out their own "Oh Guru, Guru, Guru" cries. In an instant, the entire tribe was on high alert. All the Gullah giants turned their gaze toward their chieftain. "Chieftain, let us begin. We've been stuck in this remote corner for far too long." "That's right. It's been hundreds of years, and we've been raided time and time again. I've had enough of this life. Today, we're going to help them lift themselves out of poverty and prosper." "Exactly. Let us help them achieve a moderately prosperous life." Watching the excited Gullah giants, Chief Red Rock felt that these people were worthy of his trust. He raised the bone staff in his hand and pointed toward the main gate, his expression turning serious and determined. "You're right. For the sake of all the Gulu, so they can lift themselves out of poverty, prosper, and live a moderately prosperous life. Let us set out right now." Chieftain Gulu, leading the way, was the first to transform into a stone ball and roll out of the tribe. The other Gulu giants followed closely behind, keeping pace with their chieftain. Only a few newly adult and underage giants remained in the tribe. They were responsible for guarding the settlement and ensuring the safety of the food supplies. They also coordinated with the convoy from Huagwe to handle loading and unloading tasks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A rumbling sound echoed across the Red Plains as hundreds of stone spheres rolled frantically. Their overwhelming presence terrified all creatures along the way, causing them to scatter in fear. Soon, the procession entered the coral sea of the Red Plains, crushing every coral that blocked their path into dust. "Chieftain, there are signs of a tribe on the left." "That must be the tribe that ambushed us earlier." Red Rock, the chieftain leading the charge, heard his people's report and halted his rolling body. His facial features, limbs, bone staff, and the feathered crown on his head all materialized at once. It was as if he possessed some kind of spatial magic. Sure enough, they've all fled. Looks like I won't be able to help them lift themselves out of poverty and prosper after all." Chief Red Rock gazed at the tribe's former location and muttered to himself. He then gave an order. "Leave a few gurus behind to inventory the nearby outhouses. We'll use them for trade with Huagwa. The rest of you Gulu, come with me to the Red Flower Sea. There's a good friend in there who has always been bullying us." Upon hearing the chief's words, the other Gulu all broke into cruel grins. "If we couldn't help these people get out of poverty and prosper here, surely we wouldn't fail to do so over there, would we? Today, no matter what, we're going to ensure they live a moderately prosperous life." Rumble, rumble, the stone army began rolling once more, charging headlong toward the sea of flowers formed by giant carnivorous plants. The massive commotion caused the entire sea of flowers to erupt into chaos. One after another, giant flowers with gaping mouths attacked the Gullah giants, only to be shattered by the giants' hard bodies. Like road rollers, they carved a path through the sea of flowers. "Chief, we're almost there. The stone tribe is just beyond the exit ahead." "Good. Speed ahead." The 100 or so stone balls charged out of the red sea of flowers in one go, reaching a sunken area. Flying through the air, they crashed down onto the open ground below like hailstones. They were completely unaware that right below them, a Gulu giant from the Hardstone tribe was secretly relieving himself. He had just begun when he was startled back by the sudden appearance of over 100 stone spheres overhead. Amid a series of thunderous crashes, every Gulu giant was driven 3 feet deep into the ground. Once they crawled out of the pit, they finally spotted the uninvited guest in their ranks. "Are you a Gulu giant from the Hardstone tribe?" The 3-meter-tall Gula glanced at the massive Red Rock chieftain, then looked around at the sea of 10-meter-tall giants surrounding him. Finally, he stiffened his neck and nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. Are you here to attack our tribe? Then just kill me." Hearing such a resolute response, a grim smile spread across the Red Rock chieftain's previously stern face. Aha, kill you? No, no, no. We're here to help you lift yourselves out of poverty, become prosperous, and live a moderately prosperous life and to collect your red stone while we're at it. Ha? What? The Gulu giant, surrounded by the others, looked completely baffled. His limited brain couldn't make sense of what the opposing chieftain was saying. Lifting people out of poverty and into prosperity, a moderately prosperous life, redstone, what on earth were these things? Was this even Gulu speak? Ha ha ha, it seems you don't understand our great dream, little brother. Chief Red Rock noticed the confusion on the other side. He patted little Gulu on the head, then gave him a big hug. That's okay. You know we're bringing, what was that human word again? Oh, right, I remember now, it's blessings. All you need to know is that we come bearing blessings. Chieftain Red Rock let go of little Gulu and pointed toward the distant tribe ahead. Go on, tell your chieftain. We, the Red Rock tribe, have come to help you lift yourselves out of poverty and prosper. We don't want the stones you've stockpiled. But if you resist, for the sake of your own happiness, we may have no choice but to use some force. We hope you'll understand. Little Gulu, who had been pushed out of the Gulu group, glanced back at the members of the Red Rock tribe. He felt as though he'd encountered something bizarre today. Could it be that the people of the Red Rock tribe had finally gone mad from hunger, which is why they were now talking nonsense? But looking at their current physiques, they were clearly stuffed to the brim. What on earth was going on? Completely baffled throughout the whole ordeal, little Gulu could only roll frantically back to his tribe in the distance. As he rolled, he shouted, "We're in big trouble. The Red Rock tribe is here to raid us." What? Everyone working in the tribe looked over in surprise. They put down their tools and began to discuss the matter loudly. That weakest of tribes actually dares to come raid us? Have they gone crazy from eating too much dirt? Yeah. We're doing them a favor by not raiding them, and yet they dare to show up here. Looks like they're asking for another lesson. Every Gulu giant wore a look of disdain, convinced that the little Gulu was exaggerating the danger. They knew the Red Rock Gulu tribe's situation all too well. If it weren't for the fact that harvest season hadn't arrived yet, they would gone over there to raid them long ago. What's going on? What are you all arguing about? From the massive tent at the center of the tribe, a colossal 13-meter-tall Gulu giant stepped out. He held a stone staff in his hand, wore a stone crown on his head, and had a ferocious expression on his face. Chief, the Red Rock tribe says they're going to go after the red stone? The little Gulu was so nervous he'd forgotten most of what he'd been told. He only remembered that the other side had mentioned something about the red stone. Red stone? Shit? Chief Jinsher furrowed his brow. These guys can't possibly be crazy enough to come after shit, can they? Hey, you didn't mishear the message, did you? Little Gulu shook his head frantically, his expression serious and earnest. Chief, I'm telling you the truth. They specifically sent me back to report this. Otherwise, they would smashed me to pieces. Still unable to believe it, Chief Jinsher furrowed his brow even deeper. If the other side really had come to steal shit, they could just gone and taken it themselves. Those outhouses were right there, after all, and no one was guarding them. There was absolutely no need to go to such great lengths to come here and risk their lives. What on earth were these guys up to? Unable to figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it, Chief Hardstone shoved little Gulu aside. Leading the tribe's elite warriors, he marched out to meet the Red Rock tribe as they approached slowly. Upon seeing the other side's current appearance, a look of shock clearly spread across the Rockstone chief's massive face. How is this possible? You're not malnourished after all? What on earth happened to make you look like this? The Red Rock chief, his face beaming with smugness, adjusted the feathered headdress atop his head, his expression solemn and devout. Nothing much. We simply received the blessing of the Red Stone God. Now I have come here by divine mandate to bestow the gospel upon you. Silence. Stillness. All the gurus on the Stony Rock tribe's side wore strange expressions. The way they looked at the Red Rock Chief was as if they were staring at a fool. How could he even utter such shameless words? He must have eaten too much shit, right? Otherwise, why would he raid an outhouse? Many of the gurus even found it laughable and burst out laughing. Chief Red Rock, do you even realize what you're saying? As the weakest tribe, what right do you have to receive the Redstone Goddess attention? Even if anyone were worthy, it would be the shaman priests living in the central mountain range of the Red Plains. How could it possibly be you, the chief of this tiny tribe? Hearing Chief Hardstone's mockery, Chief Red Rock paid it no mind. He was now a gulu who'd seen the big world. How could such a hick possibly understand? Heh, Chief Hardstone, I'll put it plainly. I've come here to help you lift yourselves out of poverty and into prosperity, to live a moderately prosperous life. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Ha! The appearance of this new term made Chief Hardstone's eyes widen in surprise. Looking at the serious expression on the other man's face, he felt as sick to his stomach as if he'd eaten shit. He really couldn't figure out what the other guy was up to. Never mind thinking, just ISNT for us Gulu giants. No matter what tricks the other side pulls, we have to fight anyway. Even if the enemy was strong and well equipped, the Rockstone tribe had no cowards. My people, are you afraid? No. Very good, oh Gulu. The Rockstone tribe was the first to activate their fusion ability. Every Gulu giant in the entire tribe rolled toward their chieftain. Soon, a colossal giant rose from the ground, reaching a height of over 80 meters. The Red Rock chieftain cast a single glance at it, and a look of disdain flashed across his face. He, too, let out an "Oh guru" cry, and all the 10-meter class giants that had followed him rolled toward the Red Rock chieftain as well. When both sides completed their fusion simultaneously, the Red Rock tribe's giant was clearly over 30 meters taller than the Hardstone tribe's, reaching a height of 110 meters. Moreover, the stone spheres on its body were much more solid than its opponent's. It looked just like a fitness trainer about to beat up a skinny little monkey. This was the result of being well fed versus being hungry. Damn it, is the gap really this big? The Stone Tribe chief, serving as the head, looked absolutely livid. Gazing at the giant across from him towering 2 heads above him, he realized this battle would be grueling. But as the tribe's chief, admitting defeat without a fight would be a disgrace. How could he possibly hold his head up afterward? Boom! He unleashed a fist dozens of meters in size. A piercing whistle, like tearing through the air, echoed through the sky. If that had hit the ground, it would have carved out a massive 30-meter crater, at the very least. Unfortunately for him, he was facing the Red Rock tribe, plus these well-fed and well-rested giants had been biding their time, waiting to unleash their pent-up energy. As the massive fist swung toward him, the wheels beneath the Red Rock giant's feet spun at high speed, and with a quick sidestep, he dodged the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he struck the Hardstone giant's head with his bicep, sending stars dancing before the giant's eyes and causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Boom! The ground trembled slightly as the massive giant, lying on the ground, kicked up a cloud of dust. Before he could even struggle to his feet, the Red Rock giant had already mounted him. His massive fist came crashing down on the giant's head like a blow to an ancient bell. Thud! 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 One thunderous blow after another rang out, each one causing the earth to tremble slightly. All the animals in the vicinity were so terrified they fled in panic. As the Red Rock giant swung his fists, he muttered to himself, "Do you know what this punch represents? Boom! It's escaping poverty and becoming prosperous, boom! It's a moderately prosperous life. Boom! Why be so stubborn? Isn't it good to enjoy a happy life? Boom! Join our Red Rock tribe, I'll take care of you all. Boom! I guarantee you'll have an endless supply of stones to eat every day, boom! I guarantee there'll be pies and drinks every day, bang! Why aren't you saying anything? Bang! Aren't these terms great? Bang! Punch after punch, he pounded the stone giant until his whole body trembled. Now, even if the stone chief wanted to admit defeat, he felt he couldn't let alone accept the terms the Red Rock Giant had offered. If you want me to talk, stop hitting me first. If you keep this up, this chieftain will turn into a pancake. After unleashing dozens of frenzied punches, the Red Rock Chieftain finally came to his senses. He glanced at the stone giant, who lay there like a dead fish, and realized he'd probably gone a bit too hard just now. What could he do? He'd been bullied so badly in the past. Now that he could finally get his revenge, it's about bringing them the gospel. Of course I've got to give them a little extra. Otherwise, how could I show them I care? After all, care comes at a price, doesn't it? Oops, sorry about that. Are you okay? The Red Rock Giant grabbed the stone giant by the head and hoisted him right up. By now, the stone chief's petrified face was swollen like a pig's head. Even with his petrified skin, he couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact. Now, his eyes were reduced to mere slits. Even his speech was slurred. You bastard. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. The Red Rock Giant, who had actually heard him perfectly well, tightened his massive grip slightly. This caused Chief Hardstone's body to creak and crack. Clearly, just a little more force would crush him to pieces. I surrender. Are you satisfied now? Take whatever you want. Faced with the threat to his life, Chief Hardstone finally managed to form a complete sentence, and he cancelled the fusion. All the Gulu giants fell to the ground. With their limbs now free, they all turned to look at the chieftain being held in the giant's hand. Chieftain! Put the chieftain down. All our stones are yours. That's right, demon. You've won this time. Every Hardstone Gulu's face betrayed a mix of grief and anger. They never imagined the very ones they once bullied would become so powerful. Has the Redstone God abandoned us? Where does this leave our tribe? The Red Rock Giant, toying with the Hardstone chieftain, looked at the Hardstone Gulus scattered across the ground. He sensed that his opponent still didn't understand what he intended to do. Thud. He slammed his fist hard into the ground. It silenced the chaotic clamor. Enough! Shut up, you bunch of idiots! The furious Red Rock Giant tossed the stone chieftain aside and pointed at all the gurus below, roaring. How many times have I told you? I'm here to lift you out of poverty, help you prosper, and lead a comfortable life. Since you don't understand all those fancy words, I'll just say it plainly. A confident smile spread across the Red Rock Giant's face. From this moment on, our Red Rock tribe will annex your Hardstone tribe. From now on, you will all become my subjects, and I will take care of you. Whoa! The Stone Tribe gurus looked utterly stunned. So the threats they'd heard while being beaten earlier weren't just empty words after all? It had been many years since the Red Plains had seen one tribe annex another ever since the stone shortage began. They'd always relied on raiding other tribes to fill their bellies, without a care for others' survival. And now, out of nowhere, this oddball had appeared offering to provide for them? Looking at how plump and robust the people across from them were, their rations must be excellent. At this thought, their stomachs growled uncontrollably. If they could eat their fill, who would want to go hungry? Seeing the wavering resolve of the people across from him, the Red Rock chieftain knew victory was all but assured. Now, his biggest problem was that half-dead Stone Tribe chieftain. Hey, it's your turn to choose. Chief Hardstone, lying on the ground, struggled to open his eyes. He glanced at his starving people all around him, then at the Red Rock tribe in their giant forms, and realized the battle was lost. Even if he refused, they would kill him anyway. So, using the stones as bargaining chips, he decided to ally with the other Gulu giants. His only loss would be the chieftain's scepter and crown in his hands, which would strip him of the power to command the Stone Tribe's fusion. After much internal deliberation, the Stone Tribe chieftain nodded resignedly. I understand. From now on, there will be no Stone Tribe, only the Red Rock tribe. Chieftain, your highness. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. The Red Rock giant burst into hearty laughter. He broke the fusion and led his people to crash down onto the ground. Extending his limbs, he moved his calves forward to stand before the chief of the Hardstone tribe. He pulled the other man to his feet with all his might. Rest assured, as the first chief to submit to me, you will be the second in command of the Red Rock tribe from now on. Sooner or later, we'll grow this tribe into a tribe blessed by the gods. So? The Red Rock chief paused here, his meaningful gaze fixed on the other man. Chief Stony Rock understood what the other meant. And, showing good judgment, summoned his stone scepter and stone crown. He willingly handed them over to the other man. By the red stone god, I, Chief Stony Rock, hereby voluntarily relinquish my position as chief and submit to the Red Rock tribe. Should I ever betray this oath, my body shall forever plunge into the stoneless hell. As his oath was spoken, it was as if the redstone god had truly answered him. The stone scepter and crown, which had been solid objects, suddenly floated into the air and began to glow with a faint red light. Seeing this, the Red Rock chieftain quickly summoned his feathered crown and bone staff to accept the other as surrender. Whoosh! The red light completely enveloped the two objects and, in an instant, fused into the feathered crown and the bone staff. From this moment on, Chief Hardstone lost the ability to betray, otherwise, he would fall into the stoneless hell created by the red stone god, where he would endure eternal hunger. As for Chief Redrock himself, he gained the ability to control the fusion of the Hardstone tribe's gurus. Now, if he so desired, he could combine all the gurus present into an even larger giant, achieving a breakthrough in his power. Ahahaha, it worked. My Red Rock tribe has finally risen to power. The excited chieftain laughed heartily, his head thrown back toward the sky, and the other Red Rock gurus joined him in laughter. They had waited far too long for this day today. They had finally made their mark. They had even conquered another tribe and strengthened their own ranks, a glory they had never experienced before. In contrast to the excitement on this side, the Hardstone gurus wore expressions of mixed emotions. They never imagined they would be swallowed up by beings they had once looked down upon. If word of this got out, they'd probably be too ashamed to show their faces in public. All right, let us not waste any more time. Our new subjects must be hungry by now. Let us hurry back to the tribe and hold a welcome banquet. Let them taste what drinks and pies are all about. Ooh, 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 ooh. Drinks and pies. Drinks and pies. The thunderous shouts stunned the stone gurus. Hearing the words drinks and pies from their new companions, they all became curious. Aren't those foods from the human world? When did we gurus get to eat them too? These people from the Red Rock tribe were simply too mysterious. With their curiosity thoroughly piqued, their stomachs could no longer hold out and began to growl. This made the members of the Red Rock tribe burst into laughter. They put aside their past grievances, linked arms, and prepared to return to the Red Rock tribe. Wait, Chief, aren't we going to take our luggage and the stones stored in the tribe? Hearing Jianshure's question, the Red Rock chief looked bold and confident as he waved his little hand forward. Forget them. The stones you've stockpiled are too meager, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Once we arrive at the Red Rock tribe, I'll show you what it means to have plenty of food. By then, every gulu will eat their fill. Not being full would be an insult to this chief. His bold words left the gurus who had just submitted to him in awe. Even Jinshure was no exception. What on earth had happened? What had made the Red Rock tribe so wealthy? Could it be that they had truly received the blessing of the Red Stone God? With these doubts weighing on their minds, the entire Jianshure tribe followed in the Red Rock tribe's footsteps, rolling together toward the entrance at the edge of the enchanted forest. Half an hour later, the massive procession kicked up a huge cloud of dust. A gulu on sentry duty spotted figures in the distance. The sheer size of the group prompted him to sound the alarm immediately. Oh gulu gulu gulu. The teenagers on guard duty inside the tribe heard the sound, dropped what they were doing, and rolled out. Even the dump trucks unloading stones did the same. The blue monkeys in charge of defense raised their blue monkey rifles, their fingers gently resting on the triggers. They were ready to open fire the moment there was the slightest provocation. Let those damn rocks see the power of long-range weapons. Oh, it's the chief and his people, not enemies. The gulu giant who spotted them first stopped the monkeys from firing. This averted a potential misunderstanding. Chirp, chirp, smack, smack, smack. A somewhat angry blue monkey grabbed the Gulo giant and started slapping him wildly across the face, basically complaining that the giant had poor eyesight for raising a false alarm, which could have easily led to friendly fire. That barrage of slaps left the blue monkey grimacing in pain. Next time, he'd never try to communicate with these rocks again. Their faces were made of stone, so slapping them felt like self-harm. Every time, his hand ended up swollen. It just wasn't worth it. Better to just finish the mission quickly and go back to eating bananas. Blue monkey blew on his hands, tossed aside his blue monkey rifle, and tapped on the driver's window. The driver immediately got the hint. He steered the dump truck toward the redstone mine area, intending to return to base once the load was complete. "Chief, what's that running metal box?" Genscher, following behind Chief Red Rock, asked in confusion. "Oh, you mean that? It's called a dump truck. It can carry large amounts of cargo. It's a creation invented by the humans." "A human invention?" Genscher pondered as the truck rolled along, and soon they arrived at the entrance to the tribe. The teenagers in charge of guarding the entrance saw that the chief had brought back a group of gurus and instantly realized this meant victory. They cleared the path leading into the tribe and respectfully welcomed the chief and the new tribe members. "Ah! My stone god, what is that?" The stone gurus, who had just entered the tribe, suddenly widened their eyes as they looked toward the far end of the settlement. There, they saw small mountains piled high with stones. And not just one, but many, many of them. These stones had already taken over part of the tribe. If it weren't for the tall walls blocking their way, those stones would have already spilled out of the tribe by now. Looking at this terrifying stockpile of food, the new gurus were so startled they could only swallow hard. "Ha ha ha ha, well? Didn't I tell you so, Chief? I can support you all. I'll lift you out of poverty and into prosperity, so you can live a comfortable life. This is the guarantee I give you." The gurus, who had initially remained skeptical, were now completely convinced. With a chieftain like this leading them, how could the tribe fail to grow stronger? Even the former chieftain, Genscher, now felt genuine admiration for Chieftain Red Rock from the bottom of his heart. To have secured so many stones from such a barren, remote frontier, it seemed the man he'd sworn allegiance to was truly resourceful. Could this have something to do with the humans who just appeared? Could they be trading with them? But that doesn't make sense. The furs produced by us Gulo giants aren't worth that many stones. So what exactly caused the Red Rock Gulo tribe to become so wealthy? Before Genscher could sort out his doubts, the chief had already begun preparing a bonfire feast. Plate after plate of stones was brought to the table, including cement syrup, cold cement chunks, concrete pies, and more. These exotic foods had the Gulu people staring longingly, their mouths watering involuntarily. It had been years since they'd seen so many stones. Especially some unfamiliar foods. Were these things even edible? Driven by curiosity, the new Gulu cautiously took a small bite. They were instantly captivated by the novel flavors, instantly transforming into gluttonous beasts and devouring everything in sight. The Red Rock chief merely glanced their way and smiled nonchalantly. "Ha, don't be shy, eat as much as you want. There's plenty to go around." Hearing this, the other Gulus ate even more enthusiastically, determined to make up for all the food they'd missed out on. This frenzied feast continued until the morning of the second day. Every new member of the tribe ate until they could barely walk. They had never felt as happy as they did at that moment. At that very moment, they finally understood the chief's slogan about lifting people out of poverty, becoming prosperous, and entering a moderately prosperous life. "Chief, what exactly are these drinks and pies?" Genscher took a sip of the cement syrup, his rock-like face filled with confusion. "Ha ha ha, this is cement powder we traded for from the humans. When mixed with water, it becomes a uniquely flavored drink. And these pies are called concrete. They're also traded with the humans." Chief Red Rock, who had also taken a sip of the cement syrup, wiped his mouth with his little hand. He wrapped his arms around Genscher, who was standing beside him, and patted the other's spherical body heartily. "Genscher, did you know there's a newly established human kingdom in the Enchanted Forest? The humans there are so wealthy that they live in houses built from pies. Even the drink we're having right now is made from the foundation stones they lay on the ground. Countless steel structures fill the entire nation. The dump truck you saw today is just one of them. It's a very powerful nation, and it's the benefactor that helped our Red Rock tribe rise to prominence. At this point, Chief Red Rock downed all the cement syrup in front of him in one gulp, his expression turning deeply contemplative. It was as if he were reminiscing about the past. His words deeply shocked Stone. So the rise of the Red Rock tribe was indeed connected to the humans after all. And yet, despite being that wealthy, they were still willing to trade with the penniless giants. But what exactly were they trading? Could it be? As these wild thoughts raced through his mind, Jianshur's expression grew increasingly grim. He sensed that the chieftain he had sworn allegiance to might have broken the ancestral pact, selling the mighty Gulu giants to the humans as slaves in exchange for a hefty reward. And those of them who had been forced into submission, they might very well be the merchandise. Wasn't he afraid that other tribes would find out and launch a joint campaign to wipe them out? It was utterly insane. Growing more and more frightened the more he thought about it, Jianshur picked up a fresh cup of cement syrup and took a sip. He wanted to calm his nerves. Chieftain Red Rock had noticed every one of Jianshur's unusual reactions and realized his subordinate had completely misinterpreted the situation. Hey, Jianshur, don't get the wrong idea. All the humans need is the shit from our outhouses in shit mountains, not slaves. Jianshur, who had just taken a sip of cement syrup, couldn't help but spit it out. What had he just heard? The humans actually needed that kind of stuff? Are you kidding me? Isn't the entire Red Plain littered with it? Why would they even need to trade for it? If this were true, wouldn't the Red Rock tribe have hit the jackpot? That's why they've become so powerful. If only this opportunity had fallen to his own tribe. Oh, Red Stone God, have you really abandoned us like this? The more Jianshur thought about it, the more bitter and indignant he became. His eyes gradually grew hollow. His stomach was full, but his spirit was drained. Such a massive blow made him feel that life had lost all meaning. The Red Rock chief, standing nearby and seeing him like this, intentionally or perhaps unintentionally rubbed salt in the wound. Oh, actually, this whole situation puts us in a real bind, too. If they hadn't worn us down with their constant nagging, we wouldn't have even made the deal. Just look at the amount of stone there is, so much we can't even consume it all right now. It's truly a headache. The Red Rock chieftain of Versailles smiled as he gazed at the pile of grain in the distance, completely ignoring Jianshur, who lay on the ground like a dead fish. This newly subdued former chieftain must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, how could he establish his authority? He would even have to take the man with him on tomorrow's trip to Huagua, to prevent him from causing trouble within the tribe. By then, his own men would have won over the entire Hardstone tribe, ensuring their complete loyalty. The Red Rock chieftain stood up and returned to his grand tent. He left the Hardstone chieftain standing there, his eyes vacant, brooding in silence. Why? Why, Red Stone God? This isn't fair. Early the next morning, the rising sun illuminated the entire Red Plain, and the Red Rock tribe was littered with Gulu lying in every direction. Some were lying on their backs, others on their stomachs, each in a completely casual sleeping position. Only the former chieftain, Jianshur, still stared intently at the sky with his bloodshot eyes. He had thought about it all night but still couldn't figure out why humans would buy that crap. Could it be that this stuff had some special use? But the Red Plains had existed for tens or even hundreds of millions of years, and he'd never seen humans discover any use for that excrement. Could it be that they're just burning a hole in their pockets? Just like Chief Red Rock said, is this some kind of poverty alleviation effort? Smack! A sudden sound rang out. Jianshur, his eyes still wide open, turned his head and saw that the chief was patting him on the shoulder. Well, did you sleep well last night? Come with me in a moment, we're heading to Huagua in the Enchanted Forest. I need to sign a follow-up agreement with them, Chen. Rolling his eyes, Jianshur slowly crawled to his feet. He really wanted to ask, don't you know whether I slept last night or not? But remembering that this was the one he now swore allegiance to, he swallowed those words. A forced smile appeared on his face. Actually, I'd like to see that mysterious human kingdom for myself, to see just how wealthy and powerful they really are. Don't worry, you'll get to see it. Chief Red Rock patted Jianshu's spherical body once more. He turned and shouted to the entire tribe. My people, it's time to get up and get to work. I want to be here today, so you must ensure the safety of the tribe and the human convoy. Whoever dares to challenge us, beat them up for me. The gurus opened their eyes and rubbed them. They glanced at their chieftain, and their sleepy faces instantly took on a devout expression. Ooh, protect the tribe, protect the caravan. Protect the tribe, protect. Hearing the united chant of the crowd, Chief Red Rock nodded in satisfaction. He plucked a feather from his headdress and carefully handed it to one of his most trusted subordinates. Through the power of this feather, the subordinate temporarily gained the ability to merge with a giant. This way, even in the chief's absence, the Gulu giants would fear no threat. Even if another tribe dared to attack, they would be forced to retreat in defeat. When that time came, he, as chieftain, would naturally settle the score. With the feather-handing ceremony complete, the chieftain left the tribe accompanied by Jianshu and 5 10-meter-tall Gulu giants serving as guards. Rumble, rumble. The rolling stone spheres followed the tracks left by the dump trucks and plunged straight into the enchanted forest. Gazing at the ancient trees reaching toward the sky all around them, the Gulu giants were deeply moved. Living on the Red Plains, they had rarely ventured into elven territory. For one thing, the two sides couldn't stand each other for another. There weren't many stones in the forest, it was full of tree roots, making excavation too laborious. If they caused too much commotion, they would be attacked en masse by the animals of the enchanted forest. And if they killed too many animals, it would lure the elves out. Ultimately, this would escalate into a war. That would lead to the annihilation of any Gulu tribe that ventured into the forest. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the Gulu giants rarely ventured into the enchanted forest. Now that Chief Red Rock had been invited by Huagwei to sign an agreement, he dared to defy convention. After all, relations with the Blue Monkeys had been quite good lately. Since there was no conflict of interest between the two sides, they naturally wouldn't stand in the way. Chief, there seems to be some commotion up ahead. Stone, who was leading the way, came to a halt and turned his newly formed body to look into the distance. There, numerous humans and construction vehicles were hard at work. What had once been a grassy area entwined with tree roots had now been paved into a 2-lane asphalt road. Blue monkeys, armed with blue monkey rifles, stood on tree branches keeping watch. The blue monkeys had spotted the Gulu giants the moment they appeared. However, due to the agreement between the two sides, the blue monkeys did not attack but continued to stand guard as usual. At that moment, Chief Red Rock and his group, who had also come to a halt, spotted the group ahead. He patted Jianshu on the back, signaling him to stand down. All right. Those are our friends. Come on, let us go say hello. The Gulu giants, their short legs pulsing with each step, slowly made their way toward the construction crew. Oh my, what are you all up to here? You're using so many chunks of iron. A middle-aged man in charge of directing the site heard the question and walked over with a smile on his face. Oh, it's the chief of the Red Rock tribe. As you can see, we're building a highway to make it easier for us to travel to your Red Plains for trade in the future. When it's finished, our caravan's efficiency will increase 1,000-fold. A highway? The curious Gulu giants looked at the jet-black road surface and noticed that in the sections not yet completed, a great deal of gravel and concrete had been laid down, then covered with a thick layer of jet-black granules. This extravagant undertaking left all the Gulu giants speechless. This was especially true for Jianshu, the former chieftain who had just joined them. He had thought the Red Rock chieftain had been deceiving him yesterday. He never expected that what he said was actually true and that it was even an understatement. This human nation isn't just wealthy, it's practically overflowing with stones and pies. Now they're actually using them to pave roads. Aren't they afraid that other Gulu giants will find out and eat the roads until they're hollow? The Gulu giants, utterly stunned, watched the construction while frantically swallowing their saliva. It's so extravagant, truly extravagant. From the enchanted forest to their Red Plains, just how long is that stretch of road? Could it all have been paved this way? This mysterious Hua kingdom is downright terrifying. Jianshi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cautiously glanced at the chieftain standing beside him. He found the chieftain wearing an inscrutable expression, showing none of the shock they felt. No wonder they've risen to power with that kind of composure. They deserve everything they've got. Actually, that wasn't quite true. Chief Red Rock was just as baffled at that moment. But having seen a lot in his life, he was still able to maintain a basic level of composure. Moreover, he kept reminding himself that no matter what he saw, he must never lose his dignity as a chief, otherwise, how could he command the respect of his people? That was what allowed him to maintain his air of a true leader. To break the awkward silence, Chief Red Rock cleared his throat twice. Ahem, ahem. Do any of you even look like Gulu giants anymore? They're just rocks and concrete. Don't we have those in our own tribe? Don't go out there and embarrass me. How am I supposed to lead you on missions in the future? The few Gulu giants who'd been scolded hung their heads in shame. They had indeed lost their composure just now. Mainly because they'd never seen anything like this before. They simply couldn't imagine that humans could be this extravagant. Now, their hearts were filled with awe toward that so-called Huagua. All right, it's getting late. Let us get back on the road. Having finished his speech, Chief Gulu saw that his people had admitted their mistake and decided not to pursue the matter further. He turned his gaze to the leader of the humans, a smile returning to his face. My friend, I still need to go sign an agreement with your Chen, so I won't keep you here any longer. Goodbye. Wait, the middle-aged man called out to the Gulu giants who were about to roll away. He pointed to the newly paved road behind him and offered a helpful suggestion. Chief, since you're heading to the base, please take this highway. It will save you a great deal of travel time. Just watch out for the vehicles coming our way. Oh? Is that okay? Chief Red Rock raised his rocky eyebrow. We're pretty heavy, we crush it? Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry. Your combined weight isn't even as much as one of our fully loaded dump trucks. It's impossible to damage a road like this. Seeing how confident the man was, Chief Red Rock didn't refuse any further. He led the other Gulu giants onto the asphalt road. When their feet touched the black pavement, the Gulu giants felt a slight warmth, and it wasn't hard on their feet at all. This novel sensation made them all instinctively reach out to touch it. Chief, what exactly are these black granules? Could they be edible, too? Chieftain Red Rock, exasperated by the question, rolled his eyes and took out his scepter to give the inquiring Gulu a sharp tap on the head. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Hurry up and keep moving. Otherwise, we'll just be wasting time. Oh, I get it. The Gulu who'd been hit rubbed his head, but his curiosity about the asphalt remained strong. He felt he should try every magical thing the humans had to offer. Who knows, one of them might just be a delicacy. Unfortunately, the chieftain wouldn't allow it. After scolding his subordinate, Chieftain Red Rock bid farewell to the engineering team, and the entire giant contingent set off on their journey once more. This time, they rolled along a flat highway, with nothing to obstruct their path on the wide open road. This allowed them to reach unprecedented speeds. That sensation of racing like the wind and mastering their food was an ultimate experience they'd never even imagined on the Red Plains. It had to be said, the highway was truly a great invention. These humans were so clever. When they had time in the future, they would definitely build a highway on the Red Plains as well. Then, going to wage war against other tribes? No. To bring them the gospel would be much more convenient. The Gulu squads raced along, dodging oncoming freight trucks as they returned to the highway. They soon arrived near the base. Here, they were forced to slow down because blue monkeys were darting about everywhere, patrolling the area like guards. Numerous iron birds also circled ahead of them, providing an escort. On the ground, fully armed exoskeleton warriors drove armored vehicles back and forth, monitoring anything that might threaten the territory. While some humans who looked like Iron Men were training in the forest. Their agility and dexterity were in no way inferior to those of the monkeys in the trees. The two sides seemed to be engaged in a friendly competition. Seeing these creatures for the first time, Jian Shire's mouth dropped open. He felt that the rumors about humans were somewhat inaccurate. According to the elders' descriptions, humans were supposed to wield sharp swords, wear armor, ride fantastical beasts, and be valiant warriors, one and all. How could they look so strange? Could it be that their information was too outdated, and humans had changed drastically since then? Chief Red Rock, who was already used to this, patted the stunned Jian Shire on the shoulder. "Don't just stand there like an idiot, let us get moving. There are bound to be many more things that will shock you," he said, trying to sound mysterious, though his eyes were also intentionally or perhaps unintentionally scanning the surroundings. Taking in all the new sights, he buried his intense curiosity deep within his heart. Along the way, the small group encountered many fascinating creations. For example, the giant tree hotels 110, currently under construction, were built entirely around giant trees with a 15-meter diameter, featuring elevators and eco-friendly rooms seamlessly integrated with the branches. Each room was not only brightly lit but also equipped with all the amenities found in a standard hotel. It looked not only incredibly futuristic but also conveyed a sense of perfect harmony with nature. It was as if these structures had been born from nature itself. In addition to the hotel, a blue monkey community was under construction on the giant trees surrounding the base treehouses built specifically for the blue monkeys. Based on their preferences, each house was constructed from felled trees. And the monkeys favored fruit-shaped log cabins, with banana-shaped ones being the most popular. Generally, only high-ranking monkeys are allowed to live in these. The other blue monkeys can only live in wooden houses shaped like common blue star fruits, such as apples, pears, and pineapples. But even so, they're still chattering happily now that they have new homes. They're just waiting for everything to be finished so they can all pack their bags and move in. The Gulu giants, who had been watching the whole time, were already dazzled. These unique structures were far superior to the rickety tents they lived in. Not only were they breathtakingly beautiful, but they also glowed on their own. It was truly incredible. Finally, they broke through the forest S barrier and arrived at the main gate of the base, which was not shaded by giant trees. Here, they could see the sky they hadn't seen in so long, as well as the towering concrete walls and watchtowers surrounding them. "Oh my, is that Chief Red Rock? Welcome to our base." Chen, who had been waiting at the head of his group, hurried out from inside the gate to greet them. He looked up at the massive spherical shadow, over 10 meters tall, and marveled inwardly at just how towering these Gulu giants truly were. They certainly lived up to their reputation as giants. "Are you Chen?" Chief Red Rock turned around and bowed his head slightly. He looked down at the tiny figure on the ground. "That's right, I am Chun Chun from the Anomaly Bureau of Huagua. And I'm also the head of this base. You've all had a long and tiring journey. I've prepared a feast for you, so let us head over to eat." Chief Red Rock looked at the enthusiastic Chen and smiled. "Thank you, my human friend. I'm quite fond of your local delicacies." "Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. This way, please." The director extended his hand and pointed toward an open area inside the base. There, logistics personnel had already set up a massive 50-meter-long table, welded together from steel frames specifically for this occasion. As soon as their convoy relayed the news of the Gulu giants' departure yesterday, Chen had immediately begun instructing his staff to prepare this welcome banquet. At that moment, the long table was laden with all kinds of rocks, including volcanic rock, plutonic rock, marble, and river pebbles, among others. The sight of this dazzling array of ingredients made the Gulu giants' mouths water. They were practically drooling. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chief Red Rock quickly wiped his mouth when no one was looking. Only then did he say, with a serious expression, "Oh my, Chen, you've really gone out of your way to go to such great lengths for us." Hearing the compliment, Chen waved it off nonchalantly. "Aha, not at all. Didn't our advisor receive a warm welcome in your tribe as well? This is simply a matter of reciprocity, please don't be so formal." Chatting and laughing, the two made their way to the massive dining table at the staff's signal. Chen sat on a stool, while the massive Red Rock chief had no choice but to sit cross-legged. The other gurus, who had been waiting impatiently, kept their eyes glued to the volcanic rock, plutonic rock, and marble stones they had never eaten before. However, since the chief hadn't spoken yet, they didn't dare to dig in right away. They could only wait for the two to finish their conversation before they have a chance to sample this new delicacy. As the food entered their mouths, the unique, explosive texture brewed deep within the volcano gave them the sensation of eating chili peppers. This flavor instantly whetted their appetites, leaving them unable to stop. One by one, the gurus transformed into gluttonous beasts, frantically devouring the rice. This made the chieftain, who was dining elegantly, twitch the corner of his eye. It was too embarrassing. The other gurus were one thing, but Jianshi, you're the former chieftain. How could you be acting like this too? If they keep eating like this, won't the chieftain, be left with nothing to eat? No, etiquette just isn't for them gulu giants. Eating is their number one priority. Putting his pride aside, Chief Red Rock joined the food-grabbing frenzy. What had once been a table full of stones was devoured in just a few minutes. Every gulu giant was eating so heartily they were burping. Everyone, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this food? Chief Red Rock, who had been picking his teeth with his scepter, paused for a moment, then looked slightly embarrassed. Please forgive us for the spectacle. This food is delicious, it's our first time tasting it. Well, I'm glad you're satisfied. Chen put down his chopsticks and got down to business. Chief Red Rock, regarding the supply agreement we discussed earlier, have you had a chance to consider it? The chief, who had just wiped his mouth with a cloth, recalled what Chen had said before the meal. No problem. We can meet all your needs. Our tribe has plenty of people now, so we'll gather the redstone ore from other locations and transport it all to the edge of the forest to facilitate your subsequent transport. However, Chief Red Rock said, his gaze sweeping across the entire base. To transport that redstone, we'll need to craft some special containers and use our gulu giants as wheels that would increase efficiency 1,000-fold. But as you know, when it comes to manufacturing, we're not as skilled as you humans. So we'll need your help with that. I see, Chen nodded in understanding. He glanced at Zay, who was sitting nearby, and Zay immediately caught on. I understand. Leave it to me, this is an easy problem to solve. Seeing that Zay had agreed, a huge weight was lifted from the Red Rock chieftain's heart. He didn't want these humans wasting their energy running around aimlessly. That would be a complete waste. They'd be better off using that time to haul more stones over. That way, his tribe could grow stronger faster. After all, there were plenty of gurus around now, he might as well put them to work whenever they had nothing else to do. It would give them a good workout, too. The two sides happily reached a long-term trade agreement. And to that end, Chen produced 2 enormous contracts. Each was about 5 meters in size. And the contract terms had been written for them by the ISA orcs. Thanks to the other party's special abilities, those squiggly symbols allowed them to understand exactly what was written. This prevented any misunderstandings due to language barriers that might have led to hidden traps in the agreement. Chieftain Red Rock was slightly surprised when he first saw the orc named ISA. He hadn't expected that this Huagua base would house not only blue monkeys but also the legendary weapons of war. And these weapons of war weren't being used in battle, instead, they were being used to write text. One has to wonder, is this the dignity of a great power? Or just the usual extravagance? Putting his astonishment aside, Chief Red Rock used his bone staff to write the tribe's secret script on the contract. Finally, he stamped a skull on it with the other end of the staff. This completed the signing of the contract. Chen, thank you for your hospitality this time. It's getting late, and we should be heading back. Chen, who was directing the others to put the contract away, stopped Chief Red Rock as he was about to leave. Please wait a moment. We have a parting gift to give you as well. The chieftain, who had been about to walk out of the base, stopped in his tracks and turned back with a look of curiosity. A gift? There's no need to go to such trouble. Chen reached into his robe and shook his head. Last time, you gave us many corpses of the gulu giants. That was a great help to us. So this time, we prepared a rather special parting gift. I hope you'll like it. When Chen withdrew his hand from his coat, a small box, about 10 or so centimeters in size, appeared in his palm. The Red Rock chieftain looked at the little box and felt he really didn't need it. At 13 meters tall, a box that small was no bigger than a piece of candy in his hand. What use would such a gift be to him? But since it was a gesture of goodwill, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Chief, please take a look. With great confidence, Chen opened the little red box. Bathed in sunlight, tiny specks of light sparkled against the black lining. They were several 30-carat lab-grown diamonds, each about 2 or 3 centimeters in size. These diamonds were all products of cultivation chambers. The technology was becoming increasingly sophisticated, and costs were steadily decreasing. This year alone, China's output reached approximately 10.49 million carats, accounting for 80% of global production. So 30 carats was merely a drop in the bucket. And if presented to the outside world, they would likely be dismissed as counterfeits. This is. The massive Red Rock chieftain stared at the tiny, sparkling specks, and deep-seated memories from his bloodline were gradually awakened. But because the objects were so small, he couldn't be certain just yet. He had no choice but to ask Chen to bring them over for a closer look. After observing them for about a few minutes, the Red Rock chieftain, seated on the stone panel, was drenched in sweat. He looked as if he'd just stepped out of a sauna. The entire giant was completely drained. His facial expression kept shifting. One moment his face was red as if it were about to explode, the next it was pale as if he were on the verge of death. This frightened Jianshi and the guards, who quickly rushed to support the chieftain as he was about to collapse, asking with concern, Chieftain, what is wrong with you? What exactly are those little specks of light?" Chieftain Redrock pursed his lips, his gaze turning grave. He remained silent for a long while. It wasn't until the other gurus helped him catch his breath that he gradually regained his composure. He glanced at Jianshi beside him and carefully handed him the red box he was holding. "Take a look for yourself. As the former chieftain, you should know what this is." Curious, Jianshi took it and examined it, his pupils contracting violently. His body began to tremble involuntarily. By the red stone god, could this be the legendary divine stone? And the purest grade, without a single impurity? What? A divine stone? The other Gulu giants finally realized what those sparkling specks were. So this was the divine stone spoken of among the tribes. It was said that the divine stone was created by the red stone god, and that any Gulu giant who consumed a certain amount of it would gain eternal life, transforming into an immortal divine stone form. Not only would their entire bodies become transparent, but they would also radiate brilliantly in the sunlight, becoming the red stone goddess representatives on earth. They would possess the authority to rule over all tribes. They never imagined they'd witness this legend come to life today. The divine stones had simply appeared. This must be a blessing bestowed by the red stone god. The humans, too, wore expressions of astonishment. Although Chen knew the diamonds would certainly be useful to them, he hadn't expected the other side to call them divine stones. That changes the value entirely. It seems China stands to gain even greater benefits from this. Chen, your gift is truly too precious. Can we really accept these divine stones? Seeing the urgency in their eyes, Chen smiled. Please accept them with confidence. These are a testament to our friendship. However, synthetic diamonds are quite difficult to produce, and we don't have many of them. I hope you don't mind. Oh, what? You made the divine stones? Chief Gulu, who had been lying on the ground, sat up abruptly, and even the other Gulu giants turned to look at him in disbelief. They never would have imagined that this country could even manufacture divine stones. Isn't that the realm of the gods? Could this be a divine kingdom? Upon hearing their question, Chen gave a clear answer. That's right. The so-called divine stones in your hands are diamonds we've cultivated artificially. It's just that the process is very complex and the yield is very low, so they're precious. I hope you'll cherish them. Hearing this confirmation, the Gulu giants all gasped in astonishment. These pure, flawless divine stones were actually made by humans. What kind of power and expertise is this? It's terrifying. We absolutely must cling to this powerful ally. We might even be able to obtain more divine stones in the future. With this thought, the Red Rock Chief's expression grew very serious. Chen, the divine stones hold extraordinary significance for us. They are equivalent to a gift from the gods. If I were to simply accept them as they are, it would be a desecration of the Red Stone God. So, to show our respect for the Red Stone God, the Red Rock tribe must select 20 of our people. They will serve as the Giver's guards to protect you. We hope you won refuse. Chen, who had been pondering how to maximize his profits from the diamonds, immediately understood the other party's intentions upon hearing they were offering guards. He shook his head with a smile. Chief, as you can see, I don't need guards. But our base's transport convoy has expanded, and we need a security detail to protect it. Would it be possible for me to hire your people to guard our vehicles? We can settle the payment with stones or other resources later. Seeing that Chen had offered a compromise, the Red Rock chief realized it would be impossible to use the gift of guards as a way to curry favor. Still, this would work as long as the escort team served as a bridge between them. That way, the relationship between the two sides would grow ever closer, and by then, all China would need to do was offer a small amount of resources to ensure the Red Rock tribe's continued growth. Having figured it all out, the chief patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, my people are willing to accept your employment. If 20 men aren't enough, once the tribe continues to expand, I'll send 50, or even 100. I guarantee we'll meet your country's transportation needs. Alright, then we'll look forward to your good news. Chen led his group in escorting the Red Rock chief and his guards out of the base. Watching them glance back every few steps, it was clear they were reluctant to leave the base's delicious food and scenic views behind. Chief, isn't it against our ancestors' rules for humans to hire us? Jianshi frowned as he looked at the chief walking ahead. Rules or no rules, I didn't sell gulu to the humans. This is just a business transaction, an employment arrangement. Do you really want to go hungry every day? Faced with this retort, Jianshi was at a loss for words. He certainly didn't want to return to the life they once led. But by doing this, they were making it all too easy for other tribes to find an excuse to attack them. When that happened, another war would be inevitable. Chief Hongshu sensed Jianshi's concern. He put an arm around him and pointed ahead with his other hand. Look ahead, Jianshi. Because of the appearance of these mysterious humans, the world has already changed. If we stand still, our Red Rock tribe will be the next Jianshi tribe. Do you want to lose the life you have now? Staring at the black road ahead, Jianshi pursed his lips. Those words struck a raw nerve. If he had been the first to encounter this group of humans, it would have been his Jianshi tribe, not the Red Rock tribe, that would have risen to power. So the chief was right, there was no turning back now. Having obtained the divine stone, they had no choice but to become powerful or face annihilation. This was bound to be a rocky road. The Gulu giants set off once more along the black highway, heading back. New challenges awaited them on that red plain. Inside the outpost, Chen, who had been watching them depart, had just turned around when he spotted Hu, clad in an exoskeleton, jogging toward him. He stepped before the group and saluted. Reporting, the Zhula Airshow has officially concluded. Hu requests to rejoin the team. Okay, approved. Chen granted his request. During the earlier airshow drills, it was the 010 robot operated by Hu that secured the final victory. However, since the airshow lasted 6 days, Hu had been out on missions the entire time. Over the remaining days, the robots demonstrated a new type of explosive weapon designed specifically for them. The firearms were so terrifyingly powerful that there was even a risk of barrel explosion. Every bullet triggered a violent explosion upon hitting its target. When the robot held this explosive rifle weighing 100 Jin in its hands, a 6-story building collapsed instantly under its barrage, leaving representatives from other countries speechless. They had already been stunned by the robot's sheer power. Now, to top it off, the robots had their own specialized weapon. Given its absurd size and weight, no one could possibly use it even if it were left behind on the battlefield. Even if you were lying on the ground firing it, the recoil alone could injure or even kill you. Not to mention the mushroom cloud that rose from the spot after a barrel explosion. This thing is definitely not a weapon humans can handle, only a robot could use it without a second thought. In the future, if soldiers encounter a robot equipped with this weapon, they might as well just surrender. Because even if you hide behind cover, it won't do you any good, you'll still be blown to smithereens. If the robot had brought out this weapon on the first day of the airshow, it wouldn't have needed 5 units at all, just one would have been enough to sweep everything away. All enemies would have been wiped out before it. In addition, on the final day of the airshow, the ISA self-destruct drone was demonstrated. This drone is equipped with a 10x strength version of a standard redstone battery, designed solely to detonate the ISA exit carries. The explosive power can be described as devastating. A single self-destruct drone was enough to level the already ruined equipment demonstration area. All structures were completely destroyed. A massive crater, 30 meters in diameter, even appeared at the center. The powerful shockwave shattered the glass in halls 11, 12, and 13 all at once, delivering a force on par with a missile. This left the delegates, who had just finished reviewing other Chinese military equipment, speechless. At that moment, they didn't know what expression to use to convey their inner thoughts. China really has unveiled far too many cutting-edge technologies. Just moments ago, we'd been given a tour of the Jiutian drone, that heavy-duty multi-purpose aerial platform capable of carrying a high mission pod, which houses countless drones. If all of them were replaced with these ISA suicide drones, the consequences would be unimaginable. Would it be like a missile sweeping the ground? What country could possibly withstand that? Please spare us, tone it down a bit. Harboring a mix of complex emotions, the delegation and elite officials finally endured the grueling Zhuhai airshow. They returned safely to their respective countries. Every nation's attitude toward China had shifted. The United States and its allies, driven by self-interest and apprehension, decided to impose sanctions on China. They did not want to see China continue to rise, so they found all sorts of excuses to begin smearing and belittling it. Overnight, a war of public opinion erupted online. Some blind followers believed what they were told. But many more chose to trust the facts they had witnessed with their own eyes. China's rise was now unstoppable. In this new era, everyone knew full well whose footsteps to follow. A new undercurrent began to brew across the entire blue star. The United States, having been left far behind, even planned to harness the power of anomalous points to develop new technologies. Whether they could control it, however, was a matter of opinion. Time flew by, and the airshow had ended several days ago. Chief Red Rock had long since returned to his tribe with his escort and was now undertaking a sweeping renovation. The tribe was currently too small, and preparations were needed to accommodate more Gulu giants in the future. They also had to build a warehouse specifically for storing stones, to house the ever-increasing supply. As a result, the creatures of the Red Plains were suffering. They've been hunted relentlessly by the Gulu giants, whose hides and bones are used to construct unique, primitive structures. The entire tribe is in the midst of a massive construction project, bustling with activity. Equally busy is the Hua Kingdom's outpost. The construction unit dispatched from the capital has arrived safely. Their primary objective is to help build a complete fantasy forest highway for the base, thereby increasing the speed of the convoys. They needed to quickly fulfill the domestic redstone pillar orders, otherwise, the various companies would be breathing down their necks like grim reapers. Everyone wanted to be the first to launch their new products and leave the competition in the dust. Knock, 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 reporting for duty. Who knocked on the office door? Come in, Chen said, setting down the files in his hands and rubbing the bridge of his nose as he looked toward the doorway. Chen, we need to deal with the poaching gangs. Stepping inside, Hu got straight to the point, his expression somber. Chen only needed a glance to figure out most of it. So, not much intel, huh? Yes, Hu nodded, his fist clenching unconsciously. These poaching gangs are just fringe operatives. They aren't even considered part of that border Duke's crew. They're just the other side's dirty gloves, used to do the dirty work. To ensure they don't betray them, they specifically choose people with strong family ties for these missions. By offering power and the safety of their families as bait, they make them serve them with unwavering loyalty. As Hu spoke, his expression turned grim. He detested this kind of behavior that dragged innocent families into the fray. That border duke was absolutely scum. Hearing Hu's account, Chen slowly walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked out at the Anomaly Bureau base, his voice gradually growing deeper. Hu, let us set aside the Duke's character for now and focus on the other intelligence we have on him. Yes. Hu composed himself and gathered his thoughts. The border duke's original name is Sun Andy, and he is the head of the 3 great dukes of the Kingdom of Mosin. He is responsible for security along the entire border, including the border between the Enchanted Forest and the Kingdom of the Golden Toad. This has made him the most powerful and wealthiest figure in the Kingdom of Mosin. Any nation wishing to travel to the Kingdom of Mosin or the Enchanted Forest must pay him a toll. The existence of the hunting teams serves as a key diplomatic tool in his relations with other nations. Through the annual sale of various fantastical creatures, the border duke not only reaps substantial profits but also builds connections with other nations, which allows him to wield absolute power within the Kingdom of Mosin, even greater than that of the king. Sometimes, even the king has to walk on eggshells around him. Having spoken in one breath, Hu turned his gaze toward Chen, who was deep in thought. Chen, I've covered the general intelligence. More detailed intelligence has been sent to your computer. I now request that we fulfill the poacher's wishes by killing them, so their families may survive. Upon hearing this, Chen shook his head. Hu, there's no rush on this. I've already consulted Princess Shirley. She can remove the runes from these menace bodies to prevent their deaths and allow the runes to return on their own. That way, the border duke will believe they're dead. We'll take the opportunity to bring their families here, and they'll serve as our witnesses to testify against the border duke's illegal poaching activities. By then, our country, Huagua, will be on solid ground both in terms of justice and the law. Hearing this solution, Hu naturally saw no reason to refuse. Although these men were despicable and detestable, they were merely foot soldiers. The border duke behind them was the real mastermind. Now that his biggest source of income had been cut off, anyone would find it unbearable. Sooner or later, the border duke would come looking for trouble. Therefore, it made perfect sense for Chen to be prepared, taking the initiative to stay one step ahead, so as not to be caught off guard. Having figured everything out, Hu saluted. I understand, Chen. Shall we head to the prison now? Sure, let us go. Chen led the way out of the office and used his cell phone to contact Zay in the lab, instructing him to bring Shirley along to the prison inside the Enchanted Forest. A dozen or so minutes later, the two groups successfully met up. By this point, Zay and Shirley had changed dramatically. Zay's exoskeleton had undergone a major upgrade. Not only had the battery life and performance been improved, but the entire frame was now completely encased in metal. This made him look just like the Terminator. The only difference was that he wore a white lab coat and glasses. As for the mask he used to wear over his face, it was too cumbersome and was no longer necessary. After all, there were plenty of strange and bizarre creatures in this other world. One more wouldn't make a difference. Beside him stood Princess Shirley, whose only human feature was her head. Behind her, a black iron mechanical wing had suddenly appeared. Composed entirely of a mechanical skeleton and a bionic structure made of nanofibers. Although mechanical, it was remarkably agile. Thanks to the simple AI embedded in it, the wing could mimic the movements of her other wing. Ordinary flight posed no problem, but more complex maneuvers were out of the question. Since the device couldn't sync with her thoughts, it couldn't respond as naturally as an extension of her own body. Even so, Shirley was overjoyed. Even when Zay suggested switching to a white finish, Shirley refused, explaining that the black looked cool and had a mechanical feel which she really liked. If it were white, it would just be too plain and ordinary. So in the end, Zay had no choice but to give in and go along with Shirley's preference. After carefully observing the two of them, Chen spoke up with a puzzled expression. Brother Zay, now that the battery issue has been resolved and performance has improved, why don't you install a simulation panel for yourself? That would restore you to your original appearance. Hearing Chen's question, the black iron skeleton Zay pushed his glasses up. With the materials currently available, none of them meet the standards. Not only would they hinder my performance, but they also affect the unit's heat dissipation. I can't bring myself to waste performance just for the sake of appearance. I see, Chen said, nodding in understanding as he patted the other's shoulder. Don't worry. Technology in our country is advancing. Maybe we'll have suitable materials soon. When that happens, I'll pull some strings to get you a batch right away. Zhe glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, sensing the concern behind the gesture. Just then, Princess Shirley, who had been fluttering about, landed on the ground. Seeing the group exchanging pleasantries, she quickly urged them on. Mr. Zhe, Dean, and Grumpy Uncle, are we still going to the prison? Chen snapped back to reality and realized, oh, right. Business comes first, business comes first. Let us just wrap up this poaching business as soon as possible. He released his hand from Zhe's shoulder and led the group into the prison. In the dimly lit corridor, Gargel, a middle-aged man shackled with alloy cuffs, had not only dry, tangled red hair but had also grown noticeably gaunt. For the past 10 days or so, he had refused food and water, attempting to die by starvation. Unfortunately, Hu had ordered that he be given an 4 drip with a nutritional solution, which had thwarted his plan. He truly hadn't expected this newly emerged human kingdom to possess such capabilities. They could even stop someone from starving themselves to death. Now, death had truly become a luxury. He could only hope these humans would honor their agreement and grant them an early release. Tap, tap, tap. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed. All the poachers hooked up to IVs throughout the prison looked up, their eyes fixed on the dim depths of the corridor. They knew the final fate awaiting them had arrived. Would their families finally be spared from danger? Who, is this the cell? Chen, leading the way, stopped in front of a cell and peered into its dim interior. That's right, this is the one. Please wait a moment, I'll turn on the lights right away. After a moment of fiddling, Hu switched on all the lights in the prison. The space, which had been dim, suddenly became brightly lit. Both sides could finally see each other clearly. The bound Gargel looked out of his cage and let out a hoarse voice. Hey! I've already given you the intel. Are you here to honor our agreement? To grant us death? Who was addressed, didn't he answer. Instead, Chen took over the conversation. Hello, Gargel, right? I'm Chun. We'll honor our agreement just in a different form. What do you mean? Gargel, utterly exhausted, felt his mind go blank. He was unable to process anything too complex at the moment. He hadn't even noticed the Dragon Princess's arrival. Here's the thing, our Hu Kingdom's magical advisor, Princess Shirley, will. After a brief explanation, Gargel understood what they were planning. This instantly galvanized him and the other poachers. Their previously muddled minds cleared at once, and their eyes widened like copper bells. Their vitality and spirit returned in an instant. After all, who would choose to die if they could avoid it? As long as their families were safe, they didn't care what happened to them. However, it remained unclear how much of what the other side said was true and how much was false. Because they simply had no choice. Hu unlocked the cell door and let Princess Shirley enter. The moment her human-headed, dragon-bodied form appeared, Gargel and the others were utterly stunned. Earlier, they'd been too excited to notice this petite figure. Now that she stepped forward, Gargel and the others naturally took notice. They never expected that a dragon princess would be in command of this mysterious kingdom. Could it be that they had some connection to Sacred Dragon Island? Was that why they were so powerful? No matter how shocked Gargel and the others were, Princess Shirley had already begun her preparations. A small magic circle appeared in her hand. The entire circle was pure white, with various runes flickering within it, and tiny snowflakes drifting down from it. She blinked her bright, large eyes and kindly offered a reminder. Please don't resist, or it'll hurt really, really bad. Having composed himself, Gargel glanced at the magic circle and clenched his teeth tightly. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of death. Why would I be afraid of pain? Seeing how defiant he was, Shirley looked at this human with newfound respect. She thrust the magic circle held in her dragon claw forward, striking him squarely in the chest. The white magic circle began spinning wildly, and wisp after wisp of cold air rose from it, seeping into Gargel's body. In that very moment, he felt a bone-chilling cold and pain as if his flesh were being torn apart. The werewolf rune totem, deeply fused with his flesh, began to glow red. This caused Gargel's face to contort, and a cry of agony escaped his lips involuntarily. The other members of the poaching crew heard the scream and realized just how excruciating the pain the princess had described truly was. But for the sake of freedom and their families, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure it. A dozen or so minutes later, the white magic circle on Gargel's chest turned as red as blood. And the wolf totem rune on his face had vanished, completely absorbed into the white magic circle. The rune had officially been successfully stripped away. Huff, huff, huff. Gargel, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. It was a close call. If his willpower had been even a little weaker, he might have died from the rune stripping. Fortunately, everything had gone successfully. One might say it was only fitting for a dragon princess. Not only did she not need to chant a spell, but the person wouldn't die after the rune was stripped. In this regard, she was far, far superior to the mages on Border Duke's side. Princess Shirley, having retracted her dragon claws, looked at the red magic circle in her hand and sensed a deeply resentful, evil energy within it. The creation of this werewolf rune totem must have been a bloody and brutal process. Otherwise, it wouldn't be emitting this kind of aura. Zay, who had been recording the entire process, noticed Shirley's frown. He stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this rune?" Upon hearing this, Shirley shared her recent speculation. This caused the group from Huagway to look at the magic circle with a hint of gravity in their eyes. I know a bit about this rune." After taking a long moment to compose himself, Gargel began to volunteer some information. It said that this magical rune was forged using the blood of a living werewolf. His flesh, bones, soul, everything was forged into the rune. That's why this rune is imbued with such intense resentment, causing me to suffer constantly and even lose my sanity. Now, at last, I'm free. Hearing Gargel's explanation, Shun understood the tactics employed by the Border Duke. The man was undoubtedly ruthless and merciless. It seemed he'd have to prepare early. "Princess Shirley, we should get rid of this ominous object as soon as possible. Even if we in Huagwa want to study runes, we only study normal ones. We don't touch such unconscionable things." "All right," Princess Shirley offered a sweet smile. She knew this country wouldn't let her down. She loved everything about it. With that thought, she tightened her grip on the dragon claw slightly. And the red magic circle immediately began to crackle and snap. In the blink of an eye, the magic circle shattered with a thunderous crash. A streak of red light burst through the prison, shot into the void, and vanished completely. Seeing this, Gargel finally felt the huge weight lifted from his heart. His family was safe, at least for now. The other poachers, seeing that the rune extraction had succeeded, grew excited one after another and eagerly requested to have their runes extracted as well. In an instant, the cell was filled with shouts. The commotion gave Shirley a bit of a headache, so eager to return to the anime she downloaded at the base, she decided to perform the stripping on everyone at once. After all, these people's runes were all the same, concealment runes. The difficulty was nothing compared to what the leader had faced. Whoosh! A massive white magic circle enveloped the entire prison. A white glow shone from every scout's body. Their expressions began to contort in agony, and even their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Unable to bear the pain, many let out heart-wrenching screams. It made the prison sound as if pigs were being slaughtered. About 10 minutes later, the blue magical runes representing concealment slowly floated out from these menaced bodies and merged into the massive magic circle. When Shirley saw that the runes had been fully extracted, she quickly clenched her dragon claw in the air. Just like the one before, the massive magic array suddenly shattered in midair. Whoosh! 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 Several streaks of blue light shot out of the prison, flying off into the distance like streaks of light. "Ah, my family is safe. Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever get to see each other again." It's a shame we VE lost the power the runes gave us. We'll just be ordinary, unremarkable people again. Never mind, never mind. As long as our families are safe, that's all that matters. The scouts' faces were filled with mixed emotions, joy and disappointment intertwined in their hearts. Enough! Shut up, you bunch of idiots! Gargel, their leader, glared angrily at his subordinates. With a look of frustration at their shortcomings, he said, "This isn't over yet. The price we pay for surviving is to serve as witnesses and testify against the border duke's crimes. That means our families must be evacuated so we can focus on this without any worries. Otherwise, even if we're alive, we'll be nothing more than walking corpses." Hearing their leader's words, the group's expression shifted from relief back to silence. All eyes turned to Chen. Chen, under their gaze, understood that what Gargel had just said was actually meant for him. To get them to cooperate, their families had to be evacuated. This was exactly what Chen had been thinking as well. Ahem, everyone, rest assured the Chinese government will handle this. We'll also pardon your crimes and allow you and your families to live normal lives here. You won't have to worry about basic necessities like food, clothing, shelter, or transportation. Seeing that Chen had given his assurance, the group turned their gaze to their own leader, waiting for him to make a decision. All right, I trust the credibility of your Huagua. However, I need to participate in this operation. Otherwise, relying solely on you warriors who lack common sense will lead to the deaths of all our families. Hearing this request, Chen pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Agreed. Our warriors do indeed lack information about the kingdom of Moshen. Having you, a local insider, on our side will make things much easier. However, to ensure you don't tip off the authorities and betray your own subordinates leading to the tragic deaths of their families, I'll need to take certain measures. You don't mind, do you? Chen turned the tables on Gargel by informing the others in the prison of the risk that he might switch sides again. That way, even if an accident were to occur that led to the deaths of their families, the prisoners' hatred would be redirected. It would still achieve the goal of exposing the border duke. Whoosh! The cell erupted in a flurry of discussion. Every prisoner's gaze toward their leader had changed. They hadn't even considered this possibility earlier. Now that they thought about it, they were all desperate criminals. Aside from their families, they didn't care whether their comrades lived or died. Their leader was the worst of the lot. He'd constantly beat and berate them for no reason. Why would he care about the lives of their families? Could this guy be planning to slip away and run off with his own family? Or perhaps he intends to hand over vital intelligence to the border duke. That way, not only would he avoid punishment for losing the fantastical creatures, but he might even regain his power. That's truly cunning.